แต่เช็คซิว่าขึ้นหรือยังขึ้นละปิดมันหายอะรอบที่ร้านเช็คโอเบียหรือรอบดึงมาช้าแล้วโอ้ my god อันนี้ไม่รู้ไปเดี๋ยวที่โอเบียจะเป็นที่เปลี่ยนมั้ยมาช้าแล้วโอ้อันนี้ไม่รู้ไปเดี๋ยวที่โอเบียจะเป็นที่เปลี่ยนมั้ยว้ามาช้านอกจากฟีดแต่มาช้าแล้วฟีดจะมีปัญหาเลยครับเชื่อร้อยน้ำนอกจากฟีดแต่มาช้าแล้วฟีดจะมีปัญหาเลยครับร้อยน้ำนอกจากฟีดแต่มามาไล่บอดดิคนบอดไปหรอมั้งดูถ้าดูเราดูผิดอีกทีนึงเจ๊มาอยู่ป่าแล้วที่เห็นนาฬิกาเจ๊มาอยู่ป่าแล้วที่เห็นนาฬิกา
Producer, but I don't see her anywhere.
Kitty, you made it!
Oh wow, I made it to what?
To the best experience of your life. Come on inside. Come on.
I don't want
Come on,
to.
let's do it. Come.
Not after last time.
Okay, but what if I told you you were making perfume today?
Okay, I'm curious.
Come on, it's gonna smell so good. It's gonna be so pretty.
Yeah, okay.
I still smell a little bit like ketchup, but that's okay.
You deserved it.
Come on. Kitty, what makes me so sad is that the EWC is eventually going to end.
It's very sad indeed, but I am not sad about you going home.
But I do want something to bring home with me to kind of remember our time together and all the fun things that we got to do.
Oh yeah, we had so much fun.
I want to create a scent that truly captures esports. What do you think
Have
of
fun,
when
have
you
fun.
smell esports?
Nothing really good, to be honest, like people sweating, being focused, keyboards that are not really clean. So yeah, that's what I think about.
And that's exactly the scent that I want to capture.
Why?
Esports.
Okay.
Esports.
I'm gonna start with the lavender one. Let's start with the base, okay?
Lavender, what is
Yeah.
that?
Are you kidding?
Is that an NPC?
It's not an NPC. It's like a flower.
But I think that for my base, I've actually been able to take a gaming headset used by players and distill down a lot of the dandruff and head lice into this concoction. This shall be my base. Woo! Take a whiff. I think some of the lice are still moving around in there.
I'm gonna put some vanilla in mine.
Some what?
Vanilla.
Isn't that for eating?
It's used for several things, you know?
Do you know where you get vanilla?
Yeah.
You actually get from a beaver's butt. When beavers fart, they have vanilla.
How do you come up with those things?
I just really love beavers. I've managed to capture KC fans' blood, sweat, and tears. This is the blue wall in blue tear form.
Oh my god. You're gonna get beat up after this.
Not after they smell my perfume.
You already made a disaster with that, so I'm gonna continue my beautiful perfume with, I think, some cassis.
Chassis? Like a robot.
No. Again, it's a fruit.
It's a fruit?
Yeah, you don't have that in America. It's fine.
I got Cheetos.
Yeah, I know.
But for my next part, I actually got the finger gloves of players. And we're just gonna go ahead and add a little bit of sweat.
Ew. That's atrocious.
Yeah, but it was from Team Spirit. It smells like victory.
It's not gonna bring victory into your life, trust me.
I found one of the jerseys from the team that's gone to 23 back-to-back tournaments. So what this smells like is pure failure, desperation, and yet some resolve.
Oh god. Overly why?
Is it in? You can really smell the failure.
I have it right in front of me.
I managed to take one of the keyboards off the stage, and what I did was I removed all of the dead skin cells and food junk and crust, and I put it into this liquid form. But here's the thing, it is very potent, so we can only do... But here's the thing, it is very
Oh
potent,
god.
so we can only do...
Don't do it!
Okay, I'm
You're
sorry.
disgusting.
I managed to take all of the Cheeto dust out of the controllers that were on the stage and create this. This couch cushion from one of the practice rooms. I heard that the players did not leave this baby for 24 hours straight. And so we got this beautiful essence. This is gonna be a fantastic perfume. I feel like we just gotta mix it up a little bit.
Oh god.
This is gonna be a fantastic. It smells amazing. You have no idea how
I don't
amazing
wanna
this
know.
smells. It smells like resolve. It smells like perseverance. It smells like desperation. It smells like esports.
Don't put it near me.
Just
No.
a little bit.
No.
I promise.
I
Can you
don't
just
want
try?
it.
Just try.
Oh! Near me.
Just a little bit.
No.
I promise.
It's disgusting.
That'll come off. I promise. That'll.
Oh god, don't touch me! Don't touch me! You're me off! Every day I come with her, every day she's something up. Every day I come with her, every day she's something up.
Le Esport. everyone, and welcome to the EWC
ได้ครับ
Spotlight.
แอน
I'm
นา
Mobley, and
ปี
we
ด
are
นะ
about to break
ปีดบอกว่า
down
ตามตารางคือ
all
ต้องมา
of the
5 โมง
things
แต่
that
มัน
we've just seen
เหตุ
so
ด้วยเหตุผล
far.
อะไรทุกอย่าง
Joining me
ทำให้
today, I've got Glitter and CJ.
เริ่ม5 โมง
CJ,
40แต่ว่าน่าจะเริ่ม
did your
6 โมง
mom
ครับ
write down your
บอก
name
5 โมง
twice
แต่มา
on
6
the birth certificate, or what happened?
It wasn't too creative from me. It was CJ. It had a lot of underscores and stuff back in the day, and I thought, you know what, let's just whack another CJ on the end and we'll call it a day.
ขอบคุณ
You
โปร
don't
ดักชั่น
want
มาก
to
ครับ
throw any
ดีเลย
combinations
1
of
ชั่วโมง
numbers or like the big X,
ก
little
ราบ
X.
งาม
I thought I'd be more, I don't know. It's just it wasn't. Back in the day, everyone had the underscores, the XXs and stuff, and I thought I'm better than that. I was probably 15 at the time, and I said I'm more mature than
ก็เลย
anyone
ช้า
else.
เองเลย
CJ. Not too creative, but it stuck.
I love that. Where did glitter explosion come from? Or that's just how you entered into the world.
I wish. That would be creative. My dad helped me
ก็
come up with mine.
รอต่อมาก็ได้
Sweet, I have that for you. All right, well, we did get some excitement that we do need to talk
นึก
about.
ว่าเรามาช้า
STC
แต่เปล่า
Arena, we had some
ครับ
Rocket League, and oh boy,
ปี
were
ด
there
มาช้า
upsets.
Big
แล้ว
day
ก็เลื่อน
one
ด้วย
of Rocket League. We had probably the biggest upset we've had in the esports history. The world champs NRG from North America lost to TSM, a team from APAC. APAC is not a Rocket League region notoriously. That's their biggest win in the region's history. World champs going down. They lost 3-1 as well, so it didn't even go game 5. The world champs, they're out of form, and that's going to hurt them.
That's rough.
Yeah.
Who else do we have from NA that's still in?
Oh, everyone's still in. It's only day 1, so group stage, of course. But Shopify Rebellion just lost. That's another upset. The other teams are looking okay. Space Station Gaming, they're the young kids from North America. They're looking pretty good. They still. It's been a little shaky from North America all around. Europe, for the most part, they've been pretty cruisy all the way through.
When you say young kids, I need to know what that
เนี่ย
means.
ครับแอนนาวันนี้
We're
ต้อง
talking
ดูที่
16,
ฮันนีมัน
17
นะครับ
years
เพราะ
old.
ว่า
We're talking young, but
ไม่
Fantastic, just because I got
เหลือแต่คู่ล่างแล้วแล้วสายบนก็คือฮิคารุนักเข้าไปหมดแล้ว
Never
ครับ
recovered. Drex, never recovered.
That's
Love.
tough.
Let's move on over to the Kadia City grid for PUBG Mobile. We had some survival stage action. Who survived?
Great question, because
Yep.
10 of them didn't. 10 teams were crushed. Only six made it through out of the 16 teams that played today. And it was a
เหมือน
very
เหมือนเขา
close
เริ่ม
and
ตาราง
back
เมื่
and
อวาน
forth
มา
battle.
เป็น
Actually, in
6
the
โมงครับ
final
แอนนา
match,
ไม่ทันแล้ว
we had our 8th and 9th
เรา
place
ก็เลยมา
teams
รอก่อน
finish first and second to knock out Goat and Wolves from the top 6. It was a battle all day, back and forth. And
ก็
honestly,
คือเหมือน
one of the big things we were following was
วันนี้
whether
อา
or
จจะ
not
จบไวด้วยนะ
GK Esports and
คือ
AGAL
ถ้าตาม
were going to
ถ้า
make
ตาม
their
ตาราง
way
แล้ว
through.
เหมือนจะมีถึง
Both of them did not.
ช้าสุดน่า
So
จะ
that
3 ทุ่มครึ่งครับ
was
เดา
a
ว่า
little
นะ
bit surprising on the AGAL side of things as well. And if we're talking about long-term
Oh.
storylines, what this means for PUBG Mobile,
ไม่แฮะเพราะว่าเขาแข่ง
2024 champs
กลุ่ม B ครับกลุ่ม
Alpha
A ครับ
gone.
กลุ่ม
Our
A
2025 defending
กลุ่ม A
champions
ก็จะรู้ผลตั้งแต่
also out. So we are getting a guaranteed new winner this
ตาราง
year.
มันตะวัน
We love when we have new winners at EWC. But also to your point, AGAL, and they got their points last week. They don't need to get more points this week, right? Right? It's not like we're tallying them all up at the end.
I don't think that's what they want to hear. I think they want to make sure they get those points on the board.
Absolutely. All right, well, we did have another game over at the Alliance Vault stage. Probably the most physically taxing esport of all. We got some chess.
Yeah,
ยื้อ
and
แบบไม่จำเป็น
honestly,
นะอันนี้
I went over there to watch a little bit. It was really cool. Not only was it packed, people were very excited to see obviously some of the big names on stage. If we're talking about chess, we're talking about GM Magnus, right?
The big
for
dog.
Liquid.
Of course.
Big opportunity to get some points on the board for Liquid. They've been waiting for this. I feel like all
ไม่เป็นไรครับดูแค่
EWC
ดูแค่
long.
นี้มันคู่เดียวครับ
We're
ครับ
also
ป้าแต่
looking
นี่
at
มัน
GM
นี่มันคู่เดียว
Alibaba
เป็นว่ามา
for
คู่
Team
ท้ายครับป้า
Falcons, GM Hikaru for Falcons. I mean, there's some big names that are doing well so far for the
ไม่หรอกครับ
big
แต่ตาม
clubs
ตาราง
as
ก็
well.
ไม่นานๆหรอกนะ
As I understand,
หรือว่า
catastrophe
จริงไม่จำเป็นต้องยื้อ
hit the
แต่มัน
stage
เยอะ
at some-
ให้ดูทีละ
I'm
คู่
actually
จะ
glad
รู้
that
ว่า
you
ใคร
brought
เข้า
this
ใคร
up
เข้า
because a little bit of a surprise with a mouse clicking error out of GM Yan, and I feel like it's just because it's a little bit of a different literal physical situation than what they're used to. And can you imagine having a really close back and forth match and then losing because you
เข้ามาคุย
misclicked?
ได้
You
ครับ
can see the pressure that's on these guys. I mean, with the live crowd as well, with the multiple stages going on at once, and yeah, when you're behind that computer, something's going to
Maybe
happen that you
for the
don't really want.
Do we count that as like the same thing as if you touch a chess piece, you
Yeah.
have to move?
See, I was asking the same question. We're gonna have to get an official to rule on this for
Right?
us.
Like if you touch the donut, you must eat the donut. You can't just not.
Yeah, I think once he made that move, he realized that it was done, and I don't think it was
ดี๋ยว
really
เดี๋ยว
protesting.
ผมเล่นรอ
He
นะ
said, well, it is what it is.
นะ
Is what it is. But over on the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet stage, we did
ไม่
have
เดี๋ยวเล่น
some
จริง
Rainbow
โชว์แหละ
Six
เล่น
Siege,
โช
and
ว์
this
จริง
was
เลย
week 2. Finally, we get to see some more of this broadcast.
Yeah, we're getting towards the pointy end of the Rainbow Six. Obviously, Dark Zero
ผม
game.
เพราะไม่รู้จะทำอะไรรออยู่แล้วนะ
Favorites now. That quarterfinal matchup, that was close. They lost the
แข่ง
first
6
map
โมง
of the
นะ
best of 3 against Weibo. Now, Weibo have made the top 8 of 4 consecutive S-tier tournaments, but they can't crack a top 4. They win map 1 against the favorites at EWC, thinking maybe this is a chance. Finally, a top 4. They lose the next 2 maps. Dark Zero, the favorites, they stay alive. That's the first map they've lost, though, at the tournament so far, so they're looking fantastic. But Weibo, you have to feel for them because they were looking great, they were performing well, and then to go out to the favorites and once again just not cracking into that top 4, it's a bit of a curse at this point.
Yeah, you know, I feel like if there's any place to be cursed, you don't want it to be at EWC, where everything kind of snaps.
Not
ผมเลือก
ideal.
ใครไม่รู้อะ
I'd say.
No, but I mean, Twitter, speaking of potentially cursed teams as we transition into our club championship rankings, it's good news though. It's good news because Team Liquid and R6, how are they doing?
Listen, they've at least made it to top 8, right?
They're
We've
alive.
been tracking how Team Liquid have been doing. Obviously, Magnus as well will probably get those points for the CC this time around. It's gonna come down to whether or not they can take on FaZe. And they're going to need to do it because there's not a lot of other options for them this week when it comes to points.
Yeah, they've secured points getting top 8, but I mean, really, you need to begin winning, I guess, to really climb up the rankings there in the club champs.
And there's actually other big teams that we're focusing that are currently in the top side of the leaderboard that really matter for both of our stages, if I'm not mistaken, because we have Vitality, who are a big player when it comes to our PUBG Mobile Grand Finals. They could potentially take the whole thing home, and I think they're doing, or potentially going to do well in Rocket League.
I mean, they're looking good. You can lock it in. It's almost like with the chess, with Liquid, with Magnus, they know they're going to get points. With Rocket League, Vitality, they know they're going to get at least a top 4. They could definitely win the tournament as well. But Falcons are looking fantastic. They were a little bit shaky online, but they picked up Drali, who's one of the best players in the world. He's moved to the MENA region. And once you get that guy on land, he's won 2 Esports World Cups in Rocket League. And the European side of things, he's looking to win his 3rd EWC, which would be absolutely insane with different rosters every single time. So Vitality and Falcons, it's looking good.
Love the repeats. All right, well, before I ask you two for your final thoughts for today, have you gotten a chance to walk around yet? A walk around FanFest? What have you seen?
I don't know how good you guys are at crane games, but there's a Vitality booth, and I have won that crane game every single time.
Oh, so it's rigged.
Or I'm just good.
ว่าแล้วโอ้มา
I
แล้ว
mean,
ว่าเห็น
as
อ
a
ยู่แล้วนะ
reporter here, we've been lucky enough to really check out
ว่าเห็นอยู่แล้วครับผมก็เล่นอยู่
PlayStation gaming booth. We've got watch parties and co-streams as well.
ผมก็เห็นอยู่แล้วครับผมว่าผมก็เล่นอยู่ดีครับ
He's a Vitality creator. He's absolutely pumped with how well Vitality are doing. We've got chess. We've got Gotham chess. Anna as well. So we've just got co-streamers galore coming. It's just so much fun. I love the fact that at this EWC, you've got the stages, but then the booths are right there as well. They're all connected. It feels like one big ecosystem. So FanFest is going crazy.
Right, man, I love that. And also, CJ, I love the fact that we got to have you on the couch today. Because, I mean, listen, I always have glitter.
You're stuck with me.
I'm stuck with you. You? I'm stuck with. But CJ, anything that you want to say?
Oh, it's just great to be. I'd love to be back.
Really?
Is that a chance? Yeah, I'm more than happy to come back and check out some more, well, I can give you guys the Rocket League insights. You can tell me what's going on. But week 6, so the club champs, the race is getting tighter. And this is where it really gets interesting.
Now that he said that, glitter, he's not allowed to leave. Contractually.
I didn't mean it.
You actually sleep on this sofa now.
Oh,
Sorry. You're going to cast the games from right here. But for everyone else, thank you all so much for tuning in to watch the EWC Spotlight, and we'll see you for the next one. CJ.
Chess returns to the Esports World Cup, and this time the road to the trophy starts before the group stage even begins. 16 players will battle for the title in Paris, where reigning champion Magnus Carlsen returns to defend his crown against the very best in the world. Every game is played with 10 minutes and no increments. Every second counts, and if a match ends level, an Armageddon decider will determine who moves on. But first, 8 players enter the play-ins. Every match is played over 2 games, and only 2 players will survive to complete the final field. They will join 14 players who have already qualified through the speed Chess Championship and the Champions Chess Tour leaderboard, including defending champion Magnus Carlsen. Then comes the group stage. The 16 players will be split into 2 groups of 8, each competing in a double elimination bracket. Every match consists of 2 games, where every move can change the course of the tournament. Only the top 4 players from each group will reach the playoffs. From there is no second chance. The quarterfinals are played over 4 games per match. The semi-finals raise the pressure with 6 games per match. And in the grand final, the 2 remaining players will fight for the title in a best-of-3 sets showdown. Get ready for a chess spectacle in the City of Love, where speed, nerve, and absolute determination will decide who rises to the top.
All right, Damascus, it's Chess Week at EWC. We are stage hosting with the best of the best, all right? Now, I know you don't know chess all like that, but luckily, you got your friend, Hollywood Rob TV. I am 1,300 ELO on chess.com. You're making the right face, okay? Me, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru, if you want to get up to that level, then you have to listen to this right here. Now, to start things off, Damascus, lesson number 1. This is called the opening phase of the game, all right? Show me which move you would make here. You want to control the center. You want to control the center. White to move. White always move. You want to control the center.
Yeah, I want to maybe move the...
You want to move? I think you wanted to move off of your chair and give me 5 push-ups, brother. Huh? What was that? What was it? Control.
The center. No sight.
Yeah.
Opening.
Control. Yeah. I don't know if that was 5 either, but I'm going to let it rock. Okay, now.
Teach me more.
All right.
Rob.
It's important. Okay. Bam, bam. White to move. It's called Fool's Mate. White to move. Come on. What you got, brother? Yeah, I believe in you. Yeah, you ready? It's Chess Week, baby.
Yes, so I can attack.
So you can attack.
With knight, yeah.
Yeah. I want you to go ahead and attack that floor again and give me 10 minutes of planks. Are you kidding me, brother? It's called Fool's Mate. We're going to change the name to Damascus Mate.
What's a fool's mate, bro?
We're going to change the name to Damascus Mate, because clearly you the fool in this situation, huh? It's Chess Week. You going to embarrass yourself in front of Magnus Carlsen, in front of all these people watching from home? Come on, don't you want to be like me and Magnus and Hikaru?
What's Magnus's rating anyway?
Magnus's rating is 100 push-ups. That's what it is. 100 push-ups. Asking me silly questions like that.
All right. Magnus Carlsen, Rock TV, 1,300. Each test is day 3. I'll get there one day. Let's get it.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Esports World Cup in Paris, France. It's day 3 of chess. For some, they get the day off. For others, they've got to play for their tournament life. 8 keys are going to be crushed today. Our final 4 spots into the playoffs need to be earned. The question is, who's going to earn them? Well, it's up to the competitors to decide. Hey, welcome into the Allianz Vaults. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, Nemo, and Anna Kramling. Good to see the both of you. Good morning. It's going to be a great day, Nemo. It's day 3.
Good morning. Indeed, it is going to be an amazing day. This is, in fact, the loser's bracket, also known as the lower bracket. So if any of these players lose today, lose their match, it is GG. Their keys are getting crushed and they're going home.
Going home, man. And nobody wants to go home yet, Anna, because why? Well, there's a lot of money on the line and everybody's gunning for it. We're talking $1.5 million.
This is the day that I have been looking forward to. I love it when there's so much on the line, when the players know that if they make a mistake, they might have to just fly home.
Fly home, and they don't want to go home just yet because they want to play $250,000 for first place. Now, everybody's walking away with a little something, but they want a little bit more, right? And you got to make playoffs if you want to increase the amount of money that you're walking away with. Yesterday was day 2. We moved 4 players forward into the playoffs, and to break it all down for you and catch you up to speed is Mike and David.
Day 2 of chess at the Esports World Cup was crazy. Every single competitor who was still left in was in action, with giants like Magnus Carlsen finally entering the fray. Mike, it was a real roller coaster.
Good news is that we're going to see Magnus again later in the competition. Even better news for him, he gets the day off because he won both of his matches yesterday. He was so Magnus-like on the board, but off the board, he was coughing and he was looking a little bit fatigued. Your thoughts on him?
Yeah, he didn't look physically at his best, but of course the champions, they saved the best for last. Magnus through now, but also the other favorites making their way smoothly to the next round.
That's right. 3 other players won both their matches yesterday. No huge surprises. Nurulbek Abdusattorov, only player to win all 4 of his games. We also had the fan favorite Hikaru Nakamura, and we had Alireza Firouzja, who survived 2 Armageddons, and he was incredibly aggressive in his bidding. Did you think he would bid that low?
He's a brave man, Alireza. He takes risks that nobody else dares to, but he wasn't the only one to take those risks and get paid off.
That's right. 6 minutes 40 was his low bid, but we also had a potential viral moment. We all remember when Magnus banged the table against Gukash. Well, it was actually a triple table slam with Jan Nepomniachtchi. Why did we see that?
Well, Jan Nepomniachtchi mouse-slipped, blundered, call it what you want, but against Hans Niemann, on the brink of a victory, he let it all go in just one move, hence the anger.
Right. I'm sure we're going to see that again a lot on social media. Now, every other player we did not name today has their tournament life on the line. No more losses are acceptable. Every single player you'll see today has to win out to keep playing more. That's the action. Let's look forward to day 3. Back to you guys in the studio.
Scrolling is cringe. Chess is fun. Get all the dopamine of looking at your screen and none of the guilt when you're improving your mind with chess. Want to improve at your own pace? Take a few seconds to complete a puzzle and learn something new. Don't be cringe. Play chess. There's something for everyone at chess.com. Learn, play, and have fun. There's something for everyone at chess.com. Learn, play, and have fun.
Thank you, Mike and David, for the recap. Yeah, Nemo, the emotions were sky high yesterday. The matches were incredibly tough. And for some tables, they got to look out because they got banged upon. Wasn't a nice sight, but you know what? It is the highest pressure, right? Being on the stage in front of the lights, in front of the audience, sometimes the pressure does get to you.
Absolutely. I mean, look, we're all competitive here. I feel like we understand that sometimes emotions can definitely run a little hot, especially when it's something so crazy. I don't know if it was a misclick or if he maybe just miscalculated, but it was very unfortunate for Jan. However, we're going to see him later play against Andrei Stepenko, so it's not over for him yet. He still has a shot. He does need to win 2 matches in order to move on.
That's right. Yeah, for those on the bottom, some have to win 2, some have to win 1. We'll catch you up to speed with the schedule in just a little bit. But did you know we have 2 streams? This is just Stream A, but Stream B has been breaking down the action all tournament long, all the days, and they've been crushing it. Let's check in with Stream B with John and Zach.
Bonjour, welcome back to day 2 of the group stages here at the Esports World Cup. There was lots of action on and off the board yesterday, but today we are focusing mainly on the lower bracket.
Yes, Johns, the big names are through. Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Alireza Firouzja, and Nurulbek Abdusattorov have all made it through.
Now, from a club championship point of view, Team Falcons have 2 players through, which is critical, and HGAL are still alive in the competition, courtesy of Denis Lazovic after he faced Hikaru yesterday.
Yesterday graced us with an absolute bombshell of a match between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Hans Niemann. What about that Armageddon? It was insane.
Possibly one of the standout moments of yesterday with the table slam, the mouse slip. It had everything. Today, though, we have some pretty exciting matches. Pranesh Benjamin Bok is on my radar. We've also got Wei Yi against Nihal Sarin, 2 of the heavy hitters from the tournament, some of the fastest players in the world, especially Nihal. So with elimination on the line, it's going to be very exciting to watch.
Those 2 matches sound very interesting. How about Sarana against Sina Movahead? And we have Andrei Stepenko, who's playing Jan Nepomniachtchi as well.
Lots and lots of heavy hitters all throughout the day today, so we find out at the end of today who advances to the playoffs. See you guys in a bit.
David and I have to pick 2 players who make it to the playoffs today. David Howell, do you want to go first?
Oh, it's a tough one. After you, Tanya.
Always putting me on a spot, the usual here by David. All right, I am a millennial, David. I am going with Gen G as my first pick. Arjun Argai series. I think his style lends himself for a deep run in this format. You know, his combative play, his attacking chess. It's fearless, it's entertaining for us and the fans.
Oh, it's a good choice, Tanya. Very patriotic. Team India?
He knows me well.
I'm going to choose Wei Yi, Team Nemesis. He's a cool customer. He's like the ice to Arjun's fire. He can do anything. He can beat anyone. I think today might be his day.
And what a run Wei had getting into the plains yesterday. It was fantastic, so I see where that pick is coming from. All right, for my second one, I'm going to speak the language of the people. This one's for you, chat. Any guesses? Well, I am going for Hans Niemann on this. You know, he's polarizing. He's got everything to prove, and he plays exactly like that. Love him or hate him, entertainment, drama guaranteed. It's Hans Niemann, who doesn't love a bit of godlike chess.
Yeah, the choice speaks for itself, Tanya. I think the world would love to see a Magnus versus Hans rematch. I'm going to go for Denis Lazovic, one of the youngest players. I think today's going to be his day.
It's going to be exciting to watch. Well, 8 keys will get crushed. 4 players will make it through to the playoffs. Action starts now.
Thank you, everyone, for the updates, not only on StreamB, but also the favorites for today, because today is a big day. And what are we labeling it? It's our Crunchyroll story of the day. It's Judgment Day. It's a big one. 8 keys are going to be crushed. It's all about survival. There are no more second chances today. All the matches, Nemo, that are going to be played are elimination matches, which means keys will be crushed each and every single game. The art of the competitor fully silenced here at the EWC in 2026. When it comes to chess. And we've got some great matches we want to talk about, specifically starting up Benjamin Bach going against Pranesh. These two titans about to face off.
This is going to be a fun one. They will be on Stream B, so don't forget to check that out as well. But Bach has had quite the EWC role change. You know, he was my co-analyst last year on Stream B, and now we're seeing him play on the main stage at EWC.
So he was a talent. But he's always been good at chess, clearly, because you don't just randomly go talent, I want to play some chess, it looks fun, I'm going to go ahead and go on the main stage. So from talent to main stage, that's a cool little story.
It's absolutely amazing. But he is going up against Pranesh, who, I don't know, what do you think, Anna?
Pranesh is incredible. He's only 19 years old, so he is one of the youngest competitors here in the EWC for chess. And he's a really strong player. I believe he is a bit higher rated in classical chess than Benjamin Bach. And I think he's also won against him a few times. I think this match is going to be very close. But we need to remember that the winner of this match will be facing Arjun Erigaisi, who got 4th last year here.
That's crazy, too. 4th place. That's a big matchup, but it's been tough for everyone, including, right, those coming from LCQ. The play-in on day 1. Magnus Carlsen, Ferrugia, right? These matches don't get easier if you want to push up. Let's take a look at our schedule for today. First, taking a look at A stream right here where you are currently watching. We've got 2 lower bracket matches, and then we'll figure out what's going to be going forward. Talking A, Nihao Sarin going against Wei Yi, and then Nepomniachtchi versus Yesipeko. Now, 2 very, very good matches. And for Virtus Pro, right, they are definitely banking on the fact their player goes forward. Anna, which one's the most fun to you?
I think both matches are going to be so much fun. I do want to see, I'm really excited for the Napo Yasipenko one, because we saw Napo yesterday. He did this kind of slam on the table. There were so many emotions when he was playing against Hans, and when he did that blunder at the very end. So let's see, is he coming back today tilted, or is he coming back today full force playing his best chess?
I do think it's going to be very exciting. I honestly am rooting for Wei Yi versus Sarin to be an exciting match, which I'm sure it's going to be. Wei has had a crazy journey to get to this spot. You know, he's been in the LCQ, he played in play-ins. It's been wild. He's been here for like a week, you know? So yeah, he's probably warmed up, or maybe he's tired.
Ooh, could be, right? The fatigue starts to hit, especially with multi-day events such as this. Let's take a look at Stream B's schedule. They're going to have 2 great matches as well. Pranesh Bach, which we just talked about a little bit, but Sorana going against Move Ahead. Now, that's going to be a fun one for Move Ahead, right? A younger player, you talk about 19. Pranesh, right? I believe Move Ahead 16.
16 years old, and I mean, Muhammad, he's just so strong. We saw yesterday, he missed a checkmate in 3 versus Denis Lazovic. So he was so close there to going through. And so, yeah, I think he's a super strong player. I'm very excited. Sorana also very strong.
Absolutely.
Almost, I mean, he had a fantastic match against Hikaru, so going to be a very fun match.
Going to be fun indeed. Can the Young Guns hold their ground on the main stage? That's the big question we have, but of course, they're the ones who give us the answers. For the Club Championship update, it's getting close at the top. It really is. We're in week 6, and we need some updates via Trav for Club Championship update powered by Aramco.
There's already 4 players into the playoffs of chess, and that is going to get valuable Club Championship points for their clubs. So far, it's Magnus Carlsen from Team Liquid, Ali Reza Ferrugia, and Hikaru Nakamura for for Team Falcons and Nordebek Abdustatorov for Na'Vi. This is going to put them in a great position to go forward and try and overtake AGL, who at the moment sits on top of the leaderboard with 3,350 points. Focusing in a little bit more on AGL though, they've just been knocked out of PUBG Mobile yesterday and Rainbow Six Siege in the past week, so much pressure now lands on Denis Lazovic's shoulders. Going into today, he's got a long road cut out for him. Yesterday, he lost to Hikaru Nakamura and forced into the lower bracket, which means he's going to have to get a win today, and it's make or break. Otherwise, he'll be going home, and AGL's week will be over. Team Vitality are looking to mount a bit of a comeback, as they're still looking very good in both PUBG Mobile and Rocket League this week. Just a few more points will get them right on Na'Vi and on Team Falcon's heels, so we'll see if they're able to do that this week. There's still so much more to go throughout chess and so many keys to be crushed throughout today, so stay tuned for more.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Thank you, Trav, for the update. When it comes to the club championship, plenty of orgs still represented. Some have already made it through, like Falcons, for example, with 2 of their players. Team Liquid looking solid. But for AGAL, Denis Lazovic, will he make it as well? He needs to, because Falcons are nipping on their heels when it comes to the top of the standings for the club championship points. For the players, though, they are ready to step onto that stage, and they're stepping off the bus. And John Sargent had a chance to catch up with some of them.
All right, everybody, we got player arrivals now for today's edition of the Esports World Cup. And we have Nihal hopping off the bus. Nihal, how are you doing? How are you feeling today?
I'm good, thank you.
You're good. Sleep well, getting ready for a very important match today, to be honest.
Yeah. I'm definitely looking forward.
Some people call you, and I would argue you probably are, the fastest in the world. We're going to need every ounce of that speed today. How are you feeling?
I mean, I hope to be able to bring my best, and let's see what happens.
Best of luck. How are you feeling today for the match?
It's my last chance, so I will fight.
Look, I mean, you're in the lower bracket, but you played a phenomenal level yesterday, and you had some absolutely fantastic games. So are you feeling good about today's level as well?
Yes.
All right, best of luck in your games, and we'll see you in a bit.
Thank you, John, for the interviews. Wei Yi saying it's his last chance, last dance. He understands it is, but he could extend his tournament life a little bit longer if he can take down his opponent of Nihal Sar.
I mean, today is crazy. It is called Judgment Day for a reason, right? Like, if you lose, you're going home. But if he doesn't lose, he still has to go on to face Fuda. But before that, Team Nemesis, Wei Yi, he had such a long journey to get here. Unfortunately, he hasn't had the best results against Nihal Sarin earlier this year. While we've seen amazing tactics from him in this tournament itself, earlier this year, he lost twice.
I think that this match is going to be a lot of fun because we have 2 different playing styles. We have Wei Yi, who's a little bit more solid, and then Nihal Sarin, who's a little bit more tactical, who's fantastic in Blitz. And I think that Wei Yi will try to maybe get Nihal into a sort of endgame or something more positional where he cannot use his expertise in Blitz and in tactics to beat him.
I do want to say Nihal did win the 2026 inaugural Bullet Championships. So this is going to be absolutely insane. I mean, if you're playing against Nihal as Wei Yi, you really do not want to drop under that 1 minute because Nihal is like not even awake until it drops underneath 1 minute. If it ever goes under 1, I feel like Wei Yi is in so much trouble.
Yeah, that's why we were joking around. When it comes to Armageddon, his bid is probably going to be straight at a minute or just below it, so he can elevate the pressure for himself. It's going to be a tough matchup. Wei Yi's had a tremendous story from LCQ, trying to make it into playoffs. You know, in the Allianz Vault, we've had an LCQ representative in our finals the past 2 weeks. Will we get it for the 3rd week in a row? It's very possible. And let's not forget, last week here in the Allianz Vault, one of the LCQ winners actually won the entire thing, which is such a special story. Now, the question is, who wins this match? What are you all thinking out there? I know you're getting your votes in, and I'm curious what percentage it's at. Is it going to be leaning towards Sarn? Are you going with the LCQ of Wei Yi? That's the big question. Quick predictions. What are you thinking?
Ooh, it's a tough one. Nihal Sarin didn't look the best yesterday, unfortunately, so I might have to go with Wei Yi. What about you, Anna?
You know what? If you go Wei Yi, I would go Nihal Sarin. I think it's going to be a very close match. It's going to be epic. Do not miss it.
Oh, don't miss it. I like it. It's time to get Judgment Day started. 8 keys will be crushed. Who's moving forward to the playoffs? Let's send it to the stage to find out.
Bonjour, bienvenue, c'est la 3e journée pour les échecs à l'Esports World Cup from Day 3 at Esports World Cup. We in Paris, more games today.
And I love that we just dubbed it Judgment Day.
แม่
That
บ
is
อกเอา
exactly
พาร์ท
what's
เดือนที
going
ไม่
on.
เอาพาร์ทแบบ
Keys
นี้โดน
are
ตุก
about to be
เรา
crushed.
ตกไปก็
That
กี่รอบ
means
ไม่ใช่พา
you
ร์ท
ain't
หัว
gotta
แต่
go home, but
หมา
you're gonna
เกิ
have
น
to get the hell out of here. We've got the best players on planet Earth right here and trying to attain glory and lift up this trophy.
จริงอีกคู่หนึ่ง
Absolutely,
เริ่ม
4
แข่งแล้ว
already made it out there. We're back to more for the playoffs where 8 players will remain. But today it's all about
เราดู
validating
คู่
that
แบบ
ticket
นี้
to the playoffs tomorrow. 4 more players will be about to join the top 4.
And this is going to be Wei Yi going head-to-head with Nihal Sarin. This is what we like to call what, Damascus? A certified... What's the next word?
Banger.
Come on, man. A certified
Banger in French.
banger.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's extremely tough to call. You see the players behind us already, and I'm not going to lie to you, I wouldn't want to be in their position. The nerves have to be insane. I'm going to be looking at that heart rate monitor.
Absolutely. The mission is pretty simple for these two. They need to win 2 matches to be able to access tomorrow's top 8. But right now, this match, the players are already behind us. This match is tournament life on the line, Rob.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is about that time. Someone has to go. There's no excuses. This is as close to a meritocracy as you're going to get. Are you strong enough or not? It's about that time. Let's get started with Judgment Day. It's going to be Nihal Sarin versus Wei Yi.
Thank you, Rob TV. Thank you, Damascus. Judgment Day, we've coined it. Nihal Sarin of India, Wei Yi of China. 2 fantastic players on their day. 2 very speedy, cool customers. Tanya, who have you got here?
It's a tough thing, David Howell, that's for sure. No second chances today, and Team Nemesis comes in with Wei Yi's precision and calculation. For Seoul Esports Gaming, it's Nihal Sarin's speed and instincts. These are 2 players who rarely reveal emotions. One of them is going to feel the full pressure of elimination today.
Exactly, last chance saloon. You cannot afford any errors. You need to be accurate, you need to be fast, and you need to take your chances when they come. We see the match prediction
นะครับ
results.
เขาบอกถ้าเรา
in the favor of Wei Yi.
68-32% ครับ
That
อันน้
feels high. It
เว
feels
ยี่
like it's going to be an
68%
extremely close encounter. Maybe just one move could decide it.
เขาบอกว่า
Absolutely,
เวยี่
maybe that
68%
move will not be
นี่
on
ฮาว
the board, but what
32%
happens on the clock? It's going to be absolutely critical for Wei Yi to make sure that he maintains the position to be the decisive narrative and not the clock become the dominant
ผมให้เว
factor.
ยี่มากกว่านะ
The atmosphere is electric here. We can tell you in Paris,
ผมว่า
so much
60-40
going on,
อาจจะเป็น
and
70-30
I'm
ก่อน
sure
เมื่อ
it's
กี้
going to be electric once the games begin. We're just waiting for the first moves now. It is Nihal Sarin starting with White. What approach are you expecting from him? He looks calm, almost meditative, Tanya.
Almost looks like he's had a sleepless night, David Howell. I mean,
อัน
everything
นั้นเมื่อกี้
that
ขอบคุณ
happened yesterday as
ไอ้
well.
เชิญ
Both
มาที่
these
กันครับ
players know one loss
เมื่อกี้ขอบ
and
คุณ
it's
เห็น
goodbye Paris.
ก็
For
ขอบคุณส
Nihal,
มา
it's
ชิก
going
สำ
to
หรับ
be about
KVS Mail นะ
controlled
ครับ
complexity in this one.
แต่
Not
ผมว่าอาจ
chaos
จะ
for
ไม่
the
ได้
sake of
อาจจะไม่ได้
it.
มา
Not
จะ
just
มี
gambling
แค่
away
ของ
the
เรานะ
position.
ของพี่ปอม
He
หรือ
has
ข
to
อง
make
ไอ้
sure
ฮัน
it's a long
ผม
game
ว่าได้ของไอ้
and
ฮัน
then
นะ
try to capitalize in those final
ไอ้ฮัน
few
ยังไม่มาป่ะ
minutes.
น่า
There's
ของ
a
พี่
reason
ปอม
he's called the Flash.
ผมว่าน่าของพี่ปอมนั่นเลย
And the flash, just in a flash here, he plays the
ของพี่
London
ปอมนั่นของ
system,
พี่เจนะครับ
an infamous opening.
ครับ
It's now the Jabava London system with White Knight
เปิด
coming
มา
out,
เป็นลอนดอน
Bishop
ครับผม
coming out too, and yeah, there we go. The first big threat of the game, White Knight jumping out,
ครับแล้วรีบ
hitting a
จิ้ม
pawn.
นะครับตัว
That was
พี
defended,
เซเว่น
but Black Knight now stuck at the edge of the
ผม
board.
เปิด
Quick
อนาลิ
moves
ซิสก่อน
from both players, Tanya.
analysis
This is regarded as a quite testing opening. Not too
What?
much mainline
Really?
theory,
Good
nothing
many.
too forcing, but already Nihal has set out his stall.
We're in Paris, but the London is on the board. Now, traditionally, this opening was considered quite a strategic one, but I think the approach that Nihal has taken with bringing the knight forward, the bishop out, the Jabava variation of it, guarantees excitement early on. We already see Black's knight jumping forward for Wei Yi, taking control of that central square. You can't let that piece stay there for too long. Find a
อัน
way
นี้
to
เลือกม้า
challenge it.
E5 ครับเพราะว่า
Exactly.
เป็น
And
ม้า
that
ที่
will
จุด
likely happen, whether
ทำ
it's
ให้
the
ม้า
White
แอคทีฟ
Knight,
ที่
the
สุดเนาะคือจุด
challenges,
ที่อยู่ตรง
that
กลาง
Black
นะครับ
Knight in the
สี่
center, whether
ช่อง
it's the
นี้
Bishop,
แล้ว
Nihal
ตรง
will
นี้
try
จุด
to
ที่ม้าแอค
remove
ทีฟ
it
ที่สุด
from the
แล้ว
board
ก็
in
ไม่
the
สามารถ
next
เตะ
few
ม้า
moves.
ตัวนี้ออกไปได้ครับโดยว่า
Don't
จะ
they
เอา
know
บิช
we're
อป
in
เท
Paris?
ตัวนี้
This
ออก
is
แล้ว
not
เบี้ย
the
อยู่ตรง
London.
นี้
Wrong city, guys.
Exactly. Why play the London system here in France? But okay, the Bishop steps out instead. White is getting ready to castle. Nihal Sarin. Big question though. What
มีไอเดียไม่ชอบอย่าง C6 ดูเนาะ C6 คือเตะม้าตัวนี้ออกไปเนาะถ้าอยากเตะม้าตัวนี้ออกไปแล้วยังไล่ให้ไม่ม้าอยู่ตรงนี้ด้วยครับก็ C6 อะเตะม้าตัวนี้ออกไปม้าถอยกลับครับถ้าม้าถอยก็มาตรงนี้เนาะแล้วถัดเทคแล้วเบี้ยมันจะเบิ้ลกันครับแล้วถ้าเบี้ยในเบิ้ลกันในตอนช่วงกลางเกมเกมจะเป็นเรื่องแบบปัญหาโครงสร้างที่เบี้ยแบบ
Wei Yi with black, maybe a small initiative for him. The bar shows for the first time that black might have a small advantage. That shows things could flow, things could change. I think if white gets one more move, that could very well be reversed. Tanya, this might be the moment for Wei Yi to wake up and go for it.
It feels like that, right? You've completed your development for the most part. Your king is safe. You've got that one move opportunity right now. I'm expecting the black queen to choose one of the two squares. It does go for a threat against that BT pawn. So for now, Nihal cannot get his king to safety. He needs to spend one more move defending it. And I think meanwhile for Wei, he has to find a way to strike in the center with either the C pawn moving forward or the E pawn.
Exactly. Long term, black will try and push some pawns. To try and knock white off balance. In the meantime, the white queen defends that pawn, and Tanya, I'm expecting, as you say, to try and lengthen the diagonal of black's sleeping giant. Dutch bishop is being kettled on a nice diagonal. It would be great to open that up. First, more developing moves from both sides.
ถ้าว่ามี G4 แค่ปล่อยครับก็เลือกที่8ครับเผื่อจะได้จะดัน G5 เข้าไปสู้ตรงกลางนะมีม้ากันอยู่แล้วก็เรือ
Meanwhile, Wei making his intentions clear. C5 is landing with the rook lined up against the white queen.
Yeah, that one is not subtle. He is pretty much declaring his intentions next move, but very hard to stop.
ก็เดาว่าโอกาสคือเล่น C5 นะ
to push that pawn forward, open up the rook that's just moved. Any rook that stares down your queen, you feel a bit uncomfortable, right? The white queen really misplaced, passive, defending just a mere pawn. He tries to build the solid London system pawn structure here, Nihal Sarin, but feels like the opening has gone wrong for white.
The one good news for white, a case to be made, is the
ว่า
time
ไอเดีย
situation.
มันไม่ได้อยู่ไอเดียหลักของฝั่ง
At least he's keeping the speed going
ไอ
right
เดีย
now.
ดำเลยครับ
But
ก็
they
คือ
completely
ควีน
agree.
ก็คือ
How
แบบ
is the
เคลื่อน
queen
ไปไม่ได้
getting
นะ
out of
คือ
the
ต้อง
way? How is the white knight
ช่วย
coming
ตัว
into the
ของ
game? And look at
B2
that. We were talking
แต่
about
ว่า
one
เว
center
ยี
break.
ยังไม่
Wei is
รีบ
saying,
เล่น
I'm going to
C5
keep my options flexible right
ขอ
now.
คิด
We
ก็กำลัง
might even see the F pawn move
ค่อย
one
เด
step
เวลลอป
ahead.
เรือ
The
ขึ้น
E
มาก่อน
pawn
นะ
landing
ไม่
at
ได้
the
รีบบอก
center.
ว่าเอ้ย
And
ผม
this
ไม่ได้
is
รีบเล่น
Wei
C5 ค่ะ
just
พี่
asking
เดี๋ยวค่อย
questions
ทิ
the
มก็ได้
ball is in your court, Nihal. How do you improve your position?
Very flexible. Wei Yi doesn't want to commit to a set plan here. He wants to
คือไอเดีย
exactly what he's doing
ไอ
next
เดียคือของ
before
ตัวเองคือ
going
เล่น
for a
C5
set
นะแต่ว่า
plan.
ยังคิดบอก
Just
ว่า
to
เอ้ย
show
ผม
the
ยัง
point of
ไม่
this last
เล่น
move,
C5
as
ครับ
Tanya
รอก่อน
mentions,
นะ
maybe
ซึ่ง
a black pawn will land at F6
นิฮาวจะล้อมเล่น
and
B4 เพื่อ
support
ไม่
the
ให้
central thrust
ของเว
in
ยี
the
เล่น
center.
C5 หรือเป
Tanya,
ล่า
that looks tempting.
แล้ว
Meanwhile,
B4 ครับ
Nihal pushes on the other side of the board. He's clamping
นี่
down
พี่ไม่เล่น
on
ผม
black's
ก็
C5
นี่ครับ
pawn
ผม
break.
ก็หยุดพี่
That's
นะ
not
ให้
allowed
พี่เล่น
anymore. It might be the other one we'll see.
You have to find a way to open those diagonals, open those lines if you're playing with the black pieces right now for a way into white's
คำถาม
camp
คือเล่น
right
C5
now.
ดีแล้วค
And
รับ
he instead
เพ
just
ราะว่า
again
หลังจาก
delays that
C5 เทค
development,
แล้วก็
delays that break at the center. He reroutes his
ม้า
knight
เทค
towards
เนาะ
the center of the board
แล้ว
also
เบี้ยเทค
makes a lot of sense. That knight will
แล้
hit
ว
the white
เรือ
bishop.
เทค
Exactly, the knight might come for the bishop. The black pawn now
แล้ว
released
คือถึ
as
งแม้
well.
ว่าจะเสีย
Knight
ม้า
F8
แรก
to the board is
เบี้ย
a
ไป
good
แต่
thing,
ว่า
but he
มี
can
โอ
also
กาสโจ
start
ม
to
ตีเย
chip
อะครับ
away, erode the white pawn structure. Just as an aside here, it was actually the best move to sacrifice to blow open the position according to the computer, but not found. The game goes on.
And that's a tough one to find. You know, you're
แต่
giving
แต่
up
ปัญหา
your
ของ
pawn. There
C5
are
คือ
two
มัน
ways
ค่อน
to
ข้างที่จะ
capture it.
AI
So
นะเพราะว่า
fully
ถ้า
understandable
C5
because
คือคุณ
here
ต้อง
it's not about
sacrifice
being
ม้าหนึ่ง
objectively the
ตัว
best,
แลกกับ
but
เบี้ยหนึ่ง
practically
ตัว
the
แล้ว
best,
ก็หวัง
keeping the
ว่าคุณ
clock
จะ
under
โจ
control
ม
as
ตี
well. And
นิ
Wei
ฮาว
once
ได้
again taking those fast decisions. He's the one who's up ahead on the clock now. The knight comes back, A5 a threat, knight E6 a threat on the board. Nihal Sarin needs to still find a plan.
And there we go. Better late than never. He decides to remove black's best minor piece. We talked about how strong that black knight was.
ม้าตัวนี้โหดมากเลยใช่ไหมในมาแล้วครับม้า D2 เพราะเธอเทคม้าตัวนี้ออกไม่อยากให้ม้าโหดอย่างนี้นะ
Would have been better to play this one about 6-7 moves ago.
Well, did you say a strong knight on E4? Guess what? You can take one, but the other one is headed right there. A different path here. That knight eyeing that D6 central square to consolidate the stronghold on E4 right now. Knight to B5. You capture it. You open a deadly C line for Wei with a big weakness on C3.
Yeah, very interesting move. Creative stuff from Wei Yi there. And yeah, he wants those open lines. He wants some action. He doesn't mind about doubled pawns. That's less of a factor right now. I wouldn't be shocked to see all the knights leave the board in the near future. But Yeah, it's a really tense position right now. Still all 32 pieces on the board, and we've played 14 moves.
Not a single trade, not a single capture has happened until this one night. There was a big threat on that C3 pawn, no good way to defend it. We see one set of knights off the board. I'd be tempted to pick that up with the bishop and not destroy the pawn formation.
Really surprising the way he thinks he we see he does capture with his bishop. No reason to double your own pawns there. The bishop quite strong in the center.
คำถามคือแรกหรือเปล่าครับ
We'll
ม้าตัว
see
นี้
Nihal rush this next decision. It's a big one. If he trades knights, as you say, Tanya, the black
ยังไม่
rook
แรกนะ
opens up. He retreats all the way back home though, and he's saying, okay, that knight might have to go back to its start square. It's going back towards the center. It's going to
ม้า
go
D6
towards
น่าจะดีครับ
black's
ม้า
light
D6
square bishop on the next move.
It does feel like things have gone wrong for white, David. You know, you look at move 16 is where we are on, and it's only the bishop pair that's out and barely anything beyond the 4th rank right there. So many pieces on home rank for Nihal. He still needs a few moves to complete development. I will point out one idea that he set up, that A-pawn ramming up the board to dislodge the black knight, dislodge the black queen.
Yeah, black's knight might be forced back, the queen being forced back. Normally, when your opponent has to start retreating, you feel that you are the one with the initiative, with the momentum on your side. So where you will try and stop that, maybe lash out himself, whether that's the black A-pawn, E-pawn, he
E5
goes for
ครั
the
บ
central break.
จิ้มเลยครับ
Position
จิ้ม
finally
สู้ตรง
Tanya
กลาง
about
เลย
to
ตรงนี้
explode.
He does
ไม่
it.
เรียก
Nihal
สู้
was
ม้านะเรียก
almost
จิ้มตรงนี้นะ
asking for this with all these retreating moves. Almost felt like passive play, where he beautifully
ก็คือโดน
coordinated
ทั้งเบี้ย
pieces.
โดนทั้งบิชอป
The
ตัวนี้นะ
bishops, if they open up, that's not an
การ
ordinary
ที่จี้
bishop.
อย่างเงี้ย
That's
คือ
going
แบบ
to be a sniper
โครง
on
สร้าง
the
เบี้ย
board.
ระเบิดแน่นอนครับไม่
Well
ว่าทางไหนทาง
indeed, and
ก็ตาม
Nihal now just needs to eliminate that pawn. That pawn push too strong. Whether he takes it with his own pawn, there we go, or with the bishop. Maybe
bishop
all
take
roads lead to the same thing.
แล้วเทค
But,
ก็เลือกเทค
okay, we're seeing some trades, some lines opening. The sniper bishop, the archer from afar, has been traded off. Neither side really controls the dark squares now, but as we said, the white knight coming towards the center could trade off for the black bishop if given the chance next move.
And I'm also going to point out for
ม้า
Wei
ดีห
He,
ก
there is another
ก็คือ
break
ถ้าผมว่า
that
แรก
Nihal
แร
always
ก
has
ว่า
to
มี
watch out for. The
ม้าแรก
C pawn
นะ
moving forward,
ม้า
something
เท
we've been advocating for a
แล้วก็
while,
คือ
is
ได้
always
ม้าตัว
in the air for
E4
now.
กลับมานะ
Where
เป็น
he
ม้าที่แอคทีฟเหมือน
consolidates
เดิม
the center further,
คือถ้า
brings his
F3
knight
ไป
back.
ก็
If
จะโดน
there's a trade of
ม้า
bishop,
G3 แล้วก็
he will take that square with his
double
knight.
fold
The rook beautifully placed as well for a rook left, eyeing the king side. Still looking really
ถ้า
healthy
ไม่
for
ครับ
Wei
ถ้า
He.
สมมติว่าเล่น
Very
F3 ไป
healthy.
โดนม้า G3
Evaluation
ไปแล้ว
bar
ฟอก
says
เรือกับ
0.0. Frustrating. It says it's totally level, but the position does have some imbalances. Tanya, who are you
เตะออก
picking
ไม่
right
ได้เล
now
ย
if you had to decide with the board clock situation?
Putting me on the spot with the clocks the way they are, way almost an extra minute there. David,
ถ้า
look
ถาม
at the
คือ
way
จะแลกไหม
the position, the pieces are. Each of Wei's pieces better placed than
เลือก
Nihal's.
A3 ครับ
I'm taking black for now.
Exactly, and
ก็
that's
เป็น
my point too. Like
เพิ่ม
black's
ช่วย
position looks
ช่วยโครงสร้าง
super
ของเบี้ยตัวเองนะ
healthy. Extra minute
เอา
counts
ไม่
for a
อัน
lot
นี้
at this stage. Although you are playing a speed demon like
ก็คือแบบ
Nihal Serene,
เอามากัน
and okay,
ตรง
a
เบี้ยตัว A
modest
ครับ
pawn push there, but
A
it's
กัน
not
B
just black
เฉย
with the
A
pawn
กัน B
breaks.
C กัน
White
B
does have the
เกิด
C
สมมติ
pawn
ว่า
that
เบี้ย
can
ตัว C โดนเทรดออก
launch
ไปแล้ว
forward
A
to
แรก
black
มี
has the
กัน B
stronghold in the center. Maybe white is going to start challenging that. White's pieces passive. They need to come to life in the next few moves.
And I'm also going to point out, even if all the minor pieces go off the board with just the majors left in the position, it is going to be Wei with the more active queen and rooks right there, with the better pawn formation, with easier
แต่
targets.
ปัญหา
So
คือ
it's just going to
ควี
be
น
a
ของ
really long game.
นี่
And
ฮาว
then
ค่อน
that
ข้างคลาส
clock
สิกเลยครับ
situation,
มี
the
อยู่
clock
เพื่อกันเบี้ย
economy
นะ
will matter.
I love it.
แต่ตอน
Clock
นี้หลัง
economy.
พอเบี้ยกันเอ
We
งได้แล้ว
saw
เริ่มใช้
some
ควีนนั่นแหละครับ
really
แต่ว่าโดน
ruthless
บิชอป
flagging
ตัว
yesterday from the likes
E4
of
ครับว่า
Hikaru Nakamura.
บีบคออยู่
After
นะ
the clock, it has to be used as a weapon, but yeah, we'll see if that does come into play in this game.
ใช่
The first game of this match in the lower bracket. The
ก็
rooks
จริง
lined
ก็
up.
หาได้ครับ
Nihal
ผม
Serene
ก็ต้อง
taking
แล
a
กม้า
lot of
นะ
time.
เอา
It's
ม้า
going
แล
to
กไป
settle
ถอด
this
รับม้า
last move.
พอ
He
ม้า
can
แลกมา
improve
แล้ว
the
เล่น
white
ควีน
queen, the
C2
white
อะไรพว
rooks
กนั้น
need
ได้
to get into the game at some
แต่ว่า
point. He can maybe trade off the black bishop.
ก็อะไรจะ
Lots
ลำ
of
บากไป
options.
ครับ
He does press the dynamite button. C4
บูม
on the board.
There's only so much suffering you can take in the position. You want to break out. You want to break free. You know, you
เลือก
need
C4
that
ครับ
space for your pieces
ก็
to
คือ
move
จะเปิด
ahead.
ทาง
And
หา
now
ควี
the
นออก
first
แหละ
big decision
เลือก
for
เลือก
Wei. Does he
C4 นะ
keep
ตร
the
งนี้
tension? There is a
Boom.
threat on the board. That pawn was
Take
about to
it,
move
sir.
forward. With a fork, a decision needed to be made, and it's trade. The center has liquidated.
The center is gone.
Boom.
White has a kingside pawn majority. There's 4 versus 3 on the right flank. It's 3 versus 2 in black's
ก็
favor
คือ
in terms
ตัว
of pawns.
เข้าเป็นอย่างเงี้ยแล้ว
long term that could be
กลายเป็นว่านี่คือวิธีนี่คือเลือกเขาเลือกเปิดคุยทางนี้นะก็คือเขามีคุยที3ให้เล่นแล้ว
now
ตรง
there's
นี้
still a lot of tension. Wei's position still looks beautiful, but if there's nothing to do next, White's pieces will start improving, activating, mobilizing. what to do with Black's pieces.
It almost feels like Wei has maximized everything, and what's next is the big question. But for Nihal, the plan's clear. Now that this bishop that he's beautifully placed on c4, there is a tender spot next to the black king. That f7 pawn. Wei needs to watch out for a queen and a bishop battery in the future being set up. I'm also expecting, given a chance, Nihal will happily trade off his knight for the bishop.
And Wei cannot do the same, of course. Black would love to remove White's strong bishop, but that would be replaced by a white knight, and it would be the first fork of the day. You definitely don't want to take your opponent to fork down here and end up losing material. Wei Yi, we get a close-up, his eyes darting around the board. He's calculating. It looks like he's mainly there we go, looking towards the center of the board where the action is happening. Light square bishops traded off, makes a lot of sense. Black's rook, very strong in that central square.
We're not giving Nihal the opportunity to trade his bishop for the knight right now, so the material remains in a balanced piece dynamics. It's now a knight versus knight. The rooks finally get connected for Nihal, and I have to say it feels like the worst is over.
รู้สึกว่าเรือของฝั่งเว่ยหยีจะดูตำแหน่งโพซิชั่นดีกว่าค่อนข้างแอคทีฟกว่าเยอะเลยก็เลยรู้สึกเว่ยหยีดีกว่านิดนึงนะแต่ว่าไม่ใช่ว่านิฮาวไม่มีโอกาสเคาน์เตอร์เพย์นะนิฮาวก็มีแบบแดงเมาหน้าคิงเล่นเหมือนกันตั้งแต่เส้นนี้นะ
slightly more active pieces, so he chips away at White's pawn structure. But I think you're already looking to the future, Tanya, and you're seeing more exchanges, a bit more safety for Nihal, and clocks the level as well.
And more pieces coming off the board really soon. But the first decision, whose terms do you trade on in this position? Is White going to capture the pawn that's just move forward, or will he allow Wei Yi to be the one to take by lining up the rook against the black queen currently? White knight also needs to find itself in more active squares. It's the latter choice by Nihal. He does bring the rook in. We see a trade, 1 versus 2, but that pawn that Nihal has, it does stop Wei Yi's pawns from moving up the board.
Yeah, pros and cons. It stops Black from advancing, but it is an isolated pawn. Could become a bit weak later. That's what Wei Yi will be hoping for. And I've got to say, Tanya, this is such a classic first game in a 2-game match. You know, Nihal didn't want to take too many risks. It's slow, it's steady. Both sides unsure of their risk appetite. Neither side really going for it yet. Although here, Wei Yi advancing his queen, a nice blockading square. Yeah, often these types of positions, they do come to life a bit later. We were talking earlier about that 1-minute mark. If it becomes bullet, this could really explode.
จะออกทางนี้ครับเพราะว่าออกไปทาง E4 ได้นะก็เลยต้องออกทางนี้แล้ววนนี้นะแล้วเว่ยหยีบอกว่าเทรดกันไหมครับพี่ผมจะเทรดครับพี่ตอนนี้
Nihal Serena, I think one of his biggest strengths will be he will be relying on to get to those final few seconds when it gets to a time scramble. Few can take over Nihal right now, and that move makes the queen the most active piece. Black needs to watch out that diagonal.
Exactly. That move showed the match strategy. Trading queens was probably fine as well.
อันนี้ก็คือเอาม้า B5 นะบล็อกเบี้ยตัวนี้นะ
I want it to go as long as possible for the clock to tick
ถ้าถาม
down.
ผมชอบตำแหน่งเว่ยหยีกว่านะเว่ยหยีคือมีเบี้ยตัว B กับตัว C 2 ตัวใช่ไหมกับตัว B 1 ตัวแล้วถ้าสมมติว่าเคลียร์เบี้ยตัว B ตัวนี้ออกได้อะก็คือน่าจะสบายน่าจะดิวน่าจะรอดครับเพราะว่าไอ้4 V3 เนี้ยมันสามารถกันได้นะ
And those clocks, they keep ticking.
Really nicely handled this one by Nihal. You know, he's just trading his worst placed pieces for Wei Yi's most active pieces. Now Wei Yi wants to capture that with the knight, centralizing it, also hitting the weakness that you earlier highlighted for Nihal, David, in that position. We might see the knight jump forward, the knight and queen hitting that pawn, which has just moved ahead.
Ooh, and the minority attack, that one pawn that we said was isolated, it is undermining 2 pawns now. Black is the one going to be left with a lone isolated pawn on that flank. Yes, it'll be a pass pawn, but still far away from promotion. That's a target. Suddenly, I really like Nihal's chances. White's king
ไม่รู้ดิพอแรกกับเมื่อกี้แล้วผมรู้สึกอยู่ดี
maybe slightly more airy. It's very small factors right now, Tanya, but they could
ๆอยู่ดีๆถือว่า
add up. It
ตำแหน่ง
definitely
นิฮาวก็ดีขึ้นมา
losing his time advantage
พ
is
อ
also losing
หลังจากเพลงแล้วมันโดนทั้ง B7 แล้วโดนทั้ง
And as we see the clocks reach the 2-minute mark, this is what Nihal does. He keeps the threats going. He keeps the tricks coming. He keeps asking questions and makes those move really quickly. Watch out. The black queen needs to stay connected to the rook. That pawn has to be defended. Might be time to start pushing Wei Yi's queen away. But first, Nihal goes back with his own queen, hitting that knight. I'm expecting either a rook to move forward or the white knight to jump ahead with the black queen.
Yeah, that white knight
ไม่เมื่อกี้มันเทคได้เลยปะมันเทคได้เลย
in the center. And yeah, that black knight a bit less stable.
เจมส์ควีนครับ
forced all
ถ
the
อย
way
ควีน
back.
ถอย
It
ยังกัน
definitely
ไม้
feels like
ครับ
the flow is in Nihal's favor here. Wei Yi, it feels like he's just trying to tie up his own pieces and knots. The Black Queen runs away. The first big mistake, and Nihal now after this question mark move can jump his own knight out of the way. Discovered attack against Black's piece in the center. He goes one way. That was actually an even better move. Let's show it quickly. Nihal could have obtained a huge advantage by not going left.
มันมีฟอกตรง D6 อยู่ครับ
Again threatening
มันเลย
some
ต้อง
forks.
เคลื่อนนะ
And here rook to e5 would not have been possible. Let's show the difference. Rook takes knight, and we would have seen a potential sacrifice and a fork to end this variation.
เมื่อกี้คือต้องเล่น F4 ครับเพราะว่าถ้าหลังจาก F4 แล้วอ่ะเรือต้องเคลื่อนใช่ไหมเรือต้องเคลื่อนแล้วพอหลังจากเรือเคลื่อนปุ๊บอ่ะมี G4 อยู่ครับแล้วเรือไปไหนไม่ได้นะต้องก็จะเสียม้าฟรีเอากลายเป็นว่าพอที่ฮาวเห็นโอกาสของตัวเองครับว่าเว่ยหยีกลับมาแล้วดูทรงแทบเสมอ
White Knight could have jumped and been captured. White would have just had a superior pawn structure, dominant endgame. Yeah, now suddenly it's Nihal down 10 seconds, and I can't help but look at the clock. It feels like one of those super close games. It will be decided by the finest of margins. I think actually, despite the fact it's roughly level, a draw may be the least likely result right now.
I completely agree with that, David. I think we're heading into decisive territory here. An attack on that B6 weakness that you have the lone pawn, and where he says, I'm going for counterplay. You take that pawn, you lose your rook on the first rank. The rook will line up against the white queen. Of course, Nihal spots the tactic. He comes back, consolidates the center.
Yeah, that would have been a greedy
คือเมื่อกี้กินเบี้ยไม่ได้นะครับ
he would have got skewered.
คือถ้ากินเบี้ยครับแล้วโดนเรือ B7 นะแล้วเสียเรือฟรีเมื่อกี้แน่นอนครับว่านี่ฮาวเห็นอยู่แล้วนะเลยไม่ได้กิน
moving one square forward, but I just don't like the black king position. It's on an open diagonal, could be hit by some knight checks. It's within checking distance. It feels so loose for Wei Yi. White's king, meanwhile, so safe. It means moves can be quicker, more instinctive. One of the clocks finally goes red under the 1 minute mark. Nihal, it's a bullet game now.
This is absolute bullet territory, and the most important factor when that happens is king's safety, and that's why Wei Yi's planted his queen next to the king, just making sure there are no discovered checks for now. Can Nihal build the pressure? He needs to find a way to kick that knight out. He does it.
นะครับ F3 เตะม้าออกนะ
but
ตร
at
ง
the
นี้
cost of weakening, loosening the white king ever so
ม้า
slightly.
มีม้า C5 เป็น C5 อยู่นะ
There are still tactics.
ยังม้า G อ่ะโอ้เรื่องม้าตรงนี้แทนถ้าโดนคิงแค่2เตะออกได้นะครับตรงนี้
Will be able to check the white king
ใช่
on
เลื
the
อก
back
เอา
rank.
คิงขึ้นเตะออก
Deflection
ได้
tactic. I'm not sure whether we'll see that. The black
คิง
knight
คิงคิง
really nearby as
นะครับ
well,
คิงแค่2
making
เตะ
Nihal feel uneasy. The black knight though, only one square to go back to. Only move territory. If it chooses the wrong square, white obtains a big advantage. Might trap that knight.
ต้อง F5 แล้วไม่เห็นเอาแล้วนี่ฮาวก็ไม่เห็นเหมือนกันครับเมื่อกี้
one move by pushing his pawn, but instead he gets greedy at the wrong moment.
Oh, we're seeing the mistakes creep into both players.
คือไม่อยากครับ
moves
ถ้า
now. That knight would have been trapped
ถ้า
by
สมมติ
pawn
เมื่อ
to
กี้เล่น
G4.
H5 ใช่ไหม
White
แล้ว
now
ถ้า
still with a big
G4
advantage.
ครับ
Nihal,
ถ้า
extra
เห็น
pawn,
G4 ก็
more
คือ
centralization. The black king
ม้า
lined up on
ม้า
the
ตัวนี้
diagonal.
ไปไหน
Wei Yi
บ้าง
in
ครับ
big
เสีย
trouble.
ฟรีนะ
With 10 extra seconds, Tanya.
เมื่อกี้เขาไม่เห็น
20 seconds on the
แล้วเวลาจะหมดแล้วครับ
clock.
เวลาจะหมดแล้วครับ
Are
เล่น
we
เล่นแล้ว
heading
ครับตอน
for
นี้
more blunders in this game? The queen and the knight lined up
เวลา
against the
นี่ฮาว
white
เหลือ
black
น้อยกว่า
king
ต้อง
right
เกือบ
now.
10 วิเลยครับไปหญิง
Maximum
รีบ
pressure
เล่น
on
กันแล้วครับ
Wei
เอาแล้ว
Yi. He walks into a fork. He's
นี่ฮะ
about to lose
แล้ว
a
โดน
rook.
ฟอกครับ
It's forked out. That black rook is gone.
โอ้
There's some checks though.
วี
Can
ถ้า
Nihal
จะ
dodge?
ต้องเล่น
He
เอาชนะ
blocks
แล้วครับ
his queen.
เพราะว่า
Queen perfectly
ต้อง
placed as
ต้อง
a
แฟกเวลา
defender.
แล้วนะตรงนี้
Checks continue
เพราะว่า
though.
เล่นฮาร์ดมาค
Oh,
รับ
10 seconds for Nihal. He's got an extra rook. Surely he should win this.
He should, but there is no should when you're down to 7 seconds on the clock. Wei Yi's
อุ๊ย
playing the
แล้ว
flanking
แรก
game,
ครับ
and just like that,
รถถอย
Nihal
ครับ
blunders, and he's
ยัง
right
ไง
back. Not enough pawns
ผ
in
ม
the
ว่าโดน
position,
แฟก
not
ได้เลย
enough
ครับ
running
นี่
on
ฮา
the
ว
clock. It's 5
ทำไงดีค
seconds
รับ
for Nihal Serene.
And now Nihal Serene cannot win. He only
เสมอ
has
ครับ
that. You cannot deliver checkmate, but just in
โอ้
time.
ย
5 seconds left. It's a draw.
What an absolutely insane finish. That was a
เมื่
roller
อกี้
coaster
ไปได้
game.
ทั้ง
You
คู่
could
เลยนะพอ
see
เวลา
it
จะ
on
หมด
Nihal
กันแล้วอ่ะ
Serene at the end, the
มันพลาด
disappointment
รัว
of
ๆเลย
it all from a completely winning game. And this is what the clock does to you in this format.
Oh, we talked about how Nihal uses the clock as a weapon. So speedy, a bullet champion. But in the end, it was the clock that held him back. That was a tough position. He should really have won with an extra rook. I think ordinarily he would be taking that game home. But Wei Yi, credit to him for finding counterplay, finding resources, and not making it easy.
กลับมาแล้วตอนแรกผมนึกว่าไม่หญิงจะมาแพ้จะโดนแล้วอะ
And it all paid off in the end. The final game between these two players. If it's a draw, we'll have an Armageddon. If it's decisive, one of them will go through one key, will
คู่
get crushed.
อีกคู่หนึ่งเมื่อกี้ปาเนสชนะ
No room for
ช
further
นะเบ
error.
นจามิน
That
บ็อก
was
นะ
such a nervy game. We said it.
เดี๋ยวเรารอ
It
ดู
looked
คู่นี้
like
ต่อ
such
น่า
a
จะดีครับ
cagey encounter. Neither side really doing too much for the first 8-9 minutes.
เมื่อ
It
กี้
felt
คือ
like
เบน
they
จา
were
มิน
just
บล็อกได้อะไร
waiting for
มา
the clocks to tick down. But wow, what an explosion it was. That was a tactical minefield. And ultimately both players surviving, but barely.
It felt like for the first 9 minutes we had a completely different gameplay, and that last bullet territory, we were watching something from a different planet right there. Both players barely taking a second to make their move.
ก็คือเบนจามินบล็อกได้เหมือนจะได้บิชอปมาแลกกับ
I think that's one of his biggest assets.
ได้เรือแรกบิชอปมามั้งแล้วตอนแรกคัมแบ็กกลับมาแล้วด้วยแต่ว่าพลาดเอง
Exactly same but slightly quicker for Nihal. That's going to be his attempt, his strategy for the next game. If he just had 5-10 seconds extra on his clock, he would have won. For Wei Yi, the chess side of it, the middle game didn't quite go according to plan, got slightly outplayed, so maybe he'll be trying to play a bit more on the front foot as the game kicks off. Wei Yi also opening with his Queen's Pawn. We see a Queen's Gambit, no London system this time.
Not at all an interesting approach by Nihal. The first 3 moves made by the pawn, keeping things flexible, taking away some development squares for the bishop. Landing on f4 now. We see a quick trade that's about to happen in the position.
Yeah, I said no London system. The white bishop then came out to f4 immediately, got traded off. But yeah, this is still relatively well-known territory of the Queen's Gambit decline.
4-1 ครับอันนี้ก็เป็นมูฟที่เห็นบ่อยใน Queen Gambit ได้ไนะครับ
very
เนื่อง
solid.
จากว่าหลังจากเทคแล้วลายที่เป็น open เซมิ
Interestingly,
open file นะ
keeping all
เรา
of
ม
his
องเห็น
options
นี่เลย
open here as the black queen
น่าจะ
steps
สามารถได้
back.
ทีเทคเลยครับตรงนี้
And Nihal, that looks
ยังเป็น
like
ไอเดีย
a
ที่ผมพูดอยู่
slightly
ครับคือ
tentative
เรือ
move.
นี้
Still needs to
เห็น
get
ตรงนี้เลย
developed
นะ
on that queenside flank.
He does, and he did exactly that in game 1, just delaying his development, and it got him into a bit of pressure right out of the opening. Wei Yi trying to find the way to do exactly that same narrative that we saw earlier. Is this the moment that we see a trade at the center? Will he bring his bishop out very often for white? You want to delay the development of the light squared bishop before there's a decision between those 2 central
ผมว่าถ้าเล่น
pawns.
Queen C2 นะ
Exactly. If you
Queen
bring
C2
out your bishop too early, there might be a trade. You
มัน
have
มี
to
ไอ้
move the bishop a
เกือบ
second
ถ้า
time.
เล่น
You
Queen
lose the
Gambit มันจะ
tempo.
มีอะไรอย่าง Queen C2
Although
Queen
maybe
B3
one
เลือ
move
ดที่
here,
1
one move there doesn't matter that much. It's still frustrating to have kind of lost a move. So now, if black trades off the pawn on c4 on white's terms, the bishop comes out in one sweeping movement, and white gets castled quicker. So useful move with the queen. I'm expecting black to try not to capture yet. Although, yeah, lots of choice here for Nihal Serene.
Slightly surprised with this early thing that Nihal has gone into an opening that he should be very well prepared when he makes all these pawn moves. Now he's looking for more space on that left flank, looking for ways that when he does capture that c4 pawn, the b pawn will move 2 steps forward with momentum.
Exactly. Now he's saying to Wei Yi, please break the tension, do it on my terms. I think we will likely see a capture. There are many strategies where you could step forward with the white c-pawn. You could wait a little bit longer, but you don't want to wait too long. And especially while the white king is still planted on his home square. Okay. Again, it feels like we're getting a similar type of game, Tanya, to the first one, where maybe a quieter start, nothing too dramatic, but surely eventually it'll come to life.
I'm so surprised, David, with everything that we saw in game 1 between these 2 players. Nihal is the kind of player with under 20 seconds on the clock. He could be dead lost, and he finds ways to turn that around. He was down and up an entire rook in this one. And talking about crazy things happening, it's Wei Yi who's exploding this position. The G-pawn moves ahead. There's a hook in the position. He's coming for G5. The white rook ready to line up against the black king.
ให้ทำอย่างนี้คือ
You're saying the first game was surprising. This last move surprising. Firstly, that it was played by Wei Yi. Secondly, that it gets given a question mark.
เรือ
That
G1
is a
เนี่ยครับ
typical type of
หลัง
move
มา
in some of
F6
these
แล้วก็
structures,
พยายาม
especially
โจม
when
ตี
the king
ฝั่ง
has
นี้นะ
committed itself and white's king a bit more flexible. But here, white's king is never going to the queen's side. That's stuck in the center. That option is gone. Black
ยอม
hasn't
ก็
done
คือ
that
ก็
much
คือยอม
wrong.
แซกเบียร์แหละเพื่อ
But
บุ
I
กฝั่ง
guess there is a
คิง
hook.
ไซ
Oh, I think the acid test is either trying to take this pawn or doing something quick, active in the center. Flank attack, normally the antidote is a central strike.
And this is the moment Nihal needs to decide on either of those 2 options. But David, I will say that this is typical, like you said, of this opening. I'll also say very typical of this time format. Even if objectively, even if the computer doesn't approve of it, these are the kind of questions you need to ask your opponent to force them to burn the clock, because that is a decisive factor, just posing these very complex troubles early on.
Exactly, and now the whole point is if this pawn is captured by the black knight, then black's knight has lost control over the center, so white would be able to take back, and the game continues. Central pawn for flank pawn, white gets the open g-file to stare down at the black king as well. Makes a lot of sense, a bit scary, but if you don't take this pawn, it could be even scarier. Another option would be to trade off in the center, but most likely white will step forward, and a white knight combined with a queen. There's checkmating ideas. For now, covered by the black knight.
ค่อนข้างที่จะเล่นเยอะเหมือนครับสำหรับ
This is what Wei Yi wants, and we have another move
Queen
instead,
Gambit นะ
a
คือ
central
เล่น
strike, and it's
ตรงนี้
pure
เพื่อแบบ
chaos
คีป
now
เท
on
น
the
ชั่น
board.
กันตรงนี้นะ
I
แล้ว
love it.
เทรดกันตรงกลางครับ
Wei Yi is going on the right flank, and with his king in the center, Nihal's decided he wants all those open lines as possible. And now it's on Wei Yi. Does he capture upon? Which one is it going to be?
คำถาม
Either
คือ
way,
ถ้าจะเทค
Black
ตัว
gets
อันไหนเทค
activity
ดีครับ
against the White King,
แล้ว
who reaches
ไหนดี
first
ครับ
to the
รู้ว่าจะไม่
party.
เทคแล้วคิดเทคชั่นต่อแล้ว
Normally, I'm inclined to
เอา
say the
มาออ
king
ก
in
มา
the
เอาไม่ชอบ
center
ออกมา
is the one
นี่
that's
ยังไงดีครับ
less happy. But
สำหรับเว่ย
Wei Yi, it is his move. White has slightly better development. Both knights out. White's queen looking pretty decent. White
เท
is
ค
going
ไหม
to
จะไม่
strike
เทคไหม
on
เสร็จ
that
เดเวลลอป
king
เดี๋ยว
side.
เอามาขึ้นจะยังไงดี
Wei
ครับ
Yi, he took a massive risk with this pawn push. He's backing himself, maybe because he thought he got outplayed in the previous game, wants to do something a bit different here. But Tanya, this is such a high responsibility decision. If this backfires for Wei Yi and he gets punished, it's self-inflicted.
Absolutely, and that's a very smart choice, a response by Nihal
Ria-
Sareen right
Ria
there,
di
pushing the
ครับ
C pawn, not going for the expected pawn trade or a pawn capture like you were earlier highlighting. And now Wei Yi's decision to take the C5 pawn. Nihal can capture either the G4 pawn or the C5 pawn, but he says,
ยัง
I'm
ไม่
not
ได้เทค
really
คื
like
นนะ
that.
อัน
I
นี้
just want my pieces into the game. He wants to start
คือ
expanding the
อัน
E
นี้
pawn
อันนี้เล่น
ahead,
อย่าง
the
นี้
D
เพราะไม่อยาก
pawn
ให้เล่
ahead.
น B4
Wow,
ครับ
that's such a
เพราะว่า
calm
ถ้า
move
B4
from
กันเบี้ย
Nihal,
ตัวนี้
who
ได้แล้ว
closes
จะเป็น
his
ปัญ
eyes
หา
there.
ยาวๆนะ
He could have captured 3 different pawns.
เลือก
Pawn
กันเบี้ย
takes
ตัวนี้
pawn,
แทน
knight
ครับ
takes pawn,
สำหรับ
queen takes pawn.
เว้ย
Could have done anything.
ก็
He
คือ
said
เลือก
none.
เบี้ยตัว G ครับ
Didn't want any of
ไม่
them
ไม่แคร์ครับ C5
developing
แต่คิดนี่
his
กินไปเลย
priority. But
ปล่อย
now,
เลย
after this last move, Wei Yi is
เทค
finally
ก็เทค
ready
มา
to
ครับ
pull
ไม่
that
ไม่รีบ
trigger,
อยู่แล้วครับ
push the G pawn forward, G for go.
เดี๋ยวนี้
and
หา
the
ว่าไม่ได้
Black
รีบกิน
King
เลยหานะครั
sweating.
บเพราะว่ารู้อยู่
It
แล้วว่าเบี้ย
really
ของ
is.
ตัว
You're
เองนะ
looking at all those
ดูก็ได้
options.
คืน
It's
ค
time
รับ
for Nihal to pick up one of the pawns in the center, get the pieces into the game. Wei Yi is always looking like a chill customer right now.
แต่เลือกอยู่
He's
ครับ
calculating
มัน
what
ต้องเลือก
happens
เพิ่มอยู่ครับ
once the
ว่าจะ
G
เอา
pawn
เบี้ย
moves
ตัว
up the
ดี
board.
กินนะครับ
Is
ว่า
Nihal
เบี้ย
going to
ตัวบ้า
capture
ไหน
with his
ดีครับ
queen, or
ตรง
will we
นี้
see a
หรือว่า
pawn
ตัว
take
นี้หรือ
spawn?
ควีนหรือยังไงดีครับ
Both of those must be at the top of his agenda. He needs to do something, Nihal. He's about to get attacked. He's also temporarily a pawn down with black. A bit of a shake of the head from him. Maybe regretting he hadn't clarified the tension just one move
ไอเดีย
earlier.
นะครับอยู่ที่ว่านี่ฮา
His
จะเอาไหน
position should still be fine. He just needs to keep up that speed, not allow it to become a one-sided attack.
ไม่ชอบที่แบบว่าหลังเทคเหรอครับแต่ว่าหลังเทคควีนเทคใช่ไหมแล้วบิท็อปก็ต้องถอยอยู่ดีครับแนะนำ
Reinforce that with
แต่
the
จาก Queen
H pawn
Take
moving
เบี้ย
ahead
C5
first,
เห็น
and
ปะ
that comes with that
แล้ว
much
บิช็อป
more
ตรง
firepower
C4 มันจะ
once
แฮงอยู่ใช่ไหม
G5
เราก็
does
ต้องเลือกอ
arrive.
ยู่
It
ดีครับ
is
ว่า
big
จะเล่น
pressure on Nihal Sareen, who's down
บิ
by
ช็อป
a minute on the
D3
clock.
ไหมแต่บิช็อป D3 ไม่ค่อยดีครับเพราะว่าเดี๋ยวโดน
Hard here for black.
เรือ
The worst
D8
case
มา
piece
แล้ว
is probably
ข้าง
the
เป็นปัญ
black
หา
light
หนึ่ง
square
ก็คือ
bishop. That's
ต้องกลับ
often
ไป
the case
E2 อยู่ดี
in
นะ
the
หน้า
Queen's
คิง
Gambit. Black's bishop still at home, still asleep.
ก็เลย
That
ไม่
blocks
รู้สึก
a
ว่า
rook.
ไม่รู้สึกว่ามีปัญหา
And until you solve the problem of those two pieces, you're essentially fighting one or two of your army down. And right now, Wei Yi
ใช่ครับ
activated
เป็น
almost everything.
ข้อ
White's bishop is about to come to life as well. It definitely feels like this is the first critical position Nihal needs to come up with something clever.
Critical on the board and in his mind as well, because he's got to be kicking himself with what a let go of an opportunity it was in round one, and he finds himself in big trouble under big pressure on that G line right out of the opening in game two.
Yeah, he should be 1 point up on with kind of 1 foot in that next round, but instead it's level footing. He could be about to be leaving Paris if Nihal doesn't speed up, doesn't find a good move here. Maybe the most logical would be to trade off those pawns. There's been too much tension. Too much has been kind of hanging in the air there, especially lower on time now, Nihal, by 2 minutes. You need to clarify things, simplify things, make your next few moves easier, trade off pawns. Just decide. It has to be one of the white pawns on the C file, those double pawns that's captured. He takes with the queen instead. That's fine too, but it took a bit too long.
And how much of a problem is that going to be for Nihal? It was a critical moment with so much pressure on him right now. And for Wei Yi, will he go direct? Will he push the G pawn? Or will he make it even more troublesome by first advancing the pawn next to it and then threatening a very deadly blow on that knight on the king's side? Nihal Sareen has to be calculating all of that because he is down by about 2 minutes on the clock as well. David, H4 or G5? One of these two moves is about to happen.
Definitely, Tanya. Especially, he said G, why not say H as well? And the one move I'm not expecting is a trade of pawns in the center. That would just allow the black knight to recapture. Pieces would come off the board. That's not why he played G4. And there we go. He pushes 1 square further. He's all in on the attack.
G5 and we live, and I'm expecting him to counter Nihal's idea. If he captures that pawn with his rook, he just makes sure that Nihal's pawn in the center is paralyzed, X-rayed by the rook in G5, hitting that queen and also eyeballing the black king on the G line.
Makes a lot of sense there. Normally you would want to maybe take with the knight, but that would have given black a lot more options. This 5th rank, this lateral pin, really nice. Kind of freezes black somewhat. And here, how is Nihal going to continue his development? How's he
จุด
going
เดียว
to
ที่
wake up
นิ
this
ฮา ฮาวที่เขาเซฟได้
black
คือ
pieces.
นี่ฮาวต้อง
The
เห็น
queen
ควีน
vulnerable.
E7 นะครับ
So much on the to-do list, but so little time. We see there Wei Yi with 94.6% accuracy in a crazy position like this. Very impressive.
super impressive. He is one of the youngest players to ever break the 2700 barrier in the history of chess, known as the attacking prodigy of the game. And I think this is one of those masterpieces in the making if he's able to finish off this attack. For now, Wei Yi has given up the rights to castle for the rest of his game. That king is going to stay in the center. So if the attack doesn't come to fruition, that could be big problems for White's king.
Castling is overrated anyway. Castling is so last year, out of fashion, out of vogue. But okay, the black queen goes back. That's not a pawn sacrifice. If White takes everything on the d5 square, captures a pawn, takes with his knight, at the end, the black knight would leap forward, come to b4 with a fork. The last thing White wants to do here is to open up black's bishop. So just to put this on the board, this is not a sacrifice. If there's a capture, yet another capture, this would be a huge mistake, a blunder, and at the end of the day, a fork. And we've seen forks in this in the first game. This would be something to avoid for Wei Yi. That explains his last move as well. Pawn to a3, covers the b4 square, no more knight jumps.
That is full board awareness. It just felt like all the action was happening on the right flank and you're focusing on Nihal's king, you're focusing on how do I get my other rook on that G line, but no, that's not Wei Yi. He sees the entire board and pieces it together. He now puts pressure on that central d5 pawn. Notice how every move has come in with a threat.
A3 เนาะ
Exactly. That is really calm as well. Not just full board awareness, but to kind of play on one side, then take a timeout, play on the other side, to feel that you have that
การ
time
เบี้ย
as
ตัว
a
ดีนะตอน
luxury.
นี้ปัญหาที่
It's
สำคัญที่สุด
very
ตรง
impressive, and
เห็
Nihal
นเข้า
does
ตรง
take
กลาง
that
แล้วที่
time
มีแบบ
that he's been given
ม้า
to
เล็ง
at
เบี้ย
least
ตัวดี
centralize his rook.
แบบว่า
It does feel
สี
like
ม้า
this is hanging in
เบี้
the
ย
balance. I do
เรือ
worry about the clock, just based
ม้า
on what we
เล็
saw
ง
in the first game
E4
from Nihal Sarin,
E4
but for now,
E5 อย่างเงี้ยครับ
things are still under control.
It's under control, and I do worry
ทุกอย่าง
about
ก็
Wei Yi's king. I will again point this out that
อุตลุดกันไปหมด
unless
ถ้าตรง
Wei
กลาง
Yi's attack
ตอน
on
นี้
that right side, and I'm not really
มัน
seeing
เป็
the
น
way
การ
forward
ต่อสู้
here.
แค่
How
ต
do
รง
you
กลางกัน
get
นะตร
to
ง
it?
นี้
Because
สำหรับเกมนี้
knights
ครับ
are a king's best friend. You've got a beautiful defender on f6. The queen close enough as well, keeping everything safe and intact. But meanwhile, Nihal's got plans of his own. The
ใช่
d pawn's
ครับ
about to break
ต้อง
through. The
พูด
e
ต้อง
pawn's
พูดว่า
about to move
อันตราย
forward.
ทั้
The
งคู่
bishop's
เลย
about
เพราะ
to
ว่า
come into the
ตอน
game.
เนี้ย
This is a 3-result
ขาว
game,
กำลัง
David Howell, with draw
สู้
being the
ด้วย
least
ตรง
likely
กลาง
event.
อะครับ
Definitely,
ด้วย
we said that earlier. Draw
เบี้ย
was
ตัว
the least
สี่
likely. Of course, it ended up being a draw after some
มันคือ
real
4กับ
twists
E
and
สู้กับ D
turns.
กับ E อะครับ
One side being up
เพราะ
a
ว่าเขา
rook,
เทรด C
then
กับ D
suddenly the clock
ไป
playing
แล้ว
a factor.
เมื่อกี้
This one, I agree. A draw the least likely. We see a trade
Yep.
finally of pawns, but Nihal has timed it really,
take ก็ได้
really
นะครับ
well.
take
Now
take
rooks
แล้
are
ว
about to leave the board, as we see here, and White essentially has gone all in on an attack that just hasn't really materialized. White's
ครับ
rook
เทค
not
แล้วมีก็
coordinated with the
น่า
rest of
กิน
his
เบี้ย
pieces,
คืนครับตรงนี้
and I'm expecting the
งั้
White
นเดี๋ยว
bishop
มีปัญ
now
หา
to
เรื่อง
come
การ
out,
กันแน่นอน
regain
ครับ
the
ใน
pawn,
ควีน C7
restore the material balance, but there
ไม่
we'll
ได้
see black
คืน
advancing
หรือ B5
with
นะ
gain of time, with tempo,
B5
pawn
เล
to
ยไหมครับตอน
B5,
นี้
bang, the black bishop finally coming to life.
It does, and that comes with a threat as well. The white knight will be on pre on f3, so two developing moves. The rook ready to line itself
คือ
up
ที่
against
จิ้
the
ม
queen.
B5 ไป
We'll
เพราะ
see
ว่า
all of this
ห
play
นึ่ง
out.
คือ
And
ได้
like
ได้
you
หนึ่
were
ง
saying,
ได้
the
เทมโป
rook
ฟรี
on
นะ
g5,
แต่
it
ได้
looks
เกม
really
ได้
beautiful.
จิ้ม
It looks like an attacking piece.
บิชอปเขา
But
ต้อง
there's
ถอย
no
ครับ
assist to that
ใช่
attack.
แต่บิชอป
There's
เขาถอย
no
ก็คือได้
firepower
เดเวลลอปบิ
pushing
ชอป
it
ฟรี
through
นะบิ
right
ชอป
now.
B7
And it
แล้ว
feels
ก็เล็ง
like
ม้าตัว
Nihal's
F
taking
นะ
over the initiative.
ทำให้
Exactly, and
การ
that's,
ต้อง
that's why
ต้อง
we
เล่น
say
บิชอป
all out
E2
attack,
แล้วจะ
all
ได้
in,
มา
everything like
กัน
that.
ม้า
Because
ตัว
if it
นี้ครับ
doesn't work, you're just left with weaknesses. Not only has White gone for this attack and nothing else really panning out, but White has an isolated pawn. White's king stuck in the center. White's rook, kind of the board's cut in half. White's rook, queen on opposite flanks. For Nihal Sarin, everything kind of defending each other right now. Everything centralized, looking slightly
ก็
better
คือต้อง
on
ถอย
both
เนาะ
board and
เพราะ
clock
ว่า
right now.
แล้วบิชอป
It's
เล็ง
looking really nice for Nihal, but I'm going to make a case for Wei's attack here, trying to find a plan. But it takes 3 moves. David, that H pawn that we were talking about, give Wei a couple of moves. H4, H5, H6 is the dream for White. Do you think he has enough time to achieve it?
Ooh, Esports World Cup, that's where dreams become reality. Maybe, Tanya. I say maybe because it takes so long, and often you don't get that in chess. In the meantime, Black would be creating some threats of his own, but he's got to try it. Wei Yi, I agree. At some point, now he's going to move his knight out the way, and he might
ครับ
be
ถ้าเรื่อง
able
เนี้ย
to
คือ
throw his
เลือกที่จะย้าย
h4 forward.
ม้า
There
หนี
we go.
ทิ้ง
Into
แท
the
นนะเพราะว่า
center.
ไม่ยอม
White's
กัน
rook is
บิชอปตัวเอง
undefended, so I'm a bit
เลือกที่
scared. But
เก็บ
I don't
บิ
think
ชอป
Black
ให้
can
แอคที
take
ฟแล้วย้าย
advantage
ม้า
of
หนี
that
ตรงนี้
yet.
มากกว่าครับ
More likely the Black knight or the Black rook still stuck on the 8th rank. They are going to start moving now.
Very brave. LPDO, loose pieces drop off, but Wei says you don't have any attractive knight jumps, and for now, Nihal waits with the rook development. He challenges the active knight on e5. You look at Nihal, you know he's feeling comfortable with his
ดู
position
แล้วก็ท่า
right
ที่จะน่า
now.
เทรดพอสม
Knight
ควรนะ
c6,
แต่
you
ว่าเลือก
trade, the
เทรด
bishop will
ก็
capture.
เทรดครับ
And nearly 97% accuracy for Nihal Sarin. Despite that early shock, suddenly getting attacked out of the blue, he's answered it perfectly. Over 97% now with his last couple of moves. And H4, we called for it, Tanya. The most logical, most human plan. Not only defending the white rook, but maybe even going further with that battering ram of
ก็เป็นไอเดียที่ค่อนข้างมนุษย์มากนะแต่ไอไม่ชอบเพราะว่าไอเดียที่4คือพยายามที่จะโจมตีเบี้ยฝั่งคิงต่อครับแล้วเนื่องจากการเรือนแล้วก็พยายามจะโจมตีเพิ่มด้วยนะแต่ว่าไอไม่ชอบเลยครับแค่เมื่อกี้
He really does, but does he get that time now? Offering a trade of all of the minor
สนใจเทรดไหมครับ
White's queen is opened up, staring at the black bishop. This pretty much forces some trades. The black knight was just too good a defender. I think Wei Yi was impatient to get past it, but now the bishop, is it actually better than a knight?
David, it's also the king position. Bishop versus knight, king versus king. And again, the point we've been highlighting, White's king is suddenly the more unsafe one. Even if you trade the last set of minor pieces, it will be the black queen that's ready to seize the C open line coming in with some checks. This is advantage black.
Definitely. In major piece endgames, heavy pieces here, queens and rooks, it's all about king safety. Black simply has more shelter. 3 pawns in front of the king. Given a question mark, I agree, Tanya, maybe the queen could have found a different path in. But here it is, teaming up with his rooks. So a very natural move. And surely here, Wei needs to get his king out of the center. Finally, shuffling across, he's going to try and castle by hand. He's going to try and pretend he castled by getting the king over, but not allowed. Queen into H2, swooping in.
Access denied to do just that, David. What a move this is, getting the queen closer to the king, also eyeballing that H4 pawn. Now the white king finds shelter at the center of the board. And if Nihal wants, he could propose a draw, a repetition by falling back with the queen from where it came from.
แต่เวลาก็เริ่มเหลือน้อยครับทั้งคู่นั่น
He's
เหลือ
not
คน
going
ละ
to
2
go
นา
for
ที
that
นะครับ
idea.
ตรงนี้
I think he wants more
อาจ
here.
จะได้เร่งเวลากันช่วงท้ายอีกแล้วครับ
more chess, but does Nihal want that too, or does he want to keep going, take his chances here? Evaluation bar back to level now because Black did have a slightly better route forward, but he's offered to repeat the position. He's threatening checkmate in one move. Queen coming down to D1
นี่ครับ
at the
ตี
bottom
ครับ
of the
ควี
board.
น
The
ดี
White King has to
เรื่อง
run.
It has
ทิ้ง
to
เวท
run
อีมัน
either
ครับ
up or down the board. Queen to D1
ต้อง
will be
ต้อง
game
ใช้
over.
คิงหนีอย่างเดียวครับ
If Wei wants to take this to the Armageddon, he
เล่
can
น
just
ควีน
fall
ที
back
2
where
หรือ
he
คิง
comes
F3
from, and
นะ
then the ball in Nihal's
เพ
court.
ราะว่าเขา
Looking at
กำลัง
him, I
สุ
feel
ด
like
บท
Armageddon
เรื่อง
is very
ควี
likely,
นดี
but
1 เมตร
Wei
แล้วคิง
is the
F3
one
ครับ
who gets ambitious here.
Wow, it looked like he was swatting away a fly there on the camera, Wei Yi, or maybe he's trying to G up the fans, but the position repeating. Second time we've seen this position.
เสมอไหมครับ
Queen
อย่า
goes
เล่นเอา
back.
เสมอไหม
Nihal is
เฮ้ย
pretty
หยี
much
บอก
happy
ยอม
with
เส
the
มอแล้วครับ
draw. Wei Yi, I
เมื่อ
think
กี้เอาคิง
here
กลับไปครับ
draw makes a lot of
ถ้าส
sense
ม
for
ม
him
ติว่า
with such a weak king.
เอาควีนถอยกลับไปก็
Could
คือ
we be going
ไม่
the
หยียอม
distance?
เสม
Will
อ
we
นะครับ
get more chess?
เมื่อกี้
Is this the end of this game?
Very
เอา
likely.
ควีน
You're
ที่
talking
6 คือ
about
เส
the
ม
weak
อ
king
ครับ
long term. Your pawn's doing
เอายอมเสมอ
amazing,
นะ
doing amazing as
ว่า
well.
หยี
If
กลับไปไหม
you're Wei Yi, and we see
เสมอ
that queen to
เรียบ
H2.
ร้อยครับ
Get that queen back, and one more
Okay,
time, it will be game over. That will be a 3-4 repetition if Wei Yi falls back with the king.
Oh, clockwise,
รอบนะครั
they're
บ
almost level as well.
เพื่อ
I
เส
think
มอ
Wei Yi here just has to hedge his bet, say
รอบนะค
my
รับ
king's
E6
too
กับ
open. That white king
ค
will
วีน
not
กลับไป
survive. And there we go.
ก็
It
ยอม
is
ครั
the
บ
third time. The position repeats. It's a draw. We go to Armageddon.
It's an
But
Armageddon.
Armageddon
It goes
ครับ
down to the wire with both these
โอ้
players
แต่คู่
just
คู่นี้
pushing
กินกันไม่
each
ลงจริงๆ
other
นะ
to their limits. What a battle this has been in these top first two games that we've seen right now. And now it means for Nihal and Wei Yi, little time to reminiscence, little time to think about. They need to give in their clock bits.
ใช่มันพลาด
Exactly.
กัน
They're
เยอะ
bidding for time
แต่
now. The
มันพลาด
lowest
ช่วง
bid
ท้ายที่
will get
ไม่
the
มีเวลาเหลื
black
อ
pieces in the next game. We'll get draw odds. So 2 results, a win or a draw, would get them through. Nihal, it feels like he was on the front foot towards the latter part of this game. He was definitely on the front foot in the first encounter today. Despite 2 draws, he might feel he's the better player right now. How risky does he go with his bid, Tanya?
How low can you go is always the question with Armageddon. Anything below 7 minutes to get those black pieces is always a shocker for me, David. I'm expecting around a 7.5 to a 740 mark bid by Nihal, and similar for Wei Yi right now. You know, the funny part is for the first 2 games, both of us said draw is the least likely outcome, and that's the narrative the games took. So I'm not sure if our predictions mean anything at this point.
Yeah, maybe that will make them braver and want the black pieces, want those draw odds. The fact that even crazy positions do seem to go towards a draw at 728. Wow. 728 from Nihal Sarin. We'll get Wei Yi's bid in a second.
So around the 7.5 minute
เวยี
mark,
ละเอ้ยหยี
trying to
กี่วิ
get
ครั
the
บ
black pieces makes a lot of sense. I think that's a
ดุ
safe
นาย
bid.
ครับแล้วโช
Looking at
ว์
2
ของเว
draws
ยี
that
มา
have happened, getting that
เป็น
result on. Will Wei Yi win the mind battle? Will he outwit Nihal? And he outwits him.
7 นาที
He goes
9 วิ
7-9.
ครับ
Wei Yi starts with the black
เวยหยี
pieces.
ปะเวยหยี
Nihal
จะเป็น
10
สี
minutes
ดำครับ
on
ต
the
อน
clock.
นี้
Will
เวย
take
หยี
white.
มาน้อยกว่าครับ
Wow, Nihal
7
Surin
นา
will
ที
be in a
9 วิ
must-win situation. That is brave from Wei Yi. Yesterday, we saw an almost reckless bid from Alireza Firouzja, not just once, but twice, going under the 7-minute mark. Wei Yi just above 7 minutes, but that's a 3-minute deficit. He will be banking on the fact he holds on, but the first game today, he had black, nearly lost. That was with level time. He's got to do it again, but with that clock handicap.
The
7
format
นา
so
ที
deadly.
9 วิ
We call
ครับ
it
เวยหยีเป็น
Armageddon
สี
in
ดำแล้ว
chess,
เนี่ยครับ
and
เป็น
this is
7
it,
นาที
David.
3
At the
ครับ
end of this
เป็น
game,
ไทยเบรกเกอร์อาร์มาเกดดอน
will
นะค
be
รับรอบ
crushed.
นี้
For Wei Yi,
ใคร
there's
ชนะ
no other
ก็
path.
ได้
He
เข้า
has
ไป
to play for win. A draw
รอ
will
ใน
not
เซมิไฟแนลใช่ไหมครับ
suffice.
ส่วนคน
What
แพ้
does he
ต
have?
กเลย
Up his sleeves.
It's going to be a difficult one for both. There's going to be nerves jangling. Armageddon is everyone's favorite format. And yeah, that key crushing will occur just after this game. But whose key will survive? Which team will be celebrating come the end of this encounter? Whose journey will continue? Nihal looking very focused now. Looks locked in.
He has to be locked in. It's the Allianz vault right now to get that win with white. Absolutely critical, or the end of his dream here in Paris for Nihal Surin. What a match it has been for these two players. Nihal starting with the white pieces. Are we expecting another Jabava London?
Oh, I think whatever we're going to get, he's going to keep the pieces on the board. That's clearly been his strategy. Armageddon, you normally go very direct, attack from move one, or you play a bit slower. Keep all the pieces on the board, prolong the game, hope that you maintain your 3-minute time advantage right till the death when the opponent's clock ticks down, then change the pace, then go for blood. But yeah, I think it's the latter strategy. Nihal with that Jabava London, he kept a lot of pieces on for a long time. It was slow, it was steady, and he wanted his chances only later. I think if not the Jabava London, something equally kind of along that vein, keeping the pieces on the board.
This promises to be a thrilling battle. Now, one player who needs to be steady but not slow is Wei Yi with 7 minutes and 9 seconds on the clock. David, that is so borderline of how low you can go for the black pieces right there. So speed, absolutely critical in the first 15 minutes. And it's go time. It's Armageddon.
It's go time. Armageddon, let's get it on. There we go. Knight's coming out. It's the Reti opening from Nihal Surin. He simply keeps those pieces on as we predicted. He's going to get his king castled. And black now is also going to Fee and Keto. This gives white a lot of options, Tanya. But I think this was something that maybe could have been predicted by Wei Yi, that Nihal is happy to go slightly offbeat, not direct here, not allowing Wei Yi to trade off all the pieces early.
And eventually we will see a trade right now. I like that approach, David. Keep as many of them as possible. Get Wei Yi low on the clock before making critical decision. We see the first imbalance in the position with Nihal's central pawn moving forward, lined up against that black bishop. Be careful. Jumps. But till that d5 pawn is tender, Nihal is safe.
Exactly. And we'll see exactly what he has in store here. Bringing out the queen like this must be open preparation. The speed with which Nihal Surin is making his moves. He's definitely surprised Wei Yi here. Wei Yi spending a little bit more time on his opponent. That's not a good sign. Big surprise as black. When you're already down on time, that is the worst case scenario. But the white queen is a target. Looks a bit clumsy. Black bishop coming out to a native pawn. White's knight stepping back. And you mentioned d5, Tanya. Black central pawn under heavy fire right now.
It really is, and it isn't comfortable to defend that with moving your e-pawn ahead. That could trap that bishop on the light square, which just came out for Wei Yi. Instead, he brings the queen out. He's eyeballing that pawn next to the white king. Some nice jumps, but it is a pawn sacrifice.
มีปัญหาทั้ง B2 และ F2
Black's compensation is that
หนึ่ง
the
คือ
pieces
เล็ง
will come
B2
to nice
เขาไม่ให้
squares.
B2 ไม่สามารถออกมา
Nice
ได้แบบได้อย่าง
centralization.
ปกติ
White's queen a bit
ต้อง
offside.
เค
White's
ลียร์
got
นะครับ
multiple
เรื่องปัญ
pieces
หา
still
ของเบี้ย
asleep on the
B2
back rank. So time, I guess he's trading off for this pawn sacrifice, but the acid test is surely to take it. Nihal, he can't really develop his
ไม่
pieces.
รู้ว่านี่ฮาจะลอง
Dark squared bishop start,
บิชับ
rook
E3
start.
ก็ได้
You
ครับ
have to
แล้ว
take the
แล้ว
pawn,
เพื่อจะ
cling on
เทค
and
เบีย
hope.
ใช่ไหม
Someone tell Nihal about piece
เท
development
ค
and
เบียแล้วก็ต้อง
openings. I
เท
mean,
ค
all 3 games,
มา
what
มา
we've
เท
seen,
ค
the
เรือเท
narrative
ค
right out of the first 15 moves, multiple pieces on the home rank.
Exactly.
That's not how chess is supposed to be played, David Howell.
That being said, the top players, they know the rules, so they also know when to break them. Nihal, definitely don't try it at home. That's the vibe of his chess today. Massive risk taken, really asking a lot of his own position and the resources, but he's now a pawn up at least there's something to cling on to long term. Pressures on Wei Yi on the clock, but also to justify that pawn sacrifice.
One move that comes to mind, which has a very human approach, line up your rooks on the open lines. The C file I see the D file, which will come with a pin along that central line. Get that rook there. Again, such an important factor here. Wei Yi dropping below the 6-minute mark. He brings the rook from the edge to D8, threatening the E pawn moving forward. You pin it and you win it. So Nihal needs to watch out.
Yeah, something about that white rook in the center, the fact that it's undefended, he has to kind of protect it now, he has to get pieces out, and yeah, he has to walk the tightrope, it feels like, put pressure on the pinned piece, as they say, that D file, massive tension, and really awkward pin. What is he going to do to protect his rook?
It's not a comfortable choice to make if you're Nihal Serene right now. You can't fall back with the bishop. You can't move the other bishop to connect your two rooks because the B2 pawn, also soft in the position, will fall. With dire consequences, that one. Either you over-defend your bishop on D5, move that E pawn ahead or move the C pawn ahead. Very tricky choice to make. Not that much time.
There we go. Multi-purpose move. He blunts the black dart square bishop on the diagonal. The white queen now defends her rook in the center along another diagonal. Very, very healthy move, but black is so active. There might be tactics in the air.
You're looking for them already. You're smelling tactics, and as does Wei Yi, he plants his bishop at the center. That might look like a sacrifice, but it is a double-edged stab. That's a brilliancy, the first of this game right now. And the idea is that white was to capture the bishop. You lose your own key of the position. Pawn takes bishop, rook takes bishop. Lots of weaknesses around the white king, and that D4 pawn hanging as well.
Exactly. Suddenly the white king is a bit airy. The squares around it that look very, very tasty for black's pieces. This is a beautiful severance tactic, cutting the connection between the white rook and its bishop. Not just that, but you're forcing the hand because black is also threatening a pawn with a check. Maybe he's going to have to head into that variation. Or maybe he's got something else up his sleeve.
You said pawn with a check? I see a pawn with a check for Nihal Serene. He could go back to tactics in this position and then it just blows up. And that's too much for me to handle right now, David. If bishop takes pawn and then you capture the bishop, what are we making of this complication? This is going through Nihal's mind right now.
Definitely, and here black can recapture the pawn in the center. White will be a pawn up, but as we mentioned, with so many sleeping pieces on the first rank, black has definite compensation. Just looking into the future, this might be something we see, and it will be black on the attack.
เขาบอก AI บอกว่าถ้าคุณอยากกลับมาเท่าเสมอกันคุณต้องเห็นบิชอปกิน F7 ครับ
Wei is a deep calculator. Nihal knows exactly when to calculate and when to go on autopilot, and I think this is those critical moments where you need to spend that extra minute. He goes for the more cautious approach. He blunts that bishop out. No bishop takes pawn for you, Wei. He hits it, and is this the moment that you capture the bishop that would allow a pawn takes bishop at the center with a healthy pawn structure for white? I like this approach.
He was looking at the sharper lines, and we were looking at them too, and we were unsure. He's unsure too, so he keeps it nice and solid. He's hoping to erect a nice pawn wall in the center, a bit of a blockade created on the dart squares. I still like Wei Yi's chances, to be honest, especially because the white king, so many weaknesses, holes around it, but the immediate damage has been averted, and the clocks continue to tick. Now is keeping the game alive. 1.5 minutes up. There we go. Bishops off the board. Opposite color bishops now. But
คิงนิฮาวค่อนข้างมีปัญหาเรื่องช่องสีขาวนะเพราะว่าหน้าคิงไม่มีช่องสีขาวนะครับแล้วเห็นบิชอปขาวไปแล้วมีปัญหาระยะยาวด้วยนะครับเรื่องช่องสีขาวนะเพราะว่ามีแค่จีนที่ไปได้นะครับช่องสีขาวมา
And for Nihal, that is big problem. Wei Yi doubles down on the D file. He's threatening a central break right now. The E pawn moving 2 steps forward. You're winning the D4 pawn next.
ถ้าจะไปโจมตีว่าหยีสามารถกัน
huge pressure. I wouldn't be surprised to see him over the next 2 or 3 moves kind of spend
ช่องดำ
time
ของตัวเองได้นะไม่เหมือนที่นี่ฮะสลินที่กันช่องของตัวเองไม่ได้เนี่ยวัดการช่องดำได้เพราะว่ามีโครงสร้างเบี้ยของว่าหยีดีกว่าของนิฮาวนะ
All of black's pieces, this has been the theme of the day, Tanya. All of Wei Yi's pieces, active, centralized. Nihal, coordination minimal. And yes, he's a pawn up, but that's pretty much the only good thing we can say about this.
Quality of pieces over quantity of pawns has been the name of the game today. And look at that, you're up a pawn. What do you do? I'm scared of your attack. I want the queens off the board. I'm expecting Wei Yi to deny that trade right now. Keep the queens on, play for the light squares currently. Getting the queens off will only give Nihal
นะ
more
ครับที่
room
ไม่
to breathe.
ไม่หยี
Oh, he does
เลือก
it.
มาเลยครับว่า
This
โอ้
is
โห
the
พี่
match
ช็อปขาว
situation,
คือ
the
ตัวเมนของ
Armageddon,
เราหรืออะไร
and
นะ
the draw odds
เพ
playing
ราะ
a
ถ้า
role. I
เรือ
think Wei
เรือ
Yi
แปด
on
มาดี
any
เจ็ด
other day, if
เฉ
he
ยๆครับ
needed to win, would have
หลบ
kept the queens
เฉย
on.
ๆนะ
That was probably a
ห
better
ลบ
move.
พร้อมกัน
But he
เผื่อมี
knows
ปั
a
ญหา
draw
ใน
is
อนาคต
enough,
นะ
so he gets the queens off. He's trying to regain his pawn, win back the pawn in the middle of the board,
จะเล่นแบบ
and he
ปี
feels he's taking
B5 แล้ว
less
กัน
risk
เบี
here.
ยตัวเอ
Makes
ได้
some sense due to the
ตัว
match
มีเรือ
situation.
เล็งอยู่นะ
Very professional approach by Wei Yi right there. Trailing the match, he would have never gone for this, but this Armageddon demands it. A draw with black means that Wei Yi continues his path at the EWC. Now Nihal expanding with that pawn. He wants to try to hit the knight. The rook on A1, hitting the pawn on A7, but Wei Yi's piece is beautifully placed to stop any potential threats.
Yeah, all the light squared are covered right now. The light squares, if there's a blockade, you cannot bypass them. How are you ever going to win this game? If all the rooks come off, most likely a draw. Black doesn't rush to regain the pawn. A mysterious bishop move, hitting the white rook. That will likely be blocked
ผมไม่
by
แน่
a
ใจว่า
pawn.
เท
The
คได้
bishop
ไหม
is
เมื่อ
going to
กี้
go further back. I'm not
ถ้า
exactly
เท
sure
ค
what he's
แล้ว
trying
โด
to
น
achieve
ซี
here,
สี่
Tanya, but at least he's trying to get some quick moves in. This was it.
สี่
Discovered
สี่ห้า
attack. The black rook
เรือถ
suddenly
อย
on the 5th rank, hitting the white
เหยียบ
bishop. He got his own
หก
bishop out the way first.
ไม่ค่อยดี
But
เท่าไหร่ค
this
รับ
looks maybe
แค่
a
เทค
bit
ไม่ได้
too
นะ
flashy.
เทคแล้วโดน
And did
ที่
he take
ยี
enough
เกิน
time to
เมื่อกี้
calculate all of that? I do
ตั้งแต่
see
แร
the
กนะครับ
bar
เทค
went
แต่แรก
up right after this
ยีโด
decision,
น
which
จี้
means
เกิ
there
น
are potential tactics in the
ตรงนี้
position
มีบิชอป
apart from
F4
obvious
อยู่เหร
moves.
อ
Now, if Nihal picks
ซึ่ง
up
เนี่ย
that bishop, that is
ผ
exactly
ม
what
ไม่ค่อย
Wei
เก็ต
is
เรื่อง
hoping
AI
for in
เท่าไหร่
this
แต่
position.
ผมคิดว่ามันก็ดูไม่
But
แย่
it
ขนาดนั้น
smells like there's something deeper here. Will Nihal find it?
Yeah, it's fascinating. Earlier, there was this weird bishop tension. White's bishop on d5, black's bishop on d4 next to each other. Now there's weird bishop tension. Again, both bishops hanging. And most likely here, in order to win this game, Nihal needs to keep as many pieces on the board as possible. Most likely he moves or defends his bishop. More trades, that's more safety for Wei Yi. Closer to the draw and an Armageddon victory. I think he needs to move his bishop, Nihal Sarin.
Absolutely. If you're looking for that win, you need to make a decision that doesn't trade that off. And I'm just looking, and he does exactly that. I'm also eyeing that rook at the center of the board, which can be hit with the c-pawn moving forward. You know, David, the reality is it doesn't have too many squares.
It's getting kicked. The rook moves, mistake apparently, and suddenly Nihal with a big advantage. First big mistake of the game. He has to keep pushing those pawns. Black's pieces are so loose right now.
It's the idea we were talking about when the b-pawn went up the board. You want to destabilize that knight. The white rook beautifully placed without making a single move in the game to pick up that a7 pawn next. Nihal's taking over in this endgame.
สมมติว่าม้าถอยเป็น E7 ใช่ไหมครับแล้วโดน B แล้วมีต่อครับคือ B3 ครับแล้วกลายเป็นว่าเบียของนิฮาวแข็งแรงมากๆครับแล้วอยู่ในจุดที่ค่อนข้างดีนะครับ
As we mentioned, the white rook is ready to swoop in and maybe creep in behind with some attacks, checks against the black king. Suddenly everything is hanging and white can just consolidate. White can just hold the fort. 3 protected pawns about to go up in material and black's rook is in no man's land, trapped behind enemy lines.
He goes forward though, gets a question mark, but he's getting aggressive. Is Wei Yi right now trying to get behind enemy lines on his turn? I want to point out that suddenly Wei's king also has got the Swiss cheese right there with the black holes.
Black holes that the bishop can come into, but more importantly, Tanya, huge move. The knight is trapped, nowhere to go. You can bring your bishop back and hit it, trap it. This is a huge advantage. You can also bring the bishop forward. So many nice options. He does find it, and here we go. Look at this rook sacrifice, and the knight will survive. But suddenly Wei Yi losing on material.
That is huge right now. And knight does jump in, hits that white rook. All you need to do is get it to safety. You could choose your own square. Nihal takes a breath. He knows he's so close to continuing his run right now. But he was up a rook in that game 1. And he knows it's not over till the last move isn't played against Wei Yi. Which square does he choose? I just think you can even grab that pawn, David.
You can. Plenty of squares for the white rook to use right now. The most impressive thing for me here, Tanya, it's a critical moment. Both of these players' lives on the line. They could be leaving the Esports World Cup, but their heart rates still pretty low. Wei Yi's has been rising. Nihal's down under the 80 mark. He finds a great move. The white rook just cements everything. The pawns are protected. He covers the c4 pawn. Black's knight alone is not going to create enough damage. Black's bishop now cannot get greedy. Fantastic move there from Nihal Sarin.
Absolutely, a controlled performance is this one on the heart rate.
อันนี้เล่นบิชอป A4 ครับเพราะว่าเหมือนไม่อยากทิ้งเบี้ยตัว C ตัวเองครับแบบว่า A7 ก็ไม่กินแล้วครับมันจริงมันแลกได้ครับแต่ไม่อยากแลกเฉยครับแลกเบี้ยนะ
Where is Wei Yi going to find it?
เพราะว่าถ้าสมมติว่าแลกบี้กินบิชอป E7 แล้วเสียทั้ง C3 C4 และ B5 เลย
remains in his half of the board. I don't see any problem for Nihal.
เลยเลือกกันเลย
And okay, he's banking everything on this pawn pushing forward. The downside is that it's easily blockaded by White's rook or bishop, and White has control over the dark squares. The White King is going to come soon as well. The Black Knight doesn't really have too many jumps if the White King is able to centralize itself. Wei Yi, he's banking everything on that pawn, Tanya, but it's not enough.
You don't have any assist to get into that second rank. Now that the king has moved away from any potential future knight checks, the black knight can't even find itself on that central square. You would lose that pawn. Instead, Wei Yi consolidates the right flank. No more advancement for you there, Nihal. He captures a massive diagonal on the board. Watch out for any back rank checks.
Wow, Nihal Surin's accuracy in this game, just incredible. Playing such fantastic moves, and he's really sped up as well. It feels like the danger is past. Look at this, just everything defended, so professional. All the pawns protecting each other now. White's bishop controlling all the key squares. Black's knight. It looks nice, but it's trapped. It simply cannot move. And all he needs now is to find a second avenue of attack. His material up. White's rooks, if they are able ever to get to the open lines or towards Black's back rank, it's just game over.
And the one thing stopping all of that from happening is Wei Yi's knight and city controlling some key squares for the White rook to find an open line. Meanwhile, Wei Yi's rook doing a defensive job as well. And this is what you were talking about, a big trick in the air. Rook takes knight was a massive threat with the idea of checkmate.
That has been denied, at least for now. Black's king getting off the 8th rank, so any checkmates will not come with tempo, at least. No checks on the back rank. But look at the White's rook. It's going to zigzag. It's going to sneak back now. It took a few turns, but now it's finally ready to slide across.
At some point, I'm also expecting Nihal to open a different avenue with a move like the cheap pawn moving up the board to dislodge that black bishop from defending the central pawn. He's getting ready to do just that as Wei Yi's rook finally steps up.
That is denying a exchange sacrifice. White's rook cannot now take that black pawn, give some material back. He's just waiting though, and maybe now, if he wants to, now is the moment. He's going to be a pawn up with a dominant position. White's bishop way superior than the black knight. There we go, giving back some material to simplify this equation. The White rook is about to enter the 7th or the 8th ranks. Black is in so much trouble here. Wei Yi down to the 1-minute mark. The rook can simply get greedy, start advancing.
It's 6 versus 5 on the pawns, a more active rook, a beautiful bishop dominating that black knight every trump with Wei Yi. For Nihal Surin, it's going to be about finding the tricks, trying to fork White's position with the lone remaining knight. He first gets the king into the game. Wei Yi needs to start pushing those pawns.
Feels like there must be a way to trap that black knight, but Nihal shouldn't spend too much time trying to do that. He can keep this simple in so many other ways. Okay, he does go back with his rook. The black knight only has 1 safe square. Okay, still no jumping squares for that black knight, and a pawn hanging on a7 is going to be a 2-pawn advantage and counting. This is looking like he can almost pre-move now, Nihal Surin, as the clock goes red under 1 minute. But keep things simple. Start taking those pawns.
And just don't spend too much time on those decisions right now. He's up to pawns. He's setting up a meeting. Can been captured. Rook 8 was checkmate. Forcing Wei Yi's king out to the center. Wait, finally the H pawn coming up.
It's the knight.
ถ้านิฮาวใช้เวลาน้อยแล้วเผลอพลาดมาเผลอแพ้ได้นะพลาดแพ้สักพลาดหรือเสมอว่าต้องชนะอย่างเดียวนะเสมอไม่ได้นะอย่าพลาดนะ
Oh, this is so professional, Nihal. He is going to show us his bullet skills now. The king, the bishop combining. White rook is going to be doing the damage.
He does hit that 3rd pawn, gives a check, does Wei Yi, the king falls back, but there's no good way to defend that pawn. That's 3 extra pawns on the left flank, as Wei Yi has lost his entire army on that side of the board. Hits the knight. The bishop attack simply planted at the center of the board, gives a check, and both players now under 30 seconds.
Oh, the clock is the only thing really here that can save Wei Yi. He needs a miraculous knight fork. Not easy. The knight can't really ever check the white king. All he needs to flag, but checkmate incoming. The black king is boxed in. The white king coming in. Pawns advancing. Nihal missed this move though. The rook stepping back. He's getting close. But can he put the finishing touches on? Knights and bishops off the board. It's a rook endgame. Still plenty of time to go.
And plenty of pawns to go as well. That's 2 extra pawns. Nihal needs to win this all over again. It's all about the clock. 12 seconds is that time enough for Nihal to win a completely winning position.
2 pawns is too many. He would win this if there were an increment. He would win this on any other day. But 9 seconds now. He needs to make a new queen. He needs to get black to swap off his rook for that pawn. He's given up one of the pawns. He's about to promote.
Wei Yi giving up? Right there. Nihal Surin gets the win in the Armageddon, takes the match, and for Nihal Surin, he keeps the key for Wei Yi. It's goodbye Paris.
Wei Yi, this is the end of the road, but Nihao Serene, the man of the moment, the speed he showed there to turn things around. He was seconds behind on the clock. He was seconds up by the time the game ended, but more impressive was the endgame technique.
Just fantastic stuff there, and has to be said, Nihal in that game one so close to victory. For Wei Yi finding his way back into the match, but the Armageddon was where it settled, both players really taking this one to the edge. What a hard-fought battle and a soul-crushing win there for Nihal Serene.
Exactly, soul-crushing indeed. We have to say he did deserve it. Probably over the 3 games, he took his chance when it finally did come. But yeah, game 1 he could have ended it as well. And nice to see a handshake. Great sportsmanship. A lot of respect between these two.
ไม่มาครับวันนี้ไม่มีทั้งแม็กนัทไม่มีทั้งฮิคารุไม่มีฟิรุจาไม่มีโนดีเบกรถเต็งขึ้นไปหมดแล้วครับเข้าหมดทุกคนไม่มีใครพลาดแล้วนั้น
Coming into the plains undefeated, finds himself in the group stage. Fantastic fight today as well, and this was where it was all decided at the end. Nihal Serene putting the soul in survival there, gives those checks, but not enough. Nihal gets the win, and for more breakdown, we head to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we're about to have the key handed over, please one more time, a round of applause for Wei Yi. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, officially the key handed over, and now for those who are not aware, here at the Esports World Cup, that key that Nihal is walking with officially represents a player's tournament life. That represents a player's tournament life, and right now Nihal has to crush his opponent's key. Our first one of this event. Congratulations. Only needing one more to qualify for the finals, ladies and gentlemen. One more for top 8. Nihal right here. You can press a hand to crush your opponent's key. This is for all events. Yeah, you just press this forward, brother. Yeah, no worries. It's all good. Don't worry. You're safe. Big Hollywood keep you safe. Don't worry about it. Okay, there's going to be a little bit of a pop. Be covering the ears up, too. Okay, and it's done. It is officially done. Ladies and gentlemen, right here, this is the highest level of play as Nihal Serene takes out Wei Yi and only needs one more in order to push his ticket all the way into the top 8. We're going to be right back with even more EWC. Let's send things to the studio.
จะส่งกลับมาให้สตูดิโอนะโอ้ยเกือบไม่ทันอ๋อมิวเสียงไว้นะครับท่านบอกไว้ครับว่าไฟส้มอันตรายครับช่วยไม่ได้ครับมิวไว้ให้แล้วครับวันนี้อาจจะไม่ได้ไปสตรีมบีนะครับคิดว่าอาจจะไหลยาวยกเว้นว่ามีคู่ใหญ่นะครับเพราะว่ามันทีละคู่เนาะวันนี้ก็เลยน่าจะอยู่สตรีมยาวใช่ไหมครับอันนั้นผมคือเมื่อวานตั้งแต่เพย์อินกับกรุ๊ปสเตจมันจะเป็นแบบว่าวันละ2คู่เนาะแต่ว่าวันนี้เป็นมาแปลกๆครับก็คือแบบนัดที่คนต้องควอลิฟายเข้ากันก็คือมาทีละคู่นะพอมาทีละคู่ก็เลยเดี๋ยวนั่งรอก็ได้ครับชิวๆไปเรื่อยๆครับเมื่อยต้องคิดเยอะเพราะวันนี้เกมมันไม่ได้เยอะครับมันมีเกมแค่รอบละคู่เฉยก็เลยต้องทำอย่างนี้นะก็อาจจะไม่ค่อยมีอะไรครับวันนี้เหนื่อยกันนิดนึงปล่อยชิววันนี้เน้นรออาจจะค่อนข้างเยอะนิดนึงครับวันนี้ไม่มีเกมแข่งรอนะเพราะว่ารอต้องรอเซตทีละคู่ครับ
ครับก็เปิดเสียงให้คืนกันนะครับ
set the tone, honestly. And I think this is a moment, Anna, that you were particularly passionate about, and you pulled it out. What are we going to be discussing?
I was very excited when I saw this on the screen because it looked as if Nihal was just able to win a piece. This was the moment. We see that the queen and the rook are both attacking the knight, and in that previous position when the rook was in the center, White could have pushed the pawn, attacked the rook, and wait, this is a little bit later, but Nihal had a moment there where he really could have force the rook to move away from the protection of the knight. There we go. F4. The rook doesn't have any place to go. He's pushing the pawn 2 steps forward, attacking the rook. And no matter where the rook goes, the rook can be attacked again. And then the protection of the knight is gone. And Nihal would win a piece, which at that level would basically mean winning the game.
อยู่ครับแล้วเรือไม่สามารถหนีไปไหนได้เลยครับเรือจะโดนแถบอยู่ตรงช่องไอ้แถว5นะเขาเรือต้องเขาเรือบังคับอยู่แถว5ก็คือเวอร์จบแล้ว
Now he's a little bit more battle tested. The only thing that Nihal wasn't prepared for was crushing the key. He was apprehensive about pulling the lever. Is my hand going to get stuck in the machine?
No, perfectly safe out there, I promise you. But I got to say, yeah, the key crushing is an exciting aspect of it, and he might have to get used to it because he might be crushing yet another key today. Now, for Wei Yi, again, we celebrate his accomplishments. He's been playing incredibly well. Unfortunately, his game has been crushed. However, it doesn't mean that we don't get a chance to catch up with the match. That matchup, John Sargent set down with them. Let's hear what Wei Yi has to say.
Wei Yi, sorry to be talking to you under these circumstances. Please talk to us about that Armageddon game. When we saw Bishop takes d4, it looked like a really crazy middle game.
Yes, I think it was like on my computer, but I'm not sure after e3. I think black should be okay, but I think maybe I went wrong after maybe after queen b3. Yeah, I think should be okay for me, but in Armageddon game, everything
อันนี้คือผมไม่แน่ใจครับพูดถึงที่แบบว่าเขาก็คิดว่าหลังจากบิชอปเทคแรกกันแล้วน่าจะโอเคแล้วหลังจากควีน b3 b4 แล้วโอเคครับแต่ว่าปรากฏว่ามันไม่ได้โอเคนะผมมานั่งรู้แล้วผมพลาดไปก็ไม่เห็นเรือแล้วก็ไม่เห็นเรือ A4 นะครับ
Towards the end of that game, yes, Nihal was winning, but at the same time, both of you were getting very, very low on the clock. We thought someone was going to flag, but you ended up resigning in the end.
แอนนาครับว่าหยีน่าเป็นคนจีนที่พูดอังกฤษชัดสุดแล้วครับ
try something different to maybe try to flag him.
ชัดมาก
Yes, maybe, but I think I didn't have too much experience on bullet games, so yeah, so maybe I should play more bullets. Yes, after this.
Well, look, he's been crushed here at the EWC, but at the same time, it's been a very long tournament. You've gotten very far in it as well. Talk to us about your overall experience at this tournament.
I think it's even I'm out today, but I think it's really a special experience for me. And yeah, I really enjoyed the games and. Yeah, in like LCQ and also in the main events.
SPN ก็เจอ
Thank you very much, Wei. We look forward to seeing you again soon. Thank you.
แล้วคนเดือดมาเจอกันด้วยครับคู่นี้
Doom scrolling is cringe. Chess is fun. Get all the dopamine of looking at your screen and none of the guilt when you're improving your mind with chess. Want to improve at your own pace? Take a few seconds to complete a puzzle and learn something new. Don't be cringe.
ไม่รู้ว่าจะเล่นเชสรอได้ไหมครับก็อาจจะนั่งชิวๆไป
Learn, play, and have fun.
ผมลองไปทักทายพี่ท่านนะครับ
Thank you, John, as always, for the great interview. Anna, getting a little bit of insights into Wei Yi's mind in that matchup.
Absolutely, and we know that Wei Yi said that he's going to practice more bullet in the future so that he can get even better at flagging opponents. I look forward to seeing Wei Yi playing more 1-minute chess.
Yeah, either way, highly consistent, back-to-back EWC appearances. Who knows, maybe next year we'll be seeing him once again. But regardless, though, around the venue, man, it's been insane. I'm hearing fans cheer every which way, left and right. And Trav is going to give us the update with Club Championship update powered by Aramco.
We're over here at the SCC Arena, and it's Rocket League still throughout the rest of this week. We just had a bit of a kind of rumble going on behind us because Falcons have managed to get a win on the board. It might not mean too much leaderboard movement, but they're definitely catching up.
Well, to be fair, it does put them 50 points behind AGAL, so considering some of the other games that are happening this week over for chess, and also the fact that they are now in that top 8 with an opportunity to catch even more points here on Rocket League, I think that is quite big for Falcons. This is exactly what they were hoping to get because they looked so strong as well doing this.
Yeah, I will say as well, this puts a lot of pressure on Dennis Lazovic over on our stage in chess as well, having to get some points on the board for AGL, or as they might just be called by the end of this week.
หาพีเปิดอย่างไม่ให้ไม่เข้าอาจจะยากครับอาจจะต้องใช้คนละเบราว์เซอร์หรือเปล่า
Big Eugenian Trav for the update. Yeah, it's getting loud just off to my left, and we know why. Falcons are on a terror, and they might be on a terror during our playoffs as well. But Nepo and Niemann, they're up to something. They're given their tier list powered by Aramco.
Hello, it's Niemann from Aurora Gaming. Hello, I'm Hans Niemann. I play for Godlike. Now we're going to do some blind rankings of the greatest chess players. No one else but Bobby Fischer. I would probably put him to the S tier because of like his overall influence to the game, which is unmatched by his great successors.
ไม่รู้ผมไม่รู้เป็นระเบิดที่โอได้จากระเบิดที่ OBS ครับเมื่อกี้โอ้
So then it's Mikhail Tal. I mean, there is surely someone like Gary and Magnus are ahead, so probably put it here, but yeah, I personally would rate him very, very high, but
ในฐานะแชมป์โลกแล้วแบ็คปั๊บอยู่ F เทียโอ้เปิดโหนกครับจูดิโตค่าอยู่ B ครับ
Magnus Carlsen, but I don't think he would be too offended if I put Gary, you know, one step ahead of him.
นะครับเซ่ให้ B เทียแล้วครับBobby Fischer H tier
José Raúl Capablanca Eglauspera, one of the best intuitive players ever lived. Probably, I'm not sure about Alekin, but I put him here.
Certainly a very interesting personality. I would put his personality at number 2, but put him here. His chess wasn't, I mean, he was more interesting of a person relative to his chess.
Anatoly Karpov, strong player and great champion. I think he holds the record of like the most tournament victories.
ชื่อผิดนะครับแต่ว่า
as high as I can.
ให้ E tier ครับ
Put her here.
วิชิอานันท์ครับ B tier ครับ
A real gentleman of
แล้ว
chess.
คนท้ายครับวิลเฮมสไตนิตแต่ว่าถ้าพูดถึงเพย์เซ็งแล้วเขาเป็นคนแรกนะแชมป์โลกคนแรกก็จะอ่อนที่สุดพอมอร์ฟี่ครับแกรี่คัสปาลอฟได้แค่ A ครับโอ้โห
This must be Kasparov. Yeah. Not the
ทุก
worst.
คนก็กลายเป็นว่าฟิชเชอร์อยู่ S นะ
Up top.
คัสปาลอฟอยู่ A ทุกคนให้ฟิชเชอร์ S หมดครับการ์ลี่อยู่ A เฮิร์นแบบ
All right, got more players arriving. Jan, good morning. How are you? Well rested, feeling okay?
Yeah, morning, yeah, of course.
The international has started. What time did you wake up this morning?
I believe 6:30.
Good man. Watching all the esports, we appreciate you. Good luck in your matches today.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you very much, man.
Bye-bye.
All right. Who else we got? Andre, good morning. How are you doing? Did you sleep well?
Yes. Nice sleep.
Like Jan, are you following any of the other esports at the moment? Are you watching the international today?
Not really. I try to focus on chess.
That's all right. It's chess, Esports World Cup, 100% focus. Good luck in your matches.
Thank you.
See you soon.
John, they only have so much time. They've got to focus on chess because they're about to throw down on the stage behind us. Another elimination match, another key to be crushed, and another player to move forward in our bracket. We're moving over to Group B. Jan Nepomniachtchi going against Yesipenko. Let's hone in on Nepo and what makes him such a great competitor.
Jan Nepomniachtchi, one of the very best chess players in the world. He's played the World Championship match twice. And even though he's never become world champion, he's been as close as you can be. Extremely strong player and very strong contender.
Very strong indeed, but a misclick sent him to this position. He's got to recover, but on the opposite side, man, you got Yesipenko is looking great. But real quick, let me slow my roll. Grandmaster at 16, now 36, been a Grandmaster for 20 years, and it definitely has paid paid off given his position. But again, that misclick, the emotions were flaring. But he woke up at 6:30. I don't know. There's a lot of factors going into the matchup today.
You know, he might be one of the bigger gamer fans over there. He was very experienced at Dota for some time, and we've always wanted a 2 esport athlete in chess. He's as close as we possibly could have if he ever gets back into Dota.
That's right. Well, Yesipenko, though, he is on fire. He's been looking great, and a big narrative around him as well. I think they've got a little bit of history going into this matchup.
They do, and in fact, Yesipenko is the only player left from the play-in that could possibly win that 50,000 bonus, and he needs to win 2 matches to get to the playoffs to earn any points for the organizational standings. Virtus Pro is tied for 4th. If he at least gets to the top 8 by advancing, then he'll get a minimum of 200 points, and they'll be vaulted onto a podium finish.
Yesipenko and Nepomniachtchi played each other last year here in the EWC, where Yesipenko first beat him in the group stage, but then something else happened in the lower bracket.
Yeah, unlike a regular tournament, they actually had to play again. They went all the way to Armageddon. Here was the interesting thing. Yesipenko tried a bit of a trick opening on move 4. It was a 4 knights, and he played the so-called Naroditsky variation, named after the late American Grandmaster. It worked in game 1, but it did not work in the Armageddon, and Nepomniachtchi was able to hold the draw, and he's the one that eliminated Yesipenko last year in Riyadh.
All right, well, they got history not only last year, but over the past 6 years, they've been going against each other. But it's Nepo who currently holds the lead, but will he hold the lead in the matchup today against Yesipenko? Let's go to the stage to find out.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is officially time. On one side, we have Jan Nepomniachtchi, qualifying from the Champions Chess Tour. This is one of the most accomplished players of his generation. He is a 2-time winner of the King of this tournament.
And he will take on Andrei Yesipenko himself. He had to go through the play-in. He went Slesser to the lower bracket, took Vladislav Artemiev down in lower finals. That led him to face Magnus Carlsen yesterday. Not an easy pick, and now today everything is up for grabs. Another match for the tournament live on the line. It is time for the second match of the day on Stream A. Tournament live on the line. Who can stay alive in EWC 2026?
เป็นยานกับทางเดสเฟสโก้นะยานในโปรตี
Thank you, Damascus. What a match we have
เอาบอร์ด
in
กลับ
store.
ขึ้นมา
A rematch almost from last year. A lot of history. These two know each other extremely well. Both had very different paths to this point. Andrei Yesipenko has crushed many keys already on his path here. Jan Nepomniachtchi, of course, a world-class player for so many years now. Tanya, I loved it when they were standing opposite each other. That face-off, will we see just as tense a match this year as we did last year?
What a sight that was, David Howland. That's what I'm hoping for. Right after that match, Jan Nepomniachtchi's words, sometimes you need some pure luck. Now, luck is not what Nepomniachtchi wants to rely on today against Andrei Yesipenko, who did play the world champion, the former world champion yesterday, and a former 2-time world championship challenger today. What a run this has been for Yesipenko here at the EWC, but both of them on their last life. Only one key survives. To answer your question, I'm hoping this one also goes down to the wire, just like our last matchup.
Exactly. We saw an Armageddon earlier in the day between Nihal Sarin and Wei Yi. Will we see that happen again in this match? It's Jan Nepomniachtchi to start with the white pieces. He's extremely strong with white. He can kind of serve with several different hands. He can play E4, C4. He has so many different specialties in his repertoire. Andrei Yesipenko also fantastic in the opening, maybe a bit more tricky with his openings. Let's see how things kick off. It does feel like Jan Nepomniachtchi will be aiming to strike with white. His score, at least so far in this event, with white, much better than with black.
I'll add another speciality of Jan Nepomniachtchi. One of his greatest weapons has to be tempo on the clock and psychologically as well. Now for Yesipenko, how battle-hardened is he? He survived the pressure in the plains. He survived elimination 4 times today. He faces it one more time. Game 1, and we are off. Jan Nepomniachtchi with the white pieces chooses the English.
Exactly, English opening. Jan Nepomniachtchi's been playing this for many years, but it does transpose the Queen's Gambit declined an exchange variation here. White bishop coming out. Tanya, I've got to say, look at those heart rates. Already pretty high. For a baseline, the game just beginning. This shows how much the players want it. This shows that nerves will juggle. The previous encounter, Nihal Sarin and Wei Yi, their heart rates were 80, 85, but they had 1 minute left at the height of the climax of the games. Here we start on a high.
David, for so many of the world's elite, the EWC is potentially a career-defining event. They have to play their hearts out. Now, they both know that they are on their final life. They need to win to keep the run going, and it's already a fantastic opening that we've got. We see a
trade an option to pick up one of the two knights for Yana Pomnishi. He barely takes a pause. He
กลาง
goes for the
ก่อน
center
แล้ว
one.
He goes for the center one. He might be about to pick up the second knight.
ตัว
You
ม้า
can
ของ
see
ตรง
two
นี้ไว้ครับ
knights versus two bishops. If Yana Pomnishi now captures the black knight on the edge of the board, wrecking black's pawn structure. The argument here for Andrei Esipenko with his structure ruined now is that his bishop will come to life a bit later as things open up. But for now, Yana Pomnishi with a choice as well of which way to castle his king. There we go. He slides across to the left to the queen side. It's looking very dynamic already and clear this last move that Andrei Esipenko is still in his preparation.
Exactly 1 year ago is that matchup that happened in EWC where Yana Pomnishi survived a dead lost match situation and won in an Armageddon. Esipenko 1 move away from getting that victory was knocked out. This is a massive grudge match and I have to say the opening we have, these both are playing like it's a grudge match. The queen out early, Black's king still in the center, maximum tension to open up those center lines. There is a pawn hanging on the right flank of the board. This is absolute chaos.
Wow, I've been commentating for so many years, but I've never seen this. This is such a rare
ทีสอง
variation.
ครับ
Queen's Gambit Declined is supposed to be super solid, but this has exploded already. We're only 13
ทำยังไงครับ
moves
ตรง
in,
นี้
and Black is just letting the center
ถ้าสม
burn.
มติว่า
Black's queen
มา
going
เทค
pawn
ใช่ไหมครับ
hunting.
แล้ว
Black's bishops
เทคเมียไม่ได้
will
ครับเพ
come
ราะ
to
ว่า
life
หลั
if
ง
there's
เท
a
คเมียได้
capture
แล้ว
in the
ตรงกลาง
center.
เทคแล้ว
Tanya, tactics
หรือว่า
galore.
เทคเพิ่มแล้ว
Andrei
โดน
Esipenko
D6 แล้วกลายเป็นว่า
clearly studied this.
เบี้ย
And,
ของขาว
yeah,
จะ
with
โด
his
น
last
จะถึง
move,
คิงของ
relatively
ฝั่ง
quick.
ดำก่อน
I'm
ที่
going to say a good choice.
จะได้
Bringing out his knight, stopping
เบี้ย
the
คืน
checks
ครับ
from the Black Bishop.
Yan being quick is not something new in the chess world. Tempo, speed is one of his biggest strengths. He truly uses the clock as a weapon. I have to say, though, optically, it just looks like White has managed to finish development. Has beautiful pawns at the center of the board. The knights are out as well. I'm doing a quick math here. With
ก็
pawns in
ยั
the
งมี
balance,
สามารถ
until
เลือกกิน
those
ได้นะ
bishops
ครับ
come out, until
ได้
you
หมด
find
เลย
king
นะ
safety if you're Yasipenko, you're the one on the back foot.
Definitely. And the first real pause of the game from Andrei Esipenko. Will the Black Queen get greedy, start
ก็จะ
grabbing
เลือก
some
แพส
pawns?
เซนก็ได้ครับ
Will we
มี
see him
กินตรงนี้ครับ
exchange off in the center,
กินแล้วหลัง
break
จาก
that
ม้า
tension
เท
finally? There was a trap
แล้ว
on the
ก็
last move if
คัส
White
เซิล
had
เนี่ยครับ
gotten greedy and grabbed Black's central pawn with some bishops coming out. The bishops now unable to activate yet. But okay, just to show what could have happened on that last move if White's knight hadn't come out, stopping the Black Bishop from giving a check. If White had captured instead, there would have been a deadly game over already. Black could give a check, for example, first, forcing the White King onto a vulnerable diagonal. Queen and King now lined up. Instead, we go back to the position. This would have been deadly. The Knight coming out stops that idea. Instead, there's been a trade in the center. Black's Bishop still pinning the White Knight to its Queen. And White defense. Watch out, the Black King now eye-lined. X-ray vision.
ก็คือมีทั้งควีน
There's
มี
an
ทั้ง
X-ray
นี่นะครับ
vision, and right next to that is a line that's been
กลาย
blocked.
เป็น
So
ว่าควีน
Black
ตัว
can't
นี้มี
even
ปัญ
get
หา
to
ครับตรง
safety
นี้
on that left flank. And good luck making the decision of getting your
ไม่
king
ใช่
to
ควีน
the
นะ
right
ควีน
side
เป็
of
น
the
ม้า
board
ตัว
with the
นี้
tree
นะที่มี
line
ปัญหา
already
แล้ว
open.
เพ
That's
ราะว่า
going to
โด
be
นเล็ง
brave
นะ
and
ครับ
gutsy.
ต้องกัน
But is there another way to complete development for Black?
Well, that might be the only way, but as you say, brave and gutsy.
ครับ
He
อยู่
needs
ที่ว่า
to
เอส
just
เซนโก้ทำไงต่อครับแต่ตรงนี้
close
ยังไม่
his
ได้มี
eyes
ปัญหา
here,
กับเอสเซ
hope
น
for
โก้
the
นะ
best, cross his fingers and say, I'm going to castle. He does.
Whoa.
He finds the best move, Andrei Esipenko. The Black
แค
King
ส
is
เซิล
open,
นะครับ
but at least if it gets one more move, slides into the corner, a little bit safer.
But do you have that one move, David, that you so badly want to get your
ครับ
king into the
ก็
safety?
คือ
I'm also
ไม่
looking
ไม่
at the
สามารถ
H
กิน
pawn
เบี้ย
moving
ตัวที
ahead,
ได้ค
hit
รับเพราะ
that
ว่าถ้าสม
queen,
มติว่า
G pawn
กิน
moving
เบี้ยตัว
ahead,
ตีปุ๊บแล้ว
hit
โดน
that
เรือ
bishop,
ทีหนึ่งแล้ว
open
ก็
up the G
มันจะ
file,
เป็น
give
เบี้ย
some
หน้า
check.
คิงครับแล้วควีนหลบไม่ได้
Yasipenko looking too cool for this position.
Oh, too cool for school. This is so sharp. This is crazy. And this could still go in any direction, of course.
ใช่ครับเป็นต้นที่ค่อนข้างอันตรายกันเพราะฉะนั้น
Roughly level, but
ต้อง
bishops
อย่าให้
versus
ยาน
knights,
เปิดทาง
that
ด้าน
is
หน้านี่ให้ได้
controversial. Often leads to some tactics later.
ควีน
The
F4 เช็ค
first
ครับ
move you
ตรงนี้
mentioned, Tanya, on the board. Yana Pomnishi is going to go for it. Long term, Black is doing fine. So short
ดู
term,
ครับมี F4
that's
เช็ค
where
ครับ
White's chances lie.
แล้วควีน
And now
F4
there's
เช็
a
คครับ
check
แล้วยังไง
on the board.
ต่อแล้วตรงนี้
Wouldn't want to trade your queens off at this
ควีน
moment,
ถอยไหม
looking
ครับ
at Black
หรือ
King
จะ
out
ควี
in
นบล็อก
the
หรือว่า
open.
จะเรือ
But
ครับ
if not,
บล็อกก็มีหมดนะครับ
Yasipenko's
ตรง
ready to
นี้
trade off the rooks and the D file. What are we expecting? Do you think he's going to offer a queen trade, or is he going to
ว่า
block the check or move
ถ้า
the
ควี
king
นบล็อกก็
sideways?
ต้องแพ้ควีนแรกแล้ว
Normally
นะครับ
you would want to
เพ
move
ราะ
your
ว่า
king
ไปไหน
sideways,
ไม่ได้นะ
right?
ไม่
But
มีช่องไป
somehow
นะ
it's
ครับ
just a vulnerable diagonal. White's king would be lined up, stared at by Black's bishop. So the block. It was either the queen block or the rook block.
เลือก
But
เรือครับ
here
ยัง
keeping
ไม่อ
the
ยากเทร
queens
ด
on.
ควี
I
น
think
ตร
that's
ง
just
นี้
more his style, Nepomniachtchi. He's so good with
เรา
queens
ที่ค่อ
on
น
the
ข้าง
board.
เข้าใจ
ใจได้ครับก็คิดว่าการคิดว่าตัวเองยังชนะได้อยู่นะเกมนี้
Here makes a lot of sense. The rook could slide later, maybe, if it's able to unpin itself. Maximum tension right now, and I agree. Black's king needs to get into the corner. Black needs to trade off some rooks. A lot on the agenda. Andrei Sapenko needs to prioritize. Choose an order here.
What a position we've set ourselves up for in this game one already. There are so many dynamics and imbalances. The pawn formation, the bishop versus knight complex, the king's open, king safety in question for Andrei Yasipenko. Rook on that central line offering the trade feels like the most logical approach in this position right now. For Jan Nepomniachtchi, you know, we already saw the triple table smash. What are the chances we get some more of that today?
Table smash, who knows? I mean, he's always been a fiery player, Jan Nepomniachtchi. He's always been so passionate, so determined. He wants it. That shows in his style. When he gets the flow, when that dynamism is there, he jumps on it, seizes it.
แต่นั่นแหละผมว่าจานก็เล่นค่อนข้างที่จะดูดีนะเอสเซนโก้ก็เล่นแอคทีฟตลอดที่เป็นเอสเซนโก้เล่นตลอดมาครับ
If Black is careless, makes a wrong slip, he could get attacked, it could be game over. If White's careless, maybe it's just a slightly worse endgame, and things continue. So the next few moves, really crucial.
And it's exactly because of those attacking possibilities. If you're Yasipenko, you want to get pieces off the board. The fact that he's taken this pause before getting that rook to the center line, I'm trying to understand what else could be going on in his radar. What's on his radar for Yasipenko right now? Give Nepomniachtchi one more move, David. That G-pawn pushes the queen out. Then moves one step ahead, pushes the bishop out, opening up pathways to the black king.
Exactly. When the black queen is kicked away as well, there might be some knight checks. White's knight in the center might jump out the way, discovered attack against the bishop. There are tricks galore. And where do you even start calculating is the question. When in doubt, they say shuffle your king in the corner. That king might not be super safe either. And just to show that idea, Tanya, you mentioned bringing the rooks to the center, but that could come with a downside.
Let's take a look at that, because this feels like the most reasonable response if you're Yasipenko right now. And then you trade those two rooks, get that off the board, you push the queen out, and then your idea, David, of the knight checks is really something that needs to be investigated. And good luck to Yasipenko trying to work that out with 5 minutes on the clock.
Exactly, a double attack here. Black could try taking with the queen, doesn't really work here. Taking with the bishop instead would allow the white queen to swoop forward, and it looks like a fantastic position for White. Black's bishop will move somewhere. The game goes on, but White with a safer king. And that is why this variation, too scary. Andrei Yasipenko has shuffled his king into the corner, but the same thing happens. The black queen has now been kicked back, and the white knight now entering the middle, hitting a black bishop. Question mark given.
แล้ว question mark ครับตรงนี้ว่าเขาบอกว่ามีบิชอปกินเบี้ยฟรีอยู่ครับ
and stay on the diagonal.
Again, the need of the hour, brave and gutsy for Andrei Yasipenko. Does he take the bait? He does. He challenges Jan on, and then Jan, after sacrificing, voluntarily giving it up, does a bit of an expression right there, and then leans in, trying to find a way ahead. He doesn't care about the pawn. He's pushing. He's coming for Yasipenko's king. The pawn goes ahead, but still compensation to be proved. Black has enough pieces close to the king for safety.
Exactly. It's kind of a paradox here because the black queen is totally locked in. The black queen looks passive, a bit stuck, but she's a great defensive piece. She holds everything. Black's light square bishop. It wasn't about getting greedy, grabbing a pawn. It was just the fact that it now has outpost on the G4 square.
ทางนี้เพราะว่าวิธีการเปิดตำแหน่งของฝั่งยานมีแค่ตัว F กับตัว E เท่านั้นแล้วการที่ล็อกบล็อกตัว G ไปไม่สามารถเปิดตัว G ได้ค่อนข้างมีปัญหาสำหรับฝั่งของยานนิดยานโดยเฉพาะพอตัวเลยนะ
I completely agree with you. For Jan Nepomniachtchi, he has to checkmate. He has to deliver that attack, a killer blow on the black king. Pieces come off, the endgame is completely busted.
ต้องพยายามหาวิธีเอาบิชอปตัวนี้ออกให้ได้
Potentially got a pass on the left flank as well. A direct path for your king to come into the game. That's going to be a very challenging endgame. So whatever needs to happen has to happen in the middle game.
Exactly. He needs the energy now. The next half dozen moves. Jan Nepomniachtchi needs to strike, create some threats. Not so easy. If he takes a timeout, just moves his knight out of the center, defends it.
เราต้องเล่น Queen G6 เหรอเพราะว่าถ้าสมมติว่าไม่เล่นถ้าไม่เล่น Queen G6 แล้วมันหลังจากเทคแล้วก็มันจะมี
So Jan needs something here.
ต้องใช้ Queen เทคเพราะว่าถ้าใช้เบี้ยเทคแล้วมันจะมีปัญหาเรื่องควีนกินควีนฟรีควีนกินควีนนะแล้วกลายเป็นว่าจับม้า E แล้วมันจะมีม้า E6 ดับเบิลฟอกอยู่
sacrifice that we saw by Jan Nepomniachtchi, which he barely took any time to give up on, and Andrei Yasipenko taking that pause and accepting that bait. It just speaks of their style, right? For Yasipenko, calculation; for Jan, sacrifice is based on instinct. He just feels like the attack should flow, and now he's rerouting his knight to that G5 square, gets it back. Ignore the question mark. I think you need more human responses in this position. Still asking some questions. Knight G5, Knight H4, a threat in the air. I like this move by Andrei Yasipenko. And a queen trade offer down upon. That surprises me, David.
Wow, that is strange. And look at that. A frown from Andrei Yasipenko. Slightly surprising is an understatement here. It's frankly a bit bizarre. To trade off queens when you're a pawn down? no more attack either. That is a sign of panic. He might be
อยู่
holding
ดี
a
ยัง
poker
ก็เข้ามา
face
แล้วบอกว่า
Yann Nepomniachtchi,
เทรดไหมครับ
but I
พี่
think that he's not
ทั้ง
so
ที่
happy about recent
เบี้ยตาม
developments.
อยู่
Given
ตัว
the
หนึ่ง
question
ครับ
mark,
แต่
Queen's
จาน
off.
บอกว่าเทรด
It's
ไหม
going to be one-way traffic. The bishop's going to come to life.
เราเลือกนะครับ
He
เลือก
doesn't
เทรด
look
เล
so
ยทัน
concerned
ที
at
ครับ
all,
สำหรั
which
บ
makes it even
สำหรับ
more
อังเด
baffling to me right now. An immediate decision by Andrei Yasipenko attacks the rook. You could shift it
Straight away.
sideways, start
Boom.
targeting some pawns on the queen side. He does it, hits the bishop first.
It's the bishop. The bishop can move. Another question mark there. The black rook can also set itself in the
มึง
center,
จะดีให้นะ
defending, getting ready to double up a bit later on. White's pawns are all on dark squares, so he goes pawn hunting right now. Makes a lot of sense. Andrei Yasipenko smells blood.
He really does, or at least smells a few pawns on the right side of the board. You know, the H pawn might not have given a passer to Yasipenko, but if the G3 pawn, that's a clear path ahead. If that G3 pawn falls, the H pawn is coming up the board, needs to be defended. He does that, falls back. And now for Yasipenko, there are ideas of striking that pawn chain in the center with the F pawn moving one step ahead.
ใช่แต่ว่าโพซิชันยังนำอยู่นะยังดูดีอยู่ครับสำหรับเอสเปียงโกเพราะเอสเปียงโกได้เบี้ยปีมาดูเหมือนจะกันยานด้วยแต่ว่าต้องรีบเล่นไวกว่านี้นะเพราะว่าใช้เวลาเยอะจะเสียเวลา
Once they start collapsing, they'll be like dominoes, falling one by one. If he can get to them, it's game over. We see the game graph. It's been going in Black's direction the last few moves. That momentum is on his side. He wants to keep it that way, but he needs to move. He gives a check. He's down now under the 3-minute mark. It's suddenly a blitz game for Andrei Yasipenko. Still, the end far in the distance, though.
And that's because the evaluation rarely determines the result when it comes to these format. And look at that, he makes a very ordinary move, a normal-looking move, and it turns out to be a big blunder on the board. Bishop falls
บันเดอร์รอบ
back.
นี้กลายเพราะว่าอยู่ดียานก็ได้เปรียบขึ้นมานะครับถ้ายานเห็นเรือ F3 นะครับหลังจากเรือ F3 แล้วมันจะมีเบี้ย F5 แล้วบิชอปตัวนี้จะโดนแถบครับกลายเป็นว่าจะได้บิชอปแลกกับเบี้ย2ตัวนะ
Now, if it captures a pawn, the bishops get forked. Double attack against the two bishops. Yann Nepomniachtchi rushing past a critical moment. Still had 5 minutes on his clock. Could have gone from almost losing to almost winning in just one move. He's missed it. The game continues. Andrei Yasipenko dodged a bullet.
Of when your biggest strength becomes the one that challenges you, becomes a weakness. Yann Nepomniachtchi plays on the clock, but this time rushes his decision. What a moment of miss, but an easy one when you're looking at speed, looking at the clock right there. Yann Nepomniachtchi. The good thing is I don't think he spotted that miss. So he's not playing games with his mind right now. He plants the knight to a really nice square on F6. It's game on. With that knight posted there, that has to be enough compensation.
Yeah, the last 3 or 4 moves, despite that big miss where he could have won a bishop, it does feel like it's been trending in White's favor. The White Knight is now glorious. It would very well be reversed. Now it looks fantastic, entrenched on F6, mating nets around. Andrei Yasipenko visibly nervous. He's been shaking his head, shaking his chair, burning a lot of time on the clock.
จากตอนแรกที่มีโอกาสชนะกลายเป็นตอนนี้เหมือน
there we
ดู
go.
เป็น
Andrei
ภาพที่
Yasipenko. This is him making his
เสม
move
อมาก
to
กว่า
try
เดิม
and
นะ
end the game as quickly as possible. Down at 2 minutes, he needs to accelerate the play. If there's a trade of pawns, a line opens up the c-file against the white king, which isn't entirely safe yet.
It's really not. And let's just do a quick count. Yasipenko is still up a pawn in this position, has 2 beautiful bishops. And look at that. He is threatening to trap Black's bishop on G6. F5 is the big idea right now. That bishop cannot leave that square. H5 pawn is hanging. How are you taking care of this threat, Yasipenko?
Wow, this is so chaotic. White might win one of those bishops, but in the process, he might lose all of his pawns. And we there saw a temporary sacrifice of a bishop, getting the white knight. Pawns are dropping, but F5, that pawn push still in the air. Black's bishop might be doomed. Andrei Yasipenko leans back, exhales heavily there because it's still wild, this position, but he just has no time. 1.5 minutes and counting.
No increment in this format. The clock truly is the 17th piece for each of these players. 4 minutes to boot for Nepomniachtchi in this absolutely wild position. You take that pawn on the left flank, F5, you lose your bishop. Is that enough compensation? Is what Andrei is asking himself. But there's no way to fight that threat. That bishop is going down on the next move.
Exactly. You can't allow White's pawn on b5 to continue to survive. He does. He panics. He tries to keep his bishop alive. Maybe some checks from the black rooks. But look how powerful White's passed pawn is now. The clock is playing a huge role. Andrei Yasipenko here. Yasipanico, I was about to call him, panicking completely, and it's spiraled out of control.
It really has. It's not only the pawn on c6, but the h file opens up as well with checkmating ideas on that black king. And Nepomniachtchi knows that the job is almost done as he's about to put finishing touches. He could sever the connection between the bishop and the pawn. Push that pawn to f5. Rook takes pawn. Is this game over?
That's the Arabian checkmate incoming. Rook takes pawn in front of the black king. That would be the end.
อย่างนี้โดนยานตบแน่เลยครับสภาพเละมากครับตรงนี้
The play here.
สภาพคือจะหยุดยังไงดีครับตรงนี้
Black's trying to check forever.
เวลาก็ไม่เหลือแล้วนะ แล้วยังต้อง
advancing forward is
หยุด
marching
เช็ค
towards
เม
a
ต
black
ตรงนี้ให้ได้ครับ
will hide around its own pawn. Andrei Sapenko shaking his head.
คือ
No
จริง
time.
ๆมีเรื่อง
No
ของ
safety.
King G7 อยู่
Game
นะ
over.
King
Yan
G7
Nepomniachtchi
ช่วย
about
ครั
to
บ
deliver the
สำหรับ
knockout blow
ฝั่ง
and
ของ
resigns.
เดนะ
Yan gets the first strike in.
It was the table
แล้ว
smash
ยอมเลยครับ
yesterday.
ตรงนี้
Today he starts
สำหรับ
with
อัน
fist
เด
bump
เซนโก
right there, getting the first win, which means for Andrei Yasipenko, he has to win the second game to force a tie break. But I have to say that Yan Nepomniachtchi gave him very little chances in this one. That was
พอ
a game
พอเป็นเล่น
played to
บิช็อป
perfection.
G7 ป่ะหรือ
There
G
was maybe a 3 or
ผมขอ
4
ดู
move window in the middle
เล่น
somewhere
บิ
where
ช็อป
Andrei
G6 ของ
Sapenko
ทีม
had
ครับ
an advantage.
ที่
But
พลาด
it was a difficult position to handle. Really double-edged, and ultimately
ไม่แต่ว่าตรงที่บิช็อป G6 อะครับตรงนั้นคือพลาดแล้วแต่ว่ายานก็ไม่เห็นนะแต่ว่าที่มันพลาดอีกทีนึงคือพลาดตอนที่เชื่อมเรือครับเพราะว่าตอนที่พลาดเชื่อมเรือมันปล่อยให้ยานมีโอกาสที่จะโปรโมทสูงนะ
It really is, David. It is the final game, and as you say, the first part of the game, Andrei Yasipenko had a lot to be happy about. He did play dynamic chess. He got his kind of position, but once Yan Nepomniachtchi took control of the attack, he never let him back into the game. And this one, we go into game 2. Andrei Yasipenko will start with the white pieces.
Okay, and not much of a break here.
เพราะว่าเอสเซนโก้เขาเล่นเอาชนะแบบว่าเดือดเลย
Back into it. The lessons for Andrei Sapenko, he just has to play a bit quicker. His opening preparation kind of
ก็
paid off
เล่น
in the
ดีครับ
last one.
แต่ว่าต้องเล่นไวกว่านี้นะเมื่อกี้พลาดเพราะว่าเล่น
Equally dynamic in a must-win
บีบ
situation.
เวลา
Now,
ตัว
and
เอง
another
อ
English
อกมาจน
opening.
ตัวเองเละครับ
And this time it will not be transposing immediately, not yet at least, to the Queen's
ครับ
Gambit
ก็
declined.
คืนกันบิดได้ไกลแล้วครับ
We see
แอนน
Yan play his World Championship repertoire. Two-time World Championship finalist, of course. He knows this stuff inside out. Rock solid for Black.
Not something many chess players can boast of, winning 2 candidates back-to-back. Yan Nepomniachtchi,
เล่นได้ทุกสถาบันนะครับตั้งแต่แรงเท่าไหร่ก็ตามทุกคนเล่นคุยกันบิดได้ไกลหมดครับ
And here he is at the WC stage, looking for a spot
ทุก
at
สถาบัน
the
จริง
playoffs, the biggest stage right now in the esports world. Takes that pawn, the entire center is off the board, and I have to say, with the black pieces, when you're Yan, you're looking for a draw in this one. This is a dream outcome from the
โอ้โห
opening.
อันนี้คือเป็นเรื่องของเลเพทัวร์มาเลยนะคือทุกคนอันนี้คือเขาเตรียมมานะครับเป็นเพชรหมดเลยนะ
I
ตร
know
งนี้
this. I've looked at
คือ
this
เขา
for a
เตรียม
World
โอเพน
Championship
นิ่งมาหมด
match.
ครับ
Black is slightly more passive. Black's light
ครับ
square
เป็น
bishop still
เมื่
stuck
อ
at
กี้เป็น
home.
ไอ้
But
นี่ฟรี
if
นะ
you know everything
คือ
here, it's just a draw. If you study this with computers,
เรื่อง
that's
แช็
why
กมา
Andrei
เนี่ยครับ
Sapenko already
เป็นเล
shaking
เพ
his
ทัวร์
head.
นะคือ
He's
เขาเตรียม
still
มาหมด
living
แล้ว
in the past.
ก็
He's
คือ
still
หลังจาก
remembering that
เทค
first
แล้ว
game, but he
มา
needs
เท
to
คบิช็อ
just
ปแรก
focus here and now. The opening.
ก็คือ
I think
ถ้า
for
รู้
White
ลาย
here,
นี้ครับ
not
ลายนี้
keeping
เป็นลายเส
attention,
มอนะ
rushing into an endgame. That shows he's
สำหรับ
still
ในพวก
stuck
การ
in
แข่งกับ
that
TM
final few moments of the previous
เป็น
game.
ลายที่จะ
That
ดี
is
ครับ
the
หมดเลย
hardest
นะเมื่อกี้
battle that a chess player
ติด
fights. The
กว่ามุก
battle
ทั้งนั้น
not against
ที่
the
คุณ
opponent, but against their own mind. And for
เห็นเมื่อกี้
Yasipenko, that seems like the bigger one right now. And the position that he has in a must-win game. The big question, how do you create your chances? The queens are off the board. 2 sets of minor pieces off the board. A set of rooks about to come off as well.
Yeah, and sometimes in must-win situations, you need to play a bit offbeat. You need to surprise your opponent. You don't always have to play the best moves. You just have to keep the tension, hope for the mind games, hope your opponent cracks later. But rushing into an endgame like this, he hasn't given Yan Nepomniachtchi much time to crack at all. He hasn't given him too many big decisions. I'm expecting the white knight now to leap forward into the position, but maybe Black can even sacrifice a pawn.
น้ำว่าไงครับ
It's going to
ดู
be
เก
opposite
ม
color
นี้
bishops if that
แล้ว
knight captures
อยา
a
ก
bishop
เป็น
or a pawn
ค่อน
next.
ข้างที่จะเสมอง่าย
Still
เลยนะ
very
ผมว่า
drawish in its
เลือก
tendencies.
เล่น
This type
ลาย
of
ที่เสมอมา
scenario.
อัน
Yan
นี้
looking away, still clearly in its preparation.
He's barely taken any time, and it could be forced right now by Yan. He could hit that knight with his bishop, force Andrei into an opposite color bishop endgame, where Yan's rook will be the first to the open file as well. And all those scenarios are an absolute
ผม
nightmare
ว่า
for
ยากครับ
Yasipenko.
ผมช่วยยากกัน
He might win a
เอียน
pawn.
เลือก
He'll
ลาย
have
เสมอ
to
มาดีมากเลย
grind something down. He might have to squeeze water out of a stone. The hand is forced now, attacking the knight. That knight has to either capture a pawn or a bishop to try and maintain the winning chances. But yeah, Jan Nepomniachtchi, if he's able to defend correctly, we see the evaluation bar. A pawn isn't the most meaningful thing here, while the black rook might finally get active after the next couple of moves.
It instantly will. You take that pawn, there will be a couple of trades. Once the dust settles, we'll see the rook land on one of the central files for Jan Nepomniachtchi, looking at an infiltration on the second rank as well. He's forcing matters here in a territory he knows only too well.
ปัญหาคือผมยังไม่เห็นภาพเลยครับว่าเอสเปงโกจะทำยังไงดีเพื่อที่จะชนะเกมนี้เนื่องจากว่าซ้ายกับขวาพอๆกันเลยมันดูเป็นเกมที่เสมอมากๆเลยไม่รู้สึกว่าจะปกติแล้วถ้าสมมติว่าเราจะชนะเราต้องหาความอิมบาลานซ์ใช่ไหมแต่ว่าผมยังไม่เห็นความอิมบาลานซ์ของบอร์ดนี้ครับนอกจากบิชอปเขียวกับม้าแล้วถ้าสมมติว่ายานสามารถแลกบิชอปกับม้าได้ก็จบแล้ว
because this not only goes into an activity for the black rook but goes into an opposite color bishop. He could have taken that pawn with his own bishop, keeping an imbalance of the knight versus the dark square bishop, but a completely different approach.
แต่เพราะว่ายานเปิดมาก็คือมีบิชอปฝั่งปีนไซส์เพิ่มแล้วนะดังที่ตรงที่ถามเมื่อกี้ว่ายังไม่เห็นนะครับว่าเราจะไปยังไงนะครับถ้าสมมติว่าเอสเปียงโกสามารถการดันเบี้ย2ตัวฝั่งควีนไซส์ขึ้นไปเล่นได้ครับก็ยานมีปัญหาหน่อยนะเกมนี้
Even a pawn down, easy draw. So the rooks have to stay on the board.
ใช่ครับต้องมารอดูว่าเขาฝั่งอังเดจะเบรกทูห่างควีนไซด์ได้หรือเปล่าของเกมนี้แต่ซึ่งสำหรับผมก็ยังดูยากอยู่ครับแต่ว่าเป็นไปได้นะต้องลองดูว่ายานจะพลาดอะไรไหม
Passivity for now. Put his rook on the second rank, making sure there's no rook coming in for Jan just yet. But how are you making your chances? You need to start pushing those pawns. It's 2 versus 1 on the left flank, but not so easy.
Not so easy. You push your pawns on the light squares, they get blockaded on the dark squares. If you push the pawns forward on dark squares, they might just drop off the board. The bishop steps back. It's now threatening to come back and block the black rook from entering. So this might be the opportunity that Jan Nepomniachtchi wants to enter with his rook. Still a long way to go. I'm going to say, Tanya, still Jan who needs to prove the draw, but he does have a lot of time on his clock. He's probably studied something similar to this before as well.
Maybe we're just underestimating Yasepenko's approach here, David, because the idea could be that this is the kind of position that you can play on for 1,000 moves. And with little time on the clock, you know, you can keep suggesting an improvement. Your king coming forward if you're white, slowly threatening on the left flank with the pawns moving ahead. The bishops will always stay on the board. Well, I said pawns moving ahead, instantly Yasepenko blocks that.
Bishop A3 นะ
All been blocked now. And
ก็บล็อกครับแน่นอนครับว่าเมื่อวินคอนของฝั่งทางอังเดเอสเปนก็เองคือเบี้ย2ตัวที่อยู่ทาง A และ B ก็เลยเล่นบิชอป A3 เพื่อบล็อกเบี้ยเลยครับรู้ไม่ให้เล่นแน่นอนครับแกไม่มีสิทธิ์เล่นครับแน่นอนครับว่าปัญหาของเอียนก็คือเบี้ย2ตัวนี้ใช่ไหมส่วนปัญหาของอังเดก็คือเรือ D2 ครับถ้าเรือ D2 ขึ้นมาจิ้มเบี้ยตัว E เนี่ยอาจจะมีปัญหานิดนึงครับอาจจะไม่ใช่ปัญหาว่าเบี้ยตัว E อาจจะโดนยิงแต่ว่ามันจะทำให้คิงไม่สามารถเดินเคลื่อนไปใกล้กว่าตรงแถวนี้ได้ครับเพราะว่าโดนเรือทางเอาไว้นะคือถ้าสมมติว่าวิธีชนะก็คือเอาคิงขึ้นไปทางนี้ใช่ไหมแล้วก็ดันเบี้ย2ตัวนี้ขึ้นไปผมว่าด้วยความที่เรือบล็อกอยู่แล้วคิงเดินไปไม่ได้นะตอนนี้อังเดต้องลองดูทำอะไรอย่างไรให้ไปทางนี้ได้
And Yasepenko might feel that confidence from his opponent. We saw a moment ago, Yasepenko's accuracy is up at 99%. I think Jan Nepomniachtchi's is also sky high right now. This is opening theory at its finest, and there we see it. 99.4% from Jan Nepomniachtchi, 2 exclamation mark moves included. Despite being down a pawn, despite sacrificing it, these players, they know their endgame's inside out. And I think the match strategy, which could be proven genius from Yasepenko if he's able to grind this out. Right now, it's looking like it's not giving him any real chances. Spending even more time. He spent nearly half of his start time and we're only at move 22. It doesn't look like he's come up with a plan yet. How to get the white rook to the board? The white rook just cannot get active anywhere.
ผิดไหนแล้วนะครับตรงนี้นี่คือลาแชร์แล้ว
ให้เราก็ต้องลองแล้วเหรอครับถึงจะมียาก
มากก็ตาม
brings in Jan Nepomniachtchi.
ทำอะไร
He's
ไม่
the
ได้นะ
one
สำหรั
who's
บ
got all the aura in
เรื่อ
this
งนี้ของ
position.
เอ
He
สเปโก้
stops
ที่
the
เรา
rook
เอา
from
พี่ช็อป
coming
ถอย
in
มาครับผมคิด
Yasipenko,
ว่า
but
เนี่ยเขา
Jan's
พยายาม
got his
แบบ
idea. He attacks the f pawn. Notice how the e
เอ่อ
pawn
ตรง
can't
นี้
move
นี่
to
จัด
its
การเบี้ย
defense.
ตัวนี้
The
ยังไงดีครับ
bishop is hanging there. Not
น
easy
อก
to
จาก
challenge
F5 นะ
that either. You
คือ
push
คือ
that
ตรงนี้
pawn.
ต้องเล่น
That's more
F5 เพื่อ
trade.
กันเบี้ยตัว
That
นี้ไว้อะ
benefits Jan
แล้ว
as
หลัง
well.
F5 ต้องเล่น
Really nicely
F3
played
ไม่ให้
there.
โดนแทง
Beautiful
E4
multi-purpose move. The white pawn's now totally stuck. The 2 versus 1 advantage on that left flank cannot move simply. The white rook cannot get in
ใช่
the
แล้วแบบ
game.
ต้องเล่นแบบ
And
เนี่ยครับ
as you
ต้อง
say,
เล่น
Tanya,
คิง
White's only way to
คิง
preserve
ขึ้
the
นไป
material
เรื่อยๆ
advantage is to
พยายาม
step forward one of those doubled pawns.
ค่
The
อย
other
ๆ
pawn,
ค่อยๆ ประ
it
คอง
gets
คิง
traded. The
ขึ้น
black
ไป
rook
ให้ถึง
comes in anyway.
A7
Back
ได้
to level material now.
อยา
Jan
กจะเล่น
wasn't
ช
even
นะเกม
suffering
นี้
down a pawn for too long. The rook's
ย
still
อมแซก
active.
ยอมแซกเบี้ย
Looking
เลย
at
นะ
that
อัง
back
เด
checkmate
ยอม
threatened
แซก
because
เบี้ย
the black
คืน
bishop
นะ
can drop back and defend, but more
ยังไงดี
likely
ครับ
here
อังเด
Jan Nepomniachtchi gives his king some breathing space.
You really want to do that. You don't
แน่
want
นอน
to
ครับ
bring
ว่า
your
ควร
bishop back
ควรจะเล่น
into passivity right now.
เบี้ย
Expecting
หน้า
one of the
คิง
pawns
อะไร
to
ก็
move
ตามเพื่อ
ahead
ให้
and
ไม่
the
ให้
king
โด
to
น
slide
แบ็คแรง
over
เมด
towards
ตรง
the
นี้
center of the board.
เพื่อฟัง
We can
เรียน
expect to check and the rook to line up against
โอ้
some
แต่เลือก
attacks of the
เลื
black
อกเอา
pawn.
คิง
But
ออกมาครับ
notice
เพราะ
how
ว่า
the
ถ้าสมมติ
bishop
ว่าเช็ค
that
สามารถ
Jan
ออกมา
has
ได้
can
นะ
actually
ตรง
slide
ตัว E
back to c5, defend the
คือแบบว่า
a7 pawn, and
เช็คไปเลย
also
ครับ
have
ไม่
a
มีปัญหา
target of its own.
ไม่ใช่ปัญหาของผม
Exactly. The black bishop will hold
นั่นเขาว่า
everything.
หลังจากเช็ค
Kind
แล้ว
of
เขา
active and passive piece
ยาน
at the
น่า
same
จะไป
time.
เรือ
Black's
A8
rook
นะเพื่อเรียงเบี้ย
slightly
A7
clumsy, might
แล้วหลั
get
งจาก
attacked by a pawn. We'll see
เรือ
that
เช็ค
now. There we go.
คิ
And
งถอย
has to choose how to
มีแถบ4-5
recirculate and get back
แล้ว
into
กลาย
the
เป็นว่า
action.
จะกิน
But
เบี้ยตัวนี้
he
ยังไงดี
might
ครับ
just start
เพราะว่า
giving some
เป็นบิช
checks.
อป
White's
4นะ
isolated H pawn might as well be a target.
นะครับ
This one is going to be
บิชอป
so hard to win, Tanya.
แล้วกินเบี้ยตัว
The
นี้ยังไงครับ
opening choice, I think, just
ปัญหา
the fact that he wasn't able to reset in time and
ปัญหาคือ
stop
อาจจะ
himself
ต้อง
from going with the
พยายา
flow.
ม
Another
ส
shake
ร้า
of
ง
the head
ปัญ
from
หา
Andreas
ทั้ง
Penko.
ฝั่ง
It just felt like a
ซ้ายและ
play
ปืน
of
ซ้าย
what
พร้อม
happened
กั
in
น
the
ครับ
previous
แล้ว
round rather than a standalone game itself for Andrei
ทำยังไงก็ได้ให้
Yasipenko. If
มี
we
โอ
think
กาสช
about
นะ
the
นะ
first 10 moves and
ตรง
how
นี้
he landed himself into this end game right now. For Jan, a clear path. You can check, dodge the white king, start putting pressure, but he first pushes his own pawn forward. I do understand there is a case to be made for Yasipenko sacrificing material for piece activity. It was really his only hope.
Yeah. He's tried to maximize everything, at least the white rook that we were moaning about, at least I was moaning about. It is in the action, but it doesn't have targets simply. Black's rook controls everything. Look how he's putting pawns, multiple pawns on the 5th rank, where they can be defended by the black rook. The black rook also holds the f7 square, the bishop as well, controlling some nice squares. White's bishop stuck temporarily, pawns can't advance. I don't see a winning plan, and I don't even see a plan to test black right now.
And it's almost double the amount of time for Jan Nepomniachtchi on the clock as well. So I think anyone getting tested, it has to be Andrei Yasipenko right now. He plays the move h3, trying to just create some squares. And look at that, Jan Nepomniachtchi barely pausing before going for the avalanche.
There we go, continuing to advance on the side where he is stronger. Makes a lot of sense. Andrei Yasipenko guards the light squares, hits a pawn, and he's trying to force black here to fix everything. And pawn advance is harder now to achieve. Okay, I like this last move from Andre, but still, what next is the big question. I think he just has to start hustling here, just go into really cynical mode and start playing very quick moves with white and hoping he gets a miraculous chance later. Hard to fashion anything right now, at least.
He does put the bishop on the longest diagonal, but no targets to be found. The moment the white rook lands on b5 would have put pressure on that pawn, but now that opportunity also taken away. And Yasipenko probably thinking, why didn't I just do that on the previous move? He slides his bishop over, targeting f7, beautifully already defended by Jan's rook. This is going to be a game of shuffling. Black can just shuffle around with the king. King g7, king f8, king g7, king f8. Everything beautifully defended for black.
ผมว่ามันแบบว่าเบสิกเกินไปคือถ้าผมแบบว่า
He's
พูด
just
ว่า
annoyed that he
ดู
didn't
จาก
really give himself a chance in this game.
ตรงนั้นแล้วอ่ะ
That's the most frustrating
ตรง
thing. Must
ที่
win situation. You have the white pieces.
เขา
You
เทรด
still
กันอะ
have
แล้วผม
so
ว่า
many
แค่ถ้า
chances,
ผมมี
but
โอกาส
you head
ที่แบบว่า
straight into
อาจ
this
จะพอ
flourish endgame.
ยื้อเสมอ
Less
กับ
energy doesn't really suit his
GM ได้ผม
style
ว่าผม
either.
ว่าอาจจะ
Andrei
มีโอกาส
Yasipenko.
นะคือแบบว่าเกมมันดูที่
The one thing that
มันรู้สึ
has
กว่าแบบ
been set up though,
เป็น
as you're mentioning chances here, is he
มัน
creating
เป็นตรง
something,
ที่
David?
ตรง
The
ที่
idea
แบบ
of the e pawn
ค่อนข้าง
pushing
จะ
forward,
การง่ายระดับหนึ่ง
destabilizing
เล
the
ย
black rook from the
ตรง
5th
มันตรง
rank
เสมอ
and then
ชัดมาก
perhaps
เลย
starting to target those kingside pawns with the move like rook to b5 eventually landing.
ผมยังไม่เห็น
Let
เล
me
ย
point
ว่า
out
จะ
once
ทำยัง
e4
ไงดี
happens,
เพราะ
black's rook needs
มั
to
นเป็น
stay
บิชอป
connected
คนละ
to
สี
that
กันอะ
f7 spot in front of the king, which
แล้วแบบ
means
บิช
you
อป
leave
ทำอะไร
the
ไม่ได้
5th
มัน
rank
จะว่าต้องแบบ
for the
ต้อง
white
เล่น
rook
เรื
to
อ
step
ให้ไม่
over.
พลาดอย่างเดียว
Oh, very interesting, and he might have to go for that at some point. Maybe that chance has passed. Maybe he needed to do it there and then, while the 7th rank was still open for the white rook, staring at a pawn. Missed opportunity, at least, to test Jan Nepomniachtchi. Might not have changed the evaluation, but might have been slightly more unpleasant for his opponent. Now Black's rook is back and alive and threatening a check, and chances are disappearing for Andre.
And the threats will continue. It's a check, and then the Rook also ready to line up against some pawns on the right flank. While check stop for now gives it from D5. You come back to the same square. I mean, this is all Nepomniachtchi needs to do. All he needs is a draw.
อันนี้คือ material เขาน้อย
All he needs is a draw, and any
ที่จะทำความแตก
attempt
ต่าง
here
ได้
to win might even come with some risk for Andre. Position continues to repeat itself. The Black Rook still trying to get active. And Black's Bishop doing such a good job of totally blocking the plans of White's.
ก็ใช่ครับตรงนี้
And if you stepped up far too up on the center of the board, you potentially could have been checkmated in one in that position. So again, forced to draw back with the king is Andrei Yasipenko, and potentially staring at that draw, which would mean the end of his road.
Under 2 minutes, how does he stop the Black Rook coming in without allowing that
ไม่ได้ครับผม
repetition?
เกมนี้เสมอแต่ผมไปเข้าน้ำรอแล้ว
It's
นะ
just simply not possible. And White's Bishop, it's up a one-way street, and there we go. It's a draw by repetition. 0 chances in the end for Andrei Yasipenko. So professional from Jan Nepomniachtchi, who moves on.
It's Jan Nepomniachtchi's Aurora Gaming continues its run in Paris here at the EWC. The end of the road for Yasipenko, and what a road it's been. An absolute fighter he was in the plains, finding himself in the group stages, but that is it. It will be goodbye for him. It will be key crushing time.
Wow, what a journey for Andrei Yasipenko. He's played more chess than
คู่นี้
most
มัน
over
มี
the
ทีละ
last
คู่
few
ครับ
days.
ทำอะไรไม่ได้นะ
All of those
ต้อง
key crushings
รอ
that he
ดู
was able to
คู่เอ
execute.
เรื่อย
Now it is
ๆ
his
ดู
own
อาจจะไม่ต้องยาก
key that will be crushed.
คู่ไหน
But
มันแบบ
Jan,
A B A B
looking
ทำอะไร
control.
ก็
Very impressive performance there in both of the games, it has to be said. And he, of course, will be in action again later today.
First game, a shaky up and down roller coaster battle, but the second one, an absolutely controlled performance there, getting the kind of opening you want, needing only a draw, just never giving his opponent an opportunity in the game. Jan Nepomniachtchi goes through.
And both players stay seated. They both continue to analyze to see whether White indeed did have any chances. The answer is no. Shake of the head, the door was shut on Andrei Yasipenko there. I think the opening choice may be something he'll regret, but ultimately, Jan looking up, he remembered everything about that opening. He knew too much and was just too strong.
Just too strong today. That head shake almost feels like he could have done better is what he's expecting from himself, just the high standards he sets for himself. But I think there's a lot to be pleased for in this match for Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Oh, maybe he could just hear us and was shaking his head, disapproving of some of our comments, who knows. But Jan, a job well done. And Andre just reluctant to leave that stage. This will be the last time we're seeing him, at least this year, at the EWC in Paris. But yeah, he'll be back. Still young, still plenty of peak years ahead.
And this will be the second time in a row that Jan Nepomniachtchi has knocked out Andrei Yasipenko at the EWC. For Yasipenko, again, a journey, one to remember in many ways until today, where he crushed 4 keys in the plains, came in, lost to Magnus Carlsen yesterday, dropped down to the lower bracket today, and then out on his way he will be after this loss against Jan Nepomniachtchi.
And that tends to be the way in chess, in esports in general. You always have a kryptonite, right? You run into the same player a few times. 2 years in a row, he's run into Jan Nepomniachtchi. We'll see that final handshake, smile. These two know each other so well, a lot of mutual respect. But that's the end of the road for one as we see the final moments of this game.
It is, and it were these checks that decided all of it for Jan Nepomniachtchi, taking that win in this match. A first round win, a second round a draw, did it all, and we go for the key crushing ceremony.
And another match, another key about to be crushed. As per Esports World Cup tradition, every player is given a key with his name, his hopes and dreams. And every player must give up his key to the winner. It is time now for Andrei Yasipenko to give up his key to the winner, Jan Nepomniachtchi. The key is being exchanged, and as Andrei Yasipenko has to bow out of the stage, please, can we have a round of applause for Andrei Yasipenko? As Jan Nepomniachtchi is joining us for the traditional key crusher moment. We've heard a few of them and we'll have a couple more. And congratulations, he's got one more match, of course, to play for after. But before that, it is one of our favorite moments at Esports World Cup. The key is being set and we are getting ready to destroy yet another key. The end of the road for Yasipenko means the dream is still alive on Aurora Gaming side. We are primed, ready, locked and loaded. The key is about to pop.
ข้างทุบอีกแล้วครับ
Let's hear it.
ยาน
That might have been the loudest for a while, man.
ลงมาสายล่างก็มาถูกแปลกนะครับ
Congratulations again. He will be back a bit later today to play against Denis Lazovic for a place in playoff tomorrow. One more match to conquer for a place in playoff. See you after for more chess at EWC.
ครับ
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here.
ใช่ครับจริงๆมันมี
Now,
ปิดขอดูปิด
the
ดี
proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history.
ดูฟีดดีไหมครับกำลังเข้าสิ่งเรียกว่าเหมือนกันครับแน่นอนว่าไอ้อามาเกรัสเหมือนกันครับไปดูฟีดบีนะน่าจะดีครับ
That looks somewhat scary because your bishop is passive and white has this very nice open file.
We'll see. We haven't really seen Cena play, kind of calm in game thus far. All of his games eventually become tactical and wild, but here he's gonna have to just. He makes a draw, he advances. So he just needs to make sure he doesn't lose this one.
16-year-old is trying to prolong his tournament life. Would be sort of a fun battle. Hans Niemann versus Cena, both very expressive.
Very expressive, yeah. Very emotional players, very sharp and tactical. Yeah, that'll be a wild battle.
So far, Sarana far from out of it. The knight goes to c4. The pawn on e6 is under attack.
Guess you
don't go passive. I guess you put a rook on the c file first. Hit that horsey. Yeah, there he goes.
Right to c8. Now black is looking to activate on that c file.
คู่นี้คือแบบว่า opening ถึง10 กว่าเลยครับนะ
the entry square
ตัวเนี้ย
so the rook can't get to the second rank. It looks very compact, and black not only does he have to watch out about that e6 pawn,
เล่น
but also about the second rank in his camp. He's saying, you know what, you can have that pawn as long as I can activate.
Yeah, Toronto wants none of that. He wants to keep his rook active. Pair piece gets traded off now. Bishop to c8.
ขึ้นมาครับเช็คไม่ต่อไม่ได้นะมีแต่ c2
Sitting up in his chair, surprised by this bishop c8
ที่จะให้เล่น
but it's
bishop
quite economical in a way,
เพราะว่า
because
ไม่
the
อยาก
bishop
ให้เล่น
is
เรือ
covering the
d7
weak
นะครับ
pawn
ที่
and it's
เมื่อกี้
covering
เอ็กซเร
the
ย์
entry square
โด
for
น
the
ทั้ง
rook. He's saying you can go to d8,
เบี้ย
go check, I
a7
don't
แล้ว
care,
ก็
I
กัน
don't want
ไม่
you
ให้
on the
คิง
7th
เล่น
rank.
ขึ้นมา
I like
ใน
this
เซคันด์แรงเลย
way
เนาะ
of
ตรง
organizing
นี้
by him.
แล้วก็จะเล่นเรือ c6 c7 ไม่ได้นะมีเรือ
I think Serrano
เทคอยู่
here still
ตรงนี้ก็คือ
gotta be cool with his chances. He got this
สามารถ
endgame.
เล่น
Got
เรือ
some
d8 เช็คได้ครับ
got
แต่หลัง
some
จากขึ้น
imbalance.
มา
Knight
แล้วเช็ค
versus
ต่อไม่ได้
bishop.
นะ
His king
แล้ว
is
ก็
a
กิน
bit
บิชอปไม่ได้
closer,
นะครับเพราะ
but
ว่าเรือกิน
Black's
เรือ
rook
บั
is
ง
very
ถือว่า
active.
เป็นมูฟที่ดีมากครับ
And soon that rook is gonna jump around.
ครับก็
Yes, he played this nicely.
เล่นปีสามครับ
E5
เล่นปี
what's
ห้า
that?
ครับก็ค่อยๆ
Guess
เคลื่อน
just
ห
stopping
มาก
the
ครับเพ
knight
ราะว่า
from
หมากค่อน
coming
ข้าง
to
ตันนะไม่รู้
c4.
ทำยังไงดีเลย h5 ครับ
But now h4 opening up a second front.
แน่นอนครับ
One
ว่า
of
ซา
these
ลาน่า
strong
ต้อง
grandmaster
เล่น
moves I
เอ็ก
never
ซ์ซีฟ
understand.
นะครั
Like
บ
there's
เพราะว่า
stuff happening everywhere,
เขา
but
เป็น
somehow
คน
they find time
ฝั่
to
งขาว
grab
นะค
some
รับนั่นนี่
space
คือ
on
มา
the
เก
king
รอน
side,
นะ
and
เพราะฉะนั้นเขาต้อง
normally
กด
it's
ใช้เวลาที่
it's
มี
a
ก
good
ดให้
decision, but
ที
it's
หน้า
very deep.
คิดนานๆหน่อยครับ
High
แล้วหลัง
class
จากนั้น
move
ค่อย
straight of in-game strategy.
บีบ
Now
เวลา
advances
เพื่อเอาชนะนะ
h5,
เพราะว่า
just restricting
โพซิ
that
ชันค่อนข้าง
enemy
เสมอนิดนึง
king.
อาจจะทำให้
And
คิด
he's creating some future weaknesses there. The G pawn, for example, since he put his pawn there,
ต้องทำให้เขาแบบ
it's easier
ไม่มี
to
เวลา
target
คิด
it.
นะถึงจะ
Still,
ดีต้องบีบเวลาไปเรื่อย
black defense is very much holding here. And let's not forget, Cena only needs a draw to advance.
ๆนี่ครับ
So Serrano with the white pieces has to
มี
make
ซ้ำ
something
มูฟ
up.
ครับแต่ว่า
Yeah, I think he
โซ
repeated
ลาน่า
once,
ไม่
just
ซ้ำมูฟ
following
ไม่เอา
that
นะครับ
classic
ตัวเอง
maxim,
กำลัง
always
เล่นเอา
repeat.
ชนะอยู่
Any
นะ
school children are taught growing up, and now of course he has to play on.
I don't believe in that maxim at all. Because in chess, if you repeat thrice to draw, so many old textbooks like this endgame strategy you mentioned are teaching you should repeat twice to mess with your opponent's head. Then he doesn't know, do you want to draw, do you not?
ยังไงดีครับ
And what
ตรงนี้
happens normally is you spend a minute trying to decide, do I repeat? Do I repeat twice? And then very often you miscount and you repeat thrice by accident, or you reach the same position. So I'm strongly against it. Never repeat if you're the stronger side. Old textbooks. You led me astray.
อันนี้ก็จะ
Yeah,
เป็น
sometimes it can lead more damage,
เดี๋ยว
lead
จบ
to
ตร
more
งนี้ก็
damage
จะ
than
เป็น
it's
ดูด้า
really,
ต่อครับแล้วดูด้าแล้ว
really
เป็นอาจุน
worth. So
อาจุนเสร็จปุ๊บเป็น
e7.
เดนิส
Now
ลา
he
ซาวิก
pulls back.
เจอยานครับ
That's
แล้ว
a
เป็
bit
นฮัน
sad, but he has to
คู่
keep
ท้า
the
ย
game
นะครับ
going.
อัน
He
นี้
can't
เป็นฮันส์
can't
นี
make
มั
a
น
draw, then he's out. But now he has nothing. The king covers all the entry squares.
Yeah, bishop d7 looks good. Next is
เป็น
maybe
อเมริกันข
b4,
อง
maybe
คู่ชีน่า
a4.
black is
maybe just nothing.
Very
White's the one that has to show how he's going to win here.
Might just not win.
He's got to
ดู
push
ซีน่าจะยื้อได้อยู่นะ
G4,
พี่ผมว่า
perhaps. Start advancing further on that king side, looking to make something
but
happen.
Just sit, just h6, and where's the breakthrough?
มันติดก็จริงครับแต่ผมว่า
Not sure
ปัญ
Serrano
หา
does
คือ
either.
ปัญหาคือมัน
He's
ออกก็
looking
ออก
for
ได้อยู่นะ
some
แต่ถ้ามันยัง
way
ไม่
to
จำเป็นที่ต้องออก
improve.
แล้วนะครับ
Maybe rook to d1, but if you trade rooks,
เพราะว่า
Black's
หน้าที่
gotta
ของ
be
ม้า
fine.
คือการเรือทีต่อหลังจากที่เรือต้นเรือของเราเคลื่อนออกไปแล้วอะตอนเนี้ย
Not better. It
ก็
might
เลย
be
อยู่มาก็
balanced.
ได้
There.
ครับ
He goes h6, at least trying to create some trouble over there.
โอ้
Maybe
โห
that
แล้ว
was a
h6
good
ครับ
practical chance. Now if the pawn
ครับ
goes to
h5
h5,
ไหม
you
ตรง
take
นี้
pawn, then you can maybe take the
แต่
other
หลัง
one on.
h5
Knight takes
แล้ว
f6 and hope
มี
that
ม้า
rook
กิน
endgame
อยู่
gives
นะ
us
เรา
something.
ได้บิชอปคืนมา
Cena, they're going full
แล้ว
Beth
มี
Harmon.
ดับเบิล
Taking the hand off the mouse, calculating up in the air. He's
ดับ
looking
เบิลเบี้ย
everywhere
ฝั่งนั้น
except the board.
Do you think Cena's watched the Queen's Gambit?
It's a little bit before his time. Yeah, he's only 16 at this point.
I don't know. It was big during the pandemic, and many of this
ตรงนี้มัน
generation
ฟ้องนะครับ
they
มันสามารถ
had
เท
time
คทั้ง
during
F
the pandemic
กับ F6 เลย
studied
นะ
and became
ที่
incredibly
เทคได้
strong
เพราะว่า
players.
ถ้าสมมติเทคแล้ว
Maybe
ติดเทค
found a
แล้ว
little
มี
time
เรือกิน
to
บิชอป
get
อยู่
in.
Okay,
Did
goes
not
for that rook end game.
Here we
ครับ
go.
มาแล้ว
This
ครับมา
rook
แล้วครับ
end game, Serrana evaluated as his best chance to at least get some imbalance. But for now, he's a pawn down, and it feels like White should not win this, really.
Yeah, I would think like Black is the one with maybe some chances. He's got this B pawn he can latch onto. Rook B2 now, rook A3.
I still like the
คือสาร
decision
หน้า
because
ที่นะครับ
everything
ว่า
else
ได้
playing
เป็น
passively for
เอ็น
White
เกมที่มีโอ
was
กาส
zero
ชนะ
chance.
มาก
Well,
นะ
here it could at
สุด
least
ละ
become
คือ
a
เป็นเลือก
race
ฝั่ง
which
เลือกเบี้ย
I
คนละ
agree
ฝั่ง
we
นะ
shouldn't win, but at least
คือ
something could happen.
อ่า
While everywhere else it
ซา
looked
ร่าบอกว่า
Black
แต่
was
ผมจะ
just
เลือกป้อง
completely
กัน
fine.
เบี้ย
Now
2v1
there's
ตรงนี้
nuance.
นะ
If you
แล้ว
go
พยายาม
for this B
เล่น
pawn,
เบี้ย
White can take on
2v2 ตรงนี้
H5,
ให้
and
ชนะ
then the A pawn will also hang, so you don't get
โดย
your
มัน
two
คือ
pawns on the
3v1
queen
นะครับ
side.
ตรงนี้
But there's king to E5.
3v1
Very
ตรง
bold
นี้มัน
decision.
จะใกล้เป็น2
Just
มันเกือบจะเป็น
advancing the
2v0
king.
นะครับ
Cena now
คื
looks
อ
like
ต้อง
he's just going all
ต้อง
out for
กั
the
น
win, but
เบี้ย
objectively
2
this
ตรง
might
นี้
have
แหละ
just been
2 ตัว
a
แลก
great find.
2 ตัวกับ
He
เรือ
shows great
แลกกับ
chess
3 ต่อ 1
instincts, chess culture,
แล้ว
giving a pawn with check, activating his
ยังไงต่อดีครับ
king, going after the B pawn, as where everybody's
คำถาม
taught in
คือ
rook
ใคร
endgames
คำถามก็ใครจะขึ้
activity
นไปก่อน
matters more than pawns, but to actually live it and not try to hang on to your pawns, well, you know what? Take it with check, get a passer. I'll go after your stuff. I'm impressed.
Yeah, easier said than done, especially given that he only needs a draw. He's not thinking about that.
F4
He's just
ดีมากครั
wanting
บ
to play best moves on the board, and
คือถามว่าทำ
sometimes
ไม
that's the
F4
only
เพราะว่า
way
ถ้าเทค
forward.
ปุ๊บเทคแล้วเช็คแล้วกินเบี้ยแล้ว
Now, how does Serrano make
เหมือนจะมีโอ
progress?
กาสได้เล่นก่อนครับ ถ้าไม่สมมติว่า
No, it
จิ้ม
feels like
F4 ไป
it should be a
take,
race,
take.
but it's not even so easy for White to mobilize. If your king moves forward, then the G2 pawn could get taken, which you don't want because you're losing your winning potential. Into H3 is a bit of a sad move, stepping away from the center.
And Serrano here needs to come up with some rook endgame magic, because Black has a very simple plan. King C3, king takes B3, just promote one of his queenside pawns, and White is
Best
very
chance
far
might
away.
be to go pawn to F4.
On F4.
Very strange move, where the pawn is if the king then takes the pawn on E4, then you have
Come on,
rook
F4.
E5 check, you take on E6, and at least it becomes a race again with the passed F pawn. If not, you can
ต้องเล่นมา
keep
ฝั่ง
running
ขวา
with
ห
the
น้า
F
ตรงนี้
pawn.
ใช่
I like F4. I don't see another really sharp try here. Serrano clearly calculating, spent over 30 seconds.
There he
on this build.
goes.
There he
แล้วครับ
finds it.
F4
Gives the central pawn, but his pawn is then rook E5 check. Creates his own passer.
นะครับคือเขียดพา
At
พร
least
ตัวเอ
you
ง
get
นะ
a race, but Cena not hesitating much, seems to still know what he's doing here.
ครับที
I
หน้า
was
ก็
so
ยัง
nervous
ไม่
trying
ดู
to count
ดูอยู่
F5,
ดูว่า
B3 and so on, but
ทำอะไรต่อดีนะ
Cena
แบบ
overhead
ยังไม่ได้พ
has
ลาดเลยนะครับ
everything
ก็ยัง
under
คิด
control.
ว่าเหมือนจะ
Okay,
คำน
three
วณได้อ
both
ยู่นะสำหรับ
sides
ที
getting
หน้า
two passed pawns
Ah,
here. As he
ทำอะไร
takes
ดี
this one to check. White's going to advance
เอ้า
now with the king F4.
เมื่อกี้
Maybe king
อะไร
H4, trying to get out of the
เมื่อกี้
way.
พลาดนะ แต่ว่า
That makes
ไม่
a
เขา
big
ไม่เห็นนะครับ
difference. Yeah,
คือ
goes
เล่น
king
A4 แล้ว
H4, probably
เสียเบี้ย
rook
ฟรีนะเพราะว่า
B1,
เรือ
or
กิน
we
อยู่
have time. Do we now have time for
แล้วกลายเป็น
A4?
ว่าเบี้ยตัวนี้เป็นเบี้ย
G4?
20 นะ
But White's
Right.
not White
ครับ
pawn is
เมื่อกี้
faster.
AI
F6,
เห็นนะคนไม่เห็น
F7.
Ah, yeah. Okay, we have to stop it eventually.
I think
ตรง
rook
นี้
to
ต้องเล่นเรือ
B1. I
B1
think
ครับ
Black has to
เพื่อ
kind of blink
โอกาส
first,
บิน
get
นะ
his rook behind the pawn, but then
สองตีหน้าเพราะว่าตีหน้าตอน
collectively
นี้
his
เป็น
two pawns are
โอ
further
กาสดี
advanced.
ก่อน
So
นะครับ ถ้าจะ
yeah,
ไปถึง
objectively
ก่อน
Black is
นะ
not worse
ส
here
อง
at
ตี
all.
หน้าทำอย่างนี้
I think someone's winning this game, Jan. I feel like draw is the
แล้วเรื่อง
least
มีหนึ่งค
likely
รับ
result at this
เรียบ
point.
ร้อย
No, what I like about it from White's
ที
point
หน้า
of
ช้า
view
เลยอะพี่
is
ดูทรงแล้ว
you have a chance. You might be lost, but someone was gonna queen. While the other stuff, nothing was gonna happen.
Yeah, at least
On
you have a
F6.
chance. Draw is not suitable here for White at all.
บังเหรอ
Here's f6. Okay, rook behind past pawn. No, he just advances. He's still got time.
Sarana's shaking his head. I think these guys already understand. This race will not end well for white.
Seems like black ultimately is leading here, but we never know. And now black's winning.
G5 blocking his G pawn. The rook takes care of the F pawn, and then these two passes. Probably if you attack the A pawn, then the B pawn goes, and if you attack the B pawn, then the A pawn goes. Can't catch them all.
I think this is all over, and look at Sarana. He kind of sensed it.
Sina's already sort of celebrating. We see
ก็คือแล้วหลังจากปีสองคือหลุดไม่ทันนะตรงนี้
festivities like we've seen earlier against.
Yeah, he's calculating it out. This check, it's not going to help. The best he can hope for is a perpetual, but at this point, black is winning the game on the board.
Doesn't need to. He can do the gentleman's sweep, repeat moves.
And I think Sarana is giving up. That's it.
He's done it. Congratulations to the 16-year-old
ครับก็
prolonging
รู้อยู่
his
แล้วนะครับว่าแพ้
tournament
แต่ว่า
life. Our
เล่น
youngest
เอาเสมอก็ได้ครับ
participant earned the battle against Hans Niemann, and Alexei Sarana, former European champion, is out of the tournament.
Fantastic display there from Sina. He won that first game, lost in round 2, but he comes back to win the Armageddon. What a fantastic
7-29.
So he's got the pedigree. He looks more nervous during interviews, actually, than we should heart rate him when we ask him the questions. And yeah, but actually on stage playing chess, you're right. Standing heart rate never gets above 75. He looks very comfortable up there.
Very comfortable indeed. And Nemo, this is in fact a qualification match. Whoever wins goes to the playoffs, get our 5th spots right with the others. Whoever loses keeps crushed.
It is going to be quite challenging for Nihal. He did play against Duda earlier this year, and unfortunately Duda beat him 3-0. So this is very much a revenge story here in the making.
That's right, revenge in the making. It seems like we have revenge written on every single matchup that we've had so far, but these two titans are ready to battle. They're ready to take the stage. One moves forward, the other has their key crushed. It's going to be Jan Krzysztof Duda versus Nihal Sarin on the stage just behind us.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our first qualification match right now. Tournament life on the line, of course, and the winner of this match will be back tomorrow in the playoffs, in the top 8. On the right side of your screen, you can see Nihal Sarin. He beat Wei Yi earlier. This format is his home. He's known for his speed, his accurate calculation, and his calm decision-making under pressure. He did it once today. Can he do it again?
And on the other side, we have Jan Krzysztof Duda, who has been one of Poland's leading chess players for more than a decade, becoming a grandmaster at only the age of 15. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, they're about to go to war as only one will qualify for the playoffs. It's time. Jan Krzysztof Duda versus Nihal Sarin.
What an entrance, and we have our very first decider. I'm Yovi, and joining me here to call off the action, it is my good friend Grandmaster Ben Feingold, and we are ready for the action that is gonna come.
Yeah, today's my favorite day of the competition because it's key crushing day, Yovi. Everybody gets their key crushed when they lose a match today, and this is one of the decider matches to see who plays tomorrow. We have one of my picks, Nihal Sarin versus Duda. This is one of the few matches where I don't think there's a big favorite. Their ratings are pretty similar. Their strengths are pretty similar. And I think probably Nihal is more known for his speed than Duda. Duda's also a fantastic blitz player, and it's going to be a great match. I can't wait to see whose key get crushed. Hopefully not my guy. I picked somebody yesterday. I can't have all my guys getting crushed. So I saw there was a poll of who do you think was going to win, and I was surprised. Nihal had 75% thinking he was going to win. I thought it would be closer than that, but Nihal probably has a lot of fans because he plays so much on the internet, has such a high internet rating. So they're about to get set up, got their heart rate monitors on.
แล้วเผื่อใครจำได้นะครับว่าปีแล้วดูได้จะเข้ารอบแล้วแต่ว่าดันพลาดนะผลงานดีนะจะเข้าอยู่แล้วแต่ว่าพลาดเมาส์สลิปนะครับ
Anyways, having trouble adjusting his headset. Looks like they're about to get ready, Yovi. What do you
นี่
think?
ก็
What are your
นี่ก็เป็น
predictions for the match?
ก่อนเข้าอีกแล้วนะครับก่อนเข้าไปเพย์ออฟอีกแล้วนะก็คือถ้าสมมติว่าดูด้าพลาดรอบนี้คือดูด้าโชค2 ปีติดเลยนะครับ
His handle is Polish fighter, and that is his
นะครับ
trademark brand of chess. It's aggressive, it's creative, and always he's down for that fight. And we have our move. Jan Krzysztof Duda playing with the white pieces. It is opening up with the queen pawn, and we're seeing Nihal opening up with the knight pawn. Pawn structure is pretty flexible for the time being as we find out what is going to be Nihal's response. He's not quite comfortable with his headphones. Put it on. You can't hear us, Nihal.
He took the headset off so he could hear us do commentary. You can't do that.
You can't do that. And indeed,
ฟังออกไม่ได้นะครับ
we have a classical, very traditional
พี่
approach.
พี่ถอดหูฟังออกพี่นิฮาวพี่ได้ยินพวกผมนะครับ
Yeah, we've
นัก
seen
ข่าว
this
บ
a
อก
lot this
ถอด
tournament.
ไม่ได้ครับใส่หู
Black's
ฟัง
been
กระซิบ
playing.
ไป
Speaking of not seeing anything in the tournament, H6.
ก่อนแร
Yeah, that
ก
move I don't know,
เราบิช
stopping
อปออก
bishop
มา
G5. A lot of times at this level, black plays bishop to B4. Black still hasn't decided where he's going to put the bishop. Nihal has 3 squares for the bishop. He just leaves it on F8. Will he go to D6, E7, or B4? They're all possible. H6, not a very common move, but Duda played very quickly. And Nihal's still having trouble with his headset. I guess he wants to know what we think is going to happen, but we'll have to be quiet while his headset's off so he can't hear us.
Exactly, and that's going to be very difficult for us to keep quiet because this position, well, is brewing up for something interesting. H6, not a very popular move, but it sure is a trendy one. As the players, they look to those parts of the beaten track, and here we come. We're seeing Nihal offering up a trade of dark square bishops. Usually white takes it. Is Jan Krzysztof gonna go down that road? Is he gonna keep that tension on the board, drop back with the bishop, or even throw in the knight into the center, block it up? Okay, we have a trade.
This is why I'm a commentator and not a player. I spent the whole time commentating about how Nihal was a cool customer, has a low heart rate, and then I check and Duda's heart rate is much lower. So I guess Duda's the cool customer. Nihal had a higher heart rate than usual because of his headset. So he's not really bothered by the chess. He's bothered by peripheral stuff like interviews, headsets. The position's about equal. White has a tiny advantage because I like that pawn structure better with white square bishop not being blocked by the center pawns. But this will be a slow maneuvering game. Both players have to be happy with the result of the opening. They both have the same heart rate now. The times are exactly the same. It's about as even as you could get, Yogi.
It's as even as you can get. I can tell you one thing though. Look at where the pawns are pointing. For white, they're pointing to the left, so that is where the action is going to develop. For black, they are pointing to the right, and that's exactly what black wants to do. They want to eventually just jump in with a knight into the center. But for the time being, watch out. The queen is about, and the queen just sidestep over. And Nihal, really, I hope he's not hearing us. He's going for the king.
Duda's playing the Beyonce variation to the left,
Exactly.
But nothing much happening right now. Just slow maneuvering. Nobody really has an advantage on time, heart rate, or clock.
วันนี้คนหนีไปดู TI หนีไปดูเซฟเลยครับเมื่อวานคนดูเรา40วันนี้คนดูเราหลักหน่วยครับ
Goes into Armageddon.
วันนี้น่ะ
He's trying to play on the left. Duda's playing Queen A5.
อะไรนะ ต้องรอ TI จบก็ได้ครับวันนี้แล้วก็วันนี้มันเป็นสายล่างนะครับมันไม่มีแม็กนับมีคารุไม่มีอะไรที่คนชอบดูนะวันนี้นะ
For me, is black going to maneuver the knights to different squares? If I was black, I try to get my knight to D6. I just don't know how to do it. A lot of times we play knight B6 to C8, but we can't do that.
Well, there you're seeing it in action.
ตอนนี้ขาดสายล่างหรือเปล่า
We
ครับ
see the
ใช่ครับ
knight
ขาดสายล่าง
quickly jump into
เหลื
the
อกี่
center,
คู่ครับ
and Duda says,
วัน
"Well,
นี้
that knight was on my side of the board. Got
เหลือ
get
คู่
rid of
นี้
it,
เป็น
and
คู่
now
ที่
the
3
bishop
ครับ
is
เหลืออีก
there,
3
and Ben is advocating a
วันนี้
very
มี6คู่ครับ
semantic maneuver.
I'm advocating black giving his knight away for nothing because he played A6. He can't play
แล้ว
knight
ก็วัน
B6
นี้
to
แข่งทีละ
C8.
คู่นะครับ
The knight really wants to go to
คู่ที่
to
3ไม่แข่ง
B6,
ทีละ
but
2
it looks
คู่
like he
ครับ
has to go to F6 to E4.
คู่
Which
ละ
will
คู่ที่
proffer
3
more
คู่
trades.
เดียวคู่ที่
Queen
4คู่เดียว
C7,
คู่ที่ 5 คู่
that's
เดียว
an
คู่เดียวครับ
interesting move. That's not what I
ยื้อ
would have
เอา
expected.
แอร์ไทม์
Looks like
ตรง
Duda's
นี้
having fun with his queen this game.
Exactly. He loves the queen at the minute. She is the MVP. She is going all over the board. She probably wants to keep an eye on her king because the king, the white king, is undefended as it stands.
Yeah, it's a pretty stable position. Lots of trades. Nobody's really threatening anything. The queen goes back to the right side of the board. There was nothing really to attack on the left side of the board. And the question is Nihal going to start to trade knights with knight f6
อยู่
to
ที่ว่านี่ฮาวแต่
e4,
แรกที่ทำอะไร
or is he
ฮะ
going to try to
ตอ
get
น
his
นี้
knight around to
ว่ามี
d6,
ไอเดียอะไรนะ
controlling
มีไอ
all
เดีย
these key
ม้า
squares?
ขึ้นไปครับ
Again, I don't know how to do it. It's going to
อาจจะ
take
มา
a
นั่ง
long time.
คอนเทสต์
The
เรื่อง
engine says it's about
ตร
equal.
งนี้นะครับ
Both sides playing very solid this game.
ดูว่า
Nobody really has made a big threat. There's no pawn breakthroughs.
ลอง
It's not
ล
easy
อง
to
จี้
decide what to do.
ควีน
Usually
ตัว
in
นี้ก็ได้ค
positions
รับแล้ว
like
ควีน
this,
ถอย
I take too
เมื่อไหร่จะ
long.
ควีนถอย
I
ก็
try to
ดู
figure
ว่า
out
ว่า
where to put my
ยังจะ
pieces.
เล่นไอ
I
เดีย
get
ม้า
in
ขึ้น
time
ไปอยู่ไหม
trouble.
ตรงนี้นะ
Okay, I like what Nihal did, and maybe he will play my idea, knight e8 to
ครับ
d6.
นะครับแล้วเอา
Although
ม้าขึ้น
White's
ไปครับ
playing knight c5 first,
ว่า
so
ไอ
probably
เดียก็
Black
คือ
has to
E4
play.
นะ
Oh wow, that wasn't on my analysis board. Wow, playing g5. Okay, but again, that
ว้าว
queens are moving a lot
G5
here,
นี่ผมคิดครับแต่
and
ว่าตอน
Nihal
แรก
wants it to
ไม่ได้
move
คิดว่า
again.
ว่าจะเล่น
Exactly,
G5 ก่อน
and
แล้วม้าแต่
look
ว่า
at that
เล่น
move,
ม้าก่อนแล้วก็จะ
asking
G5
those
อยู่ดีนะ
questions
ตร
to
งนี้
Jan Christoph. Jan Christoph says, hey, you know what?
ใช่ครับ
The queen
ม้า
was
หนีไป
vulnerable. If it stepped back, let's go forward, offer up a
ตรง
trade.
นี้ถอย
And
ควีน
I
ยังไง
gotta
ดี
say,
ครับ
it's
ให้
been
ปลอ
a
ดภัย
long maneuvering
ก็
game.
มีค
But
วีน
that
G3
knight that
หรือ
White
ควีน
has on
E5
the
เนาะ
left is primed and
เรา
ready
เล่นควีน
to jump
E5 ไปแล้ว
in.
เราก็
So
หลัง
still
เรือ
really tense as the
ก็
players try to find the
แร
right
กๆว่าครับ
plans
ตรงนี้
just to annoy their opponent as the
แร
queens
ก
come
แล้วก็
off
แร
the
ก
board.
ครับแต่วิ
And
ชั
the
บเท
big
คนะ
question for White is, yeah, you jump in with the knight,
ครั
lovely
บ
knight right
คำถาม
there,
คือ
happy in the heart
ปล่อย
of
ม้า
Black's
E5
position.
ให้เขานะครับ
But what next
ก็
as
ม้า E5 แล้วเรา
Nihal
ทำไง
just
ต่อดี
moves the
ก็
king
เป็น
up
เอา
the
โพส
board? Because
สำห
I'm
รับสองม้า
expecting Nihal to
เขา
eventually decide that that knight is no good and drop his own knight
แล้
to
วปัญหา
challenge
ก็
it.
คือ
That's right,
เบี้ย
and he
A6
could play knight d7 later, as you pointed out, to do that. White has two plans in this position. White can play either f3, e4, and advance to the center, or White can play on the left side of the board again and play
ครับก็เอา
b4,
ม้าไป
a4, b5,
D7
the
นะครับ
so-called
อยาก
minority
เสมอ
attack.
เทศนะ
But
ว่าจะ
Nihal
เทรดไหมครับพี่
immediately played the idea you suggested, knight
เทรดม้าไหม
d7,
ครับพอ
get
ปิ
rid
ช็อ
of
ปไม่
that
เอา
knight
เทรด
on
กันนะ
c5
เป็น
is
เทรด
too
ม้า
good. And the position looks pretty equal.
ก็
White
ไม่
doesn't
เทรด
want
นะ
to
ครับเอา
trade.
ม้าถอยกลับไป
White
นะ
played
ตรงนี้
knight b3.
ดูได้
It's really hard for White to envision either plan working now with f3, e4, or b4, since the knight on b3 isn't really very well placed. I think the knight's going to go on the left side of the board again. It's going to play knight a5, keeping that rook on b8, defending the b7 pawn. Not much to do for either side, just slow maneuvering around. And both sides have a lot of time on their clock. We're still early in the game. Nobody's made a mistake. It's
ตรง
pretty
นี้ก็คือยัง
equal.
ต้อง
It's a
เล่น
maneuvering
ยัง
game,
คิดอยู่นะครับ
and
ว่า
it'll get
เล่นยังไง
exciting
มันผ่าน
later
เพราะว่า
as things heat up.
โพซิชันค่อน
Yeah,
ข้า
I
งจะ
feel like this is a game of cat
ปิด
and
กันนิด
mouse
นึง
as
นะครับ
we see Jan Christoph. He's moving his
มี
knight
เสียไป
away.
แค่เบี้ย
He's
ตัว
keeping
เดียวนะครับแล้ว
Nihal
ก็
guessing. He's like, as you
ไม่มี
indicated,
บิชอปกับ
well,
ม้า
maybe
แล
I'm
กกัน
going to go
แล้ว
with the
ควีน
center.
แต่
Maybe
บิช
I'm
อปก็
going to
บิ
go
ชอ
on
ป
the
สีแล้ว
left
กัน
with the
นะครับ
pawns. But everyone
โพซิชั
just
นถ้า
watch
ปิด
where
นี้
that
ต้อง
white
ค่อย
knight is
ๆเคลื่อน
headed
ครับพยายามอย่า
and
เล่น
watch
พลา
what
ด
the
นะ
pawns are going to be doing. Nihal at the
หา
minute,
จุดหา
all
ทา
he
ง
can do
เปิด
is like
หมาก
slowly
ให้ได้แล้ว
improve his
เปิด
position,
บอร์ด
try and
ดู
move
ว่า
his
เปิดบอ
rooks
ร์ดได้ก็
around
น่าจะ
and
มีค่า
just
มากขึ้น
wait
นะ
and see what Jan Christoph decides to do. And here it comes. The rook
แต่
starts
ต้องดูค
moving
รับว่า
up.
ใครจะได้เป็นคน
Maybe
เปิด
he
ครับ
wants to
อาจจะ
double,
ได้อาจจะได้
come
เห็น
in with the knight
นิฮาว
again.
เปิด
Maybe he
C5
wants to go
ก่อน
for
หรือเปล่า
you
หรือ
suggesting
ว่าจะเป็น
taking
ดู
control
ด้าที่
of
จะ
the
เปิด
center.
E4 ก่อน
And now what
ตรงนี้
next asks Nihal.
F3 ไหมครับตรงนี้กัน
Yeah, whenever I'm analyzing
E4
these
ได้ครับ
games,
ตรง
I'm
นี้นะ
always looking for
F3
repetitions because sometimes grandmasters will draw to play the next
ครับ
game.
แล้ว
And
นะค
I
รับ
was thinking
ก็ถอย
knight
ไปครับ
c5, knight d7, knight b3, knight f6. But instead, finally, maybe his headset's off again. Nihal's playing my plan. I can't believe it. After I said the plan like 5 times, and Nihal said, no, no, no. Ben Feingold likes that plan. That's not what I'm doing. He finally decides to put the knight on d6, where it controls a lot of the squares on both sides of the board.
คือ
Duda
อันนี้
played
อัน
one
นี้
of
คื
my
อ
plans, f3 to
นิ
play
ฮาวยอม
e4.
เล่น
That's why
ม้า
he played rook c3
กลับไป
earlier,
E8 เราพร้อมจะเล่น
defending
ม้า
his knight
D6
on
นะครับคือ
b3. because the black bishop
มา
on
ดีหก
e6
ไม่นานนะมาดีหก
could
ค่อน
be
ข้างมี
hitting
โจ
that
ทย์
at
พอส
some
มควรเลย
point.
ครับคุม
And the question is, now that Duda has
พื้นที่ค่อน
played
ข้างเยอะนะ
f3, is he going to play e4 right away and try to bust open the center, or is he going to play the knight back on c5 now that the knight can't get hit by the black knight? So very interesting choice for Duda. Knight c5 or e4. Those are the two most likely moves. Although I'm saying that, so he'll probably play a third move.
We never know what's going to happen. He could even be super patient and just step up with a king and go, hey, you know what? I also have the right side of the board where I can start challenging. And I got to say for Nihal, he finally saw the light, Ben. He put his knight right where it should be going. It's a beautiful square for that knight. But like I say, Nihal very much playing the waiting game. He has to wait. Oh, look at that.
King f2, you were right.
Comes out, and now the knight goes on the edge of the board where we have the saying, and the question mark appears. Knights on the edge, fall off the hedge. Knight on the rim. Oh, damn, dim.
That's I've never heard falling off the hedge. That's a new one for me. I like to say knight on the rim, better for him, better for the opponent. I wonder if Nihal is going to play f7 to f5 at some point to prevent white from ever playing e4, or if he wants to keep the f5 square open for a bishop trade with something like bishop f5. So I'm not surprised by anybody's moves. Knight on a5 to keep the black rooks tied to b7. The king comes up. The rook on c7 defends the pawn on b7. So black puts the rook on the half-open file. Now white is playing the minority attack on the queen side. Wants to try to play b4, b5 at some point. And very double-edged position with a lot of maneuvering going on. Both players still have a lot of time. Both players have a low heart rate compared to some matches we saw earlier today. I pay attention to the heart rate a lot because I don't see that very often. Bishop c8, pretty passive move. But now black can double rooks on the e file and put pressure on that e3 pawn that was weakened when white played f3. So Nihal has some initiative also. Basically, white's only plan on the queen side is to play b4, b5. Once black double, and he just played b4. Once black doubles rooks on the e file, I assume he'll play rook c7 now, which he did. Now it's hard for white to play b5 because black has it protected so much. So both sides are doing what they want to do. And that's why the engine says it's about equal, the times are about equal, and this game is going to be decided when both players have about a minute left, and we'll start seeing some mistakes.
Yeah, I agree with you. It might be decided then, or if the players could decide to halve out and kind of find a way to repeat. Not that going to be that easy with so many minor pieces on the board. Remember, the players are not allowed to offer a draw until they've passed a lot of moves. We're already on move 34, by the way. That's right,
getting close.
We are getting close, and the clock is ticking down as we're seeing some decisions. Okay, maybe this is a draw offer, saying, hey, let's repeat with the bishops. And Duda says, no, I have a handle to respect. Polish fighter, I'm going to keep on going.
Yeah, white has a idea to play knight c5 again, knight a5, knight c5. But again, only way for white to break through on the queen side is to play b5. But that's going to involve a pawn sacrifice. And usually, before we give a pawn away for nothing, we have to think a long time, which we don't have in this match. If white doesn't play b5, both sides can't do very much. And the only question is Nihal going to go for it and play f4 and try to get his own play with knight f5? Putting pressure on the e3 pawn, or is Nihal, does he think it's sufficient to just shuffle back and forth, keep the tension, and try to get him in the time trouble, because that's where Nihal is his best, when both sides have a minute left, then Nihal's probably the favorite.
Yeah, Nihal is quick, as we saw, but I gotta say one thing, in all my experience of playing chess and commentating, there's only so much that player can be patient. At some point, they will crack, they will get fed up, and they will start to open up the position and initiate action.
This is a really good game for my students because I've been complaining the whole tournament. White plays h4, black plays a6. I'm like, what is this? This is move one. What's going on? And now both sides are playing the plans that I like. Black's playing knight d6. Black plays f5, stopping e4. Black doubles rooks on the e file. White plays a4, b4, knight c5, playing on the queen side. This is exactly what I suspect. And in some of the games, if my students are like, how come white played h4, a4, knight h3? I'm like, I don't know. That's not the way I'm teaching you guys. But this game is a very teachable game. Both sides are playing the kind of moves you expect them to play. I expect black's going to play bishop c8 here. Just stop the trade on d7, because then white could try to play b5 more easily. White probably doesn't want his rook on e1 since it's pinned on the e file. So he might play rook b1 soon. Oh, he played knight d3, which also defends. Maybe the knight's going to e5.
Exactly, and I think that knight is going to centralize itself, but definitely one thing is clear, the players are following the rule book. They're playing a very traditional style, they're finding those good squares for the pieces, and now here, see that knight, that white knight is a big thorn in black's side. I'm expecting Nihal to not waste too much time on the clock and just offer up a trade, retreat his own knight, move it back, and say, I want that knight gone, and then Duda has to consider whether he wants to make that trade or whether he wants to reinforce that knight and concede his own squares. But no, actually, I'm seeing something completely different. The bishops now just appearing, but I'm guessing at some point Nihal will decide that the knight in the middle is bothersome. Keeping me guessing, he's moving the rook.
Rook A8, a very unusual move. He's preparing for b5. White plays b5. He wants to take with the a pawn, get the open file for his rook on a8. He figures if White
นะครับ
doesn't
ก็
play
ยังคิดว่าเป็น
B5,
F4 เหมือนเดิมครับ
White
เพราะว่า
doesn't have
ถ้า
very
F4
much.
แล้วได้เอา
And eventually,
ใส่พาสปอร์ต
Nihal
นะ
did do what
ไม่
you
ใช่เอาใส่พาสปอร์ตได้
suggested,
แค่พาส
played
ปอร์ตเฉย
F7, getting rid of the knight on E5. White played F4, a very double-edged decision. Now Nihal can go back to D6, which he did before I said it, but I was about to say it because he wants to go to the E4 square. The knights are having their say, E4, E5. Black is doing everything he can to stop White from playing B5. He played bishop D7, knight D6, A6. He put the rook on A8, so the A file will be open for Black if White ever plays B5, and White played B5. So Nihal did everything he could to stop B5, and Duda played B5 anyway, because it was the only way to break through in the center.
He lost patience. Slowly grinding things away, and then he had enough. He was like, "Let me just open up the position." And as a result, we now have a trade of bricks. And now Nihal is up a pawn. It's not much of a pawn because it is doubled, and they are all isolated, but it's still nonetheless pawn up for Nihal as the clocks tick down to around the 2-minute mark. And for Yamchistov, it's not going to be easy to actually even win one of those back.
ดีแล้วมีเบี้ยตัวนี้ที่ว่าอาจจะเล่นกับเอ็กซ์เรียได้ครับ
Jan Krzysztof is shaking his head, so whatever he had intended after the trade on B5, he decided he didn't like it. Shaking his head again. Times are finally Nihal's ahead on the clock. The engine says it's about equal.
มันเป็นทรงที่อาจจะไปชนะและแพ้ทั้งคู่เพราะเวลามันบีบเพราะว่ามันสูสีกันมากตรงนี้
But Black is a pawn ahead. Black has a knight going to C4. Black has a knight going to E4, and instead he took the bishop on D7. He wants to win his pawn back right away. The B5 pawn isn't long for this world, but he couldn't take the pawn right away because of knight E4 check. That's why he played King F3.
But I gotta say, look at the way that Nihal is with the black pieces cementing the position together. He's like improved his king into the center. He can even boot away that rook from its beautiful square. And suddenly that extra pawn is gonna start to count. And the knight is such a wonderful piece. It can jump into all of those holes. Okay, bishop takes pawn. Excellent move from Duda as the clock ticks down to 1 minute 33 seconds. I'm expecting Nihal to activate the rook, get those good pieces moving.
Yeah, things have changed a lot since about a minute ago. Basically, White's knight on E5, which was magnificent, is now gone. Materials equal. Black has a passed pawn. It's difficult for White to do anything because White's bishop can't really ensconce itself anywhere in Black's position. Whereas
ก็คือจริงๆจากที่ตาลินนำอยู่นะครับ
Black can play something like knight
บังคับเทรดตรง
C4,
นี้
knight
มันทำให้
E4, or advance that B pawn.
พูดต
Black
รงๆก็
has
คือ
some
เหมือนแบบ
ideas.
ว่าจับมาเสม
Duda's
อเฉ
shaking
ย
his
นะ
head still. Duda has less time on the clock. Things are turning around a little bit. Things have been going in Black's favor the last few moves. And both sides have about a minute now. It's going to really start heating up soon.
And this is exactly why Nihal has made that offer trade of rooks. He's like, let me get into this position where there's no risk for me to lose. And I can use that knight to absolutely annoy White. That knight is going to jump all around the board. And Nihal is the one who's going to easily be able to improve his position.
Yeah, the engine says it's equal because it knows if White defends perfectly, that White should be okay. Duda,
ปัญหาคือสลินยังมีโอกาสชนะอยู่นะเพราะว่าสลินมีเบี้ยพาดพอตัว6แล้วคือที่ AI บอกว่าให้เสมอให้เท่ากันเพราะว่า AI รู้ว่าขาวสามารถกันได้นะถ้ากันอย่างเป๊ะแต่ว่าเราจะมาดูว่าดูได้จะพันแบบเป๊ะๆหรือเปล่าถ้าบอกว่าดูได้กันแบบเป๊ะๆได้ก็คือได้จากปกติครับ
trying to figure out a way forward. He plays H5.
มันไม่ใช่เรื่องง่ายๆนะที่จะกัน
One
ได้
thing I gotta
เป๊ะ
say
ๆครับ
is that
ตัวนี้
you do put a pawn on the light squared, and guess what weapon that White has is a light squared bishop. So that pawn could be a vulnerability as the knight does improve itself, and we're seeing Duda left to wait with the bishop. I'm expecting this one actually to fizzle out to a draw now.
Yeah, Nihal better watch out. He's got 25 seconds left.
เวลาตาลินโดนบีบครับเอามาถ้าแพ้เวลาดูได้ก็ยิ้มนะครับตรงนี้
White can't do anything. Okay, he's still trying to win because he sees the time situation.
Well, hang on a second here. Look at this bishop. It's suddenly got its eyes on the black pawns, and the B pawn is advancing, but is the white king going to step forward?
I think the king B4, I can play knight takes G3.
Yes.
And then H4 and break through on the king side.
Oh, wow. Okay, so we're seeing getting a little bit frustrated, but everyone watch the clocks. As we see
ดู
the
ได้อยาก
bishop
เท
being
ดูได้เทค
captured
นะ
is
แล้ว
now
ยังไงต่อครับ
trapped on
ตรง
the
นี้
edge of
ลา
the board
แล้ว
and the white king is coming in.
โอ้แล้ว
Oh, this one
แท็กบิ
is
ชอปแลกเปียครับตรง
tricky.
นี้
It's gotten sharp
ยัง
with
ไงเนี่ย
no time left on the clock. Which one's stronger, the pawns or the
โอ้
knight?
แล้วซัก
The
เปียครับ
engine
ตรงนี้
says equal,
เช็ค
of course, because the engine always does that to us.
นะครับบล็อกครับ
It is
ลงมา
equal as we're seeing the
ยังไง
white king
เอามา
move
บล็อก
up
เหมือน
the
เดิม
board.
วิ่งออกไป
And
ไม่ได้
5 seconds left for Niemann.
Oh!
Ooh, a blunder of the pawn. Now
โอ้ไม่
black
เป็นไร
is
ครับ
winning. Oh, now it's
Maybe-
equal again.
ตอนนี้ยังเสมออยู่ครับ
Look, 3 seconds.
ผมว่านี่ฮาซาลินหมดเวลาแพ้
Nieman's
ได้
gonna
นะครับ
get flagged.
ต้องแล้ว
Plus it's repetition.
No, it's
โอ้โห
repetition.
แต่ยอมเสมอให้ครับ ดูด้าใจดีครับยังดีครับยอมเสมอ
Had
ให้
to
ครั
play
บ
king d4, king d3, and win on time.
Wow.
Yeah, he didn't mean to repeat
ใช่
three
ครับ เมื่อ
times.
กี้เล่น
That was an
เมื่อกี้
accident.
เล่นเอาชนะ
That
เลย
was
นะ
an
จากเวลาที่เหลือ
accident.
เมื่อกี้
But there was a very
Let's
real
take it, yeah.
possibility that Nihal was gonna get flagged.
Yes. Yeah, it looked like he was going to get flagged for sure, and he accidentally repeated for the third time. Actually happened to me 2 weeks ago on my stream. I actually repeated for the third time by accident when my opponent had 1 second
คือ
left.
จริงๆ
So
น้อย
I
เนี่ย
know
มัน
how
ก็ต้อง
Judah feels.
มันจะกลับมาตรงนั้นอยู่ดีครับ เพราะว่า
Flagging is
มัน
certainly an
ไม่
honorable
สามารถ
part of the
ดู
game.
ด้าไม่สามารถเอา
As we
จุด
see our
E5 ได้นะ
players
เมื่อกี้
getting ready for game 2.
นี่เราดูด้าก็อยาก
This
ชนะอยู่
time
ครับ
it'll
แต่ว่ามัน
be Nihal
หลุดออกจาก
with the
E5 ได้ครับ
white
วนกลับมา
pieces.
ไงก็ได้แค่ E5 เหมือนเดิม
And
ครับ
just of Duda, he'll be
Wait,
feeling a
don't
little
yawn,
bit
okay.
angry with himself.
Yeah, that was an up and down game. It was pretty equal. Both sides had their advantages. It seemed like at some point Nihal was actually winning, but he had less than 10 seconds left. So, okay, now Nihal has white in the second game. If it's a draw, we'll go to Armageddon. They'll get to bid on time. If either side wins, they get to crush their opponent's key. That's what I'm waiting for today, is some key crushing. Wait, we had a key crushing about 25 minutes ago that was really loud. It was a scary key crushing.
It made us all jump. We'll see whether this game makes us all jump. Will it make us all cheer as we see our players getting ready? A head shake. And we see we are off, and we see Nihal open up with the C-pawn. 6 is the response. Light square strategy from Yanchistov Duda.
เดี๋ยวผมขอเปลี่ยน
And
analyze
there
กัน
we
นะ
are
ครับ
seeing
ตรงนี้
just development. Now, the big thing is later on in the game, do you think White will play this super aggressively, you know, flicking some attacks on the right side, or will we see a different type of game?
Yeah, this is a pretty solid game. This is actually exactly how I play with black against c4. I play c6, d5, and fianchetto my king bishop. And I've had these kinds of positions all the
ครับ
time.
สรุปก็
White
เข้า
played an early queen
เหมือนเดิม
c2
นะครับ
to stop
Queen's
black
Gambit
from
เด็ก
playing
ไล่อีก
bishop
แล้วครับ
f5.
อันน้
So black played
ำมี
g6.
คำพูดที่เห็นยังไงครับ
Black wants to play e6 and solidify the center, but doesn't want to block the bishop on
คิด
c8.
ไปคิดมายังได้
A
เหมือน
lot
เดิ
of
ม
times in these variations, black is super solid with that pawn structure in the center and trades off the 2 bishops, getting rid of his white squared bishop, which will be blocked by the pawns on white squares. White takes on d5. That's a little unusual after playing queen c2. And black takes back. White's going to get the 2 bishops now, unless Nihal changes his mind and retreats.
No, and the argument that Yanchistov is making is that, well, the pawn structure is almost symmetrical, and in those kind of locked positions, knights are actually not that bad. And one thing that we see is that the knight's getting maneuvered, and look at this, he knows the
same maneuver as last. I was just going to say it too, but he played it first. Same maneuver as last game, knight e8 to d6. Sometimes in these positions, white tries to get the knight to d3 also, but that's hard to do in this position. And a big practitioner of black's play in this position is American Grandmaster Gadakomsky. He likes to play g6 and Slav variations, maneuver around, move those knights around, keep the position blocked, and slowly outplay his opponent. We're not going to see a super exciting sacrificial game here. It's going to be much like the first game where they're maneuvering around. White has the 2 bishops, but the bishops aren't very active. Black is super solid. Black got rid of his white squared bishop, which would have been blocked by all those pawns. Every black pawn is on a white square. That's what you do when you have a dark squared bishop.
That's what you do if your name is Ivanka Hauska as well. Put your pawns on the light squares as well.
A Carol-Com practitioner, aren't we?
Yes, we are. And well, what's an interesting position here is that black does have a few plans. And this one's the most natural, which is just pile up the rooks on the C line and then just wait and see for what white will do next. Because I've got to say, this queen out there, this white queen is out there on a limb. And it feels like she has to be a little bit careful.
You don't get your queen trapped. So yeah, the queen has to be careful. Sometimes black can get b5 in, and queen takes a6 is too risky. Then the white queen can't really go back to d1, which, so well, they must have heard us. They heard you, Yovi. They said Queen C2. Queen's
ก็
going to hide on
ค่อนข้าง
B1. There's going to be some
เล่นกันแบบ
trades
ปิด
on
ตำแหน่ง
the
พอ
C
สมควร
file.
นะยังไม่ได้เลย
If I was a betting man,
คือ
I would say
ตอน
Armageddon
เนี้ย
is coming.
ทุกอย่างมารวมกันอยู่ที่แถว
Yes,
4แล้วรอ
and
เปิดหมวก
indeed, I
เปิด
think
กัน
you
ว่า
are
ใครจะ
giving
เป็นคน
good
ยังไงอะไร
advice
ดี
as
ครับ
we
ตอน
see
นี้
this very
ตอน
close
เขาพยายาม
position.
สุ่ม
Again,
ต้อง
a
สุ่ม
very
กำลังกันตรงแถว
classical
4นะ
pawn structure.
เรือ
Everything
ดี
is
สอง
locked up,
เรือดี
still a lot of
ดีสองแล้ว
maneuvering,
ก็เปิ
and
ด
it marks a
เรือ
difference
คู่กัน
actually
เปิดมาเปิด
from
มาเปิด
games
มา
that we've
เปิด
seen
มา
in
เปิด
the
บิชอป
past,
เปิดบิช
as
อป
you
บิชอปเนี่ยครับ
kind of alluded to. Some
ทุ
of
ก
them
อย่าง
have
ก็
been
รวมกัน
wild
คุย
from
ต
the
รงนี้
get-go,
ทุกอย่าง
and this
ซ่อม
one
ถุงกัน
kind
อยู่
of
แถวนี้
feels
หมดเล
like
ยครับ
this could have come from the 19th century.
Hey, B5, something's happening. I thought the only thing that could happen is if one of the players decided to open up the center with E4 or E5, but that gives you an isolated pawn. So instead, Black decided to play B5, get some space on the queen side, make knight C4 more palatable, and
ตรง
gain
นี้ครั
some
บกัน
space
ม้า
for those
ดั
knights
น
to
ขึ้
come
นมา
in
เนาะ
and the pawns
กัน
to
ม้า
go
นี่
forward.
เนาะ
The
อัน
problem
นี้
with
ม้ากันอยู่นะครับ
B5
ตัว
is
นี้
it weakens
ก็คือ
the
การบิชอป
C5
ตัวนี้
square.
แล้วสา
So
มารถ
if
ปล่อย
Black
ช่อง
ever
ให้
plays
ม้าถอยด้วยครับ
B4, White can play knight A4 to C5. So I don't think Black's going to make any more pawn moves on the queen side. Once again, Judah looks like he's unhappy. Played bishop D3. He shook his head, then played bishop F1, one of my favorite moves. White's playing chess 960, putting all of his pieces on the back rank in strange
คือ
fashion.
คนอาจจะไม่ค่อยชอบก็ได้ครับบิชอป
Getting
F1
ready
มัน
for
อาจจะ
anything
รู้สึก
Black
แปลก
can
ครับ
do.
แต่ว่า
But those bishops,
บิชอป
which
F1
don't
ก็
look
คือ
very
การ
good
เบี้ย
now,
ตัวจีเนาะ
they
คื
could
อ
become strong
คือ
later
อาจ
if
จะ
the
แย่ครับ
pressure
แต่ผม
opens
ว่า
up. That's what
คน
Judah's
คน
waiting
ไหน
for.
อะที่จะเค
Exactly,
ลื่อนไป
like
ฝั่ง
Nihal's playing so
ทาง คิงไซด์ได้
provocatively
ง่าย
with
กว่า
all the
ก็ถ้า
pieces
พูด
in
ว่า
the
เป็นฝั่ง
back
ดำเลย
row
ครับเพราะว่าฝั่ง
that you
ดำเขา
kind
เป็น
of be
ม้าเนาะ
tempted to kind of
ม้า
go
เข้า
in
มา
the
หนี
aggressive
เข้าไปข้าง
kind
นู้
of
นเลยแล้ว
style,
เขาไม่คุยฝั่ง
advancing
นู้นเลยครับ
pawns on the right
เพ
side
ราะ
of
ฉะนั้น
the
แบ
board,
บการที่เอาบิ
especially
ชอป
because
มา
the
กัน
white
นี้
queen
ก็
is
ค่อนข้างเป็น
offside.
มูฟที่ค่อนข้าง
But
โซลิดแบบหนึง
Yancius
นะครับ
of Duda very
ครับ
patient.
แล้ว
He
นี่ครับ
drops
เปิด
the
แล้ว
knight
ครับ
back.
ตรงนี้
What he wants to do is maneuver it
หลังจากที่
around
ต้อ
the
งสูง
board
ก็ต้อง
and
มา
find
ครับ
a
ทาง
good
ซี
home. Knights
จะเปิด
love
หรือไม่
good
เปิดกันนะตรง
homes.
นี้
I'm expecting
เอากันยังไงดี
knight going to
แน่นอนครับ
D7,
ว่าถ้าผม
maybe
เป็น
to
ดู
B6,
ด้าผม
maybe
จะไม่อยาก
even a
เทค
knight
นะ
will
เพราะว่า
jump
ถ้าผมเทค
into
เขาผมจะ
C4
มีปัญ
and
หา
say,
ด้าน
pick me out
เรื่องของ
if you
Open
dare.
File ครับ
I think White
ผ
is
ม
going
จะ
to
คลิ
play
ป
my
ให้ท่านตรง
knight
นี้ต่อครับ
C3
ถ้าเป็น
idea,
ดูด้า
or
นะ
knight D3 idea by playing knight F4, knight D3. And because Black played B5 so early, the C5 square can't be defended by a pawn anymore. And Nihal must have expected that and played bishop H6. He says, Duda, if you play knight F4, I'm going to capture that knight and ruin your pawn structure. And my knights have squares, but your bishops are pretty passive. So I'm hoping White plays knight F4 because I want to see two knights versus two bishops. That'll give us something to play for. But I don't think Duda's going to do that because I'm sorry, Nihal's not going to do that. Nihal has White. Instead, they trade rooks on the C file. And, he played knight C1. That's why he traded rooks. He's going to get his knight to D3 by hook or by crook. And eventually, Black is going to be slightly worse if White can ensconce his knight on C5.
Yeah, and we're seeing Nihal. I'm going to say that in the battle of the maneuvering game, I'm going to say that Nihal has a teeny tiny advantage because at least he has a very clear plan. That bishop that wasn't doing anything, the dark square bishop, now it's kind of going to come in and start eyeballing a knight and a queen. And also, as you indicated, that knight at the minute is almost stuck at home, but in two moves is going to jump in onto a square on the fifth row.
Again, if you're just joining us, this is not chess 960. It looks like that's what White is doing, but Nihal just maneuvering his pieces, trying to get to good squares. Duda's trying to get good squares for his pieces also. C4 for the knight, E4 for the knight. But it looks like White has a little advantage because Black played B5 early, giving up the C5 square. And Black doesn't have total control of C4 because White can play B3 and kick the knight out.
Do you know what's funny? Ben, is that we are advocating that White has done everything well.
ม้า C4 นะครับค่อนข้างแอคทีฟเลยนะม้า C4
Don't try this
E4
at
ครับ
home. This only
แต่
works
ม้า
because the
E4
position
นี่
is
AI
closed, and also there's no tension in
แล้ว
the center
ถ้าม้า
between the pawns.
ถ้าม้า
So
C4
in that
ม้า
case, it's
ม้า
all
E4
about
นี่
just
ค่อน
maneuvering
ข้าง
your
ถือว่าดูดี
pieces
ครับแต่ว่า
and
มันดี
giving them
ม้า
good
D3
squares.
ม้า
In
E
comes
นี่
the
นะครับ
knight, give it
ในขณะ
one
ที่
more
ถ้าเล่น
move, and it's going to
ม้า
jump up. So this
C4
is
แล้ว
why
เล่นม้า
Yancius
C3
said
แต่ว่า
no.
มันจะมี มีม้า C4 ที่บังม้า E5 อยู่มันต่างกันนะครับทำให้AI บอกว่าม้า C4 ดีกว่าโอเคAI บอกม้าแต่ AI ก็บอกชอบม้า E4 เลยครับไอเดียของผมบอกว่าม้า E4 แต่ว่าAI บอกว่าหลังจากม้า E3 แล้วมันมีม้า E5 เลยแหละแล้วมันได้เอาโพสฟรีนะครับต่อราคารีก็เลย AI ก็เลยไม่ชอบเท่าไหร่
That's the most
แต่ว่าแน่นอนครับ
active
ว่าไม่ได้
that
เล่นอย่าง
bishop
นั้น
has been the whole
เพราะ
game.
ว่า
Bishop a5,
ฝั่ง
bishop b4,
เขา
much
เขาไม่เลือก
stronger
เลือก
than on
ทั้งม้า
e1.
ขึ้นเลยครับ
The
แค่ยก
black
ควี
knight
น
goes
ขึ้น
to
เฉย
c4. The engine doesn't like it because white just kicks the knight away.
แต่ตอนนี้
And
ม้า
white's
4
going to
ครับ
have
แล้วเตะ
the
ม้าออกครับ
c5 square, but black doesn't have the c4 square
จะต้อง
advantage white.
กลับไปที่
Yeah,
B6
this
หรือเปล่า
is the
หรือ
this
เรา
could
จะ
be potentially last game of the
ครับ
match. Whoever wins
แล้ว
this
พอ
one
ม้า B6
goes
กลายเป็นว่า
into tomorrow's
จุจะเห็น
quarterfinals.
จะเห็นได้ว่านะว่า
Lose,
ดูได้เขาทำพาส
that's
ซีฟ
it.
แบบ
Your
นึงนะครับ
king
คือ
gets
ได้แค่
crushed
กัน
in the
โพซิ
most
ชันของตัวเอง
brutal
นะแต่ไม่
fashion.
ได้แบบไปโจมตี
Yeah, it was
โพซิ
really
ชันเขา
loud
เลย
the
ครับ
last
ไม่
time.
ทำอะไร
Maybe
ไม่
we
ได้
can
เลย
get
ตรงนี้
an even louder one.
ในขณะ
You
ที่
don't want your key to get crushed.
ฝั่งซาลิน
My
มี
opinion is that's why Magnus likes this tournament so
สามารถ
much.
เล็งได้ค่อน
I
ข้าง
think
เยอะอีกนะ
not only does he like the prize money and he likes beating his opponents, I think he likes crushing keys. I know I would like that if I was playing. Of course, I wouldn't crush anybody's keys. I get my keys crushed. That's why I'm not a participant. But if I could crush somebody's keys, then I would join the tournament in a heartbeat.
Well, I'm not sure I would enjoy the key crushing, but I agree with you. It's certainly fun to watch. And as Jan Chistov Duda considers how to actually find any good squares for his knights. Look at them. They are working against each other. They're both fighting for the same square. So that's why the bishop drops back. And now, what even to suggest? Maybe the knight's actually attacking that pawn on the edge of the board. Watch out, Jan Chistov Duda. There is a knight in town.
Yeah, Duda's unhappy with his earlier b5, which weakened the dark squares, weakened his a pawn, and he didn't get control of the c4 square. But he keeps retreating. Bishop f8, knight b8. This is why these are super grandmasters. They're really good at using the back rank and defending and attacking by maneuvering their pieces that way. And now, I actually like white's bishops. The bishop on f1, bishop on a5. They're both doing something. The question is white ever going to get a chance to play a4 and attack the queen side? Or does black have that too well defended with the queen on e8 and the knight on b6? White can't open it up. Neither side's going to open the center. I think at some point, white just... White sacrificed a piece to win the piece back. Now he's a pawn up. I didn't see it. That was too simple a tactic. Both sides saw it, but I missed it.
เมื่อกี้ผม
It was
คือ
there, and it was
ไอ
courtesy
เดีย
of
คือ
that
แซกที่
knight
ปะ
that
แซก
was
ใช่ไหม
loose
แซก
that
ม้า
white had.
เพื่อที่จะได้
That's
ม้าคืน
why
ครับ
it's
แล้วก็ไล่
gone,
เบียร์ฟรี
but
แล้วเยอะ
it has come with some consequences because look at the black queen, look at the black rook. They are primed and ready to take
แต่นั่นแหละครับ
control
ปัญหา
over
ก็คือได้
that
เบี้ยก็จริง
line.
แต่
And
ว่า
the big question
กลายเป็นว่า
as
เรือกับ
black,
ควีน
in
ของ
black you have to play super actively here, and
ดูได้แอค
you
ทีฟ
have
คืน
to
มา
make
ครับ
sure
จะเป็นเทรด
that
ออฟกันไปนะ
the
หลัง
weakness
สารบเบี้ย
that
ตัว
is
เมื่อกี้
that pawn that's all alone on the B line that needs to be fixed, that needs to be gone, and restrain is two counterparts there on the left.
Yeah, white's a pawn ahead. Judah doesn't like it, but black has the c file. Black is trapping the bishop on a5.
Yeah.
So Nihal has to do some serious thinking here, making sure his bishop on a5 doesn't get lost, making sure black doesn't infiltrate strongly with queen c2. It's funny. It's sort of in a flux situation. We can't really attack the bishop. There's no way to attack it. We can't play queen c2 because the knight on a6 is
ผมว่า
hanging.
เทคมันขวาง
So
ครับ
it's not clear here what
ย้าย
either
เทค
side
ไป
should
ทาง
do.
ขวาแล้วนะ
Both sides are getting less than 5 minutes, but it's not clear what plans they should do. And Nihal plays queen d3, attacking the knight. The knight retreats back to b8, and that bishop on a5 is still trapped.
Yeah, and that's actually something that is going to worry Nihal with the white pieces because the bishop completely trapped. So that's why he came in with the queen, giving us a smile there. Judah getting active, that queen attacking the rook, attacking the pawn. And what will happen next? Where is that rook going to move? Is it really going to go all the way into the corner to defend that small pawn? Maybe.
Yeah, and black has an interesting idea here. Black can play knight c6, defending the pawn on b4. Then if we get to trade for that bishop, we'll have opposite colored bishops where white's pawn majority isn't really very important because those pawns can't move. It looks like Judah's gone from a pawn down with a worse position to an equal kind of position, an equal game. And I think Judah's okay now. Judah's catching up on time. The last few moves have gone in black's favor. Black sort of lost the pawn, but kept his equilibrium about him. And now it seems like he's doing reasonably well.
Well, look at this. I was talking about moving the rook. Hey, there is something in town called the counterattack. The queen comes up, attacks the rook. Nihal now says, okay, I'm going to move it. And again, the question for white, how are you going
แน่นอนครับ
to
ว่าเมื่อกี้
move
ที่
that
เล่น
rook?
ควีน
Where
บี
are
เจ็
you
ด
gonna
คือ
go?
ก็
Gonna
เป็น
go
วิ
to
ธี
the
การแบบ
corner?
อย่างหนึ
Are
งครับ
you
คือ
gonna go
ไม่
to
สา
the
มารถ
middle
คิ
of
ด
the
ได้
board?
สอง
You
ได้เพราะว่า
don't have
มี
too
เรือ
many
ฟรีเมื่อ
squares.
กี้ครับ
Or maybe you're just gonna continue with the pattern. My queen and your queen are gonna attack each other's rooks.
That's right. It looks like it's gonna be repetition somehow. Both sides can do repetition.
Okay, he moves the rook.
Yeah, now we can play queen to d2, and we can keep attacking the rook. Repetition.
ยังกินไม่ได้เหมือนเดิมนะตรงนี้
It's all gonna happen pretty soon.
Well, hang
เพ
on
ราะ
a
ว่าถ้า
second
กิน
here,
แล้ว
because if
มี
you
บิชอป
do
B5
capture
แล้ว
that pawn,
กลายเป็นว่า
there's that knight that is on the edge of the board.
เรือไม่มีที่ไปครับ พอเรือไม่มีที่ไปเราก็เล่นเรือ E7 แล้วได้ม้าฟรี
That's
นะ
right.
ตรงนี้
Also, if I play queen to d2, which I thought was repetition, white can play rook e2.
ถึงแม้ว่าจะได้คืนก็ตามแต่ว่ามีเรือ C1 แล้วหลังจาก C8 แล้ว
Even though the engine
จะ
says
มี
it's about
ฟีนกับ
equal, it's not
เรื
clear
อ
what black should do in this position.
นั่งเล็
The
ง
b4
บิช
pawn
อป
is
ตรงนี้
attacked.
ครับ
The knight's on the back row. White has the two bishops. White has the extra pawn. Still advantage to Nihal. Duda's trying to figure out the safest way to play. Very. I think he's going to take on a2.
มันเสีย
I think you have to take that pawn.
บิชอป
Oh,
ปี
but
ครับ
I think that Nihal is being
หลังจาก
sneaky here because if you take on
ถ้ากิน
a2,
นะตรงนั้น
then there might be problems with the black knight and young Krzysztof Duda is just thinking, how is he going to ask the questions? And in fact, I'm telling you, there's only two ways to hold this one, Ben. You have to come out with your knight, attack the bishop, or you can step back with the queen and attack the rook and keep the momentum.
แนะนำคิดว่าไงครับจากโพซิชั่นตรงนี้
Those are the only two ways. If you do anything
ผม
else,
คิดว่ามีภาพเป็น
then
อาร์มาเกดดอนสูงมากเลยนะ
Nihal
เกมนี้
will be winning.
แต่ว่าเวลาของดูด้าก็เริ่มน้อยกว่าซาลิม
Both
นะ
sides
ครับ
having 3 minutes. He's been thinking over a minute this move, Duda. He's not happy. He doesn't like his choices. He has a big time disadvantage now. Doesn't look very happy. Things are going in Nihal's favor because Duda doesn't like his position anymore. Oh, and he makes
not the way.
Quite a bad move. Rook c8. Engine hates it.
This is not the way for
เอนจิน
starters.
ไม่ชอบ
White
นะครับ
can just
โพ
simply
ซิชั่นนี้
grab
สำหรับ
that
ดูด้า
pawn.
แล้วเวลา
Bishop
ก็น้อย
takes
กว่า
pawn,
นะ
and
ครั
you
บ
can just rest on
เพ
your
ราะ
laurels.
ว่า
Say,
มี
I
บิ
am
ชอปกิน
material
บี้ใหญ่อยู่ครับ
up.
ตัวนี้
And look who else is up. You see,
แล้ว
Nihal's
พอ
got
บิช
more
หลังจาก
time
บิชอป
on
กิ
the
น
clock.
บี้
He's
อ่ะ
also
แล้ว
got
บิ
a
ชอปเท
higher
ค
heart rate as well,
แล้วควีนเทค
incidentally.
ครับ
But what is
แล้ว
Jan Krzysztof's
กิน
plan?
กิน
Because
บี้
you
เอ
can
ส
just
อง
take that pawn.
ควีนบี
Yeah,
เซ
I don't
เว่น
see anything else he
แล้ว
can
ไป
do. I
ฟอก
guess he was
ระ
worried
หว่าง
about Bishop c7. That's why he played Rook c8.
มาร์คกับ
But
เรือ
now
อยู่
he's
ครับ
just a
ตัว
pawn
ข้างหลัง
down for nothing.
แล้วในแล้วควีน
Black
ซี
has
สอง
very little counterplay, and
เรือ
Black can't play Rook c2 and double on the 7th because the knight on b8 needs
กลายเป็น
babysitting.
ว่าควีนจะ
This is a
ควี
pretty
น
easy
กลาย
play
ค
for
วีน
White.
กับ
b4, b5,
เรือกับ
b6. Advance that
ม้า
pass
พวก
pawn.
เนี้ยมันจะ
White
โอ
can
เวอร์โหลด
also play
ตัวเอง
Rook
เกินไป
a1 to
นะทำให้ต้อง
a7.
แบบเสียเวลา
This is
ห
a
ลาย
tough
มูฟเลย
position
ที่แบ
now
บ
for Duda.
ไม่ให้
It's
ได้จริง
looking
จั
good
งตร
for
งนี้
Nihal.
Duda there on the brink, and I love your plan of activating your rook. Use all your pieces. That is one very nice way to go about this. You can also just advance your
ตอนนั้น
pawns.
นี่
Four
ส
pass
นใจ
pawns
แล้วครั
are
บว่า
there
จะไป
to be
ยังไง
pushed. And Nihal thinking, I think he's going to go for the rook. I think he's going to mobilize it. Such a natural move. He does it,
You're
Ben.
right, Yovi, again. Rook a1, the rook's going to a8 or a7, the pass b pawn, the extra time on the... Ooh, another passive move from
Yeah, it's
Duda.
going from bad to worse.
Yeah, that's not good. Now White has everything. White can push the pass pawn. White can activate the rook. Black has no counterplay at all. There's nothing that Black can attack.
No, it's all gone wrong for Jan Krzysztof Duda with a series of bad moves. He's now just giving a
กลายเป็นว่า
winning
ตรงนี้
position to
นิ
Nihal.
ฮาวน่า
Nihal
จะ
can
จ
just
บเลย
come
ครับ
in
อาจจะไม่
with
ได้
the
เข้ามาเก
rook,
ดอนนะ
and
ต
a
รง
win
นี้
for Nihal would
เดี๋ยวว่า
mean that
แต่
he
ว่าเว
walks
ลาเริ่ม
into
กาจิต
tomorrow's
เข้ามาแล้วครับ
quarterfinals.
สำหรับ
Is
ฝั่
this
ง
a
ข
repeat
อง
of
นิ
last
ฮาว
year? He advances the pawn. Okay, Engine's just telling us not the most precise way, but hey, the engine's being pedantic. As the knight comes forward, what next? The rook can still come up the board, and you see it in the face of Jan Krzysztof. He's not happy.
No. Some people have poker faces in this tournament, and some don't. Duda has no poker face. He's been shaking his head probably more than any other competitor this game. And Nihal seems like he's pretty happy. Ooh, Rook a6. Hard to find a good square for the knight. Knight has to go to a terrible d8 square where it's
คือ
trapped.
ม้าต้องถอยไปนะไม่งั้นโดนเทปค
I
รับ
mean, if it has to go backward either to its starting square or over to the d8 square, that's
ดูก็เมื่อกี้เป็นฝ่ายโกพูดครับว่าดูด้านี่คืออาการออกทั้งเกมเลยครับแบบว่าถ่ายหัวไม่หยุดเลยออกเมื่อกี้ละตั้งแต่เมื่อกี้เราแบบว่าเกมไหนคือถ้าไม่พลาดก็เหมือนแบบเป็นที่เขารู้ครับเป็นคนแบบสีหน้าออกนะ
No, this is resignable because B5 is coming and rook A8 and B6. Okay, so he played desperation E5, trying to get something going, but that doesn't really help. Wants to get the knight to E6. But even if black does that, he has nowhere to go.
เลือก F8 พอดีครับผมว่า
See the frustration there from Yanchistov Duda. He had to just go all in. He had to activate his pieces. He couldn't just live in that bind. Okay, the queen moving forward, keeping an eye on the B pawn. He is fighting hard, but it's too late as the knight doesn't have any good squares to jump into the position to trouble white. The queen comes forward. Now you can just escort the B pawn. Move it up the board, and sure, it comes. Thrown in checks. And watch the clock, everyone, because Yanchistov down to 32 seconds, 50 seconds.
Oh, now white's threatening B7. Uh-oh.
Beautiful move.
That's annoying.
Yeah, that's a pin that's going to be almost impossible to get out of. Queen moves.
ไม่ยากก็ดีครับเพราะว่าเสีย
Beautiful. And
เทียบ2ตัวฟรีไปนะตรงนี้
He's going to resign. He did resign. Nihal wins.
ยอมไหม
One of my picks did well. I can't believe it.
จบแล้วครับเพราะว่าเพราะมีเช็คแล้วนะเช็คแล้วเทคม้าอยู่เมื่อกี้แล้วมันจะเป็นม้าบวกเบี้ย4ตัวแรกแล้วก็ปีบิชอปฟรีนะเป็นบิชอปบอกก็เลยยอม
It was tense. It was close at times, but in the end, Nihal Sarin is the winner. And for Yanchistov Duda, it is goodbye. Keys are getting crushed.
Yeah, that's the tough part of today, but that's every match today. Somebody's key is going to get crushed. It's key crushing day.
And the elation there and the relief is there for Nihal Sarin as he makes it in a repeat of last year's performance. He makes it to the quarterfinals. Oh, that was a very intense game. A lot of maneuvering, very cagey stuff, and in the end, due to the time pressure and the fact that the both players had so much tension in finding the right plans. In the end, it was some blunders, and Nihal is the winner.
Yeah, very nice game, very controlled game. Taking advantage of Duda weakening his queen side with B5. White eventually got pieces on the queen side, eventually got a pass pawn and won the game. We're going to go now to the stage, and we'll see some more interesting parts of the EWC that aren't necessarily chess, but some key crushing, I hope.
Another match and another time for a key being given away as Yanchistov Duda must give his key away to the rightful winner. But of course, as Mr. Duda leaves the stage, can I please get a round of applause for Yanchistov Duda? Nihal, I'm going to come next to you as well for a quick one. Congratulations, you're making it to tomorrow's top 8. Last year, you were there in that top 8, and that's where your path stops. So what are your objectives for tomorrow?
Firstly, I'm just extremely happy to make the top 8 again. I'm happy I managed to play some good chess, just very tough matches, and yeah, I'm just right now I'm just very happy and relieved to pull through, and yeah, I hope to do well from tomorrow, but let's see.
And making it through the lower bracket today, is it a way to boost your confidence tomorrow? You know, you've been put back to the corner, going to the lower, forced to win again. Is that helping your confidence for the rest of the event?
ดูปกด้วยครับผมบอกว่าปกใส่รูปอาจุนด้วยนะครับตรงนี้
Also the format is very short and
ปกใส่อาจุนกับฮันนีมันไว้ใช่ปะไม่ได้ใส่รูปยานนะครับใส่รูปอาจุน
can make a huge difference psychologically, so
อาจุนกับฮัน
I hope it's definitely helpful.
All right, well, listen, it is time now for you to go and crush your opponent's key as Rob TV is waiting for you in the crusher. Ladies and gentlemen, can you make some noise for Nihal Sarin?
คนที่อัดน้ำเยอะครับคนที่โชก
And just like that, Nihal Sarin is in familiar territory, crushing his second key in a row. Congratulations once again, officially qualified for top 8, and now he knows how this process
พูดอย่างนี้แต่ว่าต้องห้ามโชกเข้ารอบนะครับถ้าโชกเข้ารอบว่าโชกจริงนะเนี่ย
Duda being eliminated from the event, but in the end of the day, nothing is given, everything is earned here at the Esports World Cup. Cover the ears, Nihal. It is time for that pop. Yes, sir. Officially qualified for top 8, qualified for the finals as he fights and scratches and claws in order to hopefully lift up that EWC 26 trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, the highest level of play. Once again, congratulations. Let's keep things going with EWC.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Another match down, another key has been crushed. Jan Krzysztof Duda, unfortunately, will have an earlier exit than he wanted after playing the gentleman's agreement in game number 1. But for Nihal Sarin, he started the day crushing one key, then crushed another. He now pushes forward into the top 8. A job well done indeed. Nihal Sarin has been absolutely on fire. Last year, 5th through 8th. This year, he's looking to do better, representing Seoul Esports. Incredibly proud, of course, of the organization. Club championship race is well underway, and he continues to tear up the competition.
เริ่ม pay off กันแล้วนะ
Welcome
ครับ
back into the
บอกเลย
Allianz
วัน
Vault.
นี้ก็
I'm
นั่ง
Taylor
ดูครับว่า
Reflections
ใครจะ
Global
ได้
Nemo
ไป
and Levy Rosman,
สู้
also
กับ
known as got them
ฮิคารุ
just on
แม็
the
กนัส
desk.
โนดิเบต
Down here, and
แล้วก็
Nemo.
ฟิลูจาครับ
No, you weren't happy with that game number 1, the way it ended in the time
มาดู
scramble.
กันครับว่าจะเป็น
I
ใคร
mean, I think when you're
อย่างเมื่อ
playing
กี้
at
เข้า
10
ไปแล้ว
minute,
1 คน
no
ครับ คือ
increment
นิ
time
ฮาวซาลิน
control, you have no increment. So, at the end of the game, right, when you have 12 seconds to about 2.3, maybe you go for the flag.
Not maybe. It's a completely unbelievable decision. I mean, in some ways I understand in chess, it's a royal game, and we don't like to win that way. But Hikaru won that way yesterday against Dennis Lazo.
Right.
There is no greater, disrespectful way to win than King and Rook versus King and Rook. If you do it in a regular pool game on chess.com, you are a terrible person. If you do it here, it's a completely different story. I cannot believe that happened. I don't know if that was on purpose or by accident, but either way, it's Nihal.
It felt like it was on purpose. I definitely think it was. I mean, going to the gentleman's agreement. I mean, at the end of the day, it's the Esports World Cup. I mean, we're talking quite literally life-changing money for some of these competitors. Why would you want to give up a game whenever you don't have to play your time? And he had plenty of time to play with.
Well, in my opinion, maybe there was a chance he knows that Nihal Sarin is the 2026
เป็น
world
น้ำว่าไงครับวัน
champion.
นี้
And that is
แต่
a
นิด
title
จะ
to
เรื่อย
behold.
ๆครับ
Nihal Sarin is
รอและคู่ต้อง
notorious
รอ
for
ฟีด
being
น้ำมากวันนี้
amazing at short time control.
อา
So
จ
maybe
จะ
he was like,
ไม่ได้
oh,
พูด
he
เยอะ
still
ครับ
has
แต่จะได้เน้น
2.3 seconds. That is
รอฟีดนานๆหน่อยนะวัน
23
นี้
moves. Potentially, he can still lose that game if
รอ
he
ตอน
doesn't
ตาราง
recoup
แข่ง
the
ครับ
position.
There was a game last year at the Esports World Cup, which was Nihal versus, it was Anish Giri, and it was very similar. I think there was something like 2 seconds remaining, and Nihal managed to checkmate him because Anish
2 seconds.
No, he checkmated him with like 0.2 or 0.1. He had to pre-move literally every move until the end of the game, and Nihal managed to do it. But I don't think that's why Duda did it. I think you have half a second to make a decision,
โอ้โหเห็น
and
ของ
something
พี่
just
เกม
went
มัน
wrong.
LGD เกม
But
60 นาที
Nihal
ดี
is
ครับ
here for a reason, and we see another
But
person from the
young
old guard go down.
That's right. Old guard going down, but hey, Nihal Sarin going up. He is now top 8, officially
6
crushing
มัน
keys
60 นาทีอยู่
all
อะ
game long. Now
แล้ว
we
ยัง
hope
ถือว่าได้เกมนาน
on
นะ
game 1. Game 2, though, there was
แล้
a
ว
moment you wanted to have
ยัง
some
ไงดี
extra
เนี่ย
insight on.
Absolutely. I think game 2 is the pivotal moment because, that is the game that Nihal won. But coming out of the opening, it was a very solid position. However, in this position, Duda is threatening the knight on b4. So, of course, Nihal here has to play knight takes a6 with that double exclamation mark, earning himself that brilliancy. And the reason this works is because the
จุด
bishop
ที่ชนะ
on
เมื่อกี้นะค
a5
รับ
is actually hitting
คือ
the
แซ
knight
ก
on
มา
b6.
นะ
So
แซกมาเราได้
Nihal managed to win this
มา
pawn.
คืนนะ
And throughout the rest of the game, we kind of saw Nihal playing
แซก
around
มาเพื่อ
this
เพื่อ
concept of
เบี้ย
having
ตัว
an extra pawn on the
ตรง
queen
นั้นนะ
side,
ครับแล้วหลัง
eventually
จาก
making
มา
a
เท
pass
คมา
pawn
ปุ๊บแล้วบิ
going
ชอป
on
เท
to
ค
win
มา
the
นะครับ
game.
กลายเป็นว่า
So
ได้เบี้ยคืน
amazing
นะ
play by Nihal.
With the
นี่คือ
white
จุดที่นิ
pieces,
ฮาชนะ
he
ครับ
is one of the best static players in the world. He really just gets a position that's very symmetrical, and then he just moves his pieces around. It's almost Magnesian, but like not there yet. And he's really tough to play when you have the black side. With the black pieces, Nihal is a completely different animal. Like it's like Jekyll and Hyde. He's like always doing ridiculous stuff with the black
เนี่ยครับ
pieces,
ก็
openings that you
เขา
thought
ก็
were
พูด
never possible.
เดวี่
But
พูด
yeah,
ว่า
Duda
แบบ
got
ส
defeated
ไต
by
ล์
a
การ
vintage
ที่
Nihal
ค่อยๆ
performance,
เคลื่อน
and
มูฟของตัวเองไปเรื่อยๆ
Nihal
ใช่ไหม
deserves to be with
เค
those
ลื่อน
final
ของตัวเอง
eight.
แล้วเรื่อย
But
ๆแล้ว
if
แบบ
you look
อยู่
at
ดี
them,
ก็บีบให้
suddenly he
ผู้
goes
ต่อสู้
from
พลาด
being the
พลาด
favorite
เนี้ย
in
มั
the
น
matchup
เหมือน
as
แม็กนัทมากเลยครับ
an
สำหรับนิฮาวนะ
underdog.
แต่ว่ายังไม่ถึ
It's
งขั้น
kind
แม็ก
of
นัท
it's kind of mind-boggling.
That's
แค่
just how stacked it
มัน
is at
เป็
the
น
Esports
ส
World
ไตล์ที่
Cup,
ใช่
Brian. We
ครับ
love every bit of
ถือ
it
ก็
for
ทำได้ยอ
Jan
ดเยี่ยมมากนะ
Krzysztof
สำหรับ
Duda,
นิ
though.
ฮาว
A tremendous performance. He made it here, which we must celebrate, but he had an earlier exit than he wanted, and John Sargent caught up with him after his unfortunate loss.
Jan Krzysztof, sorry to be talking to you under these circumstances. Talk us through that match and what happened.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't play well. Overall, I don't think I deserve to win with such play. Okay, in the first game, I think I got slightly better position, but completely misplayed it. I mean, it was like just 2-result game with better time, and I managed actually to get a bit worse, I think, at some point. Yeah, in the end, maybe I could have tried to plug him, but I don't think I would have succeeded, to be honest, because like it was pretty simple for him to play, like just go after my E3 pawn, and I mean, it was also like, you know, everything was dependent for him, and like, I mean, probably he wouldn't have won the game, but I don't think, probably you'd have traded. And in the second game, I mean, okay, it was fine, but then I played b5, a bit of weakening move, and then, yeah, and then at some point I completely lost coordination because I played like knight c4, it was super stupid, I think, because after b3 I wanted to take on e3, but I just missed. I mean, I wanted to give up the piece for 3 pawns, but I just forgot he could have played like knight f2 and defend d4, and after that, I mean, it was, I just started playing randomly, to be honest. Like, I mean, I was worse and, I mean, slow and worse all the time, and it was a pretty bad game.
The end of game one was potentially contentious. You had, I think, 10 seconds to Nihal's 2, but of course he's known for being extremely fast and being able to pre-move in that kind of position. You don't think that was enough time?
No, I mean, I think it was enough time for him, because last time I played against him, I mean, it was some like queen end game, like I had 15 versus 5 and I almost lost that on time, so I mean, I'm pretty sure he would have succeeded. I mean, maybe I should have. I mean, I just wasn't happy with my play, like even if I had won this game, okay, I mean, understand, it's better to win than not, but like, I think I should have, like, I mean, maybe not won, because it's not like I was winning, but like, should have pressed, like, I mean, do it over the board, to be honest, yeah, because like, I mean, yeah, I mean, he's a bit slow at times, but like, I mean, because I guess he's relying on his speed, but it's like, probably doesn't make that much sense, like, from his viewpoint, but I mean, again, it was enough for me, so.
Look, it's a brutal format, but also a wonderful tournament here at the Esports World Cup. Maybe reflect on your time here overall and what the tournament has been like for you.
Yeah, I mean, the tournament is nicely organized, obviously. I don't think I played particularly well. I mean, the first match was quite good quality, I mean, in terms of my play, but I mean, the last 4 rounds, I mean, 2 matches against Dirbeck and today were pretty bad, I think, and like, I don't know what didn't work out, but I mean, it's, you know, sometimes you are just, I mean, for instance, when I played Chess.com Open, I mean, I didn't do like, I mean, like anything in like special in particular, and I got super high, and here, I mean, I just didn't succeed, so like it happens, I guess.
It does indeed, and look, a lot of us, myself included, we're looking forward to seeing you come back bigger and stronger, and we can't wait to see you in action again soon, so thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you, John, as ever, for the great interview. Getting a bit more insight as to what was in the mind of the competitor throughout that 2-match game.
For sure. I mean, I think we have our answer there. Duda did not think that he had enough time to drop to potentially flag Nihal, which, yeah, Nihal is very fast. He is the bullet champion for a reason.
He is, and there was a moment in the interview where he said, maybe I just like lost composure a little bit and kind of just started moving randomly. I mean, the pressure on the stage is real.
That felt like a 3-minute therapy session. I really got a feel for Duda. I interviewed him in 2024 at the World Rapid and Blitz, and you could sort of tell he fell out of love with the game a little bit. And let me tell you, as a 30-year-old man, I can completely understand, who's been playing for 25 years. And I think he's a lot stronger than he maybe like shows us, right? But it just didn't work out in this matchup, and I almost feel like he kind of quit on himself. He totally could have won that first game, but even he said, even if I won that game, I wouldn't have been happy with the way I was playing. But you would have won!
Yeah,
like, you would have won the game!
Yeah.
We had chatted a little bit pre-match that Duda had a bit of a rough period after winning 2020 World Cup, and then was a little bit too, you know, felt the pressure a lot. So.
Yeah, the pressure's real, it is. And like you said, when you start reaching a certain age, you've been playing the game for a long time. Sometimes You can fall out of love. I'm in my 30s, by the way, right there with you, man. So there's a lot of things that I'm falling out of love with, but not the B stream. Hey, the B stream, I'm still in love with it. Unfortunately, it came to an end, but they had 2 great matches, and we need an update.
Hey folks, update from the B stream. We've had some incredible matches here while I'm busy keeping the seat warm for whoever decides to pop in next later today or tomorrow. We first had Pranesh up against Benjamin Bok, an incredible series. We had a very sharp scotch in game number 1. Pranesh was able to win, and that meant Bok had to strike back immediately. He chose the English as his weapon of choice, and he managed to win game number 2, taking us to Armageddon, where Pranesh bid 6 minutes and 58 seconds, a very low time in Armageddon. Lost a port on the opening and then sacrificed another for the initiative. That allowed him to put more pressure back onto Bok, and that secured the draw he needed to advance. It was a beautiful series to watch. Then we had Alexei Sarana, Sina Movahed. So much going on there as well. Again, we had 2 decisive results, including a wonderful Sicilian going into another Armageddon. That Armageddon was something like 7 minutes 38. And Alexei Sarana there was an easy draw kind of position. He was very, very comfortably controlling the game, but he needed to win on demand. A draw was not enough. He kept trying to push. Ultimately, he couldn't quite get there, and Movahed ended up moving forward in the bracket. Very exciting matches today on the Bree stream. Back to you.
โหจริงก็รอฟีดนานเหมือนกันครับเนี่ยนานกว่าที่คิดเยอะเลยไม่ใช่นิดๆเลยครับถือว่านานมากนะถือว่าฟีดถือว่าช้าเลยครับ
Thank you, John, for the update. I actually saw that being filmed live while they were still live. I don't know how you were in 2 places at once, but you're doing a great job. Next matchup, another qualification match, another key, potentially going to be Crush. Arjun Erdegassi going against Pranesh. This is going to be a battle for sure. And honing in on Erdegassi, a great competitor throughout his routes. He did, in fact, beat Neil Sarin, who actually just, in fact, qualified on the very stage behind us. But he did lose to Alireza Firouzja, to be expected, a player for Gen G. 4th place last year. He's coming in as a Titan.
He is incredible. We saw him last year at EWC, where he did unfortunately also lose to Alireza, but that was in the semifinals. So there is no way he can go home now, because he has to make it as far as that spot.
Yeah, I mean, #1 ranked player from India for a reason, and must be heartbreaking for him, by the way. He's got to knock out Pranesh to qualify, and then he also knocked out Nihal, who made it ultimately, right? But yeah, difficult task here for Arjun Erdegassi, but he's a clear favorite in this matchup. I mean, we saw Pranesh put some pressure on Nodjabek. Erdegassi and Nodjabek are at the same level, and it's going to be quite tough for Pranesh to overcome that.
Well, Pranesh is a talented player in his own right. Seoul Esports representative beat Benjamin Bok a little bit earlier. He did lose to Nodjabek in day number 1, but he snapped right back, like I said, to beat Benjamin Bok. Now goes toe-to-toe with Erdegassi. This is going to be a great matchup. 2 great orgs represented. Only one can move forward. Who else is going to enter top 8? Who's going to have their key crush? An epic matchup going down on the stage just behind us right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our
ถ้า
next
ไม่ถ้านะครับ
qualifying
ที่เข้า
match.
แพ็กอาจจะยัง
On
กว่า
one
นะครับ
side, we
แล้วก็
have
แพ็กกับ
Pranesh, who is
วิชี่
only
นะแต่ถ้าพูดถึงแบบ
19
ว่า
years of age
รี
and
ผิด
making
หรือ
his
บิด
first
อย่างเงี้ยครับ
appearance here
เหมือน
at
อา
the
จูน
Esports
เสีย
World
ขวางทั้ง
Cup.
คู่เลย
With
นะ
youth,
ถือว่า
talent,
เป็นคน
and fearlessness,
ที่ค่อน
he
ข้าง
is
มาแรงพอ
looking
สม
to
ควรเลย
take it all the way.
อาจูน
And his opponent, he was 4th last year.
หน้าใหม่
He's
มาแรงนะ
looking to do even
เนี่ยอย่าง
better
รี
this
ผิด
year.
คือแรง
Has
3
been
โลก
knocked
นะครับ
down
อาจูน
yesterday that lower bracket, but
ที่
now
เขา
it's
ที่
all
เขา
in
รู้
his
ยังน้อย
hands
กว่าอาจูน
as
อีก
we
นะ
are about to kick off the
มี
second
ถ้าเป็น
decider match
ตัว
of
เต็
the
งเป็น
day.
แบบ
Let's get ready for
ม้า
Pranesh
มืดเลยก็ได้ครับ
versus
สำหรับ
Arjun
ลิกาซี
Erdegassi.
จับตามองดูได้ครับ
Wow, this is quite a face-off. We have
จะตบอาจจะ
Pranesh,
ตบ
just
ที่เขาลูก
19
นี้
years
ได้ต
old
บมันรี
against
ได้ทราบ
India
ไม่ได้จบ
#1
ถึงแม้ว่า
Arjun
ปีนี้อาจจะมาไม่ครบก็เถ
Erdegassi.
อะ
And on the line,
มี
it's
ยาน
a
มี
huge one. It's a place in the quarterfinals, a place in the top 8. And these 2 players are very capable, Ben, of bringing the fire to the board.
This is typical of the chess world. Arjun traveling all over the world to play chess at the highest level, and only gets paired with this countryman. But this happens to a lot of people, especially when you're from India. And a lot of the best players in the world are from India. We have several of them here. Pranesh, pretty big underdog against Arjun. Arjun been one of the top 2 or 3 players in India right now, number 1. For many years, Pranesh just coming onto the scene, only 19 years old. It's going to be a Herculean task, like I say that, for Pranesh to beat Arjun. And if Arjun wins, then both of our predictions were right from yesterday. We had Arjun and Nihal as our dark horses, but as our second choice. And it looks like they're both going to be trying to play tomorrow. We saw Nihal already come through, even though Arjun beat Nihal previously yesterday. Now Arjun has to try to do the same that Nihal did earlier. He's playing Pranesh. I think pretty good pairing for Arjun. Arjun has to be pretty confident. And Arjun has one of the best heart rates in the tournament. So he's a cool customer.
Winning that championship hands down. Like yesterday, he made it down to almost 50, and that was really impressive. But I'm gonna say it's going to be super impressive. And quite the story. If Pranesh is the one that wins it, for Arjun Erigaisi, he's certainly the favorite in this match. Pranesh, 19 years old, did lose yesterday to Nordibek Abdusattorov. And today, he defeated Benjamin Bok, and now he has a huge test in front of him. It's his countrymate, Arjun Erigaisi.
Arjun has white in the first game, so he's the higher ranked player. He has the advantage of the white pieces. He's going to want to start off on the front foot, winning with the white pieces. Pranesh, as he's had trouble in previous times getting that headset on, getting that heart rate up right away. Got to get your headset on and make sure they can't hear us suggest all the brilliant moves. Because then who knows would win the match. So, okay, it looks like the players are just about ready. Their technical difficulties are over. The players are about to start the game. Arjun has white. He's about to make the first move. Obviously, he's the favorite. Are we going to see a big upset this match with Pranesh, or is Arjun going to take it home? Let's find out right now as the game begins, knight f3.
And this is already... We're seeing Pranesh there with that pawn advance with the black pieces. He's saying, I want the game to be fire. Because we saw yesterday, Arjun Erigaisi was white. He was playing a slower game, maneuvering with full control. Now we have a battle on our hands. There's pressure on the left side of the board, and the question is, how is Black going to maximize the pressure? And Black has the center, and we're seeing that this has come at the cost of some time. Barely any pieces developed, whereas White, that is nearly all the pieces in action.
Yeah, Arjun sacrificed a pawn by playing a reverse Benko Gambit. It's a Benko Gambit with an extra tempo. That's got to help White. He's putting tremendous pressure on the d4 and e5 pawns. Black is getting the big center along with the extra pawn. The center's collapsing. Black's king is on e8. Arjun playing super aggressive from the get-go. Can Pranesh get his king to safety? And is he going to hold on to his extra pawn? Or is Arjun going to win it back right now with knight takes d4?
Taking the pawn is kind of standard, and it does happen. And for Pranesh, now he has to find a way to get his king to safety as soon as possible. So the bishop, I'm expecting to step in front of his king and skedaddle out of the dangerous area.
Yeah, Black had a nice center about 3 or 4 moves ago. Completely obliterated. White won the pawn back. Now White's c pawn is a little bit weak. Black is ready to complete development by castling, moving out the bishop from c8, and then hopefully Pranesh hopes to equalize the position and get a playable game with Black. If Pranesh can somehow draw the game with Black, then he'll have the advantage of the match, having White the next game. So Pranesh probably reasonably happy with the opening outcome. The engine says Black is okay. Arjun trying to find ways to mix it up and get an advantage, getting that past d pawn, which isn't very strong yet, up to d4 or d5, and build a big center, taking over from Pranesh's big center.
The position is so unbalanced. It's going to be a question of whether White can actually start using the center. Also, the question for White is how to mobilize that knight there on the edge of the board. It's still at home. It needs to get moving so that the rook can enter the game. And so many diagonals available for the
จริง
pieces.
ๆผม
So
ชอบ
that's the
D3
rook
นะครับ
comes
D3
in,
แล้ว
takes
เล่น
the open line, castles quickly.
แล้ว
Pranesh
ก็ Queen
playing
B3
very
แล้วพยายาม
confidently.
จี้
So
เบี้ยตัวนี้ดูนะ
yesterday, Pranesh was a little bit nervous against Nordibek Abdusattorov. You could
เลิ
tell
ก
in
เล่น
his
เรือ E1 ครับ
play.
เล่นจี้
And
บิชอ
now
ปตัว
we're
นี้
seeing
ครับ
a
แล้วแค
different
สเซิลนะค
version.
รับ
He's showing
เพราะว่า
us
Queen
that
ยังกัน
he
อยู่ไม่มีปัญหา
means
เลยครับ
business.
D3
And
ครับ
I'm
อย่างที่ผมคิด
expecting
ไว้
the
นะ
rook to come over and attack the bishop. And it's a game where every single move will matter.
แล้วเขาบิชอป
That's right. As we've seen with previous matches
ไง
with,
ดู
with
จะไม่ช
Arjun,
อบการ
heart
develop
rate in
บิ
the
ชอปไป
50s. I don't know how he does it.
ตร
I'd
งนั้น
be a
นะครับ
mess if I was
ไอ
playing.
บอกว่านะครับไอบอกว่าเล่นบิชอป
Very
G4 เดี๋ยวครับ
logical.
เล็งมา
Bishop
เล็ง
E6
เบี้ย
developing
ตัว
the
นี้นะ
bishop. Engine doesn't like it. I like
Bishop
your move, Yovi. Rook D8, putting pressure on the
E6
D line.
พาสซีฟ
White's
ไป
pieces
นะครับ
are all lined up there. I'm not sure why the engine doesn't like Bishop E6. Maybe the bishop has better squares on F5 or G4. But Bishop E6 really solid. Black's ready to move the rooks into
ผ
the
มไม่คิด
center,
ว่ามันมี
put
ปัญหาอะไร
pressure
แต่
on
ไอไม่ชอบ
White's
เพราะว่า
backward
มัน
D
น่าจะ
pawn.
เรียก
And
โซน
looks like Black is already
อย่างที่ผมบอก
at
ครับมัน
least okay.
ยักษ์
That's
ถีบ
not
ไป
the
คือ
rook.
มัน
I
แค่
thought he was
คั
going
น
to move
เฉยๆครับ
D8. I thought he
ไม่
moved
ได้
the
ไป
other rook to D8.
บิชอปไม่ได้แบบ
That shows you what
มี
I know.
ออก
That's
ไป
why
โจ
I'm
มตีใคร
commentating
แค่
and
ออกมา
not
กันตัวเอง
playing.
เฉยๆไม่ได้
Bishop E5
สร้างปัญ
attacking
หา
the queen.
อะไรแต่
Queen goes to B6. Both players have a lot of time. And oh, this is crazy. Oh, this is the first time I've seen it this whole tournament. The heart rate was under 50. It got back up to 50. I saw it say
อาจุน
49.
ฮาร์ดเรท50 ครับ
Arjun's pretty
พี่ว่าไง
calm.
บ้างครับแอน
Yeah,
น้
it's hard to sleep. Yeah, that's right.
49
Well,
ครับอา
his
จุน
posture and his thinking
ปา
indicates
เดส
no,
เกือบ
because this
120เลยนะ
position, you can't sleep on this one. You have to wake up. It's so sharp because first up, there is an attack against the pawn, and that's why he's advanced that pawn forward.
นิ่งๆอยู่
I
นะ
was a
อา
little
จุน
bit nervous about
ไม่
doing
ได้
this,
เครียดครับอาจุน
primarily because
แต่
I
ที่ปาเดส
felt
คิด
this
เครียดว่า
bishop
120
in the
แล้ว
middle of the board
ยั
could
ง
be
เพิ่ง
vulnerable, and it
16กันเลย
is.
นะครับแล้วเกมแรก
Knight
อาจุน
comes out,
สมัยไว้
attacks
ปาเดส
that bishop.
จะเครียดกับแบ็คลาสตัว
Exclam.
เลย
And I gotta say, in this type of position, bishops are going to be better than the knight.
That's
Arjun
right.
แบบนอนฉ
Yeah,
ลาด
knight
มากครับ
G4 is
ตัว
an
นี้
excellent move. Looks like
นะ
Arjun
G4
played
ดูดีมาก
D4
ครั
a
บ
bit
ตรง
too
นี้
early. Now Bishop
ก็
has no retreat square.
ใดๆก็
And
ตาม
you
ก็
can't
คือ
play
จะบีบ
Bishop
คอเพื่อ
F4
เทค
because you're hanging your
ไอ้
D4
บิช
pawn.
อปตัวนี้นะ
So far, advantage Pranesh. He's
เพราะว่า
really playing
บิชอป
well.
ตัวนี้ถอยไป
He's
ครับต้องการ
castled.
ต้อ
He
ง
has
เล่น
all his pieces out.
เดา
He's
ว่า
putting
ต้องเล่น
pressure on
ม้า
the
ครับ
white center.
B3 ไม่
And
ผม
looks
ไม่
like
ชอบม้า
D4 might
B3
have
เลย
been
ม้า
a
B3
little
เท่า
too
กัน
early.
เลยจะเทค
Arjun doesn't care.
เรือเท
His
ค
heart rate is 4850. He's cool, calm, and collected.
อ๋อ
Although Pranesh
ถึง
looks
จะ
like
กั
he's
น
taking
ได้
a
แต่ก็
nap.
ค่อนข้าง
So
จะดูแย่
he's
ครับ
also very cool, calm, and collected. Knight B3. White wants to have compensation for the two bishops by having those knight center pawns. Although that C pawn looks pretty weak on C4, Yovi.
Yeah, and I can tell you, it's already, you can take it, right? You can take it,
เทค
but
ได้เลย
it
นะครับตรง
wasn't
นี้
chosen, and instead
แต่ถ้า
the
เทคแล้ว
bishop
เสีย
attacked
บิช
the
อปฟรี
rook.
นะ
Rook attacks in turn the queen. The queen has to step back, and there's like take happening. Queen drops back, and a rook is going to capture. So suddenly, I'm going to say black still has the advantage because the bishop pair there are such a magnificent force, and the position is going to be open.
There's going to be a lot of trades now. The B pawn's
เรือ
weak.
กิน
The
B7
other B
ได้นะครับ
pawn's
ที่
weak.
บิช
The
ตี้
C and D
ตัว
pawns are weak. There's going to be a lot of captures.
ถอน
And I think that's going to lead to
ควีนต่อ
equality
นะ
once all the
เทค
pawns
ปุ๊บ
are
แล้วควีน
captured.
เทคนะครับ
So very reasonable
แล้ว
position
เหลื
for
อ
both.
C1
Lots of
ที่
tactics
ควีน
now.
ต่อแล้ว
Lots of
แล้ว
captures
ค
are
วีน
going to
A6
happen. Arjun's
แล้ว
trying to
เรือ
find a
เท
way
ค
for
เบี้
an
ย
advantage
เรือเทค
instead
เบี้ย
of trading all the
เอ็ม
pawns
ควีน
off.
เทค
Arjun really doesn't want to draw
แล้วมันจะเหลือ
since he's
เบี้ย
playing a
A
low
กับ
rated
เบี้ย
player
ดี
and he has
แข่
the
งกัน
white
ครับ
pieces.
Yes, he wants to put the pressure
ซึ่ง
right on
ไม่
the
รู้ว่าอาจจะ
get-go,
เอาแบบนี้ไหม
drawing
มัน
with the white
มีทาง
pieces
เลือกค่อนข้าง
against
เย
an
อะ
opponent that he is the
ซึ่
favorite
งเขา
against
เลือก
is
เอา
not
เรือ
going to be a
C1
great
มา
result.
นะ
So
ตรงนี้
this is why he keeps that tension on the
B6
board.
ครับตรงนี้
There's some
ก็
risk here because if it all
ทำให้
backfires,
เรือตัว
that
นี้ค่อน
rook
ข้างเดินออกยากกว่า
out
หนึ่งเลย
there
นะ
in the wilderness has gone on a big walkabout, whereas
ตรงนี้
the
4-5 ได้ไหม
bishops,
ครับ
the black bishops there,
อาจจะต้อง
beautifully
4-5
primed.
นะครับไม่งั้นถ้าไม่ 4-5
Yeah,
อาจ
the
จะเสีย
question
เปรียบ
is
ปานนี้
White going to
ปาน
play
นี้ค่อนข้าง
d5 soon?
ดูดีแล้วค
Is
รับ
White going to capture that pawn on b4? Is the rook on b5 going to get
เล่น
trapped?
4-5 เพราะว่า
White's
ไม่
going to
งั้น
be forced to
ถ้าไม่
sacrifice
ยอม
in
เล่น
exchange.
4-5 แล้ว
Okay, so
เรือ
he did
ของ
play d5.
ตัว B จะ
Seems like an
ออก
obvious
ยาก
move.
ครับ
Of
เพราะ
course,
ว่า
the
โดน
engine doesn't
เบี้ย
like it. Engine
B6
never
ดูด
likes
ไว้
our human moves. But I probably would have played d5 immediately if I was
ถื
playing
อ
a
ว่า
blitz
ก็
game. My
AI
d
ไม่ชอบ
pawn
ครับ
is
AI
weak.
บอกว่า
d5
มันมี
advances
สิ่ง
my
มีนี้
pawn.
ที่ชื่อ
It's
ว่า
very
Bishop
safe
C3
now.
อยู่ครับ
My knight
แล้ว
has the d4 square. It's just too
คุณจะไม่สา
logical.
มารถเอา
And you know, you highlighted
เบี้ย
the
ตีออกไปได้นะ
storyline. Is my rook going to get trapped? And the answer for Pranesh is yes. Arjun's rook is going to get trapped because bishop back to d7, attacking the rook is incoming. There's also queen takes pawn in the air. Oh dear. Arjun took a risk and it might not pay off.
Bishop c3 was an excellent move, as Yovi pointed out. C4 pawn's now attacked. The rook is trapped on B5. The pawn on D5 is pinned to the queen. Black has the two bishops. This is looking ominous already for Arjun. Already has the worst position. I think he just overlooked bishop C3, and that's why the engine didn't like D5. Now Arjun goes all in, plays C5, making the game really murky, hoping his opponent can't figure out the complications. And in fact, the engine says Black only has one really strong move here, bishop to D7, attacking the rook. And we're going to see that pin take effect again. If he plays C6, we can just take it with the bishop. So is Black going to play bishop to D7 or make some other move like taking the pawn? He did play bishop D7, and the engine already likes Pranesh's position a lot more, and Pranesh has more time on the clock. Do we have an upset in the making, Yovi?
It looks that way, and I gotta say, the Indian school of chess is all about
มัน
calculation.
มี
They're
C-take
not
มัน
afraid
มี
of
C-take
making
เหรอ
those
ครับ
ugly
ได้เหรอ
moves
C-take
because there is
แล้ว
concrete reasoning
ทำ
behind it.
C-take
The
เรือไม่ได้
bishop
ต้อง
goes
ถอย
back,
ไปควีนก่อน
attacks the rook, and it
แล้ว
asks
เรื
the
อ
question,
เรือ
what are you
C5 ถอย
gonna
ออก
do?
มาได้ไปเสีย
And
เบี้ย
here he would have worked out, and
ก็
look
ที่
at
เอา
him,
ออกมา
he is
แล้วเล่น
working
เรือ
it out
C4
right now. What is going to happen after pawn takes pawn? Where is the rook going to go to? And we're seeing Arjun attack the
เอ้ย
queen.
ถ้า C ถ้า
Listen,
C6
I'm still
ทำไม
going to say
มันเป็น
this
เบี้ย
is
ฟรีอะ
you
ดิ
had to be
เบี้ย
precise
ฟรี
there
เพราะ
because
ว่า
you didn't
บิ
want
ชอป
to
เทค
allow
แล้ว
this pawn
เบี้ย
to
เทค
start
ไม่ได้เพราะว่ามัน
advancing,
เรือเท
and
คควี
now
น
here Pranesh
ฉะนั
can
น
relax.
จะ
He
ต้อง
can
ต้องเล่น
take, and here this is the way you save the rook. But you save the rook at the cost of a lot of material. Now the d pawn is falling for white.
Yeah, everything's pinned in this game. There's been a lot of pins for both sides. The bishop on C3 is pinned. Black is up a pawn. Black looks like he's threatening the rook, but the bishop is pinned to the queen. We could see an interesting trade, Yovi, if Black takes the two rooks for the queen, which in fact he could do now if he wants. He could take on B4 and then take on C6. Then White has the move Queen E4, forking the two pieces. So maybe that doesn't work out for Black. That's what Pranesh is calculating. He advances his rook to E8, putting it on the open file, attacking the queen. Both queens are under
เราจิ้ม
pressure,
ควีนครับ
but
ทำ
in
ไง
the
ดีตรงนี้
meantime, Pranesh has the extra pawn.
Yes, and I could tell you, I had a quick glance at the heart rate. Arjun is not 50 anymore.
Wow.
He had
That's the
gone
highest I've
up
ever
to
seen this
90, which for most of us is pretty calm. But for Arjun, he senses the pressure as the queen is driven backwards. And Ben, your idea is still there. You can take the rook. You can also say, hey, what is that queen doing next to its king? That maybe you have some other moves instead.
มัน
I
พลาส
think
ติก
Black
มาก
can
เลย
play
ครับ
Queen F3 unless I'm
Queen
wondering
F9
something. Keep the pieces on the board.
Makes a lot of sense.
เอาดี
Why
ๆ
go
นี่อัพ
back?
เซตนะครับ
You can
ถ้า
go forward.
ปาเดชชนะ
And
อา
there's
จุน
also
ขึ้นมา
maybe
นี่
some other possibilities with some
เหมือน
tactics because the
อา
rook
จุนตอนนี้ก็แรง
maybe
แรง
drop
สี่
back
เลยผิดนะครับ
with the queen doubling on the D line
ตอนนี้
and
นี่
just
น่า
getting
ท็อป
ready
50ท็อป
to
100 นะ
rook takes bishop with the rook coming down.
ไม่ถึงไม่
That
ใช่
would
ซุปเปอ
be
ร์เกมนะครับ
also
ปาเดช
really
2,600
lovely.
30
However, Pranesh
ถือ
is
ว่า
thinking
ตบซุปเปอร์เกมได้
many
นี่ถือว่ายอดเยี่ยม
tempting
นะ
options, and sometimes it goes for your choice. Very
This has
natural.
been a funny game because Black had the big
ไม่ใช่ครับ
center
ให้
with
คนแรง
E5
5
and
ครับ
D4 that got decimated. Then White had the big center with C4 and D5 and that got decimated. Now there's no
น่าจะ
center
ฟาบี้นะ
pawns and Black is just a queenside pawn up with a technical endgame, which likely should be winning, but with so little
แค่
time
แรง
on the
แรง
clock,
หนึ่ง
it's
แรง
not
หนึ่ง
easy to
แร
have
งหนึ่ง
perfect
แม็กนัทแรง
technique.
สองฟิต
Arjun's
แรงสอง
gonna
อารีเน
defend,
ซ่าแรง
hope to
สาม
get
อา
the
จุน
draw,
แรงสี่
and
เลว
go
อน
on to game two.
ร้อนเลว
But it's
เล
a
วอนเพิ่งร่วง
two-result
ลงมาครับ
game.
ผ
Either
มดู
Pranesh wins
ไอ้
or
นี่
it's a draw.
เลวอน
Black
มัน
has
ร่วง
to
ลงมา
save
จาก
his
ตัวล่าสุด
queenside
นะ
pawns.
ตอนแรกมันเลวอนที่
And
สามครับ
number two, he
อา
has
จุ
to
น
get
ก็เลยเลื่อน
buffer
ขึ้น
his
ไป
king with something like G6 or H6.
ตอนแรกมันเป็น
Arjun's
เลวอน
gonna
ที่
try
สอง
double
พี่
rooks on the
เป็น
seventh
แม็กนัท
rank.
แม็กนัท
His
หนึ่ง
rook on C1 to
เลวอนสอง
C7
อารีเนซ่า
to get
สามอาจุน
counterplay
สี่
against the F7 pawn.
แล้ว
The
เลวอน
question is,
เรตติ้ง
does
ตกลง
Black
มา
have enough
เลยเป็น
power
อารีเน
to
ซ่า
win?
สองอา
He
จุน
stopped
สาม
rook
เลวอนสี่
C7
ที่ทะลุ
by
ห้า
making his bishop pretty meek on D8. That's not really where you want your bishop. But he's
No.
defending against rook C7. I don't like that move so much. I don't think the bishop's very good there.
Yeah, I didn't feel like this was the right direction to put the bishop because after all, the rook could go all the way to the edge. But there was an issue with
แน่นอนครับว่า
the white knight. It didn't
อา
have
จุ
a
น
good,
ก็
any good
ด้วย
squares.
เร
It
ต
was
ติ้ง
being
ที่ห่างขนาดนี้
dominated
อา
by
จุน
the
ก็
pawns.
ไม่คิดว่า
But
จะ
you know what?
แพ้ขนาดนี้
Arjun
นะ
is a
แต่ผม
great endgame player and he might be saving this, especially if the knight White can find a role. So Argent asking Black, what are you going to do? Are you going to advance the pawn? Are you going to defend that pawn that's under attack? What is your next move?
ตอนนี้เนี่ย
I was
คน
thinking
ที่
Black
คน
could
ที่
play
คนที่แบบ
bishop b6,
ห้า
which
ห
he
ก
did
ของ
play.
นี่เลยไหม
White's going to
ขอ
try
ง
to get
อิน
the
เดีย
knight
เลย
to
ปะ
g5,
ถ้าพูดถึง
put pressure on f7 and
เลพิด
h7. Of course, the engine
แต่
doesn't
ว่า
like anything. Says all the moves are wrong. I'm the engine. I know best. Doesn't like f6 either. Now it says White's okay.
That one, I'm on board with the engine. Normally, I disagree vociferously. But here, I'm thinking it weakens that seventh line. And White can suddenly dream about just posting up 2 rooks on that row, and it's going to be deadly. Also, this knight is coming into the golden square. It's
แรงหนึ่ง
f5.
อินเดียโดนแรงที่
Every
6 อินเดีย
knight
ตก
belongs
ถื
on
อว่า
that square.
จี๊ดเลยครับ
And here, it's going to come with power. And I've got to tell you, that pawn is
เท่าไหร่ครับ
weak next to the king.
It's funny, 2 of my rules are coming into effect. Never play f6.
Yes.
One of my most famous rules. The other one is it's not knight f5, it's knife f5. So here comes the knight to f5. That's one of my emotes on my stream is knife f5. It's a picture of a knife going to f5 square.
2 5
I
3
actually
4
got
ด้วย
that
ครับ
from
ไม่ใช่
Greek
2
Grandmaster
ใน
Vasilius
ใน
Petronius
นี้
before you
เขีย
were
นของ
born.
2 6 3
He
4
said
นะ
it's not knight f5, it's knife f5. So, but actually it wasn't around when you were born. It was 1984. So that was a long time ago. But Vasilius, I haven't seen him in a long time, but he's right. Knight f5 is almost always a good move. Arjun has really
อาจจะเป็น
exciting
อาจ
rook
เป็น
on
อีโรเชียดอทคอม
b7,
เท่านั้น
putting pressure all over Black's position. White has enough compensation with the activity to compensate for the pawn minus, since the
นั่น
queen
สิ
side
ผมก็เลยสง
pawns
สัย
are
ว่ามัน
dangerous
อีโร
now,
ไหน
and White's king is
มัน
safer than
เอา
Black.
แต่อีโร
And here
3,000 ของ
comes
กิจ
knife
กรรม
f5.
อีโรบิดมั้งครับ
Knife f
เพราะว่าคนไม่ค่อยเล่น
5
เลพิดกัน
and
อันนี้
it
อีโร
will
เลพิด
thrive. And we've seen attacking the pawn there. And the big question is, if Black boots that knight away, where is the white knight going to go? Is it going to go to the edge of the board? Is it going to go all the way close to the king? Well, we're going to have those questions answered as, did you see that? That was quick.
Yeah, those guys play fast. They're here for a reason. I thought he was going to play one of the rooks to e7.
แล้ว
The rook on,
พี่คิด
on,
ดูครับ
on
อาจุน
e6.
จาก
But
ตอน
then
แร
you
ก
could
ที่
take
จะ
the
แพ้
bishop and
ดู
take the
ดี
pawn, and White would be
สา
just
มารถ
fine.
ยื้อกลับมา
Black is
ที่
still
จะเสม
trying
อ
to
ได้
play
นะ
for
ตร
an
งนี้
advantage. We're going to get into a drawn ending here if Arjun takes on e2 and takes the queen side, because the rook and the a pawn don't win against White rook. So White can bail out to a draw here by playing rook takes e2, rook takes b6, rook takes b5, give away the a pawn, put the white rook behind. Okay, but instead plays a much more aggressive move, a move I would never think of, giving the f2 pawn away with check. This is too
ไม่สน
complicated.
นะครับ
All the pieces are hanging now.
อาจุนบอกว่า
F2 is
กินเบี้ย
hanging,
F2 ผมเลย
b6 is
พร้อมให้
hanging,
เช็คด้วย
f6 is
ไม่มี
hanging,
ปัญหาเลยสำหรับผม
e8 is hanging. It's much too
จะจี้บิชอปคุณ
complicated. Arjun's in his
แล้วผม
element.
ก็จะกิน
Of course, the engine doesn't
D5
care. It says
กินบิชอปคุณ
It is absolutely crazy
คุณต้องถอยบิ
position
ชอปออก
here as the bishop is hanging, the rook is
คุณต้องเล่น
hanging for black,
เรือ
and
อี
Arjun has
โอ้โห
literally said, take my pawn. Not only take it, give it
With
away
check.
with check.
Wow.
And wow, what is he?
All 3 results are possible now. White could get an attack against the black king. It's amazing.
น่าไป
But yeah,
จุ
let me
ต้องเล่นให้
highlight
เป๊ะ
all
นะ
these
ถ้า
pieces
ไม่
that
เป๊ะ
are
ที่
attacked right now.
มีโอกาส
We
แพ้
got
นะครับ
the rook on
ทั้งคู่
e8
เลยต้อง
attacked
มา
by the
ทำนี้
knight. The
ค่อน
pawn
ข้าง
on
สุ่ม
f2's
เสี่ยงมาก
attack.
ครับ
Why, he must have expected rook e7 because he immediately
Oh,
played
like that,
this. And now we have a drawn ending. And if anybody's better, it's Arjun. Arjun's going to attack the pawn. Black has to defend passively. White should play rook b4. The question is, yeah, now he has to lose the pawn. And now Arjun's going to play for the win. The ending is still a draw.
แล้วอาจุนเล่นเอาชนะนะครับตรงนี้มีพา
I mean,
ทอน
it was
ต่อ
a
นะ
complete turnaround,
ถ้าทอ
right?
น
We
จาก
had
ปา
a
เนส
little
มา
moment of chaos.
จาก
We
เพจ
saw
เมื่อกี้ปุ๊บ
Arjun
โอ้โห
went
อยู่ดี
into this
จาก
endgame
อาจุน
a
ที่
pawn
ตามตอนนี้อา
down.
จุนกลับมา
Now
นำนะครับ
Arjun,
ถ้าคุณจะช
in
นะ
that
เกม
all
นี้
of
ต้อง
that
เป็นอาจุนค
confusion
รับ
is
ตร
now
งนี้
a pawn up. Now
โด
this
ยการ
is
เอาเบี้ยตัวเอ
technically
ขึ้นไป
a
โปรโมท
drawn
ให้ได้เลยครับ
position, but only Arjun is the one who's going to win this.
That's
ส่วน
right. And that's
ปา
why
เน
I
ส
tell
ต้อง
my
ยื้อให้ได้ครับ
students,
เพื่อที่จะเสมอเกม
don't
นี้
pay too much attention to the engine evaluation in some end games. It'll say 0-0-0, but every grandmaster in the world takes white here. White has an extra pawn. The engine knows it's a draw, but you know, if 2 club players are playing, then sometimes white's going to win.
Exactly. And what White is dreaming about is, first up, the rook is in front of his own pawn. If it can get released, it will be loved to be by the side. And some ideas that you can do is White can, at the right time, run with the king, try to do an assist. Now, that's normally comes with great risk because in the process of running with the king, you do abandon your own pawns, and black is ready with his own pawns. as well. They are just waiting to be unleashed and advanced. But here comes the king.
Yeah, I didn't like Pranesh playing King F7. Now it says King
เอา
G7.
เรือ A7 เช็ค
King G7 seemed like the obvious move.
โอ้
Yeah, maybe
เรา
it
อาจ
was
จะไม่
just
เห็
to
น
force the king. It's complicated stuff. These positions, they're not too much material, so the engines are pretty good. They've got most things worked out. But this is apparently a misstep. One thing though, you probably don't have time to take that pawn because here comes the king.
เอา
This
แล้ว
is
แล้ว
the
ขึ้นพลาด
plan
ครับ
in action.
ตรงนี้
And it's
แปลก
all
ๆแล้ว
going to be about that A pawn as it becomes a queen.
โอ้โหอย่างนี้
Now
อาจ
the
จะ
engine
พลิก
says
ชนะ
White's
นะครับ
winning.
แอดน้ำ
Again, it's a draw with perfect play, but it's hard to play perfectly with a minute on your clock. White had that extra pawn. Now material is equal, but White obviously has the winning chances with that strong passed pawn. Pawn's on the 7th rank. Black has to try to get a passed pawn himself, which he does. Now the engine says Black is drawing because F5 gives him a passed pawn also.
Exactly, and Arjun allowed that pawn break, and
เอา
suddenly
แล้ว
the black pawns
เสี
they
ย
have
คืนแล้วกลาย
been
เป็นว่า
unleashed.
ดำก็ได้
They're
พอเหมือนกันนะ
able
ตรง
to
นี้
create their own pass pawns, and
กา
it's
ร
going
เทร
to
ด
be
ตรงนั้น
a
ไม่ค่อยดี
race.
เลยครับไม่
You
น่า
can
เลยเทรด
even
เลย
give
อาจุ
up
น
your
เอา
oh,
แล้ว
don't go backwards, go forward with
That's
your
the wrong
king.
way.
เดินกลับ
You need
ไป
to go
ครับกลายเป็นว่า
forward.
เดินกลับไป
Rook
ไม่
C6
ทันนะ
check, Rook A6.
Build
What
a
a blunder.
bridge. Block the eye contact with the black rook with the A pawn. Wow. Wow, this is over.
It's a good thing the engine's not doing the live commentary. I'd be really mad. Why are
Yeah.
you playing so bad? Yeah, check Rook A4 and White
Comes
wins.
the block. And
Right.
An amazing turnaround. Black was a pawn up in the ending, and ended up
แล้ว
losing.
ครับ
It was a 2-result game, except that it wasn't. It was a 3-result game.
Yeah, and this is going to be super painful for Pranesh. Their
Check
queen
up.
takes pawn, and now there's
Mate,
going to
that's
be
good lie,
checkmate
ครับผม
there.
Technique by Arjun. Wow.
And Arjun, well, he might have used up one of his 9 lives there. What a game. What a turnaround. Clinching it in a rook and pawn endgame. Going into that endgame originally, a pawn down, and just creating chaos.
ถ้าแข่งทีละ
the
คู่ Day3
master
จะมี
of
สตรีม A
chaos
กับ B
as
ทำ
it
ไมกันนะ
appears.
Yeah, they got
มัน
some
มี
crazy
สตรีม
position
A
where
กับ
Arjun
B
played
แค่
Rook
2
C6
คู่
with
แรก
all
ค
the
รับ
pieces hanging. I thought
เพ
Arjun
ราะ
was
ว่า
going to bail out to a drawn ending where he was slightly
มันมี
worse. Instead, he got to a drawn ending where he was
ถ้า
slightly
ตามตารางมัน
better,
จะ
and
มี
he ended up winning
สา
after
ย
mutual mistakes by both sides in time trouble. A really topsy-turvy game
มันจะมี
here, and it looks
คู่
like
อาจุน
one side is in a
ไม่
lot
ใช่
of trouble.
คู่อาจุนผิดคู่
particularly
เหมยหยี่
Pranesh,
เจอ
of
เบนจา
getting
มิน
his
บ็อก
key crushed
กับ
today.
คู่เอสเปียนโก
Well,
เจอ
he's
ซี
on
นาโมฮาเบ
the
ต
edge because if he does not
มัน
win
มันจะมี
with
อ
the
ยู่
white
4 คู่ครับ
pieces,
มันก็เลยเป็น A B
he
แค่
is
2 คู่นั้น
going home and his key
แล้ว
will
ที่
be
เหลือก็เลยเป็น
crushed.
ทีละคู่
For Arjun, he is just one draw away from the top 8 for the quarterfinals, and we're seeing from Pranesh, he's going for those tricky
ตารางก็
openings
เหมือนกัน
again.
เออ
Up comes that little pawn on
คื
H3,
ก็เลย
not taking
แบ
the
บว่า
center, not doing anything,
เหมือ
and
น
going
เปิด
for
ส
a
ตรีม
very
B มาแค่
unusual
2
way
คู่อะครับ
of
แล้วก็
developing
ไปเลย
pieces.
ไม่รู้ทำไม
Usually, Ben, I don't know about you, but I tell my students, don't put your pieces in front of their pawns.
Yeah, my students aren't allowed to watch this game. H3, A3, Bishop D3. Don't play like this at home. But this is the way the players are playing. We saw actually White play H3, this exact position yesterday, and get a good position. But yeah, H3, A3,
เป็นไงพี่
B4.
LGD
White typically likes to maneuver the knight around to G3 with knight E2 to
ผมไม่ได้
G3.
พี่เดี๋ยวโดนช็อปฟรี
Sometimes White plays knight D5. And again, the engine says it's equal, but Pranesh wants to get a long maneuvering game, give chances for Arjun to go wrong at some point, get into time trouble, not have anything happen too quickly. There's 2 ways of playing in must-win situations. One is to play wild and crazy, which Pranesh is not doing, and one is to play calm, sophisticated maneuvering where the game never ends and give yourself a chance to win over a long period of time. That's what Pranesh has chosen to do.
Yes, and your opponent is Arjun Erigaisi. Is this the right way forward to go for that very sophisticated, long-winded game?
Yeah, well, based on last
ที่เรา
game,
ทำงาน
I'm
หนั
going
ก
to
ไหม
play a
ครับ
tactical
รอบนี้
melee. Wow. Speaking of tactical melees, H5.
บอกเมื่อกี้เกมเกียรตินะเมื่อกี้6 7 6 ที
I
กว่า
don't want you to
เกียรติ
grab any space on that
70
side
กว่า
of
ไหม
the board. I'm going forward. By the way, this is English School of Chess approved. We all like the way that Arjun is handling the position. And now we're seeing Pranesh say, you know what, you work on the wings, I'm going to work on the center. As
เปิดมา
rooks
E4
come, maybe
E5
got ideas of dropping that bishop back.
โฟร์ไนท์
Again,
นะ
at the
เปิ
right
ดมาโฟร์
time,
ไนท์อันนั้น
going breaking with d2 d4 catching the opponent on the wrong foot. Oh,
โปรไนก็คือ
what's this? This is very
ปิด
provocative.
หมากแข่งกันนะต้อง
A
ค่
few
อย
day
ๆแซะ
master
ทีละ
friend
นิด
of
นึง
mine in New York City told me when his
เอาแล้ว
opponent plays knight e2, he always
จู
plays
รีบเมื่อ
h5.
กี้
That way when the knight
จะ
goes
รี
to
บแซะ
g3,
เล
he
ย
can play h4 later. That's exactly what happened this game. Pranesh saw black playing h5 and a5 and decided to play in the center by moving the bishop away from d3 and playing d4. The engine likes it. White's actually breaking in the center. White's king is very safe. It's not clear if black has a safe place for the king. Hopefully, black's going to castle queenside, play g5, and it'll be super exciting.
And I was going to say, that's my favorite thing in
Castle
chess, and
queenside,
it's happening right here on the board. Arjun Eric, guys, he just needs a draw, and he's like, you know what, I am not going to go to the king
แล้วพรุ่ง
side.
นี้ก็
That's
เหมือนเดิมป่ะ
exactly
พี่
where
9
all
โม
the
ง
white
ถึงกี่
pieces
โมง
are
นะ
pointing. It
ไอ้
is the
ที่
queen side, the left side of the board. That is where
4 โมง
I'm
ครึ่ง
headed, and this is gutsy chess. It actually was the best move, by the way. You needed to do that with the king, and now we
ไม่ควรเป็นอย่างนั้นนะพี่
all systems go,
โอ้ของ
complete chaos.
หรือพี่จะไปดู
All
ฟอล
three
คอนนะ
results possible.
โอ้โห
Yeah, Arjun
85 นา
doesn't
ที
play
กู
for the
ชั่ว
result of a draw when he needs a draw to win. He wants to win the match 2-0, wants to play the best move. He wants to play the move that meets his style of chess. And castling queenside, that's just Arjun's style. Pranesh has to be happy with a double-edged position, which is most likely to be decisive, because a draw is no good. If Pranesh draws, he loses the match. He needs to win the game. He's got a complicated position. The engine says white is a little bit better. White has chances to get a knight to f5 or maneuver his
ไอ้
knights around.
ทีที่ไม่
and
คิด
get
จะ
one to
นั่นด้วย
d5.
เหรอ
Instead, he plays queen
โอ้แล้วกู
d2.
เห็นที่เนี่ย85 นาทีบาลีฟอลคอน
Of course, the
ตา
engine
กูจะ
doesn't
บอด
like it. Engine never likes our moves. And now it thinks that Arjun is doing quite reasonably well.
Yeah, the engine is a mystery because it said if you went a little bit to the left with the queen, you would have been
80
slightly
นาที
better,
3
but because you
เก
got
ม
into the middle, that's it.
เหี้ยเกมโดน
You
ตัดทู
are worse because of this move, the knight jumps. And I did see Arjun's heart rate almost make it to 3 figures. Is now back to 83, and we're seeing Pranesh. He is in a spot of bother because the knight is nicely centralized. And the big thing is, because it's opposite side castling, the king's opposite sides of the board, it's going to be all about cracking open a line for, I call them the big guys, the queen and the rooks to start infiltrating.
เกิดมาเพิ่งรักเอ็
Well,
ด
if
เนี่ย
I was white, I would have defended my c pawn, but that's why I'm not white. I'm here doing commentary. Instead, the players play super aggressive, counter-attacking style, activating their pieces. White doesn't mind if black takes the c pawn because that opens lines to black's king. And white wants the game to be double-edged, doesn't want to play passively and defend, wants to play aggressively. And Arjun maneuvering his knights around to the dark squares, wants to put the other knight on c5, maybe play pawn to f6, pawn to g5. Is white going to take one of those kingside pawns and open up his own king with queen g7 or queen h5?
Exactly. Yeah. And, well, if you do that, then you're going to allow the black rooks to infiltrate. And Arjun's not afraid of the queens coming off because one of the things about pushing pawns is they leave behind weak squares.
ถ้าเล่น G6 แล้วมันไม่มีปัญหาหรอก
also
เบียร์ฝั่ง
say, and I'm going
จริง
to
ใจ
coin an expression by David Howe, with great space comes great responsibility. You have to protect those
ไม่
squares.
รู้สิผมคิดว่าพอ G6 มันไม่มีปัญหาหรอก
What do we
เบียร์
think?
ฝั่ง
And now David says, with new children on the way comes great responsibility. So, okay, queen g3, the engine hates it, says, why are you retreating? It doesn't like retreating.
ผมว่าเล่น
Go
G6
back,
ตรงนี้
I
จบ
go
เลย
forward,
จ
and
บทุก
I
ปัญหา
would
เล
be
ยไม่มี
pounding
ปัญหา
the
เลย
table for moves such as g5. Get that g pawn. Doesn't matter if it gives up a pawn. I want to just be opening up the lines and let the pieces do the business. So we'll see whether that happens. Maybe you can play a bit more cautiously. Maybe go knight takes knight or something like that. But we'll see how Arjun, he is the
ไม่
master
ดี
of chaos.
ถ้าสมม
He's
ติว่า
gonna be
พี่เล่น G6 ใช่ไหม
completely at
แล้ว
home in
ม้า
a
ขึ้น
position like this.
แล้วหลังจากเบี้ยเทคอะแล้วพี่
Yeah, once again, I'm wondering
แล้ว
if
พี่
white
ค่อนข้างส
is
บายเล
only
ยไหม
going to try to get the 2 bishops by playing knight f5 or knight takes e6. Knight on d4 is very strong. That's why he doesn't want to trade it off for one of black's bishops. Black has the c5 square
คือ
for
พี่
his
ไม่มี
knight.
ทาง
The
พี่ไม่มี
bishop
ทาง
on
เทคเบี้ย
d6
ตัว
is
จีได้อยู่แล้วเว้ย
absolutely
เพราะว่าถ้า
placed.
พี่ทำเทคเบี้ยตัว
Very
จีอะ
double-edged
พี่โด
position.
นเล็งถึง
Even
หน้า
though
เข่งเล
the
ย
engine likes
มันก็เลย
Arjun's
แบบ
position, I think Pranesh is doing a good job of making the game complicated in a must-win situation. The engine doesn't know that white is
ใช่เพราะ
forced
นั้น
to
น่ะ
win,
พี่ยา
so wants to
อา
play
จุน
different
พี่อาจุน
moves,
ไม่มีปัญหา
which may lead to
เอาจริง
equality, and Pranesh doesn't want
ไม่
that.
เป็นต้องเล่น
He
ที
wants
สา
a
มก็ได้
position maybe
ไม่
where
เลย
it's
จำเป็นต้อง
slightly
เล่นที
worse,
หกก็ได้ไหม
where both sides have winning chances.
Exactly. And he wants a path to clarity because as it stands, it's not that easy for white to continue.
บาปเลยพี่
Ideally, you want that
อา
knight
หาร
in
เลิ
the
กกี่
middle
โม
to
ง
be
อะ
up one square, menacing the queen. Whereas, I asked, and the players delivered.
เอาปะ
Thank you,
พี่ลอง
Arjun.
ภาค CS ดูไหม
Did what I
แค่
wanted to
ยิง
do,
เหมือนกัน
given an X by the engine. Wow.
Don't try this at home when you're in a must.
ไม่ไหว
A game where you need a draw to qualify, play G5.
ไม่
Arjun
ไม่
doesn't
ก็
care about
ไม่
whether he
ปี
needs a draw
ปี
or
หน้า
win.
ปีนี้
He
ผม
just
ไม่ได้
wants
ข
to
อ
play
ด้วย
the
ปีนี้
Arjun
ไอ้ฮัน
like
อยาก
kind of
ท
move
ำแล้วคน
and
แล้ว
push
ส
his
รุปไอ้
opponent
ฮัน
off
ไม่ได้
the
ทำ
board.
ผมต้องมาทำ
I
แทน
only
เลย
just realized just
ไอ้
now
ฮันต้อง
that
ไป
I
เสีย
was
แทน
advocating for a sacrifice. So I thank Arjun for not making me look stupid. But
โด
yes,
นฮันบิด
I
มา
think you have to
ไม่
take
ต้องมาแทนไอ้ฮัน
you have to take that pawn with the queen
จ
and
ริง
go
ๆจริงๆ
into
ถ้าจะ
an
ไม่มา
endgame
คือวัน
because
เนี้ย
if
ไม่
you
น่ามาสุดละ
don't do
เพราะว่า
that, then black
ห้
is
องนี้
simply
ห้องนี้
going
มัน
to
เป็น
get
เพย์ออฟ
those
แล้วมัน
top
บิด
two
ไม่ได้แล้วดิ
pawns on the edge on the right side and start going advancing forward, forward, and it's very formulaic, right?
Yeah, it seems like if we don't try to trade queens with white, then white has no attack against black's king, whereas the G file, H file are about to be open against white's king. Bishop on B6 is bearing down against the king on G1. The bishop on E6 is bearing down on H3. Black has the knight
ปัญ
on
หาคือมัน
E5.
ทำตัวน่า
That's
เกลียด
very
ไว้พี่
strong.
ไอ้เชี่ย
So it's
คือ
looking
มันอยากให้
very difficult.
แอร์ไทม์เยอะใช่ไหม
Black
มัน
has
ก็เลย
all these pieces
เมื่อวานมันมี
that are
ถ่ายทีละ2คู่วันนี้
going
แม่งถ่ายทีละคู่
towards the white
น่าเกลียดเกินเลยใช่ไหม
king. White's pieces not really
มันไม่
doing
มี
much
เชี่ยอะไร
against
แล้วอะ
black's king. Arjun doesn't want to trade queens and be down a pawn, but he wants to have that open G line. With the open G line, Arjun's going to have a ready-made attack. The engine, even though black is down a pawn, prefers black's position because in the long run, black has an attack down the G line, white has no attack.
Yeah. And well, we're going to see here how is Arjun going to recover the pawn because after I excitedly gave up that pawn as a recommendation, I mean, it's every goal of the gambiteer to win back the sacrifice material. So maybe you can go queen takes queen. You can maybe get out of harm's way. You can actually go F6, block the trade, and then just start using the G line. Actually, that's more Arjun, right? Arjun is not going to be
Arjun's more like F6, rook G8 than trade queens and take on C4. So he's trying to figure out whether he should win his pawn back or they should just sacrifice the pawn, maybe even the H pawn. Now that might be more suicidal taking on H5. The queen might easily get trapped there with
ไม่
H8.
ผมว่าที่พี่พูดมามันมีภาพใน
Exactly.
เกม
I
เล
mean,
สหม
he
ดเลย
is
เว้ย
all lion. I am part chicken. But we've seen the queen drop back. And now it's going to be Operation G line. First up, you can just go
เคสมันไม่มี
immediately
อะไรอะเรา
on
ก็รัก
the
คุยไปดี
attack. You
จริ
can just
ง
line up
เค
your
สพี่
rook
ไม่ต้องคุย
against
เคส
the
ก็ได้
white
คุยกัน
king.
เอง
You
ได้เลย
can
เคสมัน
do something that you
ก็
advocated
พูด
for.
เล็
You
ก
can
น้อย
grab that pawn, go on
เออ
the
พูดมา
steal.
ตักแค่ตัว
But here, rook comes in and
เนี่ยเรือมาอะไร
come on, this is like the most natural
Yeah,
move,
like
and
E2
the engine is being ruthless.
As per usual. The engines are mean. Now, is white going to play one of my favorite knife F5s?
แต่
Or are we going to
อา
keep
จุน
that
ไม่
knight
จำเป็น
on
ต้องเล่นเอาชนะก็
D4?
ได้เล่น
He
เอาเส
took
มอ
the
ก็พอ
bishop
แล้ว
on
แต่ว่า
E6.
โพซิชันได้เปรียบกว่า
Engine
นะ
doesn't say it's great because that knight on D4 was really strong. And now king F1, avoiding the open G line, and the diagonal the bishop on B6 was attacking the white king on G1. White's trying to play safe, keep that extra pawn. Arjun wins the pawn back. Engine doesn't like it. The engine doesn't like the position is too complicated. The engine says it could play better. The engine wants to tag in for the players. We don't know why these moves
เป็นคน
aren't
ดี
good.
ใจ
They
และ
look
คนเสีย
very
ใจดิ
natural
พี่
to us.
They do, and this is actually engine
ผม
approved.
มีบิชอป A2 เลยนะ
Centralize the bishop because they say when you are on the attack, you should be getting rid of the defenders. You should just make sure your opposing king is as vulnerable as possible, and this is a great step forward. And now the knight is gonna be a little bit shaky out there because the bishop that is hiding away almost in the corner can actually start to boot that knight away, and suddenly white has a potential. Oh, you going greedy, Arjun, but can you do that? Knight's on the edge.
Well, the engine doesn't like that move, putting the knight on the side of the board. Now the C file's open, and things have turned around completely. Bishop
คือ
D3 traps the
อา
knight
จุน
forever.
โลภเกินเลย
The
ถ้า
C
โดน
file
จี
is
น
open
ถาม
to
แพ้
black's
เลย
king.
เพราะว่า
White's
บิ
king
ชอ
is
ปเล็ง
very
บิช
safe
อป
on F1. Of course, Bishop
บิ
D3,
ชอป
which
เล็ง
I
ใช่ไหม
liked, which the player
แล้ว
played, the engine
ม้า
doesn't
ถอย
like it.
แล้วหลัง
Even
จาก
though it
ม้า
traps
ถอย
the knight
บิชอ
on
ปเท
A3, White must
ม้า
have
เท
had a
ค
stronger
แล้วมี
move.
ควีนเทค
Still,
แล้ว
his position is very difficult.
So the engine was advocating for something super complicated. It's very unnatural to drop the queen back and again just pile on the pressure against that bishop. But as it stands, that was a missed opportunity for Pranesh, and now we still have a very unbalanced position in front of us. I'm not sure who's attacking who.
Yeah, it looks like White has more initiative on the queen side. A lot of the pieces for both sides have shifted over to the queen side after Pranesh moved his queen over to the king side. He's now moved it back into the center. White's pieces are dominating the center now. Knight on a3 isn't very good. And both sides have moved their king away from their opponent's rooks. The engine really hates the move king b8.
And this was a mistake, and there was only one move to punish that, and that was to lift up the rook 2 squares, attack the knight. This is not the correct way because the black knight can block the attack. The queen at the minute, the white queen is attacking the knight, and black can get away with it, but it's an only move. Maybe we can have analysis board because this is it, and he finds it.
ห้องข้างล่างห้องข้างล่างหายตัวเลยไม่ห้องไปนอน
Brilliant move, knight b3. Both sides move their king out of the way. Let's go back and show. Instead, White should have played rook c3, attacking the knight directly. Instead, he played bishop e2, attacking the knight with the queen. Knight b3, defended by the queen. The knights are attacking everything. Bishop takes, pawn takes.
And everything is being handled beautifully by Arjun Erigaisi. And you see he's in full defensive mode right here. And perfect defense there. But that was a golden opportunity for Pranesh.
ออกได้นะ
And now we're having coming to c8. Very natural move, challenging for control over the c line. But I guess the big issue is that this knight is trapped on the edge of the board.
Again, the engine doesn't like it. The position's too complicated for a blitz game. The knight's trapped on a3. And the engine says Black can just move that queen down there eventually and defend the knight. And if you never and he played exactly correctly, trading on c1 and queen a2. And now, if nothing happens the next 10 moves or so, Black has that passed a pawn. Black has a safe king on a7. Still very double-edged position. Big time advantage for Pranesh. Again, Arjun, with these super complications, which no human can fathom, somehow has a 67 heart rate.
ต้องก็ดูก่อนว่า
And it's a
ระหว่างอา
complicated
จุนที่
position
จะ
because
ขึ้นทาง
this
A
is a game that could go either way, as Ben is indicating. If Black doesn't do anything, Black will just simply be pushing the queenside pawns, but if White has to go on the offensive now, and the first thing is you can give a check. You can take a pawn, give a check, and you can also take other pawns as well, and it's going to be a big question, whose king is safest? And I think the answer is White's. White is the one who has the easier path.
Yeah, White's king on f1 is pretty safe right now. Black's kingside pawns are all very weak. h5 is under pressure from the bishop. d6 is hanging with check. f6 is hanging. Once we take the d6 pawn, knight on a3 is trapped. Of course, the engine likes White. Okay, king g1, a move I never would have thought of. I would have thought the king was better on f1.
Oh, but I
think Pranesh wants to play bishop f1, so the queen on a2 isn't attacking the bishop anymore. Then the g2 pawn is protected, and queen b2 is played. And I guess in the long run, Pranesh just wants to win that knight on a3 and not worry about the pawns on d6 and f6. Arjun defends his f6 pawn. So after queen takes d6 check, f6 pawn is
มันไม่มี
defended
เบี้ย
by
ฟรี
the
ที่
queen.
F6 แล้วดิเพราะว่าถ้า
And
เช็ค
gets out of
เช็
the
ค
way
ปุ๊
of
บหลังเช็ค
the
ปุ๊บมันมีควีน
passed
B2
a
เหมือนกัน
pawn.
เบี้ย
So
F6
if that
แล้ว
a
รอบเนี้
pawn
ย
ever moves, it
แล้ว
can
กลาย
go
มา
to
เบี้ย
a3,
เบี้ยหายไป
a2,
ตัวหนึ่ง
and
แต่
White
เบี้ย
has
เท่า
to
กัน
worry
แล้ว
about that. Over
อา
the
จุนได้
last
เปรียบ
3
แทนเราดิ
minutes,
มันช้าเกิน
Pranesh
ไปรอบหนึ่ง
has
แล้วเขา
had a
ปั่น
big
ทัน
time
แล้ว
advantage. Arjun's now catching up on the clock, and now Pranesh only has a slight time advantage. And while I'm saying all of this, Arjun's heart rate goes lower and lower. 57. Amazing.
It is amazing. Well, now he's going to be forced to find the only move. And he takes the pawn, relying on some tactics. I was thinking the knight can come forward. I didn't spot this one. There's a nice find from Arjun. The whole idea is you can't take that knight because the rook will be loose. So instead, Pranesh has to find another move.
Are you saying White shouldn't sacrifice the
Pranesh
rook?
ต้องเห็น RB3
No.
What would Levy say?
He would not approve on that particular case, and he goes back.
Oh boy, the engine doesn't like these moves.
No, he doesn't like it because I suspect that the queen can come and give a check.
Yeah, I was
Ma
advocating for
D4
bishop f1, and he played king h2. Yeah, now queen d5 check defends
ผมว่าอาจจุด
everything.
น่าจะดูดีเลย
Black
ตร
can
ง
play
นี้
knight d4. Okay, he plays knight d4
เวลา
right
ใกล้
away.
หมดแล้ว
Now Black is up a lot of pawns.
Exactly.
อาจุนดู
And
เล่นง่าย
there
กว่า
goes
เลยตรงเนี้ย
the rook. But it was a trade. It wasn't entirely a sacrifice, and now the king, Black King, safe as
Very safe on
houses.
a7.
And it's a question of pawn racing, right? And White is going to have to generate a lot of time. It's going to take a lot of moves. So this is why Pranesh is hoping to go on the counter. He needs to win. He needs to win if he wants to survive in this competition. Check there from Arjun, block from Pranesh. And now the queen is threatening the pawn on f2.
โดนทั้งบิชอปโดนทั้ง F เบี้ย F นะ
You have to do some defensive footwork there.
ทำยังไง
And Arjun, look at him. Look how he's combining the bishop, the rook. Sorry, not the rook. The queen and the knight threatening checkmate. And there goes a pawn. There goes another one. And again, the Black King super safe. White's position completely collapsing.
It's pawn-demonium. He's losing all of his pawns. Black has so many extra pawns, I can't count that high. White's trying for tricks with bishop d5 and queen b7 mate. That's not going to happen. Black's king is too safe. Arjun can make his king safe forever by playing knight c5, and then he can just push his a pawn to victory.
And Arjun doesn't even have
he's
problems.
That's also a good d5.
It is. That pawn was untouchable. And it's checkmate again. Arjun Erigaisi wins 2-0 and gets a place into the quarterfinals. Wow.
What a topsy-turvy game. That could have gone either way.
It could have gone either way. It was a game full of twists, turns, adventure. Very nervy. But Arjun Erigaisi manages to handle those complications and secure himself a spot in the top 8.
Hey, we're not as bad as we thought we were. Yesterday, they asked you who you thought. You said Arjun. They asked me yesterday. I said Nihal. And they're both on to tomorrow. We know what we're talking about.
Well, they live to yet another day as they go into the playoffs for Arjun Erigaisi. Because this was not an easy match despite the scoreline.
No, that was a very exciting match. Both games could have gone either way.
เราบอกว่าเนี่ยครับไม่ดูฮันนีมันกับ
Lose an end game. We had an extra pawn. That game, the engine liked this position quite a lot. Also, too complicated. Both sides were getting attacked. Lots of pawns hanging, lots of weak pawns, and eventually, Arjun just overpowered Pranesh. And near the end of the game, really great match for the spectators. Yeah, really amazing.
We're gonna go straight to the stage for an interview and a key crush.
อันนั้นบอกจะหลับได้คือแต่ว่าคู่นี้มันก็วันนี้มันหลับอยู่เดี๋ยวมันไม่มีใครมันไม่มีใครเล่นแบบนี่เดี๋ยวเล่นเสียงเลยแม่พี่ผมคิดถึงเอสเฟียงโก้ตั้งแต่เมื่อวานตั้งแต่วันนี้ละแล้วเอสเฟียงโก้โดนยาตบไปแล้วใช่ไหมเอสเฟียงโก้กลับมาได้ไหมเอสเฟียงโก้คือเมื่อวานโคตรทำให้ดูหนุกสุดละเสียดายไม่เจอแม็กนับ
I think yesterday it was very good. Even though I lost one match, I was pretty happy with how I played. But today, even though I won, I wasn't so satisfied. I think I should have played better. But okay, I'm happy that I got the job done.
Last year, you finished in 4th place, an amazing finish. Of course, this year you're looking to take it even further. How confident are you in your chances to beat your placement from last year and maybe lift this trophy?
Yeah, it's never going to be easy with such strong players like Alireza, Magnus, and everyone. But I'll just focus on giving my best, and that's all.
Okay, and last thing that I have to ask about, they showed a heart race up there. Your heart rate is only like 50-something while you're having these matches. How are you so calm in such a high-pressure match?
Yeah, this is something that comes to me pretty naturally since like 4 years ago was the first time when I played and it was like 80s or something, and recently I started exercising more, so it's understandable it got even lower.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Arjun. Arjun, you can go ahead and crush your opponent's key.
Another time to crush a key, crush some dreams as the ice-cold winner himself, Arjun Erigaisi, joins us next to the traditional key crusher. Key is being set, Arjun. Congratulations again. Looking forward to see you on the playoffs tomorrow. Remember, only 8 can remain tomorrow. And he just punched his ticket. It is time to give him the quick briefing before we go and destroy that key. We've had pretty good pops. All you have to do is to go for this until you hear it explode. This is the end of the way for Pranesh, but Arjun validates his ticket. Let's hear it.
เครื่องบดกำลังมาเรียบร้อย
Congratulations once again to Arjun. You can just stand next to me, brother. Congratulations to Arjun. You will be back tomorrow, but once again, please everyone can have a big round of applause for Arjun Erigaisi.
Scrolling is
ชิวๆพี่
chess
ถึงบอกว่า
get all the dopamine of
มันชิวมากไม่ต้องวิเคราะห์เยอะพูดไปมาพิน
take a few seconds to complete a puzzle and learn something new. Don't be cringe. Play chess. There's something for everyone at chess.com. Learn, play, and have fun.
พี่บอลบอกผมเคยพากพาสโตนโซนเบต้าทำคอนโทรลมาแล้วครับแค่ได้ยินก็อ้วกแล้ว10 ชั่วโมงเวลาทำโซน NA ทำคอนโทรล
knocking him out of the tournament, crushing Pranesh's key. As it crushed and crumbled, so did the hearts of the competitor of Pranesh. But what a performance he had throughout our tournaments and getting some big wins.
ถ้าพี่พากเลยแชมเปี้ยนชิพพี่เปิดคอมแล้วพี่ตั้งไลน์แล้วพี่ก็ให้ทุกคนมานั่งคุยกันได้เลย
Pranesh has had a fantastic tournament. Of course, not playing Arjun Erigaisi, a very strong player. Arjun even looked very experienced with crushing the key. I felt like he's crushed many keys throughout the last 2 years coming here fourth last year. But Pranesh has had a fantastic tournament, beating, like you said, Benjamin Bach. And this is just the beginning for this 19-year-old.
Yeah, we can't forget, he was a substitute, right? So he's just breaking into, let's say, the world top 50 consistently. I think it's an amazing opportunity for him. Arjun Erigaisi has played guys like Magnus, Hikaru, Reza, Nojabek, all of the other Indian players. At this point, probably past 100 times.
มันมีแบบอะไรนะวันนี้มันมีแค่รอบรักคู่แล้วรอบรักคู่ก็คือนั่งฟังแพ้แนวนานเป็นชาติเลยเนี่ยนั่งคุยกันชิวจัด
Game 1, Game 2. It's not
ไม่ต้องทำอะไรแล้วนั่งคุย
Pranesh really did anything bad. It's just Arjun was even better.
Exactly. Arjun is always so precise. He always kind of knows what ideas to have. And also, as we can see, he stays calm. He was saying that he's exercised a lot this year. I don't know if that's the solution, but he just stays calm. He doesn't feel too much pressure. And I think he loves playing with a big audience like he's doing here, and he's used to it.
His heart rate was in the 50s. I mean, my resting heart rate is pretty healthy. It's like 48, and I could not believe it. I would not be 48 playing up there.
Yeah.
No, it's the experience showed, and I like when these guys like Arjun and Nojabek win these games, not just straight from the beginning dominance. Like it was a topsy-turvy game. There were chances Pranesh could have taken, but ultimately the experienced player took his chance at the right moment. It's really like exactly how sports go.
ไม่เป็นไรพี่เจไปนั่งดู CF ปะล่ะเพราะมันหน่อยนะ12 ชั่วโมงแต่ว่ามันจะหนุกๆหน่อยเพราะแบบมันไม่ง่วงอ่ะ CF อ่ะ
Whatever he's doing, meditating on stage, it's clearly working because 50 is insane to be up there underneath the lights in front of the audience and you have a 50 heart rate compared to 110, 120 plus from your competitor. It's pretty insane to say the least. Something that
มันไม่เหมือนลีกมันยังไม่มีเกมแบบแล้วถูด้วยบอกว่า
What do they mean by that?
เกมไม่
Oh, well, Master of Chaos is basically, I mean, if you want a literal definition, what it means is in any position that is non-standard. So any position that has imbalance. What that means is material. Somebody's up a pawn, or it's maybe a rook for a knight, or something like that. Or it's a change in the pawn structure, double pawns, pawn islands. You know, structures of the pawns from openings that might you can't really like pinpoint. Was it a Catalan? Was it a Spanish? You'd basically drop Arjun Erigaisi into any position. You sit him down on a board, randomly simulate a position on the 15th move, and he'll know what to do better than most people in the world. Yeah, that's what Master of Chaos is. Like he's just fantastic at imbalanced games.
I'm sorry, Levi, I put you a little bit there on the spot. I thought you've done many recaps with Arjun Erigaisi and
I have. That was one right there. Yeah, I'm gonna do one later today. I mean, he beats Pranesh for a good reason. But like we said with Nihal, look at who else is in the top 4. There's no good opponent.
No, not at all. And in fact, let's take a look at the opponents because Group A is now concluded. It's completely done. And all we need to do is wrap up Group B. But as we take a look, you start to see the journey these competitors have had to advance to the playoffs. And with Group A completely done, you've got the heaviest of heavy hitters who have advanced over into the playoffs. Of course, Noterbeck there, Alireza Firouzja, Niall Sorin, and now Arjun Erdagaisi moving forward. No big surprises, right, Levy? I mean, I think for the most part, this is pretty much how we would have expected it.
Right. For me, the only person that could have made it that didn't is Wei Yi. As I look at this field, I would have picked Firouzja. You don't get second place for no reason. I think he's actually the second best chess player in the world right now. No, Alireza. I think it's Alireza. It's very close, and it's funny we're always talking about who's the second best player in the world. We've been talking about who's the second best player in the world for 15 years, which is kind of bananas. Maybe even 17 years. Magnus might have already been the best before he was ranked 1. But Wei Yi could have made it through, and he's very, very good. But yeah, I'm pretty satisfied with that.
I was hoping personally that he would make it through. Not because I necessarily have skin in the game, but just Wei Yi and his story, right? Coming from the playoffs and then moving forward. We've always seen Australia involved for the past 2 weeks. We've had someone come in from LCQ come in from the playoffs and enter into the playoffs into the finals, right? And even one of our LCQ winners last week winning the entire event was just truly special. But for Wei Yi, he gave it his absolute best. But yeah, for the 4 that did in fact make it, I mean, incredible competitors.
Nihal Sarin, I think, also should get so much credit. I mean, he's been playing so well. That first game against Duda was completely crazy with the time scramble. It looked as if Duda maybe could get a flag over there and win that game, but then Sarin pulled through, and now Sarin is through to the next round. So many strong players, but this is just getting started. There's still keys to be crushed.
Still keys to be crushed, and I believe, 2 more, in fact, because we need to move 2 more players forward to the playoffs. Only 2 more spots remaining, and then we have our draw at the end of the day to figure out what playoffs is going to look like. Nobody wants to play number 2 of Firouzja. Nobody wants to play Magnus, but somebody's going to have to do it either which way, and they had to do it coming out of the LCQs, coming out of the play-ins as well, which we've lost all of them. Wei Yi was kind of the last hope, right? The last chance, the last dance didn't end up working out for him. It is what it is, though. But playoffs going to be incredibly exciting starting tomorrow. But for now, we still need to finish up Group B. And coming up next is going to be a great matchup. Hans Niemann going against Senna Move Ahead. But as far as the club championship update goes, we've got a lot of great organizations at least being represented. And we need an update via Trav. Here's our club championship update powered by Aramco.
We're over here in the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, and it's Rainbow Six Siege this week. I'm joined by Chris, and from what I'm hearing, there's some teams that should have some club championship implications in Siege this week.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, one of the big stories for us was teams who haven't managed to make it that we really did expect to. Team Falcons and G2 not making it through group stages was a big disappointment, especially for the side of Team Falcons. I mean, look, for them, a massive week. Big participation across all the stages, but Siege is not going to be one of those stages that they managed to pick up some points on. So that was a big disappointment. But we've got a huge game in the general terms, so not just Siege, but for CC as well. FaZe against Liquid. They call it the E-Classico over here. So, I mean, look, it's going to be really interesting to see how that one goes. But right now, we got our defending champions on here of Team Secret. They're another squad who could go on and pick themselves up something in the top 24. That's what a lot of these teams will kind of be looking towards now as they're starting to whittle it down in the final 2 weeks. For some of them, it's not necessarily about winning that club championship trophy. It's about participating in that top 24 and getting some good prize money.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, a joint effort across Chess and Rainbow Six Siege from Team Liquid this week. We'll see if they can get it across the line.
Vamos. นั่นวิ่งไงต่อ
Thank you, Trav and Ton, for the club championship update. Team Liquid looking good over there. Team Liquid looking great over here. Much needed points needed for the club championship race. Now, coming up in just a little bit, Mike is once again going to throw his hat in the ring to try and teach Hollywood Rob TV and Damascus some chess. It went okay the first time. Will it go well the second time? Before we get to that, you need to check out Level Up Season 2.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse!
เนี่ยไอ้เหี้ยกูถามจริงไอ้เหี้ยกูจะอ้วกไอ้เหี้ยไอโอแม่งเป็นเครื่องมือแบบว่าไอ้ทำเวฟแล้วก็วาร์ปไปวาร์ปไปทำเวฟไอ้เหี้ยกูจะอ้วก
Last time we looked at a very practical end game. Now we're going to look at some tactics, okay? And this is the most common tactic in chess. If you take a look here, Magnus had the 2 rooks lined up in his first game against Esipenko. That means if this knight moves, the rook would be lost. We say that the knight is pinned. And it's kind of like when a wrestler is pinned to the mat. All the other wrestlers jump on top. We call that piling on the pinned piece, or in my world, PP on the PP.
Brother. PP. Okay, that's memorable.
That's an easy one to remember. You're not going to forget that.
ไอ้เหี้ยมันบอกว่าเหี้ยกูเล่นตัวสเกลเลตมา
Aim at the pinned helpless knight one more time.
He could move his e-pawn.
Yeah.
And attack
ไม่
with the
ไอ้
bishop.
เหี้ยก็คือฮีโร่มันบอกว่าหยิบมาแล้วกูรอเลทแล้วกูมาทำตัวเหี้ยนั่งทำเวฟไปเรื่อยๆเหรอช่างหมาเลยสัตว์
Probably with the knight to d2.
Right, and could the knight go somewhere else?
d4.
Yeah. Was it knight to d2?
Or even
or e5.
Yeah, e5. Very good. Now, both of these moves, knight to d2, and also if I go back, knight to
ไม่
e5.
เรามันเป็นไดโออ่ะมึงจับมันยังไงอ่ะไอ้เหี้ย
Do you think Magnus Carlsen flips a coin when he makes his moves?
Not a chance.
Not at all. Because what you try to do in chess is when you're thinking about what move that you want to play.
นากาก็คือนากาแบบรู้เห็นอีรู้แล้วมันอยู่ทางนี้ว่ะไอ้เหี้ยไอโอคือโอ้พ่อตายเจ้าวับมา
But your opponent can't stop your idea. What have you actually found, Rob?
A great move.
You've actually found the great move, right? You're not trying to find moves that are good for you. You're trying to find the truth in the position. And here, if he had played the move knight to d2, he's got 2 attackers, but black has this brilliant defense, rook back to c6. Now the knight on c4 can actually move because the rook on c6 is defended by the bishop. That would get black out of the pin. So, of course, Magnus does not flip coins in chess. He believes in good moves. He plays knight to e5, which also attacks the knight, but it takes away the defense. Rook to c6. That way his move is not stoppable. And black has a free move. Black can do nothing. Eventually, Magnus moved the pawn from e2 to e3 to attack the knight a third time. He won material, and he won the game. So, the first thing we learned, let's take it to you, Damascus, when you've got a pin, what do you want to do to the pinned piece?
ฟังแล้วจะอ้วกเลยวะเหี้ย
on the pin piece.
Very good.
PP on the PP, let's go. I will never forget that.
Yes, nobody at home is ever going to forget that either. Okay, that's my catchphrase, and I gave it to the world. Hopefully, you've got it memorized. We also learned, Rob, that when you are thinking about
มันฆ่าไม่ทันเพราะมันไดโอด้วยปะ
I should think about ways my opponent can counter it.
Yep.
And if they can't, then it must be a good move.
There you go. That kind of thinking will get you very, very far in chess. Okay, so we put some PP on the PP. Let's get back and do some more service to the English language later on. Okay, back to you guys.
Doom scrolling is cringe. Chess is fun. Get all the dopamine of looking at your screen and none of the guilt when you're improving your mind with chess. Want to improve at your own pace? Take a few seconds to complete a puzzle and learn something new. Don't be cringe. Play chess. There's something for everyone at chess.com. Learn, play, and have fun.
ไม่คือ
Thank you, Mike, for that lesson. Damascus, you're catching on pretty quick. I see you out there, Anna. I
ไม่
don't
พี่ลอง
know.
ดู
This
ดิ
is looking like
พี่
the
เป็นไอ
number one teacher so
มึง
far.
เป็นไอรอนมิงไม่เล่นโคตรหมาใช่ไหมเล่นแบบว่ากูตัดยื้ออย่างเดียวที่โคตรหมาเลย
Okay, fair enough. I think I'm actually probably going to choose you, Mike. No hate, of course. Hey, we got a great schedule. 2 more matches to go, and they're both impactful. Why? Because it either moves you forward or gets your key crushed. It's going to be Hans Niemann, Sina move ahead going against each other, and then Denis Lazovic and Jan Nepomniachtchi. 2 great matches for sure. And talking about the one that's about to be on the
โอ้ยผมเห็นว่ามันซูมออกแป๊บ
stage just behind us. It's Hans Niemann going against Sina move ahead. And let's go ahead and talk about Niemann and how good he is. one of the guys that I think in the chess world, there's a lot of eyes on him for various different reasons, right? But he wants to make it into the playoffs. Why? Because he's got some rivals he wants to take down.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Hans was a quarterfinalist in the World Blitz Championship. He was up a game against Magnus. So that's always a matchup that we look forward to. We got that matchup yesterday. Maybe we're going to get it again come the knockouts. Really, you look forward to Hans against anybody. He, in my opinion, is one of the most well-rounded players in the world in freestyle, also in classical, in rapid, which is what they're playing here, in blitz and in bullet. I would argue that Hans probably is like a top 10 player across all formats. Wow. He just has to prove it. And we're going to see that today against, Sina, who's a rising star from Iran. I mean, he is just completely unbelievable, burst onto the scene the past year. Yeah, so,
and he also wants to go against Hikaru as well, too, because I know it's quite personal between those two, and that's going to be fun for sure. But what I love about Hans is he's not scared to show emotions on stage. Like, he's a very emotional player, well, for better or worse, but for at least when I come from esports, I love that.
I agree. I mean, when we see Hans winning, we see a big smile. We could see it yesterday against Nepo. He was smiling. He was so happy. Of course, when he loses, he's also going to be upset. But I think the thing with Hans Niemann is that he's a fighter, and he will fight till the very, very, very end. He never stops fighting, and I think we're going to be seeing that now for sure.
For sure, but let's go to the opposite end of the spectrum, the opposite end of the stage. His opponent, only 16 years old, representing the Stallions, Senna Move Ahead, who 16 years old, Levy. For me, that's just absolutely insane. The fact that he's competing for a prize pool of $1.5 million at 16, come on.
Fun fact, Magnus Carlsen was already 2,800 rated internationally when this kid was born. Which says more about Magnus than it does about Cena. Right. I mean, all he had to do was be born. No, he's incredibly strong, and he has not hit his ceiling. A lot of the players that we've seen here have likely hit a ceiling, particularly when they're past 25. That's just the reality, right? They can adapt their playing style and change a couple of things and maybe get back into it. We see very few people playing past their 30s, right? Especially at a level like Hikaru. Yeah. And if you look at the last 8 and who we're about to crown here, it's just Nepo remaining, who's 30 plus. So, age is a huge thing. I do think Hans, though, is a favorite here. Right. But if there was ever a man to pull off the upset, it's Cena.
Cena Move Ahead. Let's see if he can do it. Only 16 years old. He hasn't even hit his prime yet. He's competing for $1.5 million. He's competing to move forward into the playoffs. Or will he get his key crushed? That's what's up for grabs. Let's head to the stage to get another qualification match started.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our third qualification match of the day. Only 2 spots remain in that top 8. And on the right side, Cena Move Ahead, 16 years of age. What were you doing when you were 16? Well, this guy is fighting for a spot in the playoffs of his very first Esports World Cup. He clutched the win against Sarana earlier. Can he do it again?
We have the American Grandmaster Hans Niemann, who built his name through confidence, through strong performances against the elite of the elite. He gets people talking, but on the board, he always gets it done. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time. Hans Niemann versus Cena Move Ahead.
Hans Niemann.
Thank you, Rob TV. Thank you, Damascus. What a match we have in store. Hans Niemann, Cena Move Ahead. 2 really youthful, energetic players with the world at their feet. Who's going to continue? Who's going to stay home? Tanya, what are you predicting?
What a big one. Can't wait for this to start, David Howell. I'm going to say one thing, for Hans Niemann, he carries the rating. He carries the repetition. But it is the most talked about kid in town currently. Cena Move Ahead with his meteoric rise in the title Tuesday. He's the name on everyone's mind, already reaching the biggest stage of the Esports World Cup. A statement in its own self.
Exactly. He can go anywhere. He's already beaten some of the best players in the world. Cena Move Ahead. He's beaten the likes of Magnus Carlsen in Title Tuesdays, in some of the qualification events for the EWC. Of course, Hans Niemann also has beaten a lot of the great players. They can beat anyone on their day. They also maybe have some weaknesses in their game that they'll be trying to exploit. We saw Hans Niemann there doing some last-minute preparation. The game's about to begin. It will be Hans, starting with white, aiming to strike the first blow.
I have to say, for me, this match is experience of Hans Niemann versus the youth of Cena Move Ahead. And I will point out that in my eyes, I see the pressure lie firmly on Hans in this one. The expectations are on him. He is the rating favorite. For Cena, with the pressure off his back, with this already being such a big achievement, to be right here gives him freedom, and freedom is a dangerous weapon.
It really is.
นั่ง
He's
คุยกัน
the
ยาว
player
เล
with
ย
the
เนี่ย
best
ดู
name in
คู่นี้
chess.
จบแล้ว
Seen
น่า
him
คุ
move
ยยาว
ahead, and he
เอา
will be
เอา
able to play with freedom as the game
โอ้
begins.
ยมา
Hans
แล้ว
with white
มาแล้ว
starts.
เขา
It's a Sicilian.
ลาปิน
And
ว่ะ
okay,
อุ้
we're
ยอัน
going
ลาปิน
towards
ด้ว
the
ย
Alapin
โอ้ย
variation.
ควั
A
กเขา
C3
เลย
Sicilian trades
เทคเทค
in the center. A set of pawns leaving the
มา
board.
ทีสาม
And Sina
please
move ahead, getting ready to Fianchetto. I love this opening. It's my personal favorite from the white side. Pawns in the center. Sina move ahead. We'll be trying to neutralize that by trading off the light
บิชอ
square
ป
bishops.
D3
You
ครั
want
บ
that
แล้ว
bishop
เปิด
off the
มา
board as
บิชอป
quickly as
A6
you can. If you're black, eyelining that light squared pawn at the edge of the board on
ม้าขึ้นได้
8-7
นะม้า
with
ขึ้น
the
ได้แค
pawn
สเซิล
that's
ได้บิ
already
ชอปออก
pushed halfway
บิช
across
อป
the mark
เล่น
e5.
บิชอป D2 ไม่ได้
Hans makes his
แคสเซิล
intentions
ครับ
clear. For the rest of the game, his focus will be on the king side.
ถ้าเท
Exactly.
ค
He'll
คุม
try
นะ
to attack.
ถ้าอยาก
That's
เทค
the
ที่เทคว่าเลย
direction
ผมพร้อม
White's
เท
two
ค
central pawns are pointing. First, you need to get pieces into the action. Some of White's pieces still asleep. Black needs to get castled. Sina move ahead, starting with a very high heart rate. We must say that's the baseline. The game, of course, still in its infancy. He gets his bishop out, gets ready to castle. Can Hans strike? He trades off the knights, or at least he wants to remove Black's central knight. Maybe the best minor piece right now.
And you want to do that on your terms. If black was to take that knight, it just means that that double pawn chain becomes a triple right there with the base moving to c3, which consolidates the center even more. First, it's the pair of bishop that comes off. Then the knight's taken off the board. Two tempting options. Will he capture towards the center, Hans Niemann?
Ooh, it's a matter of taste here, capturing towards the center. Very, very tempting. Taking with the queen maintains a slightly more symmetrical structure, but he does take with the pawn. Connect 3 for now.
ไม่
with
ตอนแรกผม
those
ว่า
white
ปกติ
pawns.
ถ้าเป็น
Black
ผมจะ
wants to castle,
ชอบ
but
เบียร์เทค
central
นะ แต่
pawns
ว่า
are going
รู้
to
สึก
start
ตรงเมื่อกี้
advancing for
ผม
Hans
ชอบ
Niemann.
ควีนเทมอ่ะเพราะว่า
That's why Sina move
มันเป็น
ahead
คู่
has
สองนะ
paused.
เทีย
He
บ
might be
AB กับ
trying
คู่
to
สองคู่ AB
prevent
ไว้
White from
กับคู่
advancing, but
DE
no,
ไว้
he
แล้ว
decides first
ดีกว่า
order of business,
ผมไม่
get
ค่อย
the
ชอบ
king to safety.
DE
And
เท่า
I'm
ไหร่รู้สึ
expecting
กว่า
Hans to continue with
มันโดน
development, get
AB
the bishop
ตัด
out,
อยู่
get
แต่
the
ต้อ
rooks
ง
connected,
แจ็ค
and
เบี้ยตัว A
eventually
ทิ้ง
look at the H
ให้
pawn
มัน
ramming
ดับเบิล
up the
แล้ว
board.
ก็
You
พยายาม
still
ดัน
want
ก
to
ลาง
get
ขึ้น
that pressure going. I talk about going up the board. It's the D pawn he strikes with, and a big threat. If you don't do anything about that pawn, it was about to move forward and trap the bishop.
Yeah, that pawn had to get gone. It had to be removed from the board. The black rook in the corner was
A6
hit.
นะ
Now it's defended by black's queen. The knight jumping to the edge of the board. That is because it's going to jump towards the center next move. We might see that now. Slightly awkward square. There's a hit now on black's isolated central pawn. White's queen and rook lined up. It does look like
ปัญหา
Hans is
คือ
applying some pressure,
มันโดนนะ
but with accurate play,
เบี้ย
maybe
ตัวดีมัน
black
โดน
can
ปัญหา
neutralize
คือ
it.
เลื่อน
And
เล่
actually,
น
long
ม้า
term,
4-5
Tanya,
เลยห
black's
รือ
doing
เปล่า
pretty well.
เพื่อกันเบี้ย
It looks like that, especially because you've got a target of your own if you're Sina right now. That pawn on c3 is tender on an open line, always looking at doubling up the queen and the
ไม่ถ้าม้า
rooks and
4-5
having
บิชอป
the pressure on that pawn as
บิชอป
counterplay.
E3 อ่ะ
Right now for Hans Niemann, how does he connect
แล้ว
his two rooks?
เหลือ
Will he bring
4-8
out his bishop to line up against the queen,
แล้ว
or potentially even offer a trade of the dark squared bishop?
That would be a
You
very
take-
logical
take-
idea right now.
Yeah,
To try and
take.
play energetically with gain of tempo. Trading off the bishops might allow the white knight to jump forward as well. The one move I don't think Hans will play here is white's queen going up 2 squares, taking a pawn. The d7 pawn would drop, yes, but black's rooks can slide across. There might be a skewer. White might be in a bit of trouble. I don't
ไม่ผม
think
ว่า
white
เล่น
is
เล่น
quite
ควีน
ready to
เล่น
get
เรือ
greedy
ขึ้น
with
ไม่ได้
red pawns.
ควีนขึ้น
Ooh,
ไม่ได้หร
that
อกเพ
home
ราะว่า
run
โดน
looks incredibly
เรือ D8
terrifying. So
แล้ว
he first
เอ็ก
does
ซเรย์
connect the rook,
ต้อง
brings
เอา
that out,
บิ
and
ชอป
now
เขียวออก
remember,
ก่อน
yes, c3 is a tender spot, but Hans Niemann eyeing that king side, a knight jump coming in, and either potentially threatening a checkmate, combining with the queen on 8-7,
เรือ
or
มา
landing
E8
back
ดี
to the
ปะ
center of the board
ต้องกัน
to keep everything defended after bishop takes bishop.
Big moment, the bishop tension now.
เรือมา
Who is
E8
going to
กันบิชอ
capture
ป
first? Who's
ถ้า
going
ส
to
มม
blink
ติว่าเขา
first?
เทคเราเทค
It's Tanya mentions
แล้ว
as
เขาเทคเบี้ย
black here
เรา
taking the bishops off.
บิชอ
Now
ป
pushing your pawn forward
บิ
would
ชอปเทค
actually
บิชอป
be a huge mistake. This is one trap Sina move ahead
Okay.
needs to avoid. Knight takes pawn now. There's X-ray vision, and the rook and deflected would drop the rook in the corner. That is why here, Sina move ahead has seen 2 moves ahead, and he's moved his rook across, making sure that the black rook does not get captured. It now defends its bishop. He wants the trade to happen on his own terms.
You know, you've got a name like Sina move ahead. You know, chess is in your DNA. That's where you belong. This is the stage that you belong in. He does bring the rook to that central line, David, making sure that things remain defended on that f7 spot right now. For Hans Niemann, how does he continue the pressure? pressure. Will he fall back with the bishop or will he go into defense of the c3 pawn?
Yeah, big questions, and it's always so tempting to keep going forward. It feels like Black's last move was defensive, therefore Hans wants to play on the front foot, wants to keep the threats going, but hard to find exactly how to continue. It might be a timeout situation, just defend White's hanging pawns. They are isolated. That does, however, give Black's knight time to reach the center or at least stand on a nice outpost on c5. Hans weighing up his options. Both players are playing very quickly at this early stage.
And big questions lie ahead, so it makes a lot of sense to keep time on the clock. I also want to point out that right now, Hans has the option to go for trades by capturing the central d pawn. But once the dust settles, the pawns come off, the queen comes off, the bishops come off. There is an e5 weakness that you need to take care of, and very nicely set up by c9, that last move, with the rook coming to that central file. So tactics, really good awareness there. Hans, meanwhile, retreats with the bishop. He keeps maximum tension. He's saying, take my pawn, I'm coming for yours.
Exactly, a very good move there from Hans. He had to take a bit of self-restraint, it feels like. His bishop only just came out last move to drop back with the bishop, essentially having gifted Black a free move there. He's showing zero pride there at all. He doesn't want to play defensively. This move is targeted at maybe capturing a Black Knight that might have landed, where the bishop has instead come to seen a move ahead. Insistent on the bishop trade.
And I think he will insist on declining that bishop trade. Hans Niemann will, wanting to keep more pressure, more attacking possibilities. I'm expecting him to just go one step ahead behind that pawn. Also eye-lining the black queen, but not just that. Give Hans a couple of moves. We're going to see h4, h5, h6 on the board.
Yeah, and that's because White's
ไม่หมายถึงว่าถ้าจะรอดูสายพวกนี้ก็รอดูว่าเขาให้เวลากี่ชั่วโมงจะทัน
Black's king has zero defenders around it. You could argue maybe the black rooks, but they're pretty passive right now. Black's knight is so far offside. That's the trigger, right? That's the signal that it should be the king that Hans Niemann is going for, and he definitely has it in its sights. First, he needs to defend his pawn, Sina move ahead. He needs to hold on to the d pawn, which is under fire.
For Sina, the problem child has to be that knight at the edge of the board, and it still requires some time to come to the center. He might very well be forced to retreat, to move forward towards that center, and he doesn't look happy with the placement of his pieces right now, struggling for a response to Hans's last move.
It definitely feels like the last few turns, they have gone in Hans's favor. It's definitely White with the threats, White who's making the running. It feels like the black piece is not quite coordinated. I really hate the position of that black knight. I know I've mentioned it before, but that's definitely the worst placed piece. Black's rook, the one next to the king on f8, that stuck as well. Black's bishop a bit in the way, and the knight has to go all the way home just to defend a mere pawn. A sad move, but maybe the best of the bunch. And Hans now will be hoping to initiate that play. Tanya, when in doubt, push the h-pawn.
Always a good plan these days. h4 in the air will put more pressure, but Hans first steps in with the knight. Again, looking at the direction of that black king. The white queen ready to step back, threatening some big checkmating ideas there as well. I have to say Hans is doing a brilliant job of putting pressure on Sina.
Fantastic job. Pushing the h-pawn would have been good too, but this is even more scary for Sina move ahead to deal with. Hans played it instantly. It is scary. An attack was brewing, so the black queen steps forward, offering a trade. He's seeking safety in an endgame potentially, but Hans unlikely to want to exchange, especially not taking now on black's terms. If the queen trade is going to happen, he'll want some concessions along the way. I'm expecting Hans to continue trying to attack. But, okay, he says queens can come off, but only at the cost of allowing the rook up the board. The knight now perfectly positioned in the center.
Well, that's a beautiful way to get the trade in. You know, your rook steps up, getting ready to double up on the d file. You've made sure that the black knight doesn't come into the game, defending that d7 pawn. So not a happy choice for Sina to even trade off at this moment. If not, the knight's ready to jump further into black's camp on that d6 square.
Oh, this is such a dilemma. You want the queens off, but you don't really want them off right now. That only helps White gain a move, White's rook improving itself. But if you delay the queen exchange, Hans might at some point say, okay, I've offered it, but no longer, and retreat. And Black's just going to be super passive.
And I want to just tell everyone watching to pay attention to one idea that could be on Hans's radar. That a-pawn that's easy to forget about. You know, we've been talking about h4 going up the board. Hans could be looking at the other side of the board, trying to create some weaknesses with a4, a5 in the air.
Exactly, that would be a very logical minority attack. This one weak isolated pawn for White, trying to trade off and isolate one of Black's two pawns. 1 versus 2, but ultimately Black will be left with the weakness. Other modes of improvement. Maybe you could keep the queen on the board. This white rook in the corner. That's why you want to push the a-pawn there, Tanya. You want to activate it, but you could slide that across. Start pushing pawns of your own. So many tempting moves for Hans Niemann. He's spending a bit of time now, but he has a fantastic position.
แต่
And
F3
workers
เข้า
on
ใจ
the
แล้วครับ
5-minute
F3
mark.
คือ
I
กัน
will tell you
มา
one
นะ
option that you
เรือดี
probably
สอง
shouldn't
คื
go
อ
for
กัน
is
แล้ว
queen
ได้
takes
ดับเบิ
queen
ล
if you're Hans right
เรื
now,
อใส่
allowing
ตรงนี้
Cena to solve his problems, structure problems by recapturing with the pawn, and then suddenly we can imagine the pawn moving forward, the knight coming into the game, solving all problems.
Yeah, that's something you definitely don't want to do. It's a case of who blinks first. And Hans Niemann still pondering. He will not trade queens. He drops them back. Drops back that queen instead, lining up potential on the diagonal. But that shows his aggressive intentions a bit later.
I like it. Hans is wanting to have combative play in all phases of the game. A big opening, a stressful, tense-filled middle game right there. Doesn't want to go into the end game just yet. And very resourceful by Cena right there, making sure that the white knight doesn't jump in. The queens will get traded off.
Exactly. Not quite a pin, but maybe a pin. And white definitely doesn't want that queen exchange now. He drops back the bishop instead. Black's knight at some point wants to move, but tied down defensively right now. Or is it? Can the black knight enter the action? And it does. White's queen cannot move yet. It has to hold its own knight. And okay, it's F for forward for Hans Niemann. The F pawn marching instead.
And that was such a good moment, David, to use that opportunity to get the knight out. If queen takes pawn, maybe we can just quickly back up one move and show why instead of grabbing the pawn, we saw this pawn move up the board. The knight on e4 would have fallen instantly. And obviously, Hans too sharp for this. He instantly moves up. And it comes with huge threats. I want to show what happens if black gets just a little careless here. Let's make a move on the left side of the board. I don't think Hans Niemann stops with f4. He's going to get f5 in as well.
F5 as well, hits the black queen, and that pawn is very, very poisoned. If you take it, the white knight jumps out the way with a check. No matter what you do next move, you lose the black queen. Undefended, loose pieces drop off. F for forward, as we mentioned, and black blocks. Great move, great defensive move from Cena move ahead.
So important that he made sure that Hans's f-pawn stopped exactly where it is. f5 would have been absolute disaster for black. He kicks the knight, and now Hans could get in a streamer's favorite move with en passant, take that pawn, but that gives black just enough counterplay to get back into the game.
Exactly, that opens up the black rooks. For now, the black rooks look pretty stuck, blunted, blocked, but yeah, they would come to life if there was en passant. That's why he jumps in, beautiful outpost that knight. Too strong. That knight is a bit of a stallion right now. And for Team Stallions, Cena move ahead will not want to see that survive much longer. He's going to take that knight, surely.
Well, you could have called it a godlike knight right there, and it's not allowed to live on for too long. Bishop takes knight. It does get out of the board right there. I have to say that Cena has been handling the pressure of this position incredibly well.
Yeah, and look how he's put all of his pieces on light squares. That's because white has a dark square bishop, and he's essentially playing checkers. He's just trying to control one color complex, and look at this. Tanya, I was not expecting that. I thought maybe he'd try and challenge rook, stay passive, but he's happy to counterattack here. Temporary pawn sacrifice to try and destabilize the white center.
So many of those Title Tuesday wins for Cena relied on tactics exactly like this one. Finding them quickly, playing them fast, and being precise right there. You take that pawn, you lose a key central pawn. The F-pawn also finds a way to march ahead for Cena if Hans decides to take it. And there has been a shift on Hans Niemann. He was bobbing around. He was enjoying his position once when the queens were on the board. It's not the case as much anymore.
Definitely not. It's still a 3-result game. Although the queens are off, that does not mean it's going to be peaceful at all. Counterattack from Hans Niemann. He hits the black rook with his pawn. That rook has to decide where to go. It has to stay on the F line defending its pawn. White saves his bishop, and Cena move ahead grabs in the center. White's pawns look very nice, at least that G6 pawn. It keeps the black king in a mating net, but it could also just drop off on the next few moves, and suddenly momentum might be turning.
Especially once Cena is able to lift his rook up to sever the connection between the white rook and that pawn, and that just takes one move to happen. So that's exactly why Hans wants to get rid of that attacker at the center of the board. Plants his bishop, getting ready to trade that knight off if we see rook f6.
Exactly, very likely to happen. The white's rook on the 6th rank, very strong, holds everything, attacks pawns itself. Maybe a rook trade. Will Cena move ahead, come up with more surprises after his last few moves. He looks like he's happier than he's ever been in this game. Cena move ahead. Clocks looking like they're under control as well, but around the same amount of time, just under 3 minutes. It's a blitz game. It's an end game. Tanya, who is going to come out on top?
It's a really tough one. I've been just so impressed with the way Cena's been handling all the threats that Hans has been piling on him. And look at it, it's him who decides not to go into a pure rook pawn endgame. He retreats with the knight, putting pressure on the bishop. And now he's going to trade and go for that stronghold pawn that white has on g6, bringing his rook up onto the 6th rank. there's no good way to defend it. And I think Cena maintains the balance. A draw with black is a fantastic start for the youngster.
ใช่แล้วตรงนี้เล่นเรือE6 เรือ F6 แล้วรอกินเบียร์ G6
how long that lasts is a big question. Hans
ที่ได้
targets
จากการ
black's
แจ็คเบียร์เมื่อ
most
กี้
far
ว่า
advanced pawn there. We could see white up a pawn,
ครับ
but
ตอนนี้เล่นเรือ
ultimately
E6
should
เพ
be
ราะว่า
a
เรือ
draw.
F6
But
กันเบียร์ตัว F อยู่
Hans has a little bit more time now. Maybe he
ว่า
tries
ทีม
to try and
F3 ได้
continue the
นะ
game as long as
ถ้า
possible.
สมมติว่า
Play
ไม่อยา
for
ก
the
กัน
flag.
ตัวนี้
And it's always such a good
Ping-ping
feeling
ไปเลย
when you're in an end game where you're playing for 2 results. We see 1 pawn drop off. The F4 pawn is going to come off the board as well. For Cena, he's going to start targeting that weakness that Hans Niemann has on the left flank, lining up the rook against it. Hans will step back with his rook to defend it, potentially maybe even push the pawn. But then Cena just has to wait and keep everything under control, bring his king into the game.
เรือ F3 เรือ A4
Hans Niemann would have serious winning chances if the white pawns were connected
A4
on that left flank. But the fact that they're isolated, the fact that they can't
ต้องเล่น
protect each
A5
other,
เนี่
the
ย
white rook has to maybe go passive. That should
ต้อง
hinder
A5
his winning chances. But for now, while there's time on the clock, there's still life in the game. And Cena move ahead, debating now whether to trade, whether to push. He pushes.
จะผมว่า
If
ดู
it's just
ทรง
2
แล้วดู
versus
ทรง
1 on
เสม
one
อ
flank,
นะ
Tanya,
เพราะว่า
that should be an easy draw
เบียร์อยู่ฝั่ง
if he
เข่ง
had a bit
นะ
more time. But
เบียร์ที่
for
ได้
now,
เกิน
those
มา
pawns remain.
But that is such an ugly rook that Hans has taken on the edge of the board. It could very well have been on the F line, making sure that Cena's king did not advance towards the center. Slightly surprised. Now compare all of Cena's pieces. The king at the center, the rook beautifully placed. Hans, extremely passive.
Extremely passive, but they do say take the teenagers to end games, especially rook end games. We saw Pranesh make a mistake in a rook end game earlier. Will we see Cena move ahead? Unable to hold this draw. It does feel like there might be one big twist still left in this game.
A certain Magnus Carlsen came up with a term for that, David Howell. He said it's anti-young player chess, this one. When you get the queens off the board, take them to the end game. And right now, Hans is giving up a pawn. He wants to set up pressure against Cena's G pawn by lining up his rook on the G line.
Exactly. Now he's asking black to go passive. Black can defend that G pawn, but only by putting his rook on a really ugly square. He's ticking down on time. Hans has done a really good job of keeping an extra 30 seconds in the bank over his opponent. That could be vital a bit later on. Cena move ahead, defending actively, trying to go behind with his rook. He spotted a target. White's A pawn still on the agenda.
And that's what Cena has been doing brilliantly this whole game. Always going for a counter offense rather than a passive defense in this position, which is key in rook pawn endgame. Hans forced to take a pause before grabbing the pawn, getting his king closer to the defense of that A pawn at the other side. The B pawn moves forward. This is the moment Hans captures once again an extra pawn for white.
Exactly, an extra pawn should still be a draw because White's king is so passive, can never really move away from its own pawns lest they fall off the board. But he's got his eye on the clock, Hans Niemann. Cena move ahead needs to realize his biggest danger is not White's G pawn, it's the clock.
And I'm going to say I've got my eye on Cena's heart rate right now, touching 160 it is for the 16-year-old, trying to defend a pawn down endgame. He's pretty much in reaching distance of that, David. Predictions, does he hold this against Hans Niemann with 50 seconds on the clock?
Oh, it's 50-50 in my eyes. He does trade off a couple of pawns, Hans Niemann. I think he holds Cena move ahead, but it's 50% draw, 50% win for White. He's definitely not going to be winning this game, Cena. So we'll see how he can hold on. It's level material. I'm not sure about Hans's pawn sacrifice. Feels like it's made it slightly easier for the teenager.
That's the feeling, and if you push the G pawn, Cena's ready to advance with the C pawn of his own. At some point, if we're able to trade these 2 pawns, that is an instant handshake right now. It's 2 versus 2. The C pawn's coming up the board. Hans chasing it with his king. We're going to see more pawn trades.
Exactly. Black's pawn is not going to promote, but it might be able to give its life up for one of White's pawns. Nice move there from Hans Niemann. I think missed by Cena. So actually, it is a pawn advantage again for Hans. The White king is running. This is the best chance he's had all game. The White rook holds the second rank, holds the left side of the board, and the king is running. Only move now for Black is to advance with his king to b4. He finds it, but this is going to be so difficult. Can White make progress? Can White's pawn continue running up the board?
And he needs to find the path to draw. He's found one move, and again, check is the only way to stay in the game. He again finds the only move to hold the draw. And this is why he goes wrong. This is so incredibly hard. Hans Niemann is on the win. He needs to just keep pushing his pawn.
And now the White rook can slide across, defend itself with the White king. There we go. White's ahead in the race. Rook trade. White makes a new queen. Game over. And Black's rook too slow now to get back. But the clock is compounding everything here. Cena he's panicked. He's frozen. He can't find a move. White's pawn's about to land. 2 squares from touchdown. 1 square away. Queen coming. Resignation from Cena move ahead. Hans with the fist pump.
What
a game by Hans Niemann getting this win and kept piling on the
เกือบ
pressure.
แล้วครับ
And you could
เซม
see
ซี
him,
มัน
how much this means to him at the end of it all. Gets the win. For Cena, he tried to keep it together, but being accurate with seconds on the clock, a task
หันแม่ง
almost
ตัวเอาสุด
impossible.
เลยอะ
Wow, so calm, so cool from Hans Niemann. Very professional as well. Never really in risk. It was a 2-result game. Did look like a draw for a long time, but he asked those questions right at the end and seen a move ahead. No time on the clock. Didn't have the
มีช่วงหนึ่ง
answers.
ที่
We
มัน
said
มี
it.
ช่วงที่แซก
Teenagers
ช่วงแรกแล้ว
were
ซีน่า
getting
มันนำอยู่
instead. That tends to be where they get targeted and seen a move ahead. Unfortunately,
But Cena
couldn't
พลาดนะ
hold on there.
I have to say that was fantastic technique by Hans. Even if the
แต่ว่า
end game
เสร็จ
was
แล้วก็ยังเสมอ
technically a drawn one, he knew practically a difficult one for his opponent. Kept putting the pressure, and now for Cena, he will take on the white
เมื่อ
pieces.
กี้ซีน่าต้อง
And
ยอม
he
เล่น
will
ต้อง
try
ยอม
to take
ในนี่
down
มัน
Hans
เช็ค
Niemann to keep
เช็ค
his dream alive at the
เช็ค
EWC.
ไปเรื่อยๆจน
Fantastic game from Hans. He has the advantage. He's close now to making it to those playoffs. But Cena with white, especially dangerous, has really dynamic openings at his disposal. With white, he has taken down the likes of Magnus Carlsen in blitz games before. Can Cena now defeat Hans in a 10-minute game to stay alive?
He's gone on to win plenty of those title Tuesdays with little time on the clock. He needs to bring on that beast mode in this one. Hans Niemann looking extra chill today. I have to say it starts with the King Spawn opening, and it is going to be the 4 Knights defense.
Okay, this does have a drawish reputation. He's in a must-win situation. Cena move ahead. He looks up. This is Black's most popular move in this 4-Knight Spanish. So what does he have up his sleeve? Is he going to move his bishop back? Is he just going to castle his king? He takes a pawn in the center. This is very sharp stuff. This is old romantic chess. I remember games being played years and years ago in this. A mistake already from Hans Niemann, as maybe it was better to attack the knight in the center first. White a pawn up temporarily. Black cannot regain it yet.
Ooh, that would mean the queen, the white queen coming into the game. There would be a lot of double attacks. The king absolutely unsafe at the center. It will be white to the first party right there. Knight takes pawn. It is going to be a massive blunder at this point. You could step up with your queen all the way to h5. If you're feeling extra romantic, you could even sacrifice knight takes pawn immediately.
Wow, this would be the target, and as you say, Tanya, even better moves may be available, but after pawn stepping up to g6, white can go back. There's simply no way to control this line. You can defend your knight, the knight gets hit. If it ever moves, the white knight jumps out the way, discovered check, discovered attack on the queen as well, and this would be fatal. No way to escape this one. So if you can't take this pawn back in the center, something's gone wrong. Hans Niemann, a pawn down, caught by surprise, and a minute down too.
And he rushed with that decision just a move ago to trade that knight for the bishop. That was a critical moment where you take a pause and try to find your way when you've been surprised early. Cena knows it. He senses it. He's locked in right now, understanding that Hans has been thrown off. This is his chance to seize the initiative right out of the opening in a trailing game.
Huge opportunity. That's what you want in any of these games. The format here at the EWC, the first surprise is like gold dust. It's at a premium. If you can land the first surprise, it often gets you a couple of extra minutes on the clock. The fact that he's a pawn up as well is fantastic news. In his comeback attempt, Hans now needs to maybe bank on the bishop pair. It's not over. Long-term compensation of the bishops. If he can get the black king to safety, get castled, avoid any immediate disaster, the game is still very much alive.
What Hans really wants to do to keep the game alive would be to try to push the knights back. They're far too advanced into Hans's camp. Push that c pawn forward, push the d pawn forward. But the problem is that he's down a pawn. And unless he plays with momentum, with tempo, finds his initiative with the bishop pair that he has, soon enough, it's just going to be an extra pawn for Cena, and you can see him get excited about his chances.
Yeah, his heart rate was at 170 in the previous game. It's still around the 150 mark, Cena. He's still very excited about his chances. He knows he's going to be a pawn up now, guaranteed after Hans's last move. Black is ready to castle, but white can play very modestly here. Just defend the central pawn, keep things nice and steady. The hard work's been done with this opening surprise. Just 6 moves in, Hans in big trouble.
Hans has to be kicking himself right now. He just unnecessarily went into this line of just grabbing that bishop instead of lining up his queen against the knight, which would have kept everything under control. And you can see it on him that he knows that this is not how he should have gone. In a game, he needed only a draw.
Yeah, it feels like a brain fart. He knows this opening. Surely he studied it before, but he just got the order mixed up, Hans Niemann, and finds himself in a bit of trouble. Move ahead here, just needs to defend his central pawn. We've all been there. Opening move orders, they're so tricky. How much memorization is needed, as you need to play quickly as well. Hans just getting the balance slightly wrong, but game still on. He's going to get castled. Niemann here, and Cena move ahead. Slightly surprised he drops back his knight without it getting attacked, but that's the move he's chosen.
I'll tell you the one idea that Hans has to achieve counterplay as quickly as possible is to strike with d5, and he does it. He needs open diagonals for his bishop. He needs piece activity to compensate for that pawn deficit that he currently has, and Cena needs to make a decision. Does he trade? Does he push his pawn to consolidate the center?
Yeah, this is decision time for the teenager. This is actually quite a typical scenario, Tanya, where, especially in e4, e5 openings, Black ends up gambiting a pawn, here maybe by accident, but getting the bishop pair, opening the center. The light squared bishop for Black might be sleeping right now, but it becomes a very strong piece later in the game. So whether he does trade off, whether he does just defend his pawn, Cena move ahead. There we go. I think a good decision, maybe keeping things slightly more closed with this pawn push, opening up his own bishop in the meantime. He's making it less easy for Hans to get those open diagonals, those open lines.
Hans has to be energetic about his play. Speaking of open lines, might be time to get the rook to that central file, just forcing Cena's hand for a trade at the center of the board, doubling down, tripling down on an attack on that e4 pawn right now, if you're Hans Niemann. But it has to be said that trailing the match, this is a dream outcome from an opening for Cena.
Exactly. He couldn't have hoped for more. 9 moves in, pawn up. He's up a minute and a half as well. In a comeback attempt, must-win situation, this is pretty much the maximum from any opening. Hans, meanwhile, yeah, he's going to be looking for counterplay. In a way, it's kind of the burden's off. He can't just play boringly for a draw here, so you don't have to worry about the mind games. You just have to look for good moves and counterplay. As I like your move, just shuffle the black rook into the center. Maybe some of the black bishops can come out. Yeah, Hans feeling the heat. I think still flustered by those kind of surprises he faced early on.
The candidate moves, the options going on in Hans's head as his eyes dart across the screen, looking for ways to create counterplay right now. Does he keep the tension on the board? Does he first trade before bringing the rook onto that central line? Is the rook move that he goes for a shake of his head that gives away exactly how uncomfortable he's feeling on the inside?
Exactly. It felt like he was chewing that gum slightly faster than before, Hans, but he does find a good move. White's knight in the center is undefended, so potentially some tactics. But Cena move ahead. What has he spotted? Is he just going to retreat his knight, defend his knight, trade off in the center? Still multiple options here. He definitely doesn't want to open things up too quickly, but yeah, he still has that extra pawn to cling on to.
And it's moments like these that experience really counts, David. You know, for Cena at 16, this is the biggest stage of his young career. He needs to keep control of his nerves. He has to make sure that he plays the position and not think about the outcome. And one can't understate how difficult that is at this point.
Exactly. Definitely the biggest game of his life, the biggest match of his career, as getting into the playoffs would be historic for him. Nobody would want to face him if he gets it to that next stage. Everyone fears the kids these days, but yeah, still, he needs to win this game to take it to Armageddon. That's going to be difficult too, as he does trade off in the center. Hans likely to take back. He could also move his dark squared bishop out the way to attack White's knight in the center. But it's going to be a pawn down. At least things have opened for Black's pieces.
You want to capture that pawn with your knight. It's surprising that Hans takes a pause here. I'm just wondering if he's looking at some bishop jumps with an X-ring vision on that e-file, hitting that white knight right now. Hans trying to complicate matters. Is it going to be knight takes pawn? Or maybe a bishop move.
Maybe he's double checking as well that he can get away with taking that pawn in the center. Black does have some vulnerable pawns on f7. I'm not sure the tactics work. He's definitely double checking things right now. Otherwise, he would have taken back this pawn instantly. As the knight could take it does. I think he was just checking that knight takes pawn wouldn't work here. If Black's king were to take, this would be a deadly double attack. Black's king would be forced out to the center, where it might get mated. But Black would be able to flick in. Knight takes knight. Hitting the white queen, and when the dust settles, Black has an extra piece. So that is impossible for White. Hans had to take some time calculating. He was correct. And now White can still try moves like bringing the queen out, but they aren't as powerful as before. Black's bishop is going to defend that weakness.
And the knight at the center of the board. That's a beautiful move you're highlighting right there. Once the bishop comes out, it just feels like Hans will finally finish development and start looking for that coordination. For now, it is Cena who gets the bishop out first, and we see Bishop arriving at the center of the board. For Hans, Rook coming on to that central line. For Cena, it's now key to try to get as many pieces off the board as quickly as possible. The problem is that light square bishop that Hans has is going to remain unchallenged for the rest of the game.
It's going to be hard to trade it off. It's going to be hard to eliminate it. The one dream here for Cena move ahead would be to trade off one of the bishops for his own knight, or maybe his dark square bishop. A dark square bishop exchange would be fantastic. But the knight is jumping. No trades yet. It's hitting an undefended pawn, threatening a fork as well. The c2 pawn vulnerable. That has to be defended by a rook.
You just can't allow the knight to land there with a fork on that moment. And I believe once you defend that pawn, Hans Niemann will not stop. He will start kicking Cena's pieces backwards with the f-pawn moving ahead, targeting that central knight as well. You have to play with momentum again. For Hans, that will be key. We see the move on the board, and Hans does hit that knight. Only one good square.
Only one good square. It has to slide back to g4. It has to go to the right here, going another way. There might be tactics in the air. Maybe you can get away with it. But I think knight back to the g4 square would be safest. And Cena move ahead, burning a bit more time. Still looking good for him. He does play that move. The best, the most simple. But Hans, it does feel like the last couple of moves, creating some threats. He's trying to change the flow of the game.
And the rhythm of that knight. Now it's targeting another square at the center of the board. Also notice how it defended the b7 pawn from the eye line of that queen. Cena, huge tactics on the board. And maybe we call this out, David, because there's a big trick right now with Cena needs. He has set it up. Hans needs to be careful about a potential exchange sack if you take your eye off the ball.
Ooh, exchange sacrifice on the board. If Black makes a careless move, let's say Black makes a pawn push. Wow, Tanya, I hadn't spotted this at all, but Hans had, and that is important. Rook takes bishop was the threat. Rook takes rook, and now a knight check. This is a pin, the g-pawn pin. The king has to go into the corner, and there would have been a devastating fork. This X-ray vision on the g-file caused, therefore, Hans to find the best move, putting his king in the corner. But now, bishop lining up with the queen, an attack, and the game continues. But definitely Cena throwing in those tactics, showing off his sharp vision there.
Love that bit of show off, and he does defend that knight on g4 now, h3 on the board. Hans also jumps in with his knight, making sure that Cena's rook remains passive, defending the pawn. There is a lot of piece activity to counter that deficit, and I don't think it's so easy for Cena to go hunting for that second pawn. The white queen feels a bit miserable there.
The white queen miserable, overworked. She'll be overloaded, defending too many pieces. She might get attacked. Black's knight might be coming over to f5 to hit that white queen. Yeah, you definitely don't want to be too flashy here, too ambitious. Just the hardware's been down, your pawn up. Keep things simple, keep things safe. As Cena move ahead here needs to find the right way forward. But Hans, it definitely feels like this is the best position he's had since he blundered that pawn.
He's back in the game, David. It has to be said. He's setting up all these ideas of knight f5, chasing the queen to a really ugly square on h2. We might even see that being played out right now. The white queen will need to stay connected to the bishop on c7. Hans is 2 pawns down, but incredible piece activity right now. And he starts with hitting the knight on g4, which will be forced to retreat in front of the white rook.
Wow, he's so brave. Cena move ahead to take a second pawn to kind of discoordinate his pieces like this. The black piece is so active. The white bishop stuck in no man's land. If he gets away with this, he's just winning 2 pawns up. But that white bishop trapped now. There are tactics. The white bishop gives itself up. Maybe there were better moves, but now he's going to get a bunch of pawns. Maybe even 4 pawns. The piece he's just sacrificed.
This is absolutely wild. Cena is down a piece right now for 4 pawns. Mathematically, it works out. And there's another one under attack, h5. Watch out, that falls with a check as well. This isn't as easy as the bar indicates for Hans Niemann.
Wow, I'm surprised.
จริงๆก็ไม่ถามหรอกครับเพราะว่าเหมือนกับแจ็คบิชอปใช่ไหมแล้วเดี๋ยวกินเบี้ยคืนจากเมื่อกี้ด้วยการที่กินเบี้ย G5 กับเบี้ย H5 หลังจากบิชอป F7 แล้วกินเบี้ย H5 ไม่ได้ก็คือเหมือนแจ็คบิชอปคืนจะให้เบี้ยเขาไปครับแจ็คบิชอปแลกเบี้ย2 ตัวแล้วกลายเป็นว่าให้เบี้ยเขาคืน
It's 4 extra pawns for a piece, and that just feels like a pawn too many. And the next few moves extremely critical for Hans. Will he fall back with the bishop to defend that h5 pawn? Instead, he offers a queen trade, dropping
อาจจะเป็นเรื่องที่เข้าใจได้หรือเปล่าเพราะว่า
picked up with a check.
Wow, Hans really doesn't care about pawns. Doesn't value those pawns as highly as most people. The white knights now are coming.
คือที่อยากเล่นแบบบาลานซ์อ่ะมันเข้าใจได้เลยนะคือแบบตัวเองตามอยู่ก็เลยอยากเล่น
was never going to happen. White's playing for the attack, and The queen has to go home. That's to prevent any knight checks. There were knight forks in the air if the queen had gone to the wrong square. But everything's defended for white. 5 pawns. It's an army, a horde of pawns here.
I just don't understand how Hans is going to keep this under control right now. He's only got 1 apiece for those pawns. White's knight ready to jump on the board. First, Hans Niemann, you must retreat with your own knight in this position. He trades, falls back. The white knight about to hit the black queen. Watch out, there are checks on the G line. Rook lifts for potential attacks.
Wow, white with the attack, white with the material advantage. Hans also down on time. The rooks are coming. The rooks are arriving now. All of white's pieces so actively placed.
David, really looks like Cena's making a strong case for a comeback in this match right now. It's the extra pawns that we got, but also the attack against the black. Lone King, no pawn wall in front of it, and 1 by 1, we're going to see Cena's pawns march up the board. The queen falls back, keeping connected to the king. Beautiful knight on f5.
Beautiful knight on f5. That's the perfect square when attacking for any knight. And now the white rook rides up the board as well. I loved his h4 pawn push. Pushing the white pawn meant that the black knight could not leap forward, make any and black is stuck. Black is pretty much boxed in. The king in the corner, the pieces around it. Just lacking pawns here.
And you know what Cena has just hinted at? He wants to double up on the D line and then infiltrate with that rook to the 7th rank. Stopped for now by Hans Niemann. Cena just consolidates all his pawns. Hans can do nothing with his pieces. Look at the restrictions that are there on the squares. Every square, every jump controlled by Cena.
Exactly, and his last move so calm and collected. He gets his king off the diagonal. This is the ultimate definition of control in chess. Minimal counterplay allowed. There we go, Tanya, your idea. Lined up the rooks, the black knight jumps, still no threats. The white queen slides, threatening that black knight, threatening some checks on the diagonal. He's getting ready for that final assault. Cena move ahead. The black queen's coming in. Is that a bluff? Hans Niemann, this bar goes sky high. Totally winning position for white, but where is the knockout blow?
And can Cena find it wherever it does exist? One feels it has to be on the right side of the board. It looks like Cena spotted an idea that he really likes. He's got about 2.5 minutes on the clock. Can he deliver the knockout move right here, right now?
He finds it, the best move on the board. Cena move ahead. That's a family fork, hitting the black queen, hitting the rooks. The bishop can take the knight, but the white queen will replace it. Black only has 1 real check here with the queen. The white king is very safe behind this wall of pawns, and this is winning. Black's knight is going to be hanging when the dust settles. If the black bishop ever moves away, he's winning material, even more material than before. Leans back. Almost a celebration from Cena. He's going to give a check. He's got to be careful not to take the black knight yet. The rooks have to stay connected, but he's totally winning now.
Wow. But Cena still needs to put the finishing touches. Very nicely pointed out. With the D1 rook hanging, instead he defends it. He moves forward. Now the black knight under attack. Hans still hanging on in this game as he puts further pressure on that white centralized rook. Is Cena going to go for more? Will he try to checkmate Black's king? Everywhere, David, in this one.
All you need is 1 check on the H file. That line in front of the black king, it's open. You can check with the queen, but the black rook blocks. You need to check with your rook somehow. You need to somehow topple those defenses. Not easy, though. His rook is attacked. The black queen is still quite nicely poised, defending and hinting at some checks. He's looking a bit nervous now, Cena. His heart rate up at 170 almost. This is the big moment. Will he be able to convert? If not, disaster.
And that disaster could mean going on the defense. If you move your rook, Hans is ready to line up the black rook against the white queen on the F line and threaten his own ideas. We might see a rook F8 hitting that white queen, dislodging it. And white's king isn't all that safe. Hans slowly getting back in the game.
Wow, this is the critical thing about playing these experienced grandmasters like Hans Niemann. You got to beat them 100 times. You got to knock them down so many times. They do not fall easy. The black queen is sneaking in now. Hans with some big threats of his own. Exclamation mark. The winning advantage is gone, Tanya. White still better, but momentum on that side. And the clock advantage almost gone too. This is suddenly such a random position. Anything can happen.
It really could, but only one result is what Cena needs. A draw means Hans takes the match. He does put his king to the center of the board, struggling to find a better move, and Hans can simply check that king and ask for ideas. The king needs to stay connected to that F1. Hans giving a rook. Why did he do that?
What has Hans done? That was so unnecessary. He's miscalculated. The White King is running. There's no more checks. He gave up a rook for nothing.
There's a checkmate in one being threatened on the F2 square, but it's going to be Sina first to the Black King. Right now, Queen F2 is the only threat you need to take care of. The White King starts running away, and Sina is up in exchange.
Wow, and look at that celebration already before the game's even ended from Sina move ahead. King of the hill, king in the center, marching to victory. He's so much material ahead. As long as he doesn't allow a sudden perpetual or sudden checkmate and doesn't get his king trapped, he's about to win this game. But the clocks will still play such a big role. That's almost guaranteed here. He gives a check. What is coming next?
It's the kind of position where every move is a high-cost, high-responsibility move. You could be walking into a checkmate. He gives a couple of checks, but for now, Hans's king is absolutely safe and repeating, giving checks is not enough. Sina has to keep the game going. Hans is ready with his own ideas. Queen takes pawn coming in next. Wow. This is not over, David.
It's far from over. There might be one big final twist here. We've seen some shocks and a big mistake from Sina move ahead. Advantage gone again. He's walked into a double attack. His king has to step across, but now the black rook is coming. White is about to lose some material and a bang, a table smash from Sina move ahead. He's lost his queen. It's a flatfest now. Hans Niemann, queen and knight versus rooks, is winning.
And it's all about the clock now. What a turnaround. This has been 14 seconds for Sina, 17 for Hans. He continues to bring on the speed. Hans does. He's back right into the game.
The draw is enough. Can he continue checking with the black queen? The king moves. Queen off the board now. It's knight versus pawns. Hans should have this in the bag, but time. The clock. We've got to watch that clock. 5 seconds for Sina move ahead.
Oh my god, there's no time. The pawns are racing up the board. Sina's trying, but he doesn't have enough time or enough pawns left anymore. Hans needs only a draw. The knight's coming towards it, and Hans is about to win.
And Hans cannot lose. There we go. It's a draw. Insufficient material. Look at that celebration. Hans Niemann moves on, gets to the playoffs. Sina move ahead. So close. But wow, what a chaotic finish we just saw.
What an absolute roller coaster. What a match this was. Up and down. Absolute entertainment. Just as Hans Niemann always does. Gives us the drama on the board for Sina. 16 years old. What a stage this has been for him. What a match. Almost making that comeback. But today, right now, belongs to Hans, who makes it to the playoffs.
Yeah, incredible defense from Hans Niemann. That was fantastic to see. That's the resilience you need at this top level to make it to the likes of the playoffs here. Hans, that was almost hopeless it looked like, but kept finding those resources. We saw a glimpse into the future with Sina move ahead there. Inspired play for most of that game from him, but finishing off these top elite grandmasters is so difficult. He'll be back stronger than ever before, but for now, the man of the moment, Hans Niemann.
You have to beat them again and again and again as Hans realizes perhaps what he missed there, how close he was, and then the big blunder where he sacrificed allowing Sina right into the game, but still bouncing back as resilient as he is. Hans Niemann, he will go on for Sina. We have to talk about this. Just the experience is what came at play, and that is what he's going to take away from Paris, is the experience of playing against the elite. At 16, the whole world in front of him.
Exactly. He's already proven online so good over the board. He's leveling up day by day, Sina move ahead, but this is the biggest stage he's witnessed for sure, and he's got a taste of it. He'll be wanting more in future. He'll be back. For now, Hans getting ready as wow, what a finish, Tanya. Anything could have happened, that's for sure, but it was so fast and so furious.
Incredible mouse skills at the end of it all is what saw Hans Niemann claim that win to take it to the playoffs. We're going to be seeing more of Hans, and I have no doubt we will be seeing in the chess world much more of Sina move ahead as well. And we've got the man of the moment with us on the stage.
What a match, what an ending, and it is time, unfortunately, for Sina move ahead to give his key up to the winner. Sina, could you please proceed to the exchange of the keys as Hans Niemann can get that key victory. And as Sina leaves the stage, can I please get a round of applause for Sina move ahead? Right, Hans, a couple quick words with you. That was kind of a crazy ending. We've seen it. Run us through the end of this match.
Yeah, in the opening, I actually thought that he might go for this, and I just mixed up the move order and I found myself down a pawn, but everything was going fine, and then he sacked the piece. I shouldn't have given up the h5 pawn, and at the end, I mean, rook takes f2 was so stupid. After that, I thought it was over, but I mean, when you have low time, anything can happen, and I was fortunate that he collapsed in the end, but he put up a great fight, and it was a great match.
Love to see it. Hans, it's on your first EWC. You made it to the playoffs. That's top 8. What's the objective for tomorrow?
To win.
Simply put, to win the world of a champion, Hans Niemann. You can work towards the key crusher with Rob. Please give it up for Hans Niemann.
I love Hans' answer right there. He said to win, yeah, pretty much. Congrats, bro. Phenomenal performance. Stuff was looking a little hairy right there at the end, but as a true champion, he was able to clutch it out, and now he will be crushing Cena's key. You can go ahead right here, Hans, and press this this lever. Go ahead, my guy. The key master letting him know exactly how it goes down, covering his ear a bit too. Cena move ahead. Phenomenal player, young beast, but here at the EWC, nothing is given, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness. Jeez, that power was absolutely different. Ladies and gentlemen, officially, Hans Niemann has moved on in the bracket to the playoff stage. Congratulations once again, and we will see if he is able to move on to take it all.
Ui, kia ลืมปิดเสียงไม่ได้ละเวลาลืมปิดสิลืมปิดค่ายโซ่ลืมปิดโฆษณาแอปส้มเวลาครับ
And just like that, our youngest competitor of EWC chess has fallen, but what a career is ahead of him. Such a tremendous accomplishment from the young 16-year-old of Cena Move Ahead, going toe-to-toe with Hans Niemann, who ends up taking the win in the end in great fashion. No Armageddon here. Cena Move Ahead's key has officially been crushed.
Wow, that must be such a heartbreaking loss for Cena over here. I mean, the first game, that Rook endgame, was indeed a draw, but it's tough. It's tough to hold, especially with so little time.
Yeah, it got very technical in the first game, nervy in the second game. I've never seen so many swings. We had 5 pawns for a knight. We had a rook sack that was completely errant, but then he got the job done. And I think, did I see Hans enjoy the key crushing a little more than most players there? Anybody pick up on that?
I mean, it makes sense. Hans is a very emotional guy, in both good and bad, but you know what, for Hans, just such a good accomplishment. That was a celebration, I do believe, after game 1. Game 2, because time left. Man, yo, that time scramble at the end, Nemo, talk to me about it, because it was absolutely intense.
It was super intense. I mean, Cena had the advantage basically the entire game. He had everything going for him. He sacrificed the minor piece in order to basically get 5 pawns, as well as the opportunity to just free attack Hans is king. But at the end there, in the time scramble, it got super chaotic, and unfortunately, Cena was not able to convert that into a win.
Anything can happen to EWC, and Cena is such a nice, respectful young man. He actually won a Chess Kid Youth Championship that I commentated on.
Nice.
And he's, at 16 years old, that's about as much emotion as you're going to see. We had a single table slam, but you got to do 2 more, Cena, if you're going to be like Nepo.
Well, he's still got time, though.
He does.
Like Nepo. And the Pomnishi will, in fact, be coming up very, very shortly. But seriously, what a great moment it was for Cena Move Ahead to even just get on that stage, 16 years old, representing Team Stallions, a great organization. Shout out to him. I know he gets out at least a lot earlier than he wanted. However, I mean, really, just shout out to him. Such a good career ahead of him. But for Hans Niemann, great job overall. Let's go back to game 1, because there was a big moment that you wanted to break down.
Yeah, this is getting really in the weeds, so we won't start drawing too many arrows and then slashing around there. But basically, he had rook in 1 versus rook in 2. What he attempted to do after giving a check here with his rook on g1, he was worried that if he kept checking, the king might be able to walk down the board and avoid the check. So he moved his rook back to b1 here, but he should have given check on h1. And he was hoping that after his rook goes to b2, he'd be able to collect the pawn or trade rooks. But this is called a co-linear move. The rook does not take the black rook, but instead moves along the same line. Look at the white rook. It supports the pawn moving up the board, and that's where rooks like to be, behind passed pawns. So there's a little more I'd love to explain, but that's enough for now. That was very hard to see with little time on your clock.
For sure. And I mean,
it is not a good tournament to be a table at here. I would not want to be a table, you know, like.
I love that the table bang is just the most impactful thing here, quite literally it seems. But the emotions are there and they're real. Actually was watching, I don't think this was caught on camera, but just for your guys' information, like Hans Niemann, after getting that win, kind of reveling in the fact that he did in fact move forward to playoffs. I could see, like, he didn't just go straight over to the trophy, he didn't go straight for the interview, looking around and kind of taking it all in.
Yeah, he actually didn't get up. He was busy going through the analysis mode, and he was hitting keys really fast there. He started actually smiling and laughing, realizing all the different swings that happen in the game. So when you play a game that's that intense with so much going on, he wanted to find the truth in the position, and I have a feeling he's going to be going back and looking at that game even more, but he had to get up. The producer's like, we got to do the key crush.
That's right. Yeah, key crush, and it was a loud one for sure. Man, Move Ahead was holding on tight even with his key. But what's at stake now? I mean, Hans Niemann, he moves forward into playoffs. He's got two rivals that he's looking to take down, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru. That's what might await him, and especially when it comes to our full draw, who knows who he's going to get?
I mean, I don't know how much we can reveal about the draw, but on the off chance that perhaps the players are able to pick their players, I don't know if Hikaru or Magnus is going to pick Hans.
Who knows, right? They could, in fact, do so. We'll talk about that in just a little bit. We still have one more match to get through to figure out who our next entry into the playoffs is going to be. But for all of you at home, you might not be here, or maybe you are in the venue. You've got a chance to get involved in the Esports World Cup at a deeper level. Look at EWC play.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-suck at Masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
One more match to go, one more key to be crushed. Who's it going to be? Two great competitors go toe-to-toe to determine the last spot into the playoffs. Denis Lazovic from AGAL on the opposite side. Jan Nepomniachtchi about to go at it, and it's going to be a lot of fun for Denis Lazovic. We've been talking about him since day number one. Why? Because he is the sole representative of AGAL.
I mean, AGAL has a really good chance here to score some more points, but Denis, age only 19, literally born in the era of speed chess. He's currently rested. He's had time to observe Jan Nepomniachtchi. Oh, I'm not sure if I would rather have his rest or Jan's, you know, entire day. He's coming in with experience now. He's played a couple of other matches. What are your thoughts, Mike?
Yeah, Denis had to sit around and wait all day for this, but it's not just the fact that Nepomniachtchi played earlier today. He admitted earlier to John Sargent he's been up since 6 a.m. And I'm looking at my watch now. That's 12 hours and 5 minutes ago. We've gone from a.m. to p.m., so the sun's about to set. Actually, it's not. It's still summertime in Paris, but he has been up for quite a long time. I can't remember the last time I played a chess game after being awake for 12 hours. Now, he is Team Aurora, and I think that's a celestial term. We had an eclipse last night. I'm not sure if the stars are aligned.
Too deep from me. You get way too deep from me, Mike Celestial. I don't know, man. I'm a Scorpio. That's all I know about stuff. And I couldn't say the difference between a rock and a fight. Talking about the competitor, though, he's looking to throw down Nepomniachtchi. Now, we've been talking about him all day long because he's also been crushing keys. He's here for a reason, and coming into this one, I don't know if he's the favorite, but he's definitely been looking solid today.
I mean, Denis definitely had a good run earlier this year, but for sure. Survived, beat Esipenko earlier today, however you want to describe it. Unfortunately, yesterday he did have a slightly rough day with that desk slam, but...
Yeah, today he turned it around. He put that desk slam behind us. He's letting other people slam desks today. He's rubbed off a little bit there on the youngsters, but he won in game one as white and had a pretty uneventful draw as black against Esipenko, which is what you want. I've got some good news, though. If he is to advance, last year he also made the playoffs, but he lost to Arjun Erigaisi, who he cannot face as his first-round opponent since they'd both be coming out of the losers bracket. We'll get more later on in the show about exactly how the players choose each other. So now he, of course, he might get, Magnus or Hikaru, who may not be actually that much better from 2025.
It's true. Aurora Gaming, AGAL, both great organizations, especially when it comes to the club championship race. But if you look on the other side, man, again, for Denis Lazovic to be only 19 years old, but showing great maturity on the board.
He's also performed extremely well at the Speechless Championships earlier this year in London, which is how, now he is here in the Alliance Vault at EWC. He qualified in third, beating out Hikaru in a very, very tense 26-point total match, right?
Yeah, he went 13.5 to 12.5, and I can tell you that a lot of players a couple of years ago were like, who is this Denis kid that's doing so well online? Then he started coming to in-person events and doing really well in the in-person events and really cemented his place. I can also say, I've seen him mature as a young man. His English has gotten better. He's become more open in interviews. So if he does win, we're going to see him, really give part of himself here during the interview phase.
Well, he's hoping at least it's going to be a winner's interview, not a loser exit interview, right? But either way, only one can move forward, and only one key can truly be protected at this stage in time. We need to know who our top 8 is going to be because so much is at stake. $1.5 million, $250,000 for first place. But after all, though, you also want to cement yourself into Esports World Cup history. To call yourself champion, this is only the second year of chess, maybe many more to come, but either way, you don't want to waste your opportunity by going home empty-handed. Our last match of the day, Denis Lazovic versus Yan Nepomniachtchi.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our final match of the day. Yan Nepomniachtchi is one of the most accomplished players of his generation, and this will be an ultimate test.
Ultimate test for his opener as well. Denis Lazovic, 19 years of age, lost to Hikaru yesterday and now has a chance to make top 8 of this competition for his first appearance at Esports World Cup. It is time for the final deciding match of the day. The final spot for tomorrow's playoffs is about to be decided. It is time for Yan Nepomniachtchi versus Denis Lazovic.
ดาวรุ่นใหม่มาแรงเดนิสลาซาวิก
And it's a battle of generations between 19-year-old Denis Lazovic and Yan Nepomniachtchi. Both players experienced in the online world. Well, it comes down to this, a decider, the final decider of the day. And boy, Ben, are we ready for the action?
Boy, the match predictions are mean. It's at 87%.
ก็โอ้โหให้13กับ87ด้วยครับ
I think Yan's a slight favorite, but if this was a classical match, then okay, 87% I agree with. But the chess clock is the great equalizer. Lazovic, very famous online for his blitz. That'll get the match close to equal. I think either side can win this match. I think slight preference to Yan. Lazovic is a beast in chess.
ผมอาจจะมีเย็นเกินไปแต่ว่า
He is
ยั
a
งเขา
beast
เก่ง
in
มากครับ
beast
ระดับ
chess. We will remember
ที่เข้าไป
early on
ชิง
in
แช
the
มป์โลก
year
ถึ
in
ง
the
2 รอบครับ
online speed
เป็น
chess
คู่ชิงนะ
championship
แต่
where
ถึงแม้เขาจะไม่เคยได้แชมป์โลกก็เถอะ
he took down Hikaru Nakamura in that battle for third place. Can he do the same against Yan
การที่เขา
Nepomniachtchi when
ได้
his
เข้าไป
club
ชิงแชมป์
depends
โลก
on
2 รอบ
so
ก็คือ
much
พูดถึง
at
ความเก่งของ
stake
คนได้
for
นะครั
our
บ
players? For Denis, do you think he'll be feeling the pressure that little bit more because
ถึง
his
แม้ว่า
club
เขาจะไม่เป็นแชมป์โลกก็
AGAL
เถอะก็หมายถึง
really need
โช
him
ว์ได้ถึ
to
ง
get
ควา
to
ม
that
เก่งของ
next
เขานะ
stage.
Yeah, his club's one of the best, if not the best, and Lazovic's going to have to see if he can outdo Nepo. If he loses the match, he can bang the table 4 times, so just to outdo him by 1. But yeah, it's going to be a tough match. It's going to be really exciting games, and this will be one of our closest matches today. And players have started.
And Denis playing with the white pieces, just opening up with the queen's pawn, and it's an opening called a Catalan, something that Yan Nepomniachtchi certainly knows very well. He faced it himself on the receiving end back in the World Championship match, and we have very classical chess, where white temporarily gives up a pawn, but says, hey, you know that bishop next to my king? That is going to be a
เก็บ
monster.
เบี้ยตัว 4 ไว้ครับไม่ยอมเสียเบี้ยตัว 4 แล้วพยายามยื้อเบี้ยที่ได้ 4 ตรงนี้มาถึงเลทเกมไม่ได้นะ
White just
ตรง
recaptures
นี้
on
น่าจะต้อง
c4.
ปล่อย
Point
ครับ
of
เพราะว่า
bishop
ไม่
d7
สา
is
มารถ
to play bishop c6,
ชี้บีตัว C ไว้ได้แล้วนะต้องแซก
the
ถาวร
white
นะตรง
bishops
นี้
on the diagonal.
ก็คือ
That
ปล่อย
bishop
คืน
on
กลับไปให้
g2 is
เขา
a monster.
สำหรับยานตรง
Both
นี้
sides developing their
ลัสนิก
pieces.
จะคีบเก็บ
Dennis
ไว้ตอนไหน
decides
ก็
he doesn't want to
รอ
capture on
ว่า
c4
จะ
with the queen. He'd rather
ตอนไหน
capture with the knight. So that's why he delayed playing
แต่เราว่า
queen
เดี๋ยว
takes
ใกล้
c4.
จะเก็บคืนในตาห
White
น้า
has
ได้
a
แล้ว
little
ครับ
better
หลังจาก
center.
ที่เอา
White's down a
บิชอป
pawn.
ดี
He's
สอง
gonna
ขึ้
win
น
it
มาครับ
back.
แล้วหลังจากบิชอ
Black's
ป
gonna get the 2 bishops.
นะครับ
But it's a fairly equal
หลังจาก
position.
ไล่แรกๆแล้วก็คือ
Still
เอา
in standard theory.
ม้า C4
Both
ครับ
sides are pretty
ที่
happy.
จะ
Both sides have a
เก็บ
ton of
เบี้ย
time
ตัว
on the
เดิม
clock.
คืนครับตอน
And
นี้ก็แมตช์
very
เดียวเท่ากัน
solid
ครับผม
position for
แล้ว
Jan.
Yeah, he knows this position super well. I mean, at the minute, he's not
จุดที่ยานอยู่
100%
ก็โอ
content
เคมากครับ
because his bishop is in front of those pawns on the left.
แล้ว
And
แล้วก็
we're
ผ
seeing
ม
the
ชอบ
knight jumping
โพ
into
ซิ
the
ชันของ
center.
ลาสบิก
Dennis has a very
ครับที่ว่า
clean positional style.
บิชอป
He just
ค่อนข้าง
enjoys
ม้า
having
อยู่
that
ในจุด
solid
ที่ค่อนข้างแอค
secure
ทีฟเลยนะ
base.
แล้วแลก
And
บิชอป
now
กั
it's
น
going
นะครับ
to
บิ
be
ชอป
a
หายไปแล้ว
question:
เปิด
are
เป็น
those two
บิ
knights
ชอป
in the
ตัว
middle?
ม้า
Are they
ตัว
going
ห
to
นึ่ง
be
แรก
better
บิชอป
than the bishop
ขาว
and
ไป
the
ครับ
knight?
ทำให้เหลือ
The
แค่บิชอป
good
เดี
thing
ยว
about having
ก็
two
ค่อน
of
ข้าง
a
ที่จะอิม
kind
บาลานซ์พอ
is
สม
that
ควรนะ
you
สา
can
มารถไปได้ทั้ง
traverse
คู่เลยครับ
both
สร้างความ
sides
อิ
of
มบา
the
ลานซ์อย่าง
board.
นี้
You can also work on both colors.
ก็
Yeah, and we've seen this earlier in the tournament today. Black putting pawns on white squares, but trading off the white squared bishop.
ส่วนตัวก็
So
คือ
that
มันจะมี
the
ด้าน
bishop
นี้
is
สองต่อ
behind on
สอง
C
ต่อ
and
สามเนาะ
behind those
แล้วแต่
pawns.
ฝั่งนี้จะ
It
มี
gives
ตรง
White
กลาง
the
มาก
nice
กว่า
center. White has a
ทำ
slight
ให้ลาท
advantage
วิกจะเล่น
with
ตรง
the center
สเปซตรง
control.
กลางได้
But
ง่าย
Black
กว่า
is very solid, has no
ของ
weaknesses.
ลาทวิกนะส่วน
and
ลาท
it's
วิกต้อง
very
เล่นของ
hard
ควี
for
นไซ
White
ครับเพ
to
ราะว่า
move forward
แลกเบี้ย
without
ตรง
creating weaknesses
ควีน
himself.
ไซเป็นสอง
So a
ต่อ
very
สามแล้วก็มี
to
ตรง
and
นี้เพิ่ม
fro
อีกก็เป็น
strategical
สามต่อ
game,
สามครับ
and
ต้องทิมเบี้ย
Jan
ตรง
seems
นี้
to
ให้
be happy with that. He has
เอาตรงกลางออกไปทางด้านขวา
experience in
นะ
these kinds
จะ
of
ได้
positions at the very
สร้าง
top
ความได้
level.
เปรียบฝั่งด้านควีน
And
ไซ
some
ได้
subtle
ถ้า
maneuvering
ทีม
going
สู้
on from Dennis Lazovic. Looks like
ถ้า
we're
ไม่มี
getting the
เบี้ยตัว
maneuver
นี้แล้วครับ
against
แล้ว
Ben.
ควีนไซ
But
เป็นสาม
I
ต่อ
was
สองอาจจะ
actually
มีสิทธิ์
thinking
ลุ้น
maybe
ๆเล่นเอาชนะ
White
ได้
can get a little bit ambitious. You know, after all, without risk,
แต่ถ้า
there
ส
is
มมติ
no
ว่าทิม
reward.
เบี้ย
And
ตัว
I'm thinking
ตัว
the
นี้แรก
English
กับตรง
school of
นี้ก็อาจ
chess
จะ
is
เล่น
telling me, well,
มันจะเหลือ
not
สอง
exactly
สอง
now, but
ตี
in the
สี่แล้วมัน
future,
อาจจะ
I
เสมอกัน
predict Harry, the H pawn, is gonna step up the board.
Yeah, White can advance his kingside pawns instead. Since Black wants to trade pieces to ease the attack, White retreats the knight so that pieces aren't traded and keeps the knight on f3.
ครับแรกมา
And
แล้
it
ว
looks like he's solidifying his queenside. The a4 pawn was attacked. So Jan can trade pieces here. Then if White takes with the pawn, he has more pawns in the center. Or will he take with a piece? This is an interesting decision. I don't know which move is better. Taking with the pawn is more interesting, and that's what he did. Now he move his pawns up the board. Maybe he can move the f pawn to f4, and we'll have a really exciting position with White advancing pawns everywhere and Black being very solid, if not passive.
Yeah, and I gotta say that everything is looking really nice for Dennis. Ha ha ha.
There's your Harry.
There is my Harry, and indeed I can now be super satisfied with his position. I gotta say, I love the fact that White has so much space, and Black does feel rather cramped and not easy to come up with anything active other than doubling on the D line. But that kind of feels a bit like.
Yeah, cramped and
อย่าง
passive isn't
ของ
really
ยานอย่าง
Jan's
เงี้ยตรง
style.
สเปซ
Likes
จะ
to
มี
play
แค่
active,
ช่อง6ใช่ไหม
calculating,
ส่วน
complicated
ยาน
chess.
ไปถึงช่อง4
Puts
ถ้า
the
ดูใน
bishop
ฝั่งเดียว
on
กันอันนี้คือ
D4. Nice
สเป
square
ซ
for
ข
the
องเดนิส
bishop.
และท
Doesn't
วิกคือ
really
อยู่ตรงนี้หมดเล
hit
ย
anything, but it can't be driven
ทั้งก้อน
away.
ใช่ไหม
And
แต่ว่าอันนี้
Black
คือ
is
ยาน
just
อยู่
going to
แค่
wait
ทั้ง
and
สาม
hope
ครับ
that
แน่
White
นอนว่าสเปซของเราจะ
overextends
เยอะกว่า
the
เพ
position.
ราะจุดตรง
So
นี้เป็นจุดคัน
Dennis
เทพหม
has
ดเล
to
ย
be cool, calm, and collected and not go too quickly. Not play something crazy like G4, G5, or maybe he should
ก็
play
เป็น
that.
จุด
You know, I love your idea. I just wanted to refine it for one move. I thought, just lift the queen up
เป็น
to
เอาโพส
the
ครับ
third
แล้ว
line. If you
แบ
get
บ
the
ไม่มี
queen
ทาง
to the
ดี
third
เอา
line,
บิ
this
ชอ
is
ปเรีย
kind
บ
of like
ง่ายๆ
the
นะครับไม่จาก
Goldilocks
การเอา
point.
ม้าไปเทรด
And
นะ
instead, you know, he is working
เพราะว่า
that
ม้าตัว
H
นี้ก็ค่อน
pawn,
ข้าง
but
สามารถเป็น
he's
แอคทีฟ
got
ได้นะครับ
maybe main the ideas of stepping up with the queen, and then your idea, crack open a line against the black king. And these two rooks, they can work to the left, they can work in the center, they also can work to the right.
Yeah, white is the one controlling the action so far.
แต่ว่านี่ยังไม่ทำเป็น E5 หรอกครับเพราะ E5 ตอนนี้หลังจากโดน 4-5 จิ้มไปแล้วมันมีเค้กรถเสียงเยอะครับก็เลยค่อนข้างจะยังไม่ได้นะตรงนี้ต้องเขียนเรื่องเบี้ยตัวกลางก่อนครับตรงนี้
The problem is if black attacks the center quickly with C5, that'll trap the bishop on B4 off sides. So that's why black is never playing C5 and giving white that pass pawn with D5. Instead, black is just waiting, knowing that he'll weaken white's position if white pushes one of the center pawns. And the question is white going to play for G4, G5 And can he do it now, or does he have to
คำถาม
wait
คื
a
อ
few moves?
จะทำ
Exactly,
ไง
and
ครับ
I
ก็
love the way
อัน
that
นี้ตาม
Dennis is
อันนี้คือ
handling
แผน
this.
คือ
He's not
ดับ
rushing
เบิลเรือนะคือ
anything.
เหมือนตอนแรก
He's
ที่
just simply
เล่น
saying, I'm
D3
gonna
มา
double
ก็
up
คืออยาก
first.
จะดับ
I'm
เบิลเรือ
gonna
แต่แรก
make
แล้วก็เลย
you
ทำตาม
wait.
แผน
I'm
เดิม
gonna
คือดับเบิล
keep
เรือค
you
รับ
second guessing. Queen goes back, and we have Jan preparing perhaps a c5 push in order to start eyeballing the a pawn, that
ยาน
lonesome
ก็
pawn
กำ
there
ลัง
on the left.
ค่
And
อย
look at this.
ๆเตรียมตัว
Dennis is
ดั
like,
น
no,
แผ
no,
น
no,
ของตัวเอง
no.
นะครับว่าจะดั
You're
นอะไร
not
ต่อ
gonna get that.
รอดูครับว่ายานจะดับเบิล
I will
ตรง
counter
แถว
that
ไหน
by
นะ
locking
คือ
in the
จะเป็นตัว
center.
ดีหรือว่า
So
ตัว C ครับต
all
รงนี้
Jan can do is wait, and that's why we see the bishop retreat.
เอาบิชอปถอย
That's
มา
right. Jan played Queen E8,
เล่น
eyeballing the
C5
A4
เลยไหมครับ
pawn,
ก่อนที่จะโดน
trying to
ยาน
play
เล่น C5
C5.
นะ
Dennis
เมื่อกี้
saw through that with
แผนของ
Queen
ยานเนี่ยเป็นการ
C2.
จิ้ม C5 ครับ
Double
แต่
the
ว่าถ้า
rooks
เรา
on
เล่น
the
C5
D
ที่
file. The
โดน
question
จิ้ม
is,
เองก็อาจจะ
is
ดูดี
White
ครั
going
บ
to
ตรง
play
นี้
on the king side with F4
แต่บอกว่า
G4?
C5
Is
แล้ว
White going to play in the
B5
center with E5 or D5?
แล้ว
Or is Dennis happy to just wait, try to slowly improve his position, which seems like that's what Jan's doing. Just chill,
ปิด S2
be solid, wait for Dennis to overextend, and then
เบียร์
Black's bishop will eventually be strong if the center opens up. So it's a cat
ตรง
and
นี้ครับ
mouse game.
จะเป็นว่า
The engine
ถ้า
says
เป็นอย่าง
White's
เงี้ย
slightly better
ราซาบิก
with
ก็จะ
White
ได้ส
having
เป
the
ซเพิ่
better
มครับ
center,
แต่ว่า
more space.
ยัง
But it's very hard for White to proceed and do anything active.
Yeah, and White has to keep an eye on those far advanced pawns. You know, there's two potential liabilities in the position. There's the H pawn all the way on the right. There's also that leftmost pawn as well. And so they've got to tread with some care, make sure that both points are connected. And there's no natural breakthrough. In comes the knight. This makes a lot of sense. Just again, putting the question to Black, what are you going to play?
เพราะว่าถ้าสมมติว่า
Yeah,
เก็บ
it's
ตัน
funny.
แล้วมา
Both sides
ที
just
6
moving
แล้ว
around slowly,
มาตัว
going
นี้
to
คือ
and fro,
คุกคำ
not
ชิง
really
ตลอดเวลา
clear
แล้ว
what the
ไม่มีทางออก
breakthrough
ได้
is.
เลยครับ
And
แบบศูนย์เลยครับ
typically in
แล้วหลักการ
positions like this, people start doing things
Yeah,
that
yeah,
are
yeah.
maybe too active once they get below 2 or 3 minutes on their clock.
แน่นอนครับว่า
Both sides have a lot of
อัน
time
นี้
now,
รีบดีดออก
so
แล้ว
they're just going
ม้าตรงนี้อันตราย
slowly.
เกินไปครับแต่ว่า
Jan
ถ้า
trying
ตรง
out
นี้คือ
different squares
จุด
for
บอด
size
สำคัญ
for
เลย
his
นะ
bishop. E7, D6, B4, they're
ต้อง
all
ห้าม
okay.
ให้ม้าได้ช่อง
And
ขาวแถว
he's simply not worried about anything that White
จริง
can
เด็ก
do.
เด็ดขาด
Black's
เลยครับ
position is really solid with no weaknesses. White has more space.
แล้วถ้าแบบ
But again, if White
ม้าเข้า
overextends,
ใกล้
his
ต้องรีบ
position
บิด
could
นี้
open
ออก
up,
ครับ
and it could be
ฉี
to
กออก
Black's
ตัวนี้
advantage.
Exactly. White has more space, but no
เหลือ
breakthrough. You
F3 ได้ครับ
can't touch any of those
ก็ออกมา
beautiful
เล่น
pawns
แถวๆนี้
in
ครั
the
บ
center,
จี้
and there's no
ตร
clear
งแถวห
path
น้ากิ่ง
forward.
ได้ครับ
So I suspect the maneuvering game is going to continue for some more, and it's not really clear whether it be the knight, whether it be the queen or the rooks that's going
ค่อย
to
ๆ
be
เคลื่อนไป
moving.
เรื่อยๆนะตรง
Because
นี้
if White gets
ยังไม่มีใคร
really
กล้า
active and
เปิด
start
หมาก
pushing
เท
the
รดกัน
pawns,
นะครับตรง
well,
นี้
it's going to leave behind a lot of weak squares.
Queen
Queen
C2
tucks
ฮะ
itself back, and now
ก็ดั
the
ง
question goes over to Jan.
ต
What are
ร
you
ง
going
นี้
to
นะ
move?
ค่อยๆซัพพอ
Yeah,
ร์ตและไม่
basically
ได้
Dennis has to
เดี๋ยวไป
babysit his
ที่
A4 pawn
ตรงนู้นตรง
with
นี้
the
ตรงนั้น
white
ครับ
queen
ตัว
on
แค่นั่งซัพ
B3 or
พอร์ต
C2.
ตัว
Otherwise,
เบี้ยของ
Black's
ตัว
going
เอ
to
ง
play
เฉย
C5
ๆค่อยๆ
with
อิ
a
นพูปืนให้
discovered
ตัวเอง
attack
เพิ่ม
on the
นะ
A4 pawn with the queen on
ตอนนี้มี
E8.
C5 เหมือนเดิม
And now it looks like Jan is
มี5แล้วไป
preparing
ช็อปก็
to
ถอยกลับ
double
ไม่ได้เลยนะ
rooks
ตรงนี้
on the D file and try to put more pressure on the D4 pawn, which is really
หลั
well
งจากเทค
defended. And again, you know, the main idea for
C
White
takes.
to just push those kingside
Well,
pawns looks a little
take,
too risky.
take.
Players are repeating right now. Is either one satisfied with a draw? Oh, we might see a
หรือ
draw
ว่า
here.
โอเคครับตรงนี้
As
ไหม
the players are repeating,
มาครับ
and
เราก็ถอยครับ
well,
ยอม
we're
เสมอ
going to
นะ
be
ถ้า
seeing
สมมติว่า
what
อี
is
กรอบหนึ่
Jan
ง
going to do. Is he going to go for that repetition?
ถ้าไปช็อป
Put
B4
that
ก็เส
bishop
มอค
where
รับ
it came
ยอม
from?
เสมอไหม
Are we going to be seeing
ยอ
that?
ม
It was a
เสมอไหม
very refined game. It was like the players had a cup of tea in their hand and they were casually just maneuvering their pieces. It's a very fair result. But what is going to be the response from Jan?
Yeah, Jan can play bishop b4 now and against and
เราเล่น
instead
F5 ครับ
He said,
ไม่
no,
ยอม
thank you.
does the opposite and plays the most aggressive move in the position. The queen on e8 is now attacking the pawn on h5. Black weakens his king, and the game is very double-edged now. Maybe the decision was made because not only is Jan super confident at all times, but Jan has a nice time advantage on the clock. He didn't want to waste it on drawing the game.
อันนี้ครับ
So
ยานไม่
very
ยอมที่จะเสม
interesting
อนะ
choice
ยาน
from
อยากจะเล่น
Jan.
เอาชนะ
Good
ตรง
for
นี้
the
ก็คือ
spectators.
มันจะมี
Will
แบบ
it work out in the end?
ควีน
Well,
e4
it's
โอ้โห
certainly a
เอาพี่
choice
อากัน
because
เอาพี่อากัน
yes,
แล้ว
you have
จุดอ่อนของ
advanced the pawn, but the
ฝั่ง
thing is though, it's
ยานก็คือ
actually
เบี้ย F5 ที่มันมา
Dennis
แล้วครับ
is going to be
ก็คือเราต้อง
sacrificing the
สู้
pawn because
F5 หรือ
once
ว่า
that
เราจะโด
pawn
นเล่นก่อนตรง
recaptures,
นี้กับเบี้ย
that knight
ตัว
is
ดี
going to
นะ
be driven backwards, and there
กับ
is
ถามเลย
a
ตรง
pawn
นี้
that we mentioned earlier on. That pawn on the right, it's going to fall
อ๋อ
off,
มันไม่หวาน
and
เฉย
then
นะครับ
White
เดี๋ยว
has
นะครับ
to be the
ผม
one finding that
เดี๋ยวผมเปิด
compensation.
บอร์ดให้ครับ
Yeah, and he plays an interesting rookie 3 attacking the queen. The knight goes to e5, attacking the black c6 pawn. Black has a pawn ahead, but black has weakened his king somewhat, and he's weakened his f5 pawn. So now white has some targets. Black has an extra pawn. And I think I truly think Jan decided to play on instead of repeat because of the clock situation where he has a decided time advantage.
Yeah, I think he felt like his opponent was drifting, didn't quite know exactly what to do, and watch out everyone because you know that extra pawn, it's going to start advancing up the board. But Dennis is saying, hey, I might be a pawn down, but it doesn't matter because I'm the one getting active, and now this is a fantastic move from Jan because now the f pawn is going to be used as a wrecking ball.
Yeah, he unpins his f pawn. He couldn't play f4 previous position because the f pawn was pinned. So he moves the queen to g4, ready to play f4. White plays f3, a move I usually recommend against, but he's trying to stop black from moving his f pawn. White has a pass d pawn. Black's a pawn ahead, but extra pawn isn't worth very much.
คำถามคือตอนนี้ก็ยังเล่น D6 ไม่ได้นะเพราะว่ายังมี
excellent compensation for a pawn.
ยังมี
Both
เขาเล็ง
kings
กัน
cannot
นะครับ
get
ตรงนี้
exposed. The game totally changed when Jan played f5. Really
ถ้าว่ากลับมา
disturbing the
มี
balance of the game and
มี
making
ไอ
the
เดี
game
ย
more
คือ
interesting.
เช็คอยู่นะ
Good for Jan.
Yeah, and definitely good for us as well as we get to navigate this complicated position. Pawns have been traded off. White is going to step up with the rook. The B pawn is a target. You can also just simply argue, as you said earlier, Ben, that Black's extra pawn doesn't really mean much. And hey, it's going to be all about the E line.
แทนที่จะให้เทรดก็คือเลือกทำให้เลือกเทรดกับตัวนี้ครับแล้วก็ให้ไม่มีเบี้ยซัพพอร์ตอยู่ข้างหลังนะเทรดแล้วเวลาเทคที่หลังแบบรวมเรือรวมทีมกันแล้วจะมีเป้าตัวเบี้ยตัวดี
So position is still about equal, but it's a more dynamic equal than we had before. Okay, now that move is pretty risky, opening up the white king on the diagonal, but he's solidifying the rook on e5. Engine says it's
เป็น
okay.
การที่โอเคนะแต่ว่าอาจจะมีปัญหาในอนาคตนะคือถ้าตอนที่หลังจากที่เราเทรดเบี้ยตัวดีออกใช่ไหมแล้วมันจะมีเรื่องการเล็งเช็คในเส้นแนวแทงนี้เนาะที่แอดมินเบสไซค์ก็บอกก็คือนักภาพพูดไป
White is going to have serious issues.
ครับว่า
But
ไอ
for
เดี
the
ย
time
ตัว
being,
นี้
everything under
ไอเดียขาว
control.
คือ
White's rook's extremely active. The queen
แต่ว่าตอนนี้ยังเช็ค
moves
ไม่ได้
over,
ครับ
blockades its own pawns.
เพราะถ้าเช็ค
And
ปุ๊บ
Dennis is just
แล้ว
arguing, hey, I'm so active with my pieces.
F7
You cannot
แล้ว
make progress.
มันต้อง
Yeah, white defends the d pawn, putting pressure on the f5
เรามี
pawn.
queen take f5
Now
เช็
they're
คกันนะครับ
repeating again. Rook e1, queen g6, queen
ต้อง
d6,
เล่น
going to and fro.
g6
I assume
เล่น
Jan
ที่
still wants to play for a win with his extra pawn and
กลับ
time
มาที่เกม
advantage.
ก่อนเนาะ
He's going to try to find a way to not
ตรงนี้
repeat.
ก็คือไอเดียขาว
And I
คือ
think
พยายามที่จะ
since
เล่น
White's a
เบี้ยตัว
pawn
นี้ดัน
down
ขึ้นไปให้ถึง
with
จุ
a
ด
minute
นู้น
less
ใช่ไหม
on
ครั
the
บ
clock,
อันนี้
Dennis won't be
ก็อาจจะมี
upset about drawing the
เรือ
game.
e6
And here we go
แต่ว่า
again.
เรือ e6 ไม่ได้
Jan
เพราะ
playing
ว่า
for the win.
เป็น
Little
เป็น
risky
เบี้ยตัวเดียวที่กัน
h5
อยู่
wants
ฉะ
to
นั้นต้อง
play
ใช้
the move h4.
ปีน
Black has more
กัน
pawns
ก่อน
on the
นะ
king side, so he's trying to use that to his
ว่า
advantage
แต่ว่า
and attack the white king.
คอมพิวเตอร์บอก
Very
เล่นเรือ
interesting
e6 เลย
play
ดีนะ
by
ตัวนี้
Jan. Again,
ว่า
no matter how
หลั
complicated
ง
or
จาก
interesting it is,
ควีน
the
หนี
engine
แล้ว
always says it's
แล้ว
about
เล่น
level
d6 ต่อได้
because
ครับ
both players are playing at a really high level, not making any
อันนี้
mistakes,
อันนี้บล็อกนะ
and the material is very close to
ควีน
balance.
c7
Yeah, but I gotta say, you know, Black is really piling on the pressure, but then Dennis has also found a counter strike of his own, like coming in, big threat of rook taking the pawn. So you got to do something about that. You don't really want to be stepping up with your own pawn to defend it. Neither do you want to go completely on the passive, even though it might be okay.
คำถามคือจัดการเบี้ยตัวนี้ยังไงดีครับ
Hey, do we get paid more if we do Counter Strike instead of just chess? We can do chess and Counter Strike, get 2 paychecks.
คือเรือ F8
That is true. That is
Counter
true.
Strike.
ผมว่า
The thing is, I
เรือ
don't know
F8 เป็น
anything
ไอ
about
เดีย
Counter
ที่
Strike.
โอเคแล้ว
We'll have to watch Dennis do a Counter Strike and see what happens.
เอาค
Well,
วีน
we
ขึ้
have
น
to
นะ
see, as we're seeing that
ก็คือควีนเล็งเนี่ยจะได้
Nepomniachtchi has
เล่น
gone. Yes,
ดันเบี้ย
okay,
d6
fine.
ต่อได้
Ugly
ครับ
chess is necessary. I need to hold on to that all-important F pawn. And Dennis starts improving the queen. Also ideas of advancing with the D pawn, whereas Black's extra pawn is still yet to count.
It's funny, Black has an extra pawn on the
ต้อง
king's
กันทั้ง
side, which
ไม่
doesn't
ให้
do much.
เบี้ยขาว
An
ดันแล้ว
extra
ก็ต้อง
pawn
กั
on
น
the
เบี้ยตัว
queen's
เอง
side
ด้วยตรง
doesn't
นี้
do much.
คือ
But
เล่
White's
น
extra
ดี
pawn can
เล่
go
น d6
d6,
ไม่ได้เพราะว่า
d7, and that's pretty
พอโดน
dangerous.
e6
So
ไปปุ๊บ
Jan decides to use his
แล้วหลั
extra
งจาก
pawn on the king's side. Since he
แล้ว
played
ควีน
h5,
จะ
he's
ไปไหน
going
ครับ
to
ตัว
play
นี้
h4. Open up that
สมม
that
ติว่า
white king.
ควีนก็ต้องกันเบี้ย
White
ตัว
gets
นี้เนาะ
counterplay with
สมมติว่า
d6. both sides have
ควีน
their
F7 บ้าน
advantages now.
แล้ว
Black's a pawn up. Black's threatening D6.
Queen E2
Black wants to take on G3
แล้ว
and
กลาย
open
เป็น
up
ว่า
Black's
พอได้
game. The F5 pawn
กลาย
is
เป็นว่า
weak.
ขาวจะได้ขึ้นไป
Again,
นะตรงนี้
Engine doesn't
จะ
care.
เล่น
Engine
แต่
just
แร
says
ก
it's equal
ก็เลย
because
เล่น
both sides
G6
are
ก็
playing
ได้
so well.
Interesting decision there from
Block
Dennis. Doesn't
Queen
give a
E5
check
ครับ
to the king. Instead, goes for this, just arguing that the black rook is completely passive, and black is now going to have to use his king to make an assist. The king is going to have to come in and march its way towards that very dangerous D pawn.
น่าจะได้เบี้ย
the
คืน
pawn
นะ
actually
หลังจากที่แซกเบี้ย
just
ตัว D7 ไป
thinking
เพราะว่า
as to what to do, but
ตรง
this
นี้
is
มี
really you don't need
ตร
to
งนี้
think about it too
เทค
much.
ใช่ไหมครับ
Instead, he
คิง
decides
ขึ้น
he's
คิ
got
ง
the
ขึ้น
time.
คิงขึ้นคิงขึ้น
He can
แล้วหลังจาก
defend that F
เทค
pawn. And now
This is
comes
going to be
the
two versus two. It's going to be pretty equal position. Like, that's funny. You can't play king G5 and hang mate in one.
You couldn't go up the board with a king because that would have been checkmate with a side check from the black rook. So another check, and the black rook is going to get forced. And the first game finishes in a draw.
Well played game. About equal the whole way.
It was. Very well played.
Take,
With
take,
Dennis,
take.
you know, going for a very classical position, getting
อัน
that
นี้ก็
nice
3 โพซิชั่น
central
เสมอกันนะ
advantage.
เพราะว่า
And
เกมมันค่อนข้างเสมอครับตรง
Yana
นี้
Pomni actually been
เพราะว่า
incredibly
หลังจาก
patient
เทค
there, just waiting until the time is
เหลื
right.
อ
They
H8
could have
ถ้า
agreed
ส
to
มมติ
draw
ว่า
early on.
คิง G5
Yan
จะโดน
said
เม
no,
ดนะเพราะฉะ
let's
นั้นต้องถอย
play.
อย่างเดียว
Yeah, Jan
ก็เลย
really
ทำได้
played
แค่
for the win there with black. Never really got a winning position, but he was the one
แล้วโพซิ
pressing
ชั่นมัน
the
เสมอ
start of
ครับ
the game.
Well, now it all turns on this game. Yana Pomni actually will have the white pieces. We'll see what he makes of it. Will he open up with the E pawn, King's
มา
pawn?
หรือยัง
Will he do something different?
ไม่ได้เซตเกมไว้หรอ
Yeah, Jan was able to play
แต่เขาไม่ได้เซต
anything.
เกมไว้
E4,
ต้องรอเซต
D4,
ก่อน
C4, knight F3. It's funny when I was a kid up and coming in chess, people just played one opening. And nowadays, when you play a grandmaster, super grandmaster, they can play any opening with white or black, and they just know it perfectly. So Jan can play anything on move one. Depends what kind of game he's looking for. I keep looking every game this tournament for a Sicilian. I haven't seen one yet because I want to see some exciting Sicilians. But it seems like the players aren't playing the Sicilian as much as they used to. They're playing more double king pawn, and black is pretty good at equalizing with those. So I think a lot of players are playing knight F3 or C4 on move one to avoid double king pawn. We'll see if Jan is of the same mindset when they start game two. And no, they play double king pawn, as I
น่าจะ
alluded to.
ไม่ได้เปิด
And we have an Italian game.
ไม่ต้องเปิด
We
ข้างบน
do.
นะเพราะว่า
An
นี่กู
Italian
ตายแล้ว
game is really popular now. It's a very complex opening,
เกมมาแล้วค
and
รับ
it's
เดี๋ยว
based on a whole lot of
เปลี่ยน
maneuvers.
บอร์ดอะไรกัน
Ben, I
ก็
tell
เปิด
you,
มาเป็น
the players are like
E4
Ben and
E5
you're in
มา
charge.
F3
Let's
มา
give them a
C6
classical game.
บิชอป
That
C4 เป็น
little
อิตาเลียนเกม
H4
เนาะ
moves forward
แล้วก็
just
บิชอป
to
5มา
prevent
ให้
the
เป็นเจอ
bishop
โค
coming
เปอ
out.
ร์โน
So no complications
variation เนาะ
whatsoever from
นั้น
Dennis.
D
Does
D
not want to
D3 ครับ
get
เป็
into
น
that, and now the knight is going to
Pianissimo
maneuver. And this position is so flexible because
ก็
so
เป็น
many
อิตาเลียนเกมครับ
plans
เป็น
here for white. You
เวอ
could
ร์ชั
have
น
expanded
ที่
on the left side of the board, but
โอเพนนิ่ง
instead
ที่คน
white is
เทโอ
going
รี่
for
ค่อนข้างที่จะ
maneuvering the
เยอะ
knights
มาก
and
ระดับ
just
หนึ่ง
saying,
เลยครับ
I do not want to be
คือ
trading
ที่
off
เล่น
the
มา
right
เนี่ย
squared bishops.
เล่นกันอย่าง
And
รวดเร็วเนี่ย
everything will
เป็นแบบ
hinge
ทฤ
on
ษฎีกัน
white
เกือบหมดเลย
preparing
นะ
for that central
สำหรับ
break
ลายนี้
and doing it at the time when black is not ready.
Yeah, this is interesting position because sometimes white plays for D4, sometimes black plays for D5, and sometimes both sides just maneuver their
โอเค
knights
ตรงนี้
around
เลือก
and
เล่น
try to
B5
improve
ครับ แล้วก็
position of their
ครับ
knights.
ถอย
Black played D5 first, which weakens the E pawn. That's why
แล้วเทค
black
ตรง
played
กลาง
rook E8. Now black takes with the bishop, so the rook on E8 is defending the
Maขึ้น
E5 pawn. So black has a lot of space, but black's E pawn is constantly under attack. And sometimes white tries to play knight F5, which was stopped by queen D7. White has two knights, so the knight went to H4. White's going to play knight F5. White's going to sacrifice everything on G7 and H6, and the crowd's going to go crazy. Yay, go white.
Well, we'll see whether that happens. Will a knife
คำถา
appear
ม
on
คือ
F5, or
ไอ
will
เดียของ
Dennis just say, no, I want none of that
ก็คื
and
อ
drop
ตอนเนี้ย
back with the bishop?
แล้ว
No, generally,
ดำจะมี
if black
เป็น
advances, breaks out in the
Bishop pair
center
เนาะ
and
เล็ง
gets
ฝั่ง
away with
นี้
it, then they
แล้ว
stand
ก็
perfectly
ทาง
well.
ยาน
But
ก็
he
จะ
says
เล่น
no
บิชอป
knight.
แพร์
He allows
เล็ง
it.
หน้าคิงเหมือน
Yeah,
He's
ซึ่ง
not listening to us.
he's remaneuvering his bishop to F8, it looks like, to defend the king side.
ซึ่ง
stopping all my
อันนี้
opponent's
คือ
sacrifices.
กูเล่น
Yeah, that's a bit of
ลาส
a
บิกกลัว
doubt
เรื่อง
there,
โดน
isn't it?
ที่
When they
ไม่ใช่
stop
สบิก
those
กลัวที่
sacrifices
จะ
and
โดน
stop the
เรื่อง
fun
sacrifice นะ
appearing, but
คือ
now we have a
โพซิชัน
new
ของ
set of
ทางหน้าคิงเนี่ย
ideas on
การ
the
โจมตี
board
ดูน่า
as
กลัว
we
มากนะ
see
ตรง
the
นี้
left side of the board start to
อาจจะ
open
มี
up.
เรื่อง sacrifice ได้ครับ ก็เลยเอาบิชอปออกมากัน
A4
นะ
giving
ก็
black
คือแบบ
something to think about.
ยอม
Black leaves the A
เล่น
file, doubles
บิชอป
the queen
4-5
rook
บิ
on
ชอป
the D
F8 มากัน
file,
เลย
trying to put pressure on the half open D file. But typically when you're white in these
เรือดี
positions,
ครับ
you'd
เรือ
like to try to play
เอ
queen
มา
F3,
ดี
but
8เพราะว่า
bishop on
มา
D5,
เล็ง
which is
ตัว
unusually
ของด้าน
placed,
มุ
is
ม
stopping
ด้านนี้
white
ครับ
from aggressively placing the queen.
คำถามคือม้าตัวนี้เนี่ยเอาออกไงดีครับคือม้าตัวนี้เนี่ยค่อนข้างโหดมากเลยครับในโปรเนจีเพราะว่ามีตัวนี้กันแล้วถ้าสมมติว่าเราเทคแล้วมีตัวนี้มีการกินที่เบี้ยตัวเข็ดได้นะก็เลยไม่สามารถเตะม้าตัวนี้ออกไปได้ครับเป็นม้าที่เอาโพสที่เข้าท่าโหดเลยคำถามคือตอนนี้แอนกำลังคิดอยู่ว่าครับว่าจะเอาไงต่อดีว่าจะทำแผนไหนนะแบบว่าจะเทคเบี้ยตัวนี้หรือไม่แล้วเปิดแถวนี้หรือว่าจะเล่นบิชอปค่อยๆเอาบิชอปขึ้นค่อยๆอินพุตโพซิชันตัวเองนะตรงนี้ไม่นานนะครับเล่นบิชอปปี2ค่อยอินพุตโพซิชันตัวเองตรงนี้
120, 131 for Yan. And, well, there is no opening of the A line, and instead the bishop finally develops. Us conservatives would not have approved, right?
Not very aggressive bishop to D2.
Exactly. Well, maybe
ถ้า
got
มี
ideas
immediate
of
เลยจะมีบิชอป
expanding even
มี
more on the
B4
left
เนาะ
side of the board, picking
B4
up
นี่คือถ้า
B
เทคอะครับ
moving it
แล้ว
two
หลังจากม้า
squares
เทค
in one fine
แล้ว
day.
บิชอป
We'll
เทค
see
แล้วบิ
whether
ชอปเทค
that is
แล้วโดน
chosen.
ฮิต
But
ตรงไหนครับ
something that Black could
แล้ว
do
หลัง
is
จากเลย
something that you
E2
mentioned earlier. You
ก็
know, just go,
A5
hey,
มันจะ
you
กลายเป็น
want to
ว่า
work your magic on the left side.
ลาสเวก
I'm
ได้
gonna
เอา
get
โพ
there
สบิชอป
fast
ฟรีนะ
and
บิชอป
start
ที่ไม่สามารถ
advancing.
ดีดออกไปได้นะบิชอปที่
I'll be
แอค
interested
ทีฟ
if
และอยู่
Black
ถา
plays
วร
B4. That
ทำ
would
ให้
change the
ดำดีกว่า
character
นะครับ
of the game
ก็
quite
เลย
a
ไม่
bit.
สามารถเทคได้
Then
นะ
the A4 pawn wouldn't be doing as much.
ตรงนี้
Then
ถ้า
White
จะ
would
ทีม
try to probably play A5, bishop A4, and improve. And B4 did happen.
ครับแล้วทิม
Yan
B4
gives
เลย
that
เพ
a
ราะว่า
funny look, like
นะครับ
that's
อย่างคอมพิวเตอ
interesting.
ร์
I
เมื่อ
don't know
กี้
if
บอก
that's
ว่า
good
ถ้า
call.
ไม่ทิม B4 ครับ
Well, it's
คุณ
interesting.
ถ้าคุณจะดี
Exactly,
คือ
because
คุณ
it's
ต้อง
kind
เล่น
of asking
waiting move แบบว่า
White to
King
change the
H8
nature of
คุณ
the
จะได้
game.
รอ
You
แล้ว
don't
คุณรอดู
really
ว่ายาน
want
จะ
to
ทำ
be
อะไรแล้วคุณค่อย
picking
เรียก
up your
ตาม
C pawn and
จะ
moving
เป็น
it
มูล
one
ค่า
square
passive ครับ
forward because that concedes a huge hole
ครับซึ่ง
in the middle. So you
เนี่ย
need
ครับ
to
ว่า
keep
ทิม
that
B4 ไป
tension there. But once you add
อย่าง
that tension to
ที่
the
พูดไปครับ
position,
ว่า
it makes
เมื่อกี้ว่า
calculation
เทคไม่ได้ ถ้า
that
เท
extra
คแล้ว
bit complicated as
บิ
we
ชอป
see
จะได้อยู่
Yan
ตรงนี้ถาว
make
ร
a
นะ
very quick decision.
ก็ทำอะไรไม่ได้
Just advance the A pawn.
แน่นอนว่าไม่เทค
I
ครับ
was advocating for keeping the tension
ก็ปิ
between
ด
the
ไปครับ
pawns, but Dennis said
นี่
no,
ครับ
no, no.
วิ่งมาทิม
Let me
บิชอป
grab
ตัว
the
นี้ครับ
space. Let's
ไม่อยากให้บิ
force
ชอปตัวนี้
that
เล่นครับ
bishop back. But in fact, I say force that
แล้ว
bishop
เทค
back.
ค
You
รับ
can
ตรงนี้
take
เท
the
คเทค
pawn,
ครับ
and yes, the
เทค
D
เทค
pawn
แล้ว
is
แลกเบี้ย
falling.
กลางครับ
But I gotta say, I don't approve of the structure that Black has on the left.
Yeah, I was just going to say Black
แน่
has
นอน
two
ครับว่าผม
isolated pawns on C7 and A6.
ไม่ผมเห็นด้วยกับฝั่ง TM นะที่บอกว่าผมไม่ชอบสตรัคเจอร์ของฝั่งเบี้ยลาซาบิกเลยคือเบี้ยตัวนี้ก็เป็นจุดอ่อนเบี้ยตัวนี้ก็เป็นจุดอ่อนเบี้ยตัวนี้ยังไม่ใช่จุดอ่อนเท่าไหร่เพราะว่าสามารถเล่นได้แต่ว่าโดนเล่นแรงนอกอย่างนี้อยู่เบี้ยตัวนี้ก็เป็นจุดอ่อนระยะสั้น
Engine still says it's about
เหมือนกัน
equal.
ถึงแม้ว่าระยะยาวจะไม่ใช่จุดอ่อนตัวนี้คือจุดอ่อนทั้งเป็นทั้งระยะยาวเลยเพราะว่าถึงยังไม่มีตัวโดนเล็งอยู่ตอนนี้แต่ว่าในตอนเลดเกมด้วยความที่มันไม่อยู่ติดกันมันจะโดนเก็บง่ายนะนะครับที่เบี้ยสามตัวเนี้ยมันสามารถซัพพอร์ตกันได้มันจะเลยไม่ได้เป็นจุดอ่อนนะ
Yan is hoping he can put pressure on the isolated A6 and C7 pawns.
Yeah, that's an in-game approach, right? But we're in the middle game now, and so White needs to start just positioning the pieces. That's why the rook comes and takes the open line. Rooks belong on open lines. And decision time for Dennis. What is he going to do? Is he going to accept the trade? Is he going to plant a rook on the other half open line? Well, those are the questions that need to be answered as his clock starts to trickle down.
Rook D5, that's an unusual move. Attacking the pawn on A5, I didn't see that coming. And if White defends it with something like B4, then Black can double rooks on the D file. So Yan just took the knight, or took the rook. I'm sorry, getting rid of the pressure on the A5 pawn. Now the knight is very well placed on D5. Doesn't want to give his bishop away. Plays bishop C1, which unblocks his rook on E1, putting pressure on the black queen on the open e file, and
ครับ
Again,
ก็ถามว่า
Entrance
ลา
White
ซา
is
บิ
a little bit
ก็
better
ม้าดู
because
ดี
of
นะครับ
Black's
แต่ว่า
broken
ม้า
queen
ค่อนข้าง
side
น่ากลัว
pawns.
อันนี้ผม
But
โอเค
Black is still pretty solid, and the pieces are pretty well positioned.
ถ้า
Yeah,
สมม
I
ติว่า
gotta say, you know, a lot of
ม้า
people
โดน
will be
พิน
like,
ด้วย
well,
เนาะ
hang on a
แล้ว
second,
ม้า
what
ตัว
is
เนี้ย
that
ก็
bishop doing back
เหมือน
on
แบ
the
บ
starting square?
มีแค่ควีน
Well,
กัน
it
ครับ
kind
สอ
of
งตัว
works because
ถ้าสมมติว่า
there's
โด
no
น
tension in the
แบบ
position. It's a very
อะไรสัก
gentle
อย่าง
run,
ที่
and
ม้า
here
พิน
it's
หรือ
all about
มี
that
อาจจะ
endgame
ทำให้มีปัญหา
that
อะไร
Ben
นะม้า
has been referring to. White wants to just trade off the right set of pieces and then focus on targeting those
คือ
two
ตอนนี้เบี้ยตัวนี้ไม่มีปัญ
isolated
หาเลยครับ เพราะ
pawns
ว่า
on
ทุก
the
ตัว
left.
กันอยู่นะ
And in the meantime, Dennis wants to improve his pieces. But one thing I see is that Grandmasters don't like to be pinned, and it is possible for the white rook to slide
แน่
over
นอนครั
one
บว่า
square and set up
การ
a
ที่
pin.
ถอยเรือเบี้ยมา
Yeah,
เนี่ย
the rook on
ก็คื
E1
อ
is pinning everything on
เอา
D1
สามารถให้ม้า
E1.
ตัวนี้เล่นได้นะ
The
ไม่ต้องโด
bishop
นพิน
on
อีกต่อไป
C1,
สามารถ
which you were alluding
เค
to
ลื่อนม้าตัวนี้
earlier,
ทิ้งได้
is not only putting pressure on H6, so Black can't play G6, kicking the knight out. It's also defending the backward B2 pawn on the half-open file. And I like when bishops are on F1 and C1. It seems counterintuitive, but they don't block the other pieces. The bishop on C1 isn't blocking the white rook, which can go to
ต้อง
D1 or
รอดูครับ
E1
ว่า
and put
รัส
pressure on
เม
those
เดียอะไรนะ
half-open files.
ตรงนี้
So again, these are the kinds of positions in a classical game which are very
ว่า
slow maneuvering.
ฝั่งยานมีไอ
not
เดียอะไร
clear
เพราะ
what
ว่า
to do.
มีไอเดีย
Players
อย่าง
take
เช่น
a lot of time.
ถ้ายาน
You
อยาก
can't
ลอง
really
วัด
do
ดู
that in a 10-minute
ก็คือ
game.
มี
You
ควี
gotta
น
just play
4นะ
quickly,
แล้วลองดู
and
ว่า
that can
ไอ้
lead to some
การโจมตี
mistakes.
เนี่ย
Both
หน้าค
players
วีน
are playing
ของ
really well right
การ
now.
จะอะไร
They're
ได้ไหม
playing
แต่
so
ว่ายาน
well
ไม่ได้เลือก
that
โจ
they're
มตี
playing
แบ
the
บ
move you
ตรงๆครับ
suggested.
เลือกเลยดีหนึ่ง
Rook
ครับ
to D1.
พิน
You know they're playing well.
ม้า
It was a really subtle move, and you know,
หน้า
Jan
นี่เฉ
did
ย
play it. I was also tempted to kind of flick the queen the other direction, just because I'm a hack at heart. But this move also super nice as well, and I'm actually struggling to come up with a constructive plan for Black. You can't boot that knight away from the
ก็
beautiful
เรือ D7 ครับ
F5 square.
ก็ค่อนข้าง
And
ค่อน
now
ข้าง
the rook
อิมพูฟ
coming
เรือตัว
to
เองนะคือ
D7.
จุด
Well,
ก็คือ
hang on
กั
a
นเบี้ย
second.
ตัวนี้ด้วย
I
เนาะ
would be tempted again
อยู่ที่
to
เดิมแต่ว่า
flick
กัน
the
เบี้ยตัว
queen
นี้ครับ
all over
เพราะว่า
to the other
ช่อง
side.
Yeah, a
เรือ
couple
ชอบ
of
อยู่
good
มา
squares. We
ชอบ
got
ขึ้นมาอยู่ช่อง
E4,
สองเลยนะจะได้
G4,
กันเบี้ยทุก
H4.
แถวได้
The queen on A4 is actually well placed also because it's putting pressure on the diagonal with the knight and rook on that
คือ
diagonal.
ควีน
Instead,
A4
he
นะครับ
plays
ปก
knight
ติไม่ค่อยดี
E3,
ครับ แต่ว่า
trying to
จุด
get
นี้เป็น
rid
จุด
of
ที่ดี
Black's
มากเพราะว่า
most
หนึ่
aggressively
ง
placed piece,
คือพิน
the
ดีมาก
knight
สอง
on
คือ
D5.
เราไป
The
ท
other knight can go to
ำพินตรง
F5
นู้น
later
ได้นะ
or E4. And the knight on C6, it doesn't really have a good home. It's just defending the
มา
pawn on
F4
E5. It can't go to D4 or B4.
ก็
Can't
คน
really
หลัง
move
จาก
anywhere
จะมา
because it's
F4
pinned.
แล้ว
And instead,
ต้องถามว่า
Dennis
ย่าน
plays
อยาก
knight
ทำอะไรครับ
F4,
เนี่ยมี
improving the
คื
position
อ
of
เท
his
ค
own
เหรอ
knight.
ห
The
รือ
knight
ว่า
can't really go forward anywhere, but it's well
แล้ว
placed
ควี
on
นเท
F4.
คแล้วหลังจาก
It
ควีน
is
เทคเราเล่น B4
extremely well
เพื่อเอาส
placed
เปซ
on
ฝั่งนี้
F4,
นะ
but it
คือ
is just one horse,
B4 ตรงเนี้ย
and one horse does not fell a kingdom. So we're
โอ
seeing
เคก็คือ
queens,
เทคครับแล้วก็
rooks
B4
traded,
ครับ
the
ผม
queen
ว่า
comes there, and
คือ
I
คือ
think it's
B4
going to
คื
be
อ
your plan
มูฟที่
all the way. It's going to be
เชื่อมพรเข้าด้วยกันเนาะ
reinforce
เชื่อม C พรกับ
the
B
left
พรกับ A
side of
พ
the
ร
board with the
เป็น
pawns,
3
you
อัน
know, and then
แล้วพอเชื่อม
just
ปุ๊บมัน
solidify
จะ
the
ไม่มี
king,
คน
make
หา
sure
โครง
the
สร้าง
king
ระยะ
has
ยาว
a
ครับ
hiding place,
คือเราแค่
and
ต้อง
then
การ
white
เบี้ย
is
ตัว
going to
4
be
ให้ได้ครับ
targeting
แล้วตรงนี้จะอยู่รอดระยะ
especially
ยาว
that
เลยนะ
pawn on the
ส่วน
A
2 ตัว
line,
เนี้ย
the
เดี๋ยวค่อย
A6 pawn.
ไปเก็บทีหลังก็ได้ครับเพราะ
The
มันไม่ได้อยู่
position's
ติดกัน
about equal,
เวลา
the
กัน
heart
กัน
rate's
ยาก
about
นะ
equal, the time on the clock is about equal, and for some reason,
แต่เล่นม้า G4 ครับ ไม่แบบ
voters
บอกว่า
said Jan
ยาน
was
บอกว่าเดี๋ยว
87% to
J4
win the
เดี๋ยว
match.
พี่จะเล่นตอนไหน
Pretty
ก็ได้
close
นะ
match so
ไม่ได้รีบ
far.
ขนาดนั้น
So I don't see either side
ไม่
as a
ไม่ได้
big
หนีไปไหน
favorite.
ครับเรื่อง G4
Obviously,
ส่วนควีน
Jan
เช็คไม่ได้
in
ครับเพราะว่าควีน
classical
D4
chess
กันอยู่นะ
is
ไม่
higher
มีควีนเช็ค
rated,
ตรงนี้
but this is in classical chess. This is
ผม
chess
ไม่ได้
with
โอ
a
เค
with
แล้ว
a
ก็
clock.
เคลื่อนม้า ม้าตัวนี้ไม่ได้นะเพราะว่า
The clock
กินอยู่
equalizes
นะ
the
สมม
game.
ติว่าเคลื่อนปุ๊บ
Now here Jan is threatening
เคลื่อนไปไหนก็ได้แล้วก็โดน
knight
ควีน
takes
กินควีนเลย
and
นะ
the knight on
เคลื่อนไม่ได้
f4 would be attacked
เพราะ
by the queen and bishop.
ตัวเดียวที่เคลื่อนได้
Also,
จะเป็น
White's
ม้าตัวนี้ครับ
threatening bishop takes f4 and queen takes f4. So White has a few threats
ซึ่งม้า
against
ตัวนี้มัน
Black's
อย่างนี้ไม่ได้ครับ
looseness on
มาทาง
e5
นี้
and f4. Does Dennis have a good defense?
น่า
Does
จะ
he
ต้อง
have
เค
to
ลื่อนควี
retreat
น
his
ครับ
knight?
หรือว่าเคลื่อน
Can he
ม้า
play
ออก
something more aggressive?
ต้อง
This
มา
is
ทาง
the
นี้
issue, actually.
ว่าถ้ามาทาง
How
นี้
are
มี
you
ปัญหา
going to
ไหม
defend that pawn? How are you going
อ๋อ
to
มีบิชอป
actually
แท็ก
keep that knight
แล้ว
there,
จะเทค
right
แล้ว
in his golden square? Because if you have to sound the
แล้ว
retreat,
4-4แล้วติด
then
มาออกแล้วโด
White
น
is able to position everything perfectly for
Okay.
that plan that we were talking about. Also, I got to say, there could be a trick in town. Because
ก็คือ
there
เล่น
are
ม้า
some
กลับไม่ได้
tactical
เพราะว่าถ้า
ideas.
ม้ากลับ
If
แล้วโดน
that
แท็ก
knight drops
แท็ก
back,
แล้วหลังจากเตะกลับแล้วโดนเทคแล้วกินแล้วฟอกควีนกับคิง
I do. You kind of gave
แต่ว่าถ้าคุณมาอย่าง
the
นี้
idea to me,
มันไม่
Ben,
มีเรื่องฟอกควีน
and
กับ
hey,
คิง
we got
เพ
to
ราะว่า
put it up
หลังจากคุณ
because
เท
there
ค
is an idea that if you just play defensively with the
คุณก็
knight,
แค่ไม่เทค
just
ปะ
drop it back,
คุณก็
then
เล่น
there might be some attacks.
PD6
The knight comes forward, and this
หลังจาก
And
บิ
he
ชอป
did play bishop h6.
โท อย
We don't need to show it anymore.
Double X clam. The engine loves it.
But we can show why that bishop is poisoned. Do not capture that piece.
Don't capture.
แล้วโอ้แล้วมาแล้วครับบิลเลียนมูฟยานในโปรเตตี
And a bishop is worth 3 points. The
Bishop
queen is worth at least 9 points.
Not only do you lose your queen,
แล้วเทคไม่ได้ครับถ้าเทคมี
it's a double whammy.
Exactly. The math ain't mathing.
นะครับ
If you take
ใน
that
นั้นบอก
bishop.
ว่ามีฟอกอยู่นะเทคไม่ได้
What a blow. Bishop takes h6. Stunning move. And now the ball is in black's court. And we're seeing that, of course, no one took that bishop, and instead black said, hey, there's a pawn on b2 that needs to go. It wasn't the best move, apparently, but as the players start to get short on time, well, it becomes harder and harder to play 100% accurately.
ควีนเล็งอยู่ครับถ้าสมมติว่าควีนถอยออกมาจากจุดฟอกแล้วด้วยนั้นถ้าเทคก็คือไม่สามารถกินคืนนะครับออกมาเตะกลับมาไล่ม้าถอยออกมา แล้วก็ม้า2 ตัวเล็งเบี้ยตัวเออยู่นะ
He's still playing for the attack, but now he's down a pawn.
He's down a pawn, and who would have thought that, Ben? Because we were saying that black's pawns on the left are so bad, and it turns out that after everything,
แล้วอยู่ดีๆครับพอเบี้ยหายไป2 ตัวจาก
careful, and now you can feel that
ต้องระวัง
the structure
เบี้ย
has
ฝั่งนี้
changed, and also
พอ
black is up
แลก
material that
เรือ
black
อย่าง
is
เงี้ยครับ
now
กลายเป็น
taking
ว่า
over. Dennis is the one
คนที่คุ้มจะเป็นตัวเดนิสนะเพราะว่าถ้าสมมติว่าสามารถเอาเบี้ยตัวเอที่ได้เพิ่มเกินมาเนี่ยสามารถเอาไปถึงโปรโมทได้มีโอกาสชนะนะครับคือแอดวานเทจของตัวเดนิสเนี่ยตอนนี้อยู่ที่ตัวเออยู่ที่เบี้ยตัวเอนะครับจากที่เป็นจุดอ่อนของโครงสร้างเมื่อกี้นะตอนนี้คือต้องทุ่มเททรัพยากรทุกอย่างเพื่อที่จะเอาเพื่อดันเบี้ยตัวนี้ไปถึงตัวเอให้ได้แล้วครับ
You most certainly can put the queen. The best square is to plonk it on b3. You put that queen there, and that bishop is going to find itself in hot water. I don't think there's a good square for it to go. So therefore, Jan is actually banking on complications, and he wants to go for, okay, we're going to see it. We're going to see it here. His big idea is that if you take the bishop, there's going to be a check, and the king is going to be forced to abandon its own bishop. This was not the most precise move. It was more precise to actually drop the knight back to defend the bishop. A knight is a king's best friend. But this one is also still enough to give Dennis an advantage.
Never play
แต่ว่า
f6, but h5
พอ
is also
คุณเล่น F6 แล้ว
Yeah, double question mark. The engine's really mean. Well, I could check and take that h pawn if I wanted to.
You can. You can also take the bishop. The bishop is worth 3
points.
Bishop is good. I'd probably take the bishop.
I don't know about you. Okay, he takes the pawn. He goes for your approach. Why not just get rid of that pesky pawn? And he comes back. Look at this. This is just so sadistic. He's like, first I'm going to pick up your h pawn. Now I'm going to go for your
อยู่
bishop.
ดียานในโปรตุเกสเสียเบี้ยฟรีเมื่อกี้เลยครับตอนแรกจะเพิ่งไปจิ้มครับแต่เมื่อกี้ขึ้นบันเดอร์นะบันเดอร์เพราะว่าโดนเช็คแล้วเสียเบี้ยฟรีแล้วกลับมาแล้วกลายเป็นว่าอย่างงี้มีปัญหาเพิ่มแล้วครับปัญหาคือกินบิชอปได้เลยหรือเปล่าเพราะว่าถ้ากินบิชอปแล้วหลังจากคิง F7 แล้วทำยังไงต่อดีครับไม่มีอะไรนะ
He has to generate some miracle, and he's
เช็คแล้วไม่เกิดอะไรขึ้น
He's so angry. It's like the position just turned so quickly, and Dennis took over.
If he plays Queen E8, then just Queen B7 defends
ครับ
everything.
แล้วกิน
Yeah,
ได้อ
now
ย่าง
he's
ที่
just
พูดครับ
playing for tricks.
ว่า
This should
ไม่เกิดอะไร
just
ขึ้น
be
นะ
technique. Now, one thing in Jan's favor with this piece
เอา
down
แล้ว
position that's
ยาน
losing
พลาด
is
อย่าง
Dennis
นี้
has a lot less time
เด
on
นิส
his
ลาซา
clock.
วิก
His heart
จะ
rate's a lot higher.
แซงนรก
So
ตัดตัวเต็งไปได้คนหนึ่งหรือเปล่าอย่างยานในโปรตุเกสครับต้องตกได้แค่ตกรอบกรุ๊ปสเตจไปแค่นี้เหรออาจจะเป็นคนเดียวที่อาจจะ
White just doesn't
พลาด
have enough checks.
หวังผิดด้วยนะแต่ว่าทุกคนคิดว่าน่าจะเข้าได้แต่ว่าเป็นคนเดียวที่ตกซะงั้นสำหรับยานในโปรตุเกสดูพลิกยากมากครับสำหรับนี้นะมันไม่เหมือนเหตุการณ์อื่นที่นำแบบแต่ยังมีโอกาสเสี่ยงอยู่แพ้อยู่อันนี้นำค่อนข้างที่จะขาดเลยนะสำหรับเดนิส
Bishop get to escape, or maybe you're just going to say no, I don't need to because I'm enough
แต่ว่า
material.
เดนิสเวลาน้อยมากเลยนะอาจจะโดนบีบเรื่องเวลาได้ครับต้องดูนะถ้าสมมติว่าเดนิสไม่รีบไปใช้ตรงนี้เดนิสไม่มีเวลาคิดแล้วนะตรงนี้ต้องรีบแล้วครับ
Dennis decides the E pawn is very strong. Let's promote the E
4 ครับ
pawn.
รีบขึ้นอยากโปรโมทครับตรงนี้
Everyone watch the clock because Dennis now is down to 50
E8 นะ
seconds. And with the queen and knight hovering
E8
around the black king,
Queen
it's
G4
still pretty shaky. There's still some
Queen
danger
E8
to watch out for.
Queen G4
And
เทคไม่ได้ครับ
what
จะเทค
is queen to E8? You need to keep an eye on that pawn. The king comes forward, checks.
Queen D7
And
แล้ว
for Dennis, it's just about holding his nerve and doing it within 47
That's a
seconds.
good move. Queen E5. That stops Queen H5.
Queen
check.
E5 คือไม่ยอมให้
E2,
1 คือ
E1.
เช็คไม่ได้ครับ
Tries to
2
trade
คือ
queens.
เทรด
White
แล้ว
doesn't have any pawns
ยอม
left. White
อยาก
has no
จะโปรโมท
attack.
ครับ
Jan knows that it's almost over.
It is over. It is over, and the grimace on
ยาน
Jan's
รู้
face
ตัวแล้วครับว่า
tells
แพ้แล้ว
us
ครับตอนนี้
everything. He has no choice. He has to trade off queens, and
เทร
there
ดแล้ว
is
ครับ
not only a runner of an e-pawn and a whole horde of pawns on the right side and the
ครับเอา
center
คิงขึ้น
and
ไปแล้วครับ
the
เอาคิง
left
ขึ้นไปแล้ว
side, and they are all going to be marching
King
forward.
ไป
42
เทค
seconds
ครับเทคครับ
down
เหลือ
goes
เบี้ย
the
ตัว A ครับ
e-pawn, but it's the a-pawn that is the killer. As look at that, it's
ดูครับ
all
เหลือ A
cornered
กับ E
and
พร้อ
a
มกัน
table slam, and
เรียบร้อยครับ
That's it.
ยอม
It's
แพ้
over.
ครับ
Wow, Dennis wins. Amazing. What a comeback.
What a game.
Especially after Jan played bishop takes h6. Everything went downhill after that.
Exactly after
ยาน
that
แพ้ครับ
brilliant
โอ้โห
move. It
แน่เป็น
wasn't
ตัว
so
เต็ง
brilliant
เข้า
after all.
คน
You
เดียว
had to
ที่
play
แพ้ครับ
precisely
ผม
on tennis. Well,
คนอื่น
to
ก็
the
ตามคาด
relief
เหรอครับ
of
มี
his
ยานคนเดียว
team,
หลุด
AGAL,
แพ้
he makes it through to the quarterfinals. Just 19 years old and already so calm, so collected, and so good at chess.
Obviously, in classical chess, that's a big upset. The clock is the great equalizer. Lazovic, a brilliant blitz player, as he's shown the last few years. He's the younger player. And a lot of times in quick chess, the
ม้ามื
younger
ด
player
ครับ
does well.
เดนิส ลา
As
ส
we
วิก
saw
คน
here,
เดียว
he
ม้า
was
มืด
able
กับฮัน
to
นีมันหรือเปล่าใน
stave
กรุ๊ป
off
สเตจ
after bishop
ไม่
takes
ใช่กรุ๊ปสเตจ
h6.
เข้า
White's
ไปใน
attack.
เพย์ออฟนะ
Jan still can't believe it.
บ้า
He's
มาก
one
ครับ
get
ตรง
up.
นี้
He can't believe what's happening, and soon he's going to get his key crushed.
Yeah, it's so sad. The heartbreak is
จะรอ
real
ดูนะ
because there's
เดนิส
so
ลาสวิ
much
ก
on the line. You know, you
ค่อนข้าง
really
จะ
want
พุ่ง
to
แรง
be
ระดับ
doing
หนึ่งอยู่
well,
นะ
but in the
แล้ว
end,
ตบ
it
ยานใน
just
เปิดใน
all
ทีได้ครับ
turned for him.
ยานนี่ระดับ
And
เต็ง4 เต็ง
this
5 ของทัวร์นี้เลย
gentleman
นะ
Dennis is
แต่ว่า
the
เต็ง
one
5 ครับ
who makes it
ยาน
through to the top
ยานที่ตบ
8.
เต็ง5 ได้ถือว่าค่อนข้างดู
That was
ดี
an
ครับ
amazing final
ขอ
match.
เพื่อนนะ ใครบ้างวะ
I
แม็ก
thought
นัท
Jan had it.
1 วิลุจา
When he
2
took on h6, I
ครุ
thought the attack
3
was going to crush through.
อาจุน
But Dennis defended
4 ยานน่า
brilliantly.
จะ
Now he's
ยาน
going to
แค่
get
ประ
to
มาณ
crush
5 ครับ
Jan's key. And let's go to the stage and see that key crush in just right now.
ก็อาจจะโนดีเบกอย่างเงี้ยครับแน่นอนว่านี่คือคู่ท้ายของวันครับก็ไม่ได้คิดครับว่ายานน่าจะแพ้นะคิดตอนแรกคิดว่ายานอาจจะเสมอแล้วเข้าไปครับแต่ว่าโอ้เราตอนแรกยานเป็นคนนำด้วยนะยานเห็นบิชอปเทคแค่6ได้บิลเลียนด้วยนะครับเมื่อกี้พออยู่ดีพลาดนะพลาด2 รอบติดนะพลาดตอนหลังจากพลาดตอน H4 นะ
Congratulations, you've qualified for the playoffs. How you feel about your level of play up to this point?
ใช่ครับแบบแอบตามนิดนึงแล้วพอโดน H4 ไปได้คือจบแล้วครับเหมือนว่าเขาจะไม่เห็นก็เหอะแต่ก็ยังพลาดค่อนข้างหนักเลยครับ
First game wasn't great. I played quite
ครับ
passively.
H4 H5 H4 H5 แล้วท้ายเสีย BFP
Second game,
แล้ว
you know,
เขาถอยกลับมาแล้วเขากลับไปที่เดิม
yeah, in general, played better than yesterday. That's what.
จบเลยครับยันโอ้โห
That's why I won.
Okay, and speaking of why you're
วัน
winning,
นี้น่า
you
จะ
are
ปิด
the
ตอนเที่ยง
youngest
คืนนะ
player that we
ไม่น่า
have
มี
left
อะไรแล้ว
here,
วันนี้
only 19 years old.
ดู
Do you think
แล
that
ซา
your
นิก
youth is an advantage?
ค่อยบท
Well,
กุ
I
ญแจ
think,
ของพี่ยานนะครับ
you know, other players they're not so old, so experience also very important. I think I'm still not
ยานใน
confident
เปิด
enough,
ที
but hard to say. You know, other players are now like 50 years old, so everyone more or less quite young.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Lazovic, please go ahead and crush your opponent's key. Oh, no, Dennis. No, not yet, not quite yet. Hold on, my brother, 1 second. Okay.
มีปัญหาเรื่องการหยิบเล็กน้อยนะครับ
Stuck in there. We're actually sending them down to the key crusher.
ว้าวดีใจกับเดนิสลาซาบิกด้วยครับวันนี้
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's
ก็
not
จ
quite
ริงๆ
that
ร้านส
time
วิก
yet
ปี
for
นี้
now. You're gonna
ผ
go
ลงาน
ahead
ดีนะ คื
and
อ
walk down to the key crusher
เอ่
and
อ
crush your
ช่วง
opponent's
ต้น
team.
ปีได้มีแข่งสปีดเชสแชมเปี้ยนชิพครับ แล้วได้ที่3มันนะ แพ้ให้แม็กนัสคาวเซนถาม
One
ว่า
last
ก็
key
ถือว่า
to
ดูดีเลยครับ
crush for today as
เจอ
Dennis Lazavic
แพ้แม็กนัสคาวเซน
has to validate his ticket to
ทำให้
tomorrow's
ได้มา
playoffs.
แข่ง
He's eager
AWC นะช่วง
to put
ต้น
his
ปี
key
ช่ว
within
ง
the final trophy, but only the champion
คือ
can do so, and he has a couple matches
แพ้
to
แม็ก
win
นัสต
still
บ
to
ฮิ
get
คารุ
to
ด้วย
that
นะ
level.
คือต
But
บฮิ
right
คารุ
now,
ไม่ได้
an
ใช่เรื่องง่ายๆ นะ
incredible
ครับ
show
ในแล้วเป็นการแข่งขัน
needs
บิดด้วยนะ
Dennis
คือแบบ
Lazavic
แข่งขัน
right here.
ความเร็ว
To the
แบบ
key
ไม่
crusher
เกิน
and
5
it's
นาทีครับ
time
ซึ่งเป็น
to crush more hopes, crush more dreams, and
จุดเด่น
validate
ของ
your
ฮิคารุ
ticket
นะ
to that top 8.
แล้วพอได้มาเราก็ไปได้ทัวร์แชมป์ในรัสเซียครับทัวร์คาป๊อปตอนเดือนเมษายนนะก็สกอร์ก็คือชนะ3ไม่แพ้เลยนะครับชนะ3เสมอ0ชนะ3แล้วก็ไม่แพ้เลยชนะ3เสมอ6แพ้0
The knockout reveal is a draw to know which player will play who. So you will know Dennis Lazavic's opponent in just a few minutes, sending it to the desk, and then we'll be back on stage with today's draw.
นะครับเดี๋ยวเราดูตารางครับคิดว่าเหมือนแม็กนัสอาจจะได้เลือกคนเจอมาครับสายบนได้เลือกนะว่าได้มาลงมาเจอใครเพราะฉะนั้นผมเดาว่าแม็กนัสอาจจะอยากมาลงมาเจอลาซาวิครับแต่ผมไม่รู้กันนะผมว่าแม็กนัสอาจจะเจอฮันนีมันมากกว่าผมว่าแม็กนัสเลือกเจอฮันนีมันแล้วผมจะรอดูว่าลาซาวิจะไปเจอใครครับแม็กนัสเป็นซีด1นะแม็กนัสได้เลือกนะเมื่อกี้เพราะว่าก่อนที่อนัทไปนะบอกผมว่าคนที่อยู่ตามซีดบนได้เลือกก่อนนะที่เข้าไปแล้วแม็กนัสเป็นซีด1แล้วครับในฐานะแชมป์ก็เลยน่าจะได้เลือกครับตรงนี้จะได้เจอใครคนแรกนะที่เดี๋ยวก็โดนโยนไปให้ครับก็ฟิลิปจาเป็นซีด2นะว่าฟิลิปจาเป็นรองแชมป์ด้วยครับแล้วที่3เนี่ยเป็นฮิคารุที่3ปีแล้วเพราะฉะนั้นก็เป็นฟิลุจาเลือกก่อนฮิคารุนะเขาจะประกาศครับว่าใครเลือกใครนะ
Was a great pick by them. They're guaranteed at least 200 more points, maybe as much as 1,000. He really played well in that second game. Niemann, what were your thoughts on that match?
การตาโตเลยโหพลาดหรือตัวนะครับตรงนี้ก็แพ้นะ
was not exactly fireworks, not exactly
ชิบหายแล้วครับตรงนี้แย่แล้ว
but game 2 was crazy. I mean, we saw a double exclamation mark coming through by Nepo with that bishop takes h6, which we'll cover in a little bit. But
ก็ถือว่าฟอร์มดีนะทีนี้แล้วก็มาในฐานะตัวแทนของทีม AGL นะครับแล้ว AGL นี่ฟอร์มดีมากนะครับ AGL คือใน Esports เวิลด์คัพเนี่ยก็คือแบบเป็นทีมระดับ1เลยนะตรงนี้ตัวแทนสำหรับเป็นตัวแทนทีมจีนมาในฐานะเชสนะครับตรงนี้
knew he was making top 8, and that's why they decided to back him up. But going to that move that you just mentioned, right? Let's actually break that down a little bit further. It's game 2. You notice a moment you said I gotta talk about.
For sure. I mean, if you're Nepo playing the white pieces, as you usually do with the white pieces, you are going for the win because you have more initiative, just naturally.
คือต้องได้ท็อป8นะครับถึงจะได้แต้มขับพอยแล้ว AGL เนี่ยการันตีได้อีกต้อง200เลยนะครับฟาลคอนนำ AGL นำฟาลคอนอยู่แค่นิดนึงเองถ้าสมมติว่าลาซาวิกเข้าไปถึงรอบเซมิได้ไงครับท็อป4การันตีก็เป็นไปได้อย่างมากว่าแบบแต้ม AGL อาจจะยังมีสิทธิ์ลุ้นได้แชมป์โลกแต้มขับจะเป็นแชมป์ที่ปกติปีแล้วเป็นคนได้ครับก็คือแต้มที่1กับแต้มที่2ได้ห่างกัน2 ล้านเหรียญครับเพราะฉะนั้นอยากลาซาวิกจะเป็นคนที่ดิฟหรือเปล่าหรือแบบทำเงิน2 ล้านเหรียญให้กับ AGL ได้หรือเปล่านะสำหรับรายการเชียร์ผมเพราะผมไม่แน่ใจว่า AGL ยังมีรายการเหลืออื่นเยอะไหมครับจำได้ว่ายังเหลือผับดีโมบายนะที่ไม่รู้ว่าเป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
Most of the top players that our fans are familiar with, they didn't even have to play today, although they do have some work. We'll get to that in a minute. They get to make some fun selections. So all of those big names are going to come back and play a few more games of chess, but no more double elimination. Everything you see on the match today is going to be win or go home.
ผมเลยคิดว่าฟาลคอนน่ายังได้ที่1อยู่ดีนะอาจจะไม่ได้ดิฟขนาดนั้นสำหรับEsports เวิลด์คัพ
which is very
ด้าน
nice
ทั
because
วร์
as we have talked about multiple
ขับ
times,
แช
this
มเปี้ยนชิพ
10
นะว่าส
plus
โมสร
O
ไหนดีสุด
format is crazy because why we're even throwing the plus O
Even
there
no
if
dip,
all it means is that there is no increment.
That might open up the board to more openings being played because if you're white in game 1 of a 2-game match, you don't want to play anything too exotic or too risky since you don't have any more whites in case you have to make a comeback. So this is actually why the World Championship of Classical Chess was extended because they want the players to feel like they can take risks in the opening games and have time to recover.
Sure. Now, Denis Lazovic, to go back to him, now going into tomorrow's competition for playoffs, we don't know who he's playing just yet. We still have our knockout reveal in just a little bit where the opponents are in fact going to choose who they want to play in the opening matches tomorrow. But Denis Lazovic, where does he rank now in the 8 competitors that have made it through? What do you think?
I think Denis ranks pretty high. We talked a little bit about his Speed Chess Championships experience where he did knock out Hikaru Nakamura to earn himself a spot here at EWC earlier this year. And I think that was a really crazy match because once again, it was so long. It was 26 games. Oh my gosh, that sounds crazy. But the fact that he was able to have nerves of steel the whole way through, come out with just 1 point ahead, 13.5, 12.5. And in Armageddon, I mean, he was completely lost against Bobahead. He was being checkmated at 3.
Yeah, checkmated in 3. That actually, if that would have went down, by the way, I would have read out. You wouldn't have had a host anymore. Chat might have actually loved that. I don't know. Either way, let's take a look at our groups. Group A and B was highly competitive over the past 2 days. They are now officially done, however, and we now officially know who at least have advanced to playoffs and the keys that were crushed. It's crazy. Today we crushed 8 total keys. We started with 16 competitors. We now have our top 8. Looking at Group B.
Magnus, Hikaru, Lazovic และ
over
Han
there in
โน
Group B,
นีแมน
we
ครับ
saw
สำหรับกรุ๊ป
Magnus
B
and
ครับ
Hikaru. They got to sit today, and down there at the bottom, we just saw Lazovic advance and Hans. Now, I think what the crowd would really like to see is the Magnus Hans rematch. We've got some rules that are actually going to preclude that, but we're starting to get to the phase where we're going to prognosticate in the future who's going to pick who. I actually don't think that Denis is the player people want to face. I think Hans is going to get picked over Denis there, but a lot of youth at the bottom, a lot of veterans on top. That's what I see. The veterans got through, and they need that day off to rest themselves.
Maybe so. Group A, though, was equally as competitive, and it went through the gauntlet, at least the competitors did. It was not easy to make it through into the playoffs. We just witnessed the last remaining games coming out from there. But once we take a look at Group A, the big talking point here was Wei Yi coming in right from the LCQ. How far would he be able to go? Well, Reza ended up shutting him down, and ultimately Niemann Sorin took him out, but also took down his next opponent to secure a spot in the playoffs. He's looking pretty good, but so are the 3 others.
I mean, everybody here is just so strong. We haven't seen much of Nordebek actually here on Stream A because he's been so busy crushing it on Stream B. But you and 4-0?
Yeah, he's played the fewest games because he won them all and he sat at home today. So that's a good way to go under the radar and you just win everything. But he should not be trifled with. World number 7, by the way, and it's great to see him advance to the playoffs.
Keys were crushed today all day long. Pranesh ended up getting his own key-crushing moment in the venue. He felt good about it. Double thumbs up. How could you not be happy, right? Crushing your opponent's keys, but some of them are loud, as you can see.
Nihal looks absolutely terrified in that shot, but I'm sure he is very glad to have crushed his opponent's key and be moving on into the main stage.
Yeah, you can't really see it on camera, but the players actually wear double headphones. I mean, we need to allow them to keep those headphones on during the key crush there. So, Nihal, I'm sorry if we hurt you a little bit, but that's really fun to watch. And what happens to all the extra scraps? Do they get all polished off by our guy in white gloves?
No, that's it. He takes them, and you can use those keys that are crushed if you become a champion, right? You get to pick from 3 of them, and some of these keys that were crushed might, in fact, be used for their own trophy moving forward at the end of day number 5, Saturday.
What I personally really liked about this ending match was that Denis did not immediately take Yemen's key over to the crusher, but instead placed it
คนที่เป็นแชมป์ก็คือเอาถ้วยที่โดนอัดไปเป็นไปใส่ในถ้วยรางวัลตัวเองได้นะ
If you're the eventual champion to make into your trophy, I'd like to see a gold chain though, because then you could wear it next year. I mean, imagine that, the ultimate, I don't know if that disrespect, but to bring a gold chain of your fallen foes from the previous year, that's pretty cool.
It's actually next level disrespect.
ถ้าสมมติว่าเอาถ้วยทองทำเป็นถ้วยทอได้ครับแล้วปีหน้าคนที่ได้แชมป์ก็ใส่ถ้วยทองใส่สร้อยคอทองมา ที่เป็นแบบว่าคู่แข่งที่โดนตบไปหมดแล้วมาก็แบบเหยียดหยามอยู่ครับ
Who they would like to play, and I say they, well, really, it's only 2 of them. But either way, before we get to that, did you guys know Level Up Season 2 is now out? If you didn't, check it out.
ก่อนแรกว่าจะปิดเที่ยงคืนแต่ว่าสายเที่ยงคืนนี้ไม่มาเลยครับ
Inspired by it. They're not just playing for themselves.
แล้ว
They're
จะรอ
really playing
ดู
for their
สายแป๊บ
entire
นึงนะครับ
family.
มันเป็นยังไงนะ
Their demons. They have crushed the curse.
Well, the playoffs are set, but the matches are not. It's time for the knockout reveal. Bear with me as I read the rules to you because there's a lot of them. Number 1, upper bracket players are ranked and seeded 1st to 4th based on FIDE rating, plus match game and round win-loss differences, with the coin toss breaking any remaining ties. Number 2, the highest seeded players from each Phase 2 group earns the right to select their quarter-final opponent. Number 3, opponent selections cannot be made from the player's own Phase 2 group, aka Group A. If you're in Group A, you cannot choose from Group A. You gotta choose from Group B and vice versa. And number 4, the remaining upper bracket players are automatically assigned to the last unselected opponent from the opposite Phase 2 group. Like I said, Group A choosing from Group B. Now, with all the rules out of the way, let's theory craft a little bit, okay? Now, Magnus is the first seed. Now, even though Hikaru does have the second highest FIDE score because he's in the same group as Magnus, Magnus gets the selection over him. Hikaru's going to have to just basically be happy with whoever Magnus didn't pick. And Magnus has got 2 opponents he can choose from.
ซีซั่น 1 คือแม็กนัสครับแล้วห้ามเลือกคนที่เคยอยู่ในกลุ่มเดียวกันแต่ว่าถ้ากลุ่ม A ก็ต้องเลือกกับกลุ่ม B แล้วคนที่เป็นกลุ่ม B ก็ต้องเลือกกลุ่ม A ครับฉะนั้นคนที่
He actually played Nihal last year in the opening round of the playoffs, which was the round of 8. He won, I think, 2.5 to 0.5. And there's just no way he's going to pick somebody with the strength of Arjun. Not that Nihal is not very strong, but I think Magnus lines up well with Nihal. He's not going to let Clark get down to the 10-second time scramble that Nihal could potentially beat him in. In Hyper Bullet, he would not pick Nihal. But in 10-minute chess, he's going to pick Nihal. Sorry to ruin the surprise. That's what's going to happen.
We don't know for sure,
เขา
but
เดา
you
ว่า
said
แม็กนัส
negative
น่าจะเลือกนิ
5%,
ฮาว
so
ครับ
I've
เพราะ
got
ว่า
to go with the big brain
ปี
for
แล้ว
you.
ก็เลือก
But
นิ
on
ฮาว
the
ครั
other
บ
side, you got Norbert.
แล้ว
He
เจออาจุน
gets the first
ต่อไปเป็น
seeded pick,
โนดิบ
at least for his respective group. And Alireza Farouja is going to have to just, again, settle for whoever Norbert does not pick. Now, for Norbert, he's got Hans, Niemann, or he's got Lazovic on the opposite side.
แล้วเจอโนดิเบก
both are
ได้
gonna be
ซีด
quite
แทนครับ
tough.
ของกลุ่ม A
You know,
นะ
this is
กลุ่ม B มันเป็นซีดแบ็ก
it's
แต่ว่า
it's
โนดิเบก
four.
เป็น
It's
กลุ่ม
the
A
four
ครับว่าทำไมโนดิเบก
youngest
มาเป็นกลุ่ม
possibly in like
A
terms of ranking. That's
เดา
kind
ว่า
of interesting.
นี่
In
ครับ
terms
เพราะว่า
of
โนดิ
you
เบก
know
เข้ามา
skill
ด้วย
level,
แต้
they're
ม
all
เซอ
really
ร์กิต
close,
พอยต์
right?
ครับแล้ว
Obviously
ฟิลูจา
nowadays
เข้ามา
Norbert
ด้วย
is ranked
แต้ม
number 7.
รองแชมป์นะ
Alireza is
คือ
ranked
แต้ม
10.
ถ้า
Not
แต้
that
ม
Norbert can
คือ
pick
แต้ม
Alireza
เซอร์กิต
anyways.
นี้เขาให้
But probably seeing the
ให้คะแนน
performance
แต้มเซอ
from
ร์กิต
here
มากก
in
ว่า
the
แต้มรอง
Alliance
แชมป์ครับ
Hall,
เข้ามา
I
ด้วย
would
แต้มเซอ
go
ร์กิต
for
ก็คือซีดเยอะกว่า
I would go
ซึ่ง
for Hans
พอ
perhaps.
ซีด
Yeah,
เยอะกว่า
I
ก็
think
แปลว่าโนดิเบก
Norbert
ได้เลือกก่อน
might
ได้เลือกครับมาเลือกใคร
view this
คิดว่า
as an
โนดิเบกจะเลือก
opportunity
ลา
to
ซาบิก
really,
ครับ
really prove that
เพราะผมคิด
he
ว่า
is
ลา
world
ซาบิก
number
น่าจะเป็นคน
7.
ที่
He's
วีคที่สุด
incredibly,
ในนี้นะค
incredibly
รับ
strong. So
Okay. Well, and by the way, whoever they pick might be picking their opponent that might take them down and crush their key. That's what's at risk. But either way, we theory crafted enough. I read out the rules, and now it's time to head to the stage for the knockout reveal.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is officially time for the
นี่ครับ
EWC
รอครับประกาศว่า
knockout
ใคร
reveal.
จะ
We
เลือกใคร
have
ครั
our
บ
finals, but it is time to see how that bracket is going to play out.
Absolutely, we've got players with the luxury to pick their opponents, and all we have to know is who would you pick to make sure you win the first round tomorrow.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, you guys already know the rules. They explained it over there on the desk. Let's get to the action. Please come to the stage, the man himself, Magnus Carlsen.
นะครับแม็กนัสดูครับ
He gets
ว่า
the
อยาก
luxury of a choice.
แข่ง
He
กับ
can
ใคร
pick his first opponent for tomorrow as he's got 2 keys to choose from. No hesitation. Key shown immediately to the camera, which means you and I, Rob, are not sure yet which key it is.
นิฮาวซาลิน
but
ครับ
you know
อย่างที่คาดกันไว้ครับ
the
ว่า
players must be
แพนเนลก็คาดไว้ว่า
worried
แม็กนัส
about
อยาก
this
จะ
one.
เจอนิ
Can
ฮาว
we
นะ
get the
ไม่อยาก
results
เจอกับอา
and
จุน
the
นะครับ
players to face off, Rob?
Okay, so was that Nihal? Let me make sure. Yes, indeed it was. So, Nihal, please meet me right here in front of Magnus for our face-off. Magnus, first
โอ้โห
question.
แม็กนัสใหญ่กว่านิฮาวมากเลย
Why pick
นิฮาวพี่
Nihal?
สูงเท่าไหร่นะพี่
I mean, I think they're both very, very good players, but stylistically, I think You know, Arjun is very difficult for anybody, and yeah, I thought.
ก็บอกว่าทั้งคู่ก็เก่งมากแล้วแต่ผมไม่อยากเจออาจุนครับอาจุนคือโหดมากครับไปเจอก็เล่นด้วยแล้วก็คิดยากครับก็เลยไม่อยากเจออาจุนไปเจอที่ไหน
Not very happy, but yeah, I'll just try to play my best and give as good a fight as I can, and yeah, just see what happens.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have our first matchup officially set. It will be Nihal going head-to-head with Magnus. Much luck to both of you guys, and we'll see how everything plays out tomorrow. You guys can actually go ahead and exit the stage as we find out our next matchups. And we do now know officially we're going to have Arjun versus Hikaru as well.
Ooh, banger match is only Rob, but now it is time to figure out the other side of these brackets. Of course, I see these two gentlemen there waiting to see who will pick them as an opponent. It is time to welcome onto the stage Norebek Abdusarov.
นะครับโนดิเบกอยากจะเจอใครครับก็เดนิสดาซาวิก
That's the
กับ
question.
ฮันส์นีมัน
Station, have you planned something? We're still taking a moment, and there is no moment to be waiting for. I do believe that is Dennis being picked there by
อยากเจอเดนิสดาซาวิกครับอย่างที่คาดไว้นะ
have the two players.
โนดิเบกอับดุลซาทาลอฟแล้วฮันนีมันจะไปเจอฟิลูจาครับผม
I've got a quick question for both of you. Of course, Norebek, why pick Dennis over Hans?
โอ้แล้วฮิคารุเดือดเลยครับตรงนี้ไปเจอ
strengths very close. I played many games against Hans, so I thought that this time would be interesting to play against Dennis because I mostly played against him online, so would be interesting.
All right, from online to in person, Dennis, how do you feel coming up on this matchup?
I think it's nice because I didn't want to play against Alireza, so I'm like it's okay.
All right, you know what? Both players happy for their choice. This is the match you will see tomorrow. Abdusarov versus Lazavic. Guys, you guys can exit the stage now that we have our matches. And Hans Niemann, of course, will be facing Alireza Firuzja. Rob, nothing but bangers tomorrow.
Nothing but bangers, top to bottom, and you can expect nothing less here at the Esports World Cup. Our finals bracket, our playoffs bracket is officially set, and the action is going to be absolutely insane. Let's send things over to the studio to break everything down.
Hollywood Rob TV in Damascus, thank you so much. The knockout reveal is done with. They picked their opponents, and we now officially know what our playoff bracket is going to look like.
Yeah, it was interesting there when Magnus picked Nihal. He was trying to be as politically correct as possible and make sure that he gave both players their credit. But when Nihal was asked how he felt, he admitted to something that Magnus has said for many years, which is players, I have a psychological advantage when I sit down on the board because players are afraid of me. And Nihal admitted to it, being basically afraid of Magnus.
Well, it does happen. He's got a lot of aura, and he is, in fact, a returning champion. But for Dennis, hey, he's got to go against Norebek. But he said, I'm actually okay with that.
I mean, your options were to go against Norebek or Alireza. You know, neither of them are particularly great. Norebek obviously coming off of a 4-game straight win streak, which is crazy. And Alireza is obviously Alireza. So all things considered, you know, I was wrong in my prediction. I did think Norebek might pick Hans. They do have that past history together. So he's right. Maybe he's tired of playing against Hans and maybe he wants somebody new.
Well, maybe so, but that is going to be a fun matchup. Hans versus Alireza.
Yeah, maybe Dennis kind of nudged his key forward a little bit, encouraged him a little bit, but it looks like, you know, the little kid on the basketball court, like, pick me, but he, yeah, it sounded like, if we believe them at their word, Norebek wanted just to play somebody creatively that he hadn't played a lot before. He just wants to enjoy himself up there on the stage. But it was a much tougher call for Norebek. Magnus, I think we knew he was going to pick Nihal.
But what about Edagaisi going against Hikaru? That's the final and last matchup. Never easy to go against Hikaru.
Never easy to go against Hikaru, but if we have found anything out from this EWC, Arjun is also extremely difficult to play against. I do think that their playstyles are going to match up really well together for the viewers. It might be fun for them too, but especially for us, we're going to see some excitement. Both players really do like that kind of initiative, aggressive, attacking position. Arjun doesn't like to defend too much, but
And Hikaru better get off on a faster start than he did in his opening match because he really struggled in that first game. I believe he just barely held the draw as white. Of course, he's got 4 games against Arjun, but you're just going to be punished against a world-class player. He's got to get off to a better start.
But this could be crazy. Magnus Carlsen at the top, but Alireza Firouzja as well could face off in semifinals, right? That was grand finals from last year. Meanwhile, on the bottom, Denis Lazovek, the 19-year-old prodigy now from AGAL, going against Noterback. If he pushes forward, he either gets Hikaru or Edagaisi, both incredibly difficult matches. Do we want to make a prediction for grand finals now?
I don't know if we want to make a prediction for the grand finals, but I do think a lot of people are going to be rooting for El Clasico. In case you haven't heard of it before, it is Magnus Carlsen against Hikaru Nakamura.
Oh yeah, that's why honestly last year that's what I was thinking we would get, but we didn't.
Yeah, Noterbeck was my dark horse. However, it's hard to root against the Hikaru versus Magnus, matchup. It seems to happen on the reg, as they say, because we just don't know who's going to win that one. And, Magnus may have to take down 2 Falcons like he did last year. I think he broke out his archery bow after he won those matches, and he's on a collision course for a couple of Falcons. Noterbeck was my dark horse, and, he played the cleanest chess yesterday, so it's not a foregone conclusion.
All right, he's looking to clip those wings of the Falcons. Team Liquid, they need the points, and they've got the right guy to do it, Magnus Carlsen. Either way, though, the playoffs bracket is set. The opponents have chosen who they want to play. Let us know, what do you think about the bracket? Who do you think is going to be in grand finals? All I know is I'm ready for playoffs, but we're going to have to wait until tomorrow, because tomorrow the playoffs start. The journey for $1.5 million, $250,000 goes down. It'll be day 1 of playoffs starting tomorrow.
ครับผมก็วันนี้หมดแล้วนะก็จบแล้วครับวันนี้ก็ไม่น่ามีอะไรแล้วครับขอบคุณมากนะครับทุกคนที่เข้ามาดูมากครับนี่ไปเจอกันครับ